Yu felt that his stepsister, the school beauty who shared no blood relation with him, had been acting a bit strange lately. Not only was she coming home late every day, but she had also inexplicably started carrying around a white cat with a creepy look in its eyes. It was not until after school today that Yu saw with his own eyes Gu Beiying walking into the abandoned woods behind the school, followed closely by a gaunt man with a greedy glint in his eyes. Yu frowned and was about to go up and kick the suspected stalker, but suddenly, his chest felt searingly hot. The dark purple box that had been clinging to him shamelessly ever since he left the hospital, claiming to be a sacred relic from the demon world, was flashing with an intense crimson light. High concentration of free magic energy detected. Target locked. Main quest updated. Devour the prey ahead to replenish the box of apparitions. Penalty for failure, immediate erasure. Yu was stunned. He looked at the gaunt man, whose shadow stretched long under the setting sun, twisting into a deformed monster covered in tentacles. Meanwhile, his sister, Gu Beiying, was walking deeper into the woods, completely unaware. Yu took a deep breath, and pitch-black cursed markings erupted instantly across his right arm. How dare you touch my sister? No matter what you are, just obediently become my magic energy. A pitch-black scythe materialized in his hands with a boom. Feeling this terrifying power that did not belong to any human, Yiyu's thoughts drifted back to that bizarre night a few days ago, the night that completely shattered his perception of reality. To understand the root of it all, we must go back a few days. Yiyu had an incredibly vivid dream. In the dream, he was a supreme deity, clad in armor and wielding a blade, enthroned upon a chair of purple crystal. Surrounded by countless ghostly flames, the sky turned pitch black. With a single command, a gate of deep purple burst open. Countless monsters with dark violet skin and scarlet eyes poured out from the infernal flames, unleashing slaughter upon the world. Night covered the world, leaving corpses scattered wherever they passed, and the sounds of wailing never ceased. The land turned to ruins, a purgatory woven with war and death, the air thick with the scent of blood staining the world red. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless monsters knelt in unison, bowing in worship to the figure on the throne encircled by ghostly flames. Yu rose from the throne, stepping through the sky, looking down upon everything. He reached out his hand, clenching the void with a low, domineering voice. The 8 wilds and nightlands, 10,000 tribes shall submit. Below, the thousands of monsters roared in unison. The 8 wilds and nightlands, 10,000 tribes shall submit. The sound echoed through heaven and earth, announcing the descent of a god. Night, District 11, Tokyo Medical University Hospital. The evening breeze brushed by, causing the white curtains to flutter. On the hospital bed, a handsome youth of 17 or 18 was in a deep sleep. Whoosh! The youth sat up abruptly and opened his eyes. His pupils were a deep, haunting purple. A purple light flickered on his chest. With hollow eyes, he climbed out of bed, walked to the window, and leapt out. In midair, a cloud of black mist suddenly swirled, carrying his body like a beam of ghostly light straight toward the rooftop of the hospital. The youth stood silently at the edge of the rooftop, dozens of meters high, with the neon-lit concrete jungle beneath his feet. Under the moonlight, the purple light in his eyes gradually faded as he regained his senses. What is this? Yu was fully awake now. He looked down instinctively and immediately realized he was standing at a terrifying height. What the heck? Terrified, Yu gasped and scrambled backward, tumbling onto the ground. Retreating several steps, he gulped, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Hes, have you finally awakened? As he shook with fear, a strange voice whispered right by his ear. Yu looked down to see a purple box the size of a palm hovering in front of his chest. The box was covered in blood-red patterns, with a single bloodshot eye engraved on top, flickering with eerie light. Zoom! A cloud of black mist shot out from the box. A pair of blood-red eyes lit up within the mist, staring at him mockingly. I have waited so long, you have finally awakened. Yu. What are you? Yu backed away again, his face filled with shock. This black shadow in front of him was completely beyond the realm of common sense. A thing had. The black mist swirled and condensed into a black monster, the size of a basketball with a pointed tail. What matters is not who I am, but who you are. Its voice was genderless, sounding like a distorted electronic synthesizer. You wished this was just a prank show on TV, but everything happening was just too bizarre. Take a good look at what has appeared on your body. Something on my body. He looked at the purple box hovering in front of his chest, the bloodshot eye on its surface pulsing with a faint crimson light. As soon as his fingertips touched the box, his mind went blank, and the scenes from his dream flashed by like a slideshow. What you hold is the supreme treasure of the demon realm, the imperial relic, the box of phantoms. The black monster stretched out a small, round hand, pointing directly at Yiyu. And you, Yiyu, are the chosen next demon lord. The 10th demon lord. Yiyu just stood there. He frowned and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Acting crazy on a hospital rooftop in the middle of the night, could this really not be a hidden camera prank show? No need to panic, I am Chaimai, the artifact spirit of the box of phantoms. Chaimai continued on its own. 8 years ago, the demon realm decided to select a new demon lord to lead the demon army to invade the human realm. And the portal connecting the two worlds is hidden right inside this box of phantoms. Yiyu looked down at the box in his hands. But due to special reasons, the magic energy within the box was scattered and lost, and the portal is currently sealed. Chaimai leaned into Yiyu's ear, revealing sharp fangs. Your mission is to collect magic energy, reopen the portal, and lead the army to invade the human world. When that happens, you will be the supreme master ruling both worlds. Demon Lord, Yiyu weighed the purple box in his hand. That is right, you are the new generation of Demon Lord. Chaimai nodded emphatically. I refuse. Before the words even faded, Yiyu swung his arm and threw the box right off the rooftop. The purple box traced an arc and vanished into the night, along with the artifact spirit Chaimai. However, just a few meters away, the box exploded into a cloud of black mist, only to flash back to Yiyu's chest a second later. This scene, which defied the laws of physics, finally made Yiyu believe what he had just been told. Are you crazy? This is a golden opportunity to become the king of two worlds. The black mist turned back into Chaimai, its two blood-red eyes staring at him in utter disbelief. Yiyu shrugged. Let the demon army invade the human world. That would make him a total traitor to humanity. Besides, collecting magic energy must be extremely dangerous. With his fragile body, he'd be obliterated by modern planes and artillery in an instant. This demon lord gig. Not worth it. Thanks to you all in the demon realm for the honor, but unfortunately, I lack the talent. You should look for someone better. Goodbye forever. Yiyu cupped his hands in a fake apology while holding the box, ready to swing his arm and throw it again. It is useless. Chaimai sneered as it stopped him. The box of phantoms has already formed a contract with you, bound by blood. Take a look at your right arm. Yiyu looked down, and on the arm holding the box, a pitch-black tattoo had appeared out of nowhere. The black runes slithered along his arm like a snake, spreading until they gathered in his other hand, forming a black scythe several meters long. The scythe was light as a feather, its blade gleaming with a bloody light, shaped like the bared fangs of a demon. What is this? This is the companion magic weapon of the box of phantoms, now seeded into your bloodline, named Yama. Yiyu stared at the scythe in his hand, lost in a daze. By the way, to accelerate your awakening, the box of phantoms has exhausted its last bit of magic. As a holy relic of the demon realm, it not only contains the gateway, but also seals many bloodthirsty spirits. If you do not inject new magic energy periodically, the box will collapse. Once the evil spirits break out and ravage the human world, the first one to die will be you, the owner. Chaimai tossed out the consequences casually, binding Yiyu firmly to the chariot of the demon realm. Yiyu's mouth twitched, and he gave a wry smile. In other words, if I leave it alone, I am dead either way. You got it, Chaimai said with hidden meaning. You are the chosen next demon lord, destined to ascend the throne. That is an unchangeable fact. And it is your inescapable destiny. Destiny. Yiyu fell silent and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Bloody clouds of mist had blocked the moonlight, forming a cold, bloodshot eye overlooking the world. The gears of fate, which had been stagnant for so long, began to turn once again. Early morning, downtown District 11, on the second floor of a duplex apartment. Rings, rings, rang. The alarm clock blared abruptly. A hand reached out from under the covers and slapped it silent. Yiyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, the sound of traffic rising from outside the window. Sunlight slanted into the ordinary bedroom. There were posters of pop stars on the wall, a desk by the bed, and a dusty guitar. At the corner of the desk, a newspaper rustled in the breeze, its front page headline bold and striking. Local authorities have broken up a major human organ trafficking ring and successfully rescued one kidnapped hostage. Yu quickly changed his clothes, pushed open the door, and went downstairs. In the semi-open kitchen, a woman wearing an apron turned around at the sound and smiled. "Morning, Yu. Breakfast is almost ready, just a moment." The woman had a beautiful face and a gentle smile. "Good morning, Mom." Yu managed a smile, though the title still felt stiff on his tongue. The woman was Gu-han, not his biological mother. A year ago, his father had remarried her to form this new family. Thanks to Gu-han's attentive care, Yi was slowly starting to accept her as his new mother. After washing up, he walked to the dining table where a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses was holding a cup of coffee in one hand and reading the newspaper with the other. Seeing Yi approach, the man put down the paper. "How are your injuries?" This was Yi's father, Yi Jingbai, a university professor in the capital known for his stern and rigid personality. Yi sat down and rubbed his temples. "My body has mostly recovered, but some of my memories are still very blurry." Not long ago, Yi had been caught up in a vicious kidnapping case, the very same hostage mentioned in the paper. Although his body had healed, the head injury he sustained during the incident had left him in a coma and caused memory loss. No matter how hard he tried to recall, that period of time remained a blur. "Rest well, do not put too much pressure on yourself, and go back for a follow-up check in a while." Yi Jingbai patted his son's shoulder. Yu gave a helpless tug at the corner of his mouth. This earnest tone was exactly like a dean lecturing a student. While they spoke, Gu-han arrived at the table with steaming hot breakfast. Yi Jingbai took his refilled coffee, a trace of a smile appearing on his perpetually stern face. "Thank you for your hard work." With Gu-han around, the usually taciturn Yi Jingbai opened up, chatting while they ate as Gu-han listened gently. Tab, tab, tab. A series of hurried footsteps came from the second-floor stairs. A girl wearing a white school uniform and a crossbody bag rushed down. "I am going to be late. I am going to be late." The girl had a red hair tie in her mouth, her hands moving quickly to tie her loose hair into a ponytail, while the gold bracelet on her wrist jingled with every movement. She had a sweet, fresh face, and her features bore a resemblance to Gu-han. Her name was Gu Beiying, 16 years old, Gu-han's biological daughter and Yi's stepsister. "Xiao, at least take some breakfast with you," Gu-han called out as a reminder. Gu Beiying swept over to the table like a gust of wind. "I am off." She grabbed a piece of toast, waved at Yi Jingbai and Yu, ran to the entrance to put on her shoes, and slipped out the door. "Be careful on your way." Yi Jingbai put down his paper and smiled, while Gu-han sighed helplessly. Yu stood up as well. "I should head to school too." He attended the same high school department at the Dongdu Private Academy as his sister. Due to his hospitalization, he had missed classes for quite some time. "Are you sure you do not want to rest for a while longer, Xiao?" Gu-han asked with concern, fearing that the kidnapping case had left him with psychological trauma. Yi Jingbai nodded as if he had expected this. "No need, it is boring to just lie around. It is time to go back to school," Yu replied with a smile. Bidding them farewell, Yu put on his long-unused school uniform and headed out with his bag. Pushing open the front door, the morning sunlight was a bit dazzling. Listening to the distant sounds of honking and chatter, Yu took a deep breath of the slightly damp morning air. A peaceful life, it really is nice. On his chest, a deep violet box hanging from a chain swayed slightly. "Xiao, you are early." "Morning, Uncle Yanshin." "Beiying, want some breakfast?" "Thanks, Auntie, but I am in a rush. Maybe next time." And Gu Beiying trotted along with a piece of bread in her mouth, skillfully greeting the neighbors. However, unlike when she left the house, she was now carrying a small white cat in her arms. As she crossed the street, a short-haired girl in a pleated skirt was standing at the intersection. Gu Beiying waved frantically. "Xiao, over here." The short-haired girl turned, put her hands on her hips, and teased. "Seriously, Xiao, you're late again." Sorry, I overslept again." Gu Beiying put her palms together and held the white cat above her head to beg for mercy. "You are paying for my ice cream at Mixu's." "No problem." "But what have you been up to lately? Why are you sleeping so late every day?" Xiao asked with a frown. "Lost track of time while reviewing my lessons." Gu Beiying laughed it off. "You should take care of yourself no matter how hard you study." Xiao said, her gaze falling on the white cat. "You have really been fond of this cat lately, carrying it around every day." "Meow." The cat let out a sound, its vivid pupils turning. I just felt sorry for it, found it on the side of the road that one day. The two girls walked away, chatting and laughing. At the intersection behind them, Yiyu stood with his bag, watching Gu Beiying's figure disappear into the traffic, slightly lost in thought. This girl, she is a little different than usual. I cannot put my finger on what is unusual, but something feels strange. Hey, you. His shoulder was suddenly slapped hard from behind. Yiyu turned to face a bright, grinning face. You did not even tell me when you got out of the hospital. The newcomer was wearing the same school uniform, was quite tall, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Zhufeng. Although his brain injury had caused him to lose many memories, Yiyu managed to dig up the identity of the man before him from his cluttered thoughts, his best friend. Still remember my name, looks like you have recovered pretty well. Zhufeng threw an arm around Yiyu's shoulder and started walking forward. Come on, it is time to announce to everyone that our school's biggest stars are back. District 11, Dongdu Private Academy, High School Division. 300 years ago, Neon came under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia Federation. Districts were renamed with numeric codes, and Yamato culture faded into the dust of history. At the podium, the old teacher was lecturing on history with great fervor, while the students below were slumped over, half asleep. In the back row by the window, Yiyu rested his chin on one hand, spinning a pen with his fingertips. Outside the window, the autumn breeze was cool and the cicadas were buzzing. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. That was until the deep purple box on his chest vibrated slightly, and the bloody pupil carved on its surface flashed with a crimson glow. Young man, do not forget the mission you bear. A sinister electronic voice exploded abruptly in his mind. Yiyu turned his head sharply to see a black tadpole creature the size of a basketball, with red lantern-like eyes, floating beside him. Startled, he pushed his chair back and stood up. Why are you here? As soon as he spoke, the whole class fell into a deathly silence. Dozens of stunned gazes turned toward him, and the teacher on the podium was so frightened that he dropped his chalk. Yiyu swallowed stiffly. The spirit beside him bared its sharp fangs, grinning gleefully. Do not worry, ordinary people cannot see me. Just as Yiyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the teacher on the podium adjusted his glasses and lashed out coldly. Yiyu, if you cannot sit still, get out. Everyone thought he would apologize obediently, but instead, Yiyu grabbed his bag, turned around, pulled open the back door, and strode out. Clang! The whole class was dumbfounded. The pen in Zhu Wengshuan's hand dropped onto the desk with a clatter, his eyes fixed on the empty seat. This kid, he is getting bolder by the day. Bold, not at all. It was just that the arduous task of destroying the world had been dumped on him. He had no heart for pretending to be an ordinary student in class. In the small woods beneath the teaching building, Yiyu gasped. Jet black energy surged from the purple box on his chest, condensing into lines of text in the air. Main quest: inject magic power into the box within 1 week to maintain the operation of the Box of Phantoms. Success reward: open the Box of Phantoms once, guaranteed gold quality equipment. Failure penalty: immediate erasure. What is this? Yiyu pointed at the black text. The spirit explained indifferently, do not make a fuss. The Box of Phantoms is a top-tier holy relic of the demon realm. It issues tasks based on the current situation. It is much smarter than human technology. No, I am asking about that last part. Yiyu twitched his mouth. Oh, you mean the erasure. The spirit blinked, blood-red light flaring in its deep crimson pupils. It is for real, Tilda. The Box of Phantoms seals countless evil spirits from the demon realm. Once it runs out of energy, the evil spirits will break free, and as the bearer, you will naturally be their primary target. Images of being devoured by countless evil spirits flashed through Yiyu's mind, and he shuddered violently. He did not want to sacrifice himself for world peace, so whenever he had the chance, he would definitely pour as much energy into this box as possible. But where was he supposed to find magic power now? After leaving the hospital, not only was survival a luxury, but he had also been saddled with the cursed mission of destroying the world. Fortunately, he was someone who had died once before, so he was not about to give up just yet. As evening approached, he decided not to return to the classroom and took out his phone to check his messages. After falling into a coma following the kidnapping, he had no recollection of many of the contacts on his phone. Looking through them carefully, apart from Zhu Feng, the person who had messaged him the most was a netizen nicknamed Flying Bird. Yiyu had a vague impression of this person, and it was clear from the messages that they were just an online acquaintance. Work is still as dull as ever. What about you? How has your relationship with your family been lately? It is so nice. I wish I had a happy family too. How strange, why are not you replying? Are you all right? The most recent message was from 3 days ago. Instead of pestering him for his whereabouts, it carried a note of worry. As he was wondering about the person's identity, a familiar figure walked by the playground. You took a closer look, Zioing. It was his stepsister, Gu Beiying. The school goddess of the second year, excellent grades, a club leader, and the dream girl of countless boys. She and Yi Yu were polar opposites. She had just finished club activities, wearing a loose white kendo uniform with a cloth bag over her shoulder and her hair in twin tails, holding the same white cat from this morning. She did not notice Yi Yu and headed straight toward the woods behind the playground. Yi Yu was about to step forward to say hello, but stopped in his tracks. A thin, young man was tailing Gu Beiying not far behind. What is going on here? Yi Yu frowned and followed them quietly. He felt he needed to warn his sister that puppy love was not the right thing to do. But he did not notice that, as he got closer, the purple box on his chest began to emit a faint light. The spirit, now a black shadow, floated in place, watching Yi Yu's back and grinning with sharp fangs. Young man, is not your chance coming right up. As twilight fell, the setting sun dipped to the horizon, staining the entire sky in a dusky yellow. Ding! With a crisp bell ringing throughout the campus, a crowd of boys and girls in school uniforms poured out of the school, laughing and playing, eager to enjoy their after-school time. A moment later, the school returned to peace, with only a few figures visible on the path along the edge of the teaching building. Gu Beiying walked across the playground holding a petite white cat, then headed to the quiet woods behind the school, looking down in silence. Suddenly, the girl stopped, turned around, and looked toward a corner behind her. You have been following me for so long, should not you come out now? As her crisp voice faded, a lean boy in a school uniform emerged from the corner behind. The boy's face was ashen, his chin covered in stubble, and his hair was disheveled. He looked at Gu Beiying with a strangely eerie sense of joy. Ying-Chan. Gu Beiying seemed to recognize the boy and frowned slightly. Yamahara, have you been the one following me in secret all these days? Instead of feeling ashamed at being caught, Yamahara took a few steps forward, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Gu Beiying's body as he swallowed hard. Feeling his aggressive gaze, Gu Beiying frowned with displeasure. But what the boy did next was truly unexpected. He suddenly pulled an envelope from his chest, bowed to Gu Beiying like an innocent boy, and said, Ying-Chan, I have liked you for a long time. Please go out with me. Meow. The white cat in Gu Beiying's arms let out a cry, gazing at the boy's thin figure with surprisingly human eyes, a faint glimmer of mysterious light flashing in its pupils. Gu Beiying let out a heavy sigh, spread her hands, and gave a blunt, straightforward rejection. Sorry, Yamahara-kun, you are a good person, but I do not feel that way about you. How could this be? Yamahara raised his head, unable to believe he had been rejected. His mouth hung open, and his frail body collapsed helplessly to the ground, his head drooping. In the woods behind them, Yi watched the scene and let out a slow sigh of relief. So it was just a failed confession. Come to think of it, how could Zioying ever date a creep like that? Do not be so happy yet. Just as Yi prepared to teach a lesson to the perverted stalker harassing his sister, the sinister voice of Chime echoed in his ear, carrying a hint of gloating. Take a closer look over there. Yi turned his head to look. At that glance, his pupils constricted and he froze, unable to help but let out a low gasp. What is that? The body of Yamahara, who had been slumped on the ground, began to emit trails of black mist, and his bones let out a series of cracking, shifting sounds. Immediately after, Yamahara's limbs twisted to an extent unimaginable for a normal human as he struggled to stand up, his head still hanging low. Why did you reject me? I loved you so much. Why? Tell me why. Saliva dripped from Yamahara's mouth as he mumbled in a deranged, delirious state. The next instant, he jerked his head up, his bloodshot eyes replaced entirely by a crimson glow. Ying-Chan, I love you so much. Yamahara's voice became distorted, and his body grew so thin and gaunt he hardly looked human anymore. Zioying, it is coming. At that moment, the white cat beside Gu Beiying spoke in a human voice, sounding surprisingly like a woman. Gu Beiying nodded, her expression becoming more serious than ever. With a low snarl, Yamahara, wrapped in sinister black mist, lunged toward Gu Beiying like a starved ghost. Gu Beiying leaped away to dodge the attack, and the spot where she had stood cracked open with a dull thud. Ying-chan, Ying-chan. Yamahara crawled up from the ground, his eyes blood red, and the black mist on him grew even thicker. Xiao Ying, use that. Seeing Yamahara preparing to lunge again, Gu Beiying took the bag off her shoulder, revealing a long, narrow wooden sword. She closed her eyes, and the bracelet on her hand shone with a brilliant golden light. Swish! A faint golden light radiated from Gu Beiying's body, even staining her hair gold. The light flowed from her body and spread onto the wooden sword in her hand. The next second, Gu Beiying snapped her eyes open, a flash of gold reflecting in her gaze. With a sharp cry, she swung the golden longsword. Instantly, 2 dazzling beams of golden blade light erupted, striking the oncoming Yamahara. Yamahara's body froze, and a sound like ice falling into boiling water echoed from within him, while his expression twisted in unbearable agony. With a painful wail, Yamahara collapsed to the ground, twitching and convulsing as the black mist on his body gradually dissipated. Gulped. Watching from the corner, Yiyu's throat bobbed involuntarily. His gaze trembled, and he felt as if his worldview had been completely overturned once again. Behind him, Chime focused on Gu Beiying's figure and said in a sinister tone, "Interesting." Seeing that Yamahara on the ground was no longer moving, the golden light around Gu Beiying faded. She snorted and withdrew her wooden sword. "I hope you can turn over a new leaf after this. All right, another one taken care of." Gu Beiying clapped her hands and cast a look of disdain at the boy on the ground. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she glanced at her wristwatch and exclaimed, oh no, the time I promised to meet Xiao Yi is almost up." Only then did Gu Beiying revert to the mischievous sister Yiyu recognized. She hurriedly tidied her clothes and ran toward the teaching building with the white cat in her arms. What on earth is going on? Yiyu stood in the dark corner, watching her retreating back, his eyes trembling. Then Chime spoke up from beside him, "Never mind that for now, look over there." Yiyu looked where it pointed, only to see jet black mist rising once again from the thin boy lying on the ground. "You really picked up a huge bargain, Yiyu." Noticing Yiyu's surprise, Chime explained, "You can think of magic energy as a unique life form that feeds on the desires of living beings. Magic energy cannot exist independently after leaving the box of Wangliang. They cling to humans with strong desires, growing stronger by eroding the desires within them. Correspondingly, those humans who harbor magic energy gain extraordinary abilities that normal people cannot reach, and these powers are the manifestation of their deepest inner desires." As Chime spoke, the black mist emanating from Yamahara gathered into a human face, with features unmistakably like his own. But unlike Yamahara himself, this face was more distorted and sinister, with an undisguised lewdness. "It seems your sister was still too careless and did not clean it up completely. But that works out in your favor, does not it? There is ready-made magic energy right there for you to absorb." The dark purple box before him began to flash with a strange, bloody light, like a hungry child begging for food. Seeing that Yiyu remained motionless, Chime cracked a terrifying grin and scoffed. "What are you afraid? Do not forget, your sister's identity was exposed to them. If you do not take care of this quickly, your sister will surely face their insane revenge, and even your parents and family." Chime's sinister voice echoed in Yiyu's ears like a devil's whispered temptation. Clapped. Yiyu clenched his fists, a dim light gradually appearing in his eyes. He said expressionlessly, "As if, I need you to remind me of that." As he spoke, the black curse tattoo reappeared on his arm, and streams of jet black light converged in his hand to form a pitch-black trident. Though also made of black runes, compared to the previous black sickle, this trident was wreathed in trails of blood-red light. The essence of Yame's the evil blood soul residing in the box of Wangliang, its form being the manifestation of the holder's state of mind, Chime explained at the right moment. Compared to the restraint of the sickle, the trident in Yiyu's hand possessed a sharper edge. "You have grown some, Yiyu." Yiyu did not answer, simply stepping out from the dark corner. On the ground by the woods, Yamahara was still struggling to stand up, the black mist on him growing even more intense. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the ghost face on Yamahara let out an angry roar, its blood-red eyes brimming with undisguised killing intent. Yiyu approached Yamahara with the trident and thrust it out, but the target was not Yamahara's body, but the ghost face lurking upon him. Yiyu was certainly not foolish enough to commit murder in a public place as important as a school. Roar! The moment the trident pierced the ghost face, it seemed to have encountered something terrifying. The twisted face showed fear and supplication, while Yamahara let out a scream of extreme agony. But Yiyu remained unmoved, his eyes cold and sharp as he tore the ghost face apart with the trident. In an instant, the distorted face shattered, turning into trails of black light that merged into the box of Wangliang on Yiyu's chest. The dark purple box spat out a bloody glow, shook slightly, and only quieted down after several seconds. Yamahara let out a shrill scream, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he turned ghastly pale, before finally fainting with his eyes rolled back. That should be enough, Xiao Ying. Yiyu sighed in relief, just about to turn toward Chime, when a sudden stinging pain shot through his eyes. Hey. Yiyu covered his eyes and lowered his head, feeling a strange warmth spreading through them. The pain in his eyes faded just as quickly as it came, but Yiyu felt a mysterious new power surging within him. Do not be surprised, just take a look at your eyes first. Chime's voice arrived as its round body burst into a cloud of mist, gathering into a dark mirror before Yiyu. Yiyu looked up, and through the reflection in the mirror, he saw that his eyes had turned a dark purple. Deep within his pupils, a black hexagram was reflected, and in one corner of the hexagram, a blood-red Tamo slowly emerged. Do you know why the demon realm chose you from the vast human crowd to inherit the title of the 10th Demon Lord? Chime asked rhetorically, a hint of schadenfreude in its tone. In the myriad worlds of the universe, there exists a very special type of being. They drift outside the 6 paths of reincarnation, are not controlled by the myriad Tao, can wield the power of the 6 paths and travel through all worlds. Their potential is limitless, but such constitution is rare. Even in the demon realm, we had never found such a person. And you, Yiyu, are that 1 in a million 6 paths constitution. 6 paths constitution. Yiyu stared at the dark purple pupils in the mirror, the blood-red Tamo within the hexagram looking so conspicuous, as he murmured to himself. District 11, a duplex apartment in the city area. I am home. A crisp, youthful voice rang out from the entrance. Gu Han, who was cooking in the kitchen on the first floor, turned around at the sound. She happened to see Gu Chen, who was looking at her with an innocent expression, her hands behind her back. Gu Han smiled gently in response. Welcome back. Dinner will be ready in a while, so why do not you go to your room and wait for a bit? Okay. Gu Han then turned her head back to carefully prepare the meal for her family. But she did not see that. After she turned, Gu Beiying waved her hands from behind her back, and a white blur silently darted up the stairs along the railing. As if echoing that white figure, Gu Beiying ran upstairs at the same time. Before leaving, she peeked her head out from the stairs, sneaking a glance at Gu Han's back in the kitchen. 15 minutes later, Yi Jingbai, a university professor, and a weary-looking Yiyu finally arrived home. Gu Han placed the delicious food on the dining table just then, and a steaming aroma wafted through the area near the kitchen. Time to eat. Because of Yi Jingbai's taciturn personality, the dining table was rather quiet. Only Yiyu had a strange expression, casting glances at the lovely girl sitting across from him with a complex look in his eyes. He found it hard to connect the innocent-looking younger sister in front of him with the beautiful magical girl from just moments ago, who was clad in golden light and slaying evil spirits. Seemingly noticing Yiyu's strange gaze, Gu Beiying pointed to her cheeks, which were as smooth as a peeled egg, and asked in confusion, "Is there something on my face?" No. Yiyu pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly and buried his head in his rice bowl. It had only been a year at most since Yiyu's blended family was formed. The two siblings rarely communicated, and it would be a lie to say they had a deep bond. They often heard rumors about each other at school, but unlike the talented and model student Gu Beiying, most of the rumors about Yi were negative. "Xiao Yu, how was school today?" Gu Han asked at this moment. "It was okay, but my memory is still very blurry. A lot of things have not come back to me." Yiyu was still immersed in his recent experiences and replied subconsciously. "Xiao Yu," Gu Han looked worried. Yi Jingbai, who was always rigid and serious, put down his chopsticks and patted Yiyu on the shoulder earnestly, comforting him. "It will get better." "Yiyu." After quickly inhaling his meal, Yiyu put down his empty bowl. He shouted, "I am done eating," and turned to run upstairs, leaving the 3 people at the table looking at each other. Sai, it seems this child still has not recovered. Gu Han pointed to her head and sighed helplessly. Yu ran all the way to his room, closed the door, and took several big gulps of water from a cup on his desk before feeling a bit better. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and could see the full moon in the night sky through the half-open glass. Yu pushed open the window and stepped onto the small balcony, whispering, "Chimai." Whoosh! Dark mist emanated from the dark purple box on his chest, gathering into a basketball-sized black monster that opened its large mouth and laughed. "What are your orders, my master of magic?" "What happened today? That man who turned into a monster, what you call the Six Paths body, and Zio Ying. What is really going on here?" "Do not be impatient, just listen as I explain." Chimai had expected Yu to ask and was prepared. It smacked its lips and spoke in its signature eerie tone. "As I mentioned before, magic energy is a very special existence. It takes the evil thoughts and desires of living creatures as its embryo, and despair and pain as its nourishment. The more intense the desires in the humans infected with magic energy, the more powerful and vigorous the energy they cultivate." Yu remembered the ghost face that emerged from the man today, the distorted face full of lewdness. That man who was following Zio Ying. He was a sex fiend, Chimai blurted out. Their powers are the manifestations of their own desires. While these humans tainted with magic energy gain extraordinary power, their deepest desires are infinitely amplified by the influence of that energy. They cannot help but break through various bottom lines, creating pain and despair to satisfy the insatiable desires in their hearts. Desires. Looking down at the box of yan on his chest, Yu did not expect magic energy to have such an effect. Then what happens if you suppress the desires in your heart? Chimai let out a scoff as if it had heard a joke, then mocked Yu. What happens if you put a steak in front of a starving human? Maybe they could use their strong willpower to resist for a day or two. But after 3, 5, or even 7 days, driven by the primal instinct of hunger, do you think they would still care whether the juicy steak in their mouth is human flesh or beef? Chimai's body drifted like mist by Yu's ear, revealing only a pair of lantern-like scarlet eyes, and it said gloomily, the man today was the same. He could no longer suppress his restless desires and was about to become a beast driven by them. It was actually you and your sister who gave him relief. Yu's gaze shifted. What will happen to him? It was not that Yu cared about that piece of trash. He was just worried that if something happened to the guy, it would implicate him and his sister. Chimai provided the answer, gloating. Once magic energy fuses with the desires inside a human, it becomes part of them. Forcibly stripping the energy from their bodies will, at best, damage their soul and cause amnesia, and at worst, kill them instantly. Of course, the magic energy in that man today was not strong. At most, he will suffer physical trauma and lose his memory of this period. Yu took a deep breath, remembering that distorted ghost face. "So, you mean I can only find magic energy from these monsters?" Yu Fei laughed. "You do not need to have pity for them. Controlled by their internal desires, in a sense, they are no longer human." Yu picked up the black box in his hand. "Since it has already been infused with new magic energy, I should not be in any danger for a while, right?" Seemingly seeing through Yu's thoughts, a playful smile appeared in Chimai's lantern-like eyes. "I told you, becoming the 10th master of magic is a destiny you cannot escape." Wang Liang pulled the black mist to form a mirror in front of Yu, and the M-I-R-R-O-R Chinese letter, the appearance of the distorted ghost face, encountered earlier. Seeing this ghost face, Yu's breathing grew more rapid. A familiar power surged into his body, and his eyes felt a wave of warmth. In the pitch-black mirror formed by Chimai, Yu's pupils turned into a deep, dark purple once again. A 6-pointed star pattern slowly emerged in his eyes, with a blood-red magatama embedded in one of the corners. Besides, look at yourself now. What makes you any different from those monsters you speak of? Who? The cool autumn breeze drifted through the window and brushed against his hair, yet Yu only felt a bone-chilling coldness. He stared at his purple eyes reflected in the mirror, lost for words for a long time. At that moment, the voice of Chimai came from beside him at just the right time. Have you ever heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation? The so-called 6 paths are the 6 great destinations for the cycle of all living beings. They include the Deva path, the human path, the Asura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. Once a soul passes away, it experiences the agony of this cycle until it completely loses its consciousness and memories, drowning forever in the reincarnation of 10,000 worlds. And your constitution is extremely special. You possess a unique soul, rare in this world, capable of traversing these 6 paths without being disturbed by karmic obstructions. See the change in your eyes? This is the first of the 6 paths you have awakened, the Hungry Ghost Path. The Hungry Ghost Path can corrode the evil spirits of the world and devour thousands of evil hindrances. Those humans who possess demonic energy also fall into this category, which is why you were able to strip the demonic energy from their bodies so easily. And when you awaken the abilities of the other 5 paths, your power will undergo an earth-shattering transformation, making you an overlord worthy of inheriting the throne of the Demon Lord. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Just as Yiyu was digesting the shocking news he had received from Chaimai, the Wangliang box on his chest suddenly flashed with an eerie blood-red light. As the light flickered, Yiyu sensed a familiar feeling, exactly the same as the one emitted by that masked man with the ghastly face. It was the scent of demonic energy. Do you still remember the task the Wangliang box issued to you? As Chaimai's voice faded, the dark purple box in front of Yiyu floated eerily in midair. As a top sacred relic of the demon realm, the Wangliang box not only seals countless evil spirits and ghosts, but it also stores the treasures of the demon realm collected by its previous masters. Every time you complete a task issued by the Wangliang box and inject enough demonic energy into it, you will get a chance to draw a treasure sealed within. As for what you end up getting, that will depend on your luck. Looking at the black box in front of him, constantly spitting out eerie blood-red light, it felt as if a peerless beauty were lying on a bed with her shoulders half exposed, casting seductive winks at him. In the end, Yiyu could not resist the temptation. He raised his hand and pressed it onto the blood-red eye on the box. In an instant, the dark purple box flared with intense crimson light. Faint wails of ghosts from the netherworld could be heard, and Yiyu's room was instantly dyed a deep blood red. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, a terrifying demon mask appeared in Yiyu's hands. At the same time, wisps of dark mist gathered in front of Yiyu, forming a line of text. Asura Mask of the First Demon Lord. Quality, gold. A mask once worn by the Lord of Eternal Night, the founder of the Night Clan who once ruled the demon realm and suppressed 10,000 tribes. However, with the mysterious disappearance of the first demon lord, this Asura mask, which once made all races tremble, also vanished. Yo, Yiyu, your luck is quite good, to think you could draw this treasure. Chaimai exclaimed from the side. The first master of the Wangliang box was the first demon lord. This mask once followed him as he conquered the demon realm, forcing all races to submit and making even gods and ghosts weep. Now that it is in your hands, it seems your succession to the demon lord throne is truly fated. Yiyu ignored Chaimai's flattery and picked up the strangely textured demon mask, feeling something that resembled the leather of some creature. The mask was shaped like a yan, entirely pitch black, but more ferocious. Its hollow eyes seemed like a peerless monster from the depths of the abyss, staring into the human world as if it would devour the souls of all living beings in the next second. What is the function of this mask? Well, as a possession of the first demon lord, the Asura mask has multiple functions such as concealing your aura, shielding against illusions, and deterring spirits. But depending on the user's strength, its effects naturally vary from person to person. Get to the point, Yiyu interrupted Chaimai, looking at the mask in his hand and yawning impatiently. Given that you have only awakened the first path, although you cannot unleash the full power of the Asura mask, it can at least help you conceal your aura, and it is certainly capable of stimulating the potential within you. Chaimai hesitated for a moment before saying so. With such vague abilities, is not it quite useless? Yiyu asked with an odd tone. You cannot put it that way. Chaimai shook its round fingers, its wide mouth stretching into a curve impossible for a normal person, and grinned wickedly. The Wangliang box in your hand has a massive appeal to humans who possess demonic energy and have undergone mutations. They feel the aura of the box like wolves smelling fresh blood, and they will swarm to snatch it. When that time comes, you will be at the center of the storm, and in no time, you will be torn apart by those humans turned monsters. Yiyu held the strangely textured mask and looked down at the Wangliang box on his chest. He pulled at the corner of his mouth, suddenly feeling like he had boarded a pirate ship. Sure enough, being a demon lord is not all it is cracked up to be. Chaimai, thinking it had bluffed Yiyu, lifted its pitch-black, basketball-shaped head and boasted proudly. How about that? Now you know how powerful this treasure is, right? Yiyu did not speak. He silently put away the terrifying demon mask and looked at the mist-shrouded Chaimai, saying, "One last question about what happened today. What exactly is going on with Xiao Ying?" Recalling his sweet, innocent younger sister turning into a magical girl, holding a holy sword right in front of him, and wiping out that evil spirit in just a few moves, Yu felt a sense of heart-wrenching disbelief. This is completely different from the usual style of my airheaded sister. Hey. That is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Chime seemed well prepared, speaking up directly. In human terms, just as a human body releases corresponding antibodies to resist a viral invasion, this world, once invaded by magic energy, will naturally launch a counterattack. Although the world lacks self-awareness, it will bestow a portion of its heavenly power upon certain highly gifted human individuals, using their hands to purge the intruding magic energy. You instantly understood what Chime meant, realizing aloud. You mean, Xiao Ying is the child of fortune chosen by this world to save it. Spot on. Chime nodded its round head in satisfaction and remarked with astonishment, "It seems your little sister is hiding a lot. Even I did not notice at first that you had someone like her by your side. You better be careful. Tell me, if your sister discovered that you are the demon lord, would she prioritize world peace and eliminate you for the greater good?" Chime stared with its lantern-like eyes, clicking its tongue in amazement, a playful smirk hidden in its gaze. Siblings under the same roof standing on opposite sides as Demon King and Hero, fighting each other. Such a dramatic and novel scenario held great interest for Chime. Or you could choose to kill your sister to prove your path, nipping the danger in the bud. Besides, she is not your biological sister anyway. As if to chime in with its words, black mist radiated from the box of Wangliang, coalescing into subtitles right in front of you. Main mission: eliminate a child of fortune and absorb their heavenly luck. Upon success, you will gain 10 opportunities to open the box of Wangliang. Unlike that masked man, Gu Beiying was actually worth 10 draw opportunities as a bounty inside the box of Wangliang. It is worth mentioning that absorbing this kind of child of fortune brings enormous benefits to the box of Wangliang. If Wangliang wanted to continue with its seductive tone, but Yu cut it off. "Wangliang, there is something I must remind you of." "What is it?" Chime, thinking Yu had changed his mind, turned its head, only to have its head grabbed by a large hand. It was met with a pair of extremely gloomy eyes, followed by Yu's icy voice in its ears. "Do not attempt to interfere with my life, and do not try to guide me with your own ideas. Otherwise, I would not mind dragging us both down, letting your dream of a demon world turn into nothingness." As he finished speaking, Yu exerted force through his arm, and a sound of tearing through the air was heard as he instantly crushed Chime into a ball of black mist. Then, Yu tossed the palm-sized black box in his hand and turned to leave as if nothing had happened. Whoosh! My, you really are starting to look like a demon lord now, Yu. The dispersed black mist condensed back into Chime's form. It looked at Yu's retreating figure and smiled evilly. "If you do not want you or your family to face misfortune, you had better hide your identity well, especially when facing that sister of yours who is the savior." Yu's footsteps paused, he remained silent, and then slowly walked back into his room. Meanwhile, in another room on the second floor, Gu Beiying, dressed in thin pajamas, had just finished washing up. She was lying on the soft bed, hugging a life-sized doll, her 2 tender white legs kicking rhythmically in the air. "Hey Yan, I did pretty well today, did not I?" Gu Beiying held the doll and spoke excitedly to the space in front of her. And there before Gu Beiying was a small cat with entirely ghostly white fur. "Not bad, but..." The white cat suddenly spoke in a human voice. It first licked its paws, then leaped onto the windowsill, its lively cat eyes staring straight at Gu Beiying as it said seriously, "But Xiao Ying, you were still too merciful to that guy." The white cat's voice sounded like a woman's, charming and melodious. Gu Beiying caught the scolding tone in the white cat's voice, pouted with a bit of grievance, and acted spoiled. "I sensed something was wrong with Shan Yuan earlier, but I did not expect him to be one of those monsters. If it were dealing with those monsters in the past, it would be one thing, but she did not expect the enemy this time to be her own classmate, so Gu Beiying had held back quite a bit. You must never be careless when dealing with those monsters." The white cat's eyes showed human-like emotion, then it turned to look at the vast night sky outside, saying faintly, "Because, in a sense, they are no longer human." 8 years ago, a mysterious virus broke out across the world, with Japan being the most severely ravaged. To this day, no researcher has discovered where this virus came from or how it spreads. Humans infected with this virus undergo various degrees of physical mutation and gain certain supernatural abilities. But while gaining these powers, the inner demons of these infected humans are amplified without limit, leading them to indulge their desires without restraint and commit horrific acts that endanger social stability. We call these humans who have been infected cannot control their inner evil and act like demonic, violent monsters when they succumb to the virus, demons. As the destruction caused by these demons deepened, the authorities noticed these monsters hiding in human skin who were secretly harming people, and established specialized organizations to clean up these demons in various areas to maintain surface-level peace. The white cat stared at the night sky and suddenly turned its head to look at Gu baying on the bed. However, countless demons are still hiding among the crowd. Perhaps a classmate or friend you laugh and talk with during the day will turn into a man-eating monster at night. You must never let your guard down with them. Gu Beiying recalled her experiences over this period, nodded thoughtfully, and raised her hand, a glimmer of gold faintly visible on her smooth palm. Then You are different from those monsters, the white cat interrupted. Xiao Ying, your heart has not given birth to inner demons. You are an existence unique from these demons, and your abilities can perfectly restrain those mindless monsters and suppress the virus within their bodies. If you can continue to grow, I believe you will eventually find a way to purify these demons. You are the savior meant to save this world. Gu Beiying had never thought she carried such a mission, but she clenched her pink fist and encouraged herself. I will definitely do my best. And there is one more thing you must remember. Your abilities and your identity must never be revealed to anyone. Even to your parents and that brother of yours, you must never let a word slip. This is for their safety. I know. Gu Beiying understood what the white cat meant, nodded heavily, hugged the doll to the corner of the wall, and a trace of golden light flickered in her clear eyes. In another room at the end of the second floor, the room was dim, with only the bed illuminated by a faint light. Yi was lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone, one hand under his head, his expression focused, lost in deep thought. Beside him, black and red currents swirled around the box of Wangliang, as if something truly terrifying was brewing. In 2 rooms on the same floor, both owners were tossing and turning, unable to sleep as they were burdened with their own heavy thoughts. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Early in the morning, Gu Beiying's crisp voice once again shattered the silence of the house, followed immediately by the rapid patter of footsteps on the stairs. By the time a disheveled Gu Beiying hurried down the stairs, she realized she was still wearing her pink cartoon pajamas. Meanwhile, at the dining table not far from the stairs, Yi Yu and the other 2 were staring at her without blinking while they finished breakfast. A flush of embarrassment instantly rose on the girl's face, and she stumbled backward, quickly retreating back upstairs. Gu Han sighed and rested her cheek on one hand, saying, still as clumsy as ever, that child Xiao Ying. Only Yi Yu looked at Gu Beiying with a different glint in his eyes. He set down his plate and said to Gu Han and Yi Jingbai with a smile, I am off to school. Wait, is Xiao Yu's health really all right? Thinking back to Yi Yu's unusual behavior yesterday, Gu Han said with unconcealed worry. Yi Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. His reaction yesterday had indeed been a bit strange. But would not anyone be shocked to find out that their own sister is actually a magical girl saving the world? Yi Yu reassured Gu Han once again about his physical condition, and only with Yi Jingbai's support was he finally able to leave the house. Meow. Just as he pushed open the front door, Yi Yu heard a soft, delicate meow. Turning his head, he saw a small cat as white as snow standing on the nearby wall, its pair of eerie green eyes staring straight at him. The white cat that was with Gu Beiying yesterday. Feeling the white cat's gaze, Yi Yu looked right back at it without the slightest hesitation. Stare. Stare. The boy and the cat stared at each other for a full dozen seconds. Finally, the white cat let out a meow, jumped down from the wall, turned its head, and rubbed against Yi Yu's trouser leg, looking perfectly well behaved. Yi Yu did not show any sign of unease either. He leaned down and smiled as he petted the white cat's head. What a little cutie. Meow. Then Yi Yu stood up and walked off into the distance, bathing in the sunlight. The white cat stood rooted to the spot, its spirited eyes watching Yi Yu's back as he gradually disappeared at the edge of the horizon. Once Yu was far away, the smile faded from his face, and he suddenly whispered, "Chimai." Whoosh, the box of demons on his chest pulsed with a ghostly light, and accompanied by a swirl of black mist, Chimai's figure appeared beside Yu. "I am here, my dear master of demons." "That white cat, what is up with it?" Yu's gaze swept backward, but he never actually turned his head. Anything that could stay by Gu Beiying's side certainly was not ordinary, not to mention that Yu had heard the white cat speak with his own ears. "That little cat is no ordinary creature. It reeks of demonic energy." Chimai licked its lips and said vaguely, "An animal infected by demonic energy. What is its purpose in following Xiao Ying?" "I am afraid you will have to ask your dear sister about that." Chimai's eyes flashed with a blood-red light as it added, "At the very least, it is not something the current you can handle." The two talked as they walked. Chimai's body wove through the passing vehicles and pedestrians, yet these people seemed completely oblivious, unaware that a black monster was drifting right beside them. Looking at the bustling crowd ahead, office workers rushing to work with briefcases, students hurrying to avoid being late, Yu could not help but feel a bit dazed. Among this shoulder-to-shoulder crowd, how many had been eroded by demonic energy, consumed by desires until their humanity was lost, and transformed into demons wearing human skin? Seeming to guess what Yu was thinking, Chimai spoke up. "You could try using your reincarnation eye to look at the world again. You might just discover something new." Yu was slightly stunned at these words and glanced at Chimai, whose eyes held a deeper meaning. He tried to channel that power within him into his eyes. A warm sensation immediately washed over them, and if one looked closely, Yu's irises had turned a magnificent purple. Within those deep purple pupils, a six-pointed star pattern was reflected, and a single blood-red comma-shaped mark slowly emerged in the top corner. As Yu opened his reincarnation eye to observe the world once more, the scene before him had changed. The world remained the same, heavy traffic and thick crowds, but he could now see through their bodies to witness some unusual things hidden within. A bald, middle-aged man in a suit wiped sweat from his brow, and a blue orb of light appeared inside him, with a thick stack of banknotes wrapped at its core. A teenager on a bicycle sped past at the last second of the green light, and inside him appeared a similar blue orb containing an exam paper with a perfect score. "What is this?" Yu was astonished to find that wherever he looked, every human around him had these blue orbs of light inside, each containing an endless variety of things. Piles of money, flashy clothing, sharp blades. He even caught glimpses of abstract figures of superheroes and Ultraman flashing by. He, surprised. These are the manifestations of the deepest desires hidden within these humans. Manifested desires. Exactly. Every person standing in this world has their own desires hidden deep in their hearts, from the trivialities of daily life to the grand concerns of life and death. But due to the various constraints of this world, they are unable to express these desires. Over time, these complex desires take root and sprout in the depths of their hearts, becoming obsessions or inner demons, which serve as the perfect nourishment for demonic energy to grow. Chimai's body dispersed into a mass of black mist, swirling around Yu, its voice as eerie as ever. "Take a look, this is the world's true face. And this is another ability granted to you by the reincarnation I now that you have awakened the first layer. The eyes that see through desire." Yu's gaze flashed frequently across the passers-by. A husband and wife held their child's hands with smiles on their faces, a seemingly harmonious family of three, yet inside the husband appeared a sharp blade. Nearby, a youthful female student had her heart already rotted by money. Beneath her innocent exterior, her desires were nothing but piles of golden jewelry. Suddenly, Yu felt an unspeakable sharp pain in his eyes, which brought a throbbing ache to his brain as well. The intense pain made Yu instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, his irises had returned to their normal appearance. Just a reminder, your current strength is not enough to sustain the reincarnation eye for long, unless you can use the power of the hungry ghost path to devour more demonic energy. Every word from Chimai was a lure, trying to tempt Yu into devouring more demonic energy, but the latter remained unmoved. Covering his still stinging eyes, Yu considered a possibility and suddenly asked, "If my eyes see nothing but a blank space, what does that mean?" Chimai grinned. "If you see nothing but a blank space through the reincarnation eye, there are only two possibilities. One is that the opponent's strength far exceeds your own, and your ability is not enough to probe the depths of their desires. As for the second possibility, Chaimai suddenly looked toward the crowded street, where the diverse nature of human life was on full display, and said with a mocking tone, "It means this person has no desires at all." But how could that be possible? Everyone hides a caged beast called desire in their heart. Hey, good morning, Yiyu. Mo, morning. In the corridor of the Dongdu Private High School building, Yiyu was greeting his strange classmates with a professional smile on his face. It was not that he was pretending to be aloof. It was just that he really was not familiar with these so-called classmates and friends at all. That bizarre kidnapping case not only kept him in the hospital for a month, but also resulted in the loss of a portion of important memories in his mind. But he had no choice. In order to live as normal a life as possible, he had to act like a normal person. Rubbing the corners of his mouth, which had grown stiff from faking a smile, Yiyu pushed open the classroom door. The moment Yiyu stepped into the classroom, the noisy room instantly fell silent. The classmates who were laughing just a second ago all turned their eyes toward him, filled with shock, surprise, and even a hint of admiration. Yiyu's stunt yesterday was simply too legendary. He had become annoyed and walked out without a word, leaving this group of sheltered students stunned. Hey, you finally decided to show your face. Suddenly, Yiyu felt someone tap his shoulder from behind. He turned around to find Zhu Feng, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking at him with a big grin. Seeing the way you looked yesterday, I really thought something had gone wrong with you. Zhu Feng looked Yiyu up and down, then a bright smile appeared on his face. He wrapped his arm around Yiyu's shoulder in a natural way and whispered, "But I have never liked that old witch anyway. You really did something I never dared to do." Nice one. Yiyu twitched his lips. Seeing the leering look of approval on Zhu Feng's face, he felt speechless. Who would have thought that behind this refined appearance lay such a dorky soul? And as Yiyu was dragged by Zhu Feng back to his throne by the window in the back row, the classroom erupted into noise once again. Almost the moment Yiyu sat down, a gentle and pleasant female voice rang in his ear. "Are you all right, Yiyu?" A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Yiyu looked up to find an exquisitely beautiful girl standing before him. She was wearing the standard high school uniform, a dark blue sailor blouse, a pleated skirt, and dark stockings that complemented her slender legs. She was also wearing light blue glasses, which added a touch of intellectual beauty to her lovely face. But what caught Yiyu's attention most was that the girl's cascading hair was not ink black, but a lustrous sky blue. "Kai Chidai-san," Yiyu blurted out instinctively. Anyone who could stick in his memory, despite his amnesia, must be extraordinary, and the reason he remembered her was simply that she was outstanding enough. The girl before him was named Chidai Lingyu, the class monitor. With excellent grades, a refined appearance, and a gentle personality, she was not only the class beauty, but also a goddess-level figure at Dongdu Private High School. But after just a moment of hesitation, Yiyu regained his composure. Chidai Lingyu shook her head and smiled. "The teacher said you had amnesia after being discharged, but it seems we were worried for nothing." Then a stack of books was placed in front of Yiyu. "Even so, you should not forget to review your lessons." Chidai Lingyu winked at Yiyu, gave a slight smile, and her eyes held a look of encouragement. "If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to come to me for help anytime." Looking into her clear eyes, Yiyu nodded, "Thank you." When Chidai Lingyu walked up to Yiyu, nearly half the eyes in the classroom were fixed on them, until she turned and left. Students greeted her eagerly along the way, and she responded to each one with a smile, acting like a perfect, gentle goddess. Watching the gentle smile on her lips, Yiyu suddenly understood why Chidai Lingyu was so popular. "You brat!" A voice filled with resentment came from beside him. Yiyu turned his head and saw Zhu Feng gritting his teeth at him, with faint flames of envy burning in his eyes. "How come you get to have Goddess Chidai come talk to you directly?" Zhu Feng leaned in, his distress almost overflowing. "Damn it, what a golden opportunity to get close to her. How did I not think of that?" Yiyu smiled bitterly and held his hands up in front of him, trying to keep this manic guy from getting too close. The students' chatter in the classroom never ceased. "Hey, have you heard? A peeping Tom from the second-year division was caught by the police yesterday." "Oh, you mean that guy named Yamahara? I heard about it too. He was caught in the woods behind the playground." "Hardly anyone goes to that woods. I do not know what that guy was doing there. Just thinking about it is disgusting." A disgusted female voice drifted to Yiyu, causing his expression to change instantly as a flash of sharp light crossed his eyes. "What is wrong with you? Noticing Yi Yu's abnormal behavior, Zhu Feng asked, becoming more serious. What is this about the peeping Tom they're talking about? The moment Zhu Feng heard Yi Yu ask, he became instantly interested. Oh, this is the biggest news in school? You really have not heard. It is said that there was a peeping freak in the second year named Yamahara who was so insane that he installed hidden cameras in girls' homes. A lot of girls were affected. Who knows how he managed to do that? Seeing that Yi Yu was listening intently, Zhu Feng coughed lightly and continued. But this guy was already taken away by the police yesterday. They say when he was caught, he was already incoherent, acting like a complete lunatic. I bet he was trying to feign madness to escape the consequences. Zhu Feng rested his chin on his hand, deducing the situation as if it were a fact. He was taken away. Yi Yu felt a sense of relief. It seemed that just as Chaimai had said, once the magical energy inside the body was drained, these people's minds would suffer damage. At least this way, he would not have to worry about his and Xiao Ying's identities being exposed. Are you okay? Yi Yu had been deep in thought, and only snapped back after Zhu Feng waved his hands in front of him repeatedly. Soon, as the teacher who was going through menopause entered the classroom with her books, the noisy room fell into silence. The teacher gave a subtle, sidelong glance at Yi Yu by the window. Seeing that he was gazing into the distance and had no intention of paying attention to her, the dark lines around her crow's feet only deepened. But considering he was a patient recovering from a serious illness, she swallowed her anger and began to write on the blackboard with chalk. Tweet tweet. Bird songs came from the large tree outside the window. Yi Yu rested his chin on one hand, staring at the distant sky and feeling the autumn breeze on his forehead, thinking for a moment how comfortable such a peaceful life was. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the box OF Chinese letter on his chest flickered with a ghostly light again. Do not lower your guard just yet, young man. As wisps of black aura dissipated, Chaimai's figure emerged once more. Its lantern-like eyes looked at Yi Yu with a mocking smile. Forgot to remind you, the box OF Chinese letter that has devoured magical energy has fully awakened, and now the interval for absorbing magic has been significantly shortened. If you do not want to be torn apart and consumed by the evil spirits within the box, you would better replenish it with new energy as soon as possible, my Lord of Magic. Tab, tab, tab. With the sound of rhythmic footsteps, a woman walked down a quiet corridor. The walls on all sides were cast from white metal, emitting a soft, gentle glow. The woman had a sharp, professional short haircut and was dressed in a tailored business suit with a pencil skirt. Her figure was well-defined, and she exuded the aura of a powerful career woman. A moment later, the woman stopped in front of a heavy, mechanical-looking door. The white door was engraved with metal patterns, and a digital screen was embedded in the center. With a sudden whoosh, a red laser emitted from the door, scanned her pupils for a brief moment, and a mechanical electronic voice spoke. Iris verification successful. Welcome, Inspector AISO. Immediately after a metallic click, the heavy mechanical door slowly slid open, and the short-haired woman stepped inside. Behind the door was a modern research base, filled with high-tech equipment in constant operation. Several staff members in lab coats were busy working at their consoles. Through a massive monitoring screen ahead, one could see a room resembling an interrogation chamber, walled off by solid, impenetrable white metal on all sides. In the center of the interrogation room sat a gaunt man, his limbs locked, wearing a mechanical helmet connected to several thick tubes, his body shivering and twitching uncontrollably. Saliva dripped from the man's mouth as he mumbled crazily. Sakura-chan, Sakura, so lovely, Sakura. The short-haired woman frowned slightly at the man's mad state on the monitor and turned around. Officer. At that moment, a young man in a lab coat approached, holding a report. How is the situation? The woman's voice was as crisp and sharp as her appearance. The results are in. The man adjusted his glasses while flipping through the report. Yano Yamahara, 16 years old, a second-year student at Toto Private High School. According to the test results, his danger level is D. Just D, the short-haired woman pondered for a moment before asking. What type of mental demon? Based on his condition, it should be a nightmare. And judging by the residual energy at the scene, the mental demon was likely formed recently. The woman seized on the key point instantly, her gaze piercing. Why judge it based on the traces left at the scene? That is exactly what I wanted to talk about. The man in the lab coat looked at the report, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke gravely. Although there were clear signs of a struggle at the scene, by the time our team arrived, Yano Yamahara was already unconscious on the ground with various injuries. He has been in a state of delirium ever since he woke up. And after we conducted a detailed examination of Yano Yamahara's body, the final result. He looked up at the short-haired woman, his eyes trembling, and finally delivered the shocking news. The demon core and demonic energy fluctuations inside his body have both disappeared. What? As the man's words landed, the short-haired woman's expression shifted, showing genuine shock. Night fell, the evening breeze felt cool, and several dark shadows darted under the moonlight. A black crow landed on a telephone pole, while a nearby dim street lamp flickered intermittently. The crow's eyes moved, looking toward a secluded alley not far below. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the other side of the alley, and a man in a tank top walked in, carrying a sack on his shoulder. The man was brawny, but he emitted a faint, putrid stench that, mixed with the smell of the trash piled in the alley, was indescribably nauseating. In the dark alley, the man dragged the sack to his feet and suddenly looked up at a trash bin nearby. Deep in the alley, a stray mongrel was scavenging for leftovers in the bin, occasionally licking the fur on its hind leg, its belly plump. It showed no alertness or suspicion toward the man who had suddenly appeared. The dog wagged its tail happily as it lay in the pile of food. The brute's eyes suddenly turned vicious, a flash of murder in his gaze. "Stupid dog." The man muttered to himself, dropped the sack, and swayed toward the trash bin. As the sack lost its support and leaned against the wall, its contents spilled out. What had fallen out was clearly a severed, blood-stained hand. The stray dog in the bin continued to feast on its delicious meal, completely unaware of the approaching danger. By now, the brute had reached the bin. Looking at the living creature before him, his cruel eyes glowed with a strange, blood-red hue, and his large hands reached toward the living flesh. "Caw-caw." On the telephone pole, the crow's pupils swirled frantically, echoing the shrill cries emerging from the deep alley. Gradually, the sounds in the alley subsided, replaced by a bizarre, unsettling noise. In the dim alley, the hulking brute knelt on the ground, tearing something apart with his bare hands. He did not care at all about the blood staining his body. A sick smile plastered on his face. With his back hunched, he growled, "Die, die, just all die." Whoosh! A shadow streaked across the night sky, and the chill of the evening breeze made the late autumn night feel even colder. The crow on the telephone pole seemed to sense something. It suddenly flapped its black wings and flew away, leaving behind only an ominous cry. In a flash, a slim figure stood upon the telephone pole, surrounded by swirls of black mist. A thick, bloody stench drifted from the alley below, masking the smell of the rotting trash, while the slender black figure stood motionless on the pole. The dim street lamp flickered, casting light on a ferocious demon mask. Its presence was cold and chilling, as if a terrifying devil had stepped out from the underworld. Underneath the mask, those deep eyes were indifferent, as still as a frozen pool, while a dark purple box on his chest emitted an eerie glow. As the black mist around him condensed, a pair of lantern-like eyes emerged from the fog, staring into the gaping maw of the dark alley. With a playful, sinister tone, he said, "The hunt has begun." In the dark alley, the sound of tearing flesh echoed quietly, accompanied by the crunch of breaking bones. A man in a thin undershirt knelt in the damp, gloomy alley, his hands stained with blood. Before him lay a blurred mass of flesh and fur. The man's eyes were blood-red. Ignoring his clothes, now soaked through with red, he wore an expression like an infant dismantling a beloved toy, his very teeth making a crunching sound as he chewed. Yet he did not notice that at the alley entrance behind him, a dark shadow had arrived silently. It was only when the sound of steady, measured footsteps approached that the man in the undershirt turned around in surprise. His eyes, clouded by blood vessels, were a sea of crimson, with blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Under the flickering dim streetlights, a tall, slender figure appeared in the deep alley and began walking slowly toward him. Judging by his build, he appeared to be a man wearing a black hoodie and a grim demon mask. Through the mask, only a pair of indifferent eyes could be seen. The masked figure walked to the side of the man and suddenly stopped. On the ground at his feet lay, shockingly, a severed hand caked in blood. Only at this moment did a slight flicker of emotion pass through the eyes behind the mask, though it was quickly eclipsed by a flash of red light. The masked figure appearing in the deep alley was none other than Yi Yu, who had arrived under the direction of the casket of Wangliang. Seeing Yi Yu, the man in the undershirt slowly stood up, but his face held no panic or embarrassment at being caught. Instead, it was filled with killing intent and morbid excitement. "Kill, I want to kill you." The bloody light in the man's eyes surged. At the end of his words, he suddenly roared, unable to contain the overflowing bloodlust, his gaze fixed hungrily on Yi Yu's body. He could hardly wait to tear apart and ravage the living flesh before him. Pure slaughter, what a simple desire. But this is exactly the flavor that demonic energy loves best. Chaimai remarked faintly from the side, not regarding the murder before them as anything of consequence. I want to turn you into a top-tier delicacy." Finally, the man let out a beastly growl, no longer able to control the desire for slaughter within him, and surged toward Yi Yu with a dense black mist erupting from his body. As the distance between them closed, the man's body underwent a grotesque transformation. The man's skin began to slough off at a visible rate, revealing rotting, maggot-infested fat tissue beneath. His muscles contracted, his back arched like a jackal, and he appeared like a skinned mummy. Facing the rushing monster, Yi Yu's expression beneath the mask remained surprisingly calm. Taking a few steps back, he swayed side to side, dodging several lunges from the mummified creature. But the mindless monster was not satisfied. It opened its hands, which had transformed into sharp claws, and lunged at Yi Yu once more, desperate to shred its prey like a wild beast. Yi Yu tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the monster's lethal blow as he flashed over 10 meters away. One of the mummy's claws instantly pierced the wall that had been behind Yi Yu, its right arm embedding itself deep into the masonry. Yi Yu did not choose to flee. Instead, he suddenly extended his hand. Black curse marks surged across his arm, and streams of black mist gathered around his body. Swish! Gradually, a pitch-black scythe, several meters long and hideous in design, appeared in Yi Yu's hand. The companion weapon housed within the casket of Wangliang, Yama. Next, a hexagram pattern appeared in Yi Yu's eyes, with a single tamo slowly rotating within it. He swept his palm across the blade, which shimmered with blood-red light, and eerily, ghost-purple flames began to burn upon the black metal. As it appeared, Chaimai muttered to himself while watching the purple ghost fire emerge from Yi Yu's palm. This is the most powerful attack of the Hungry Ghost Path. The legendary flame that exists only in the Hungry Ghost Path to eradicate karma, suppress evil, and incinerate falsehoods, the chief of all evil fires in the 6 realms. Netherworld Karmic Fire. At the same time, the mummified monster pulled its arm from the wall and charged at Yi Yu again with a roar. A flash of red light glinted in Yi Yu's eyes. This time, he did not dodge. The scythe, wreathed in purple flames, sliced through the air, and as if from the void, a sound like ghostly weeping arose. Puff! In the darkness, a spray of warm blood erupted, followed by an arm cleanly severed at the root. The creature's arm was instantly cut off by the black scythe, and it subconsciously clutched the spurting stump and wailed. The last shred of its sanity was drowned out by blinding pain, and just as it was about to descend into madness, another cold strike descended. This time, one of the monster's legs was cut off. Off balance, it collapsed to the ground, the spurting blood staining its rotting body, its mouth moving incessantly. In the next instant, the masked figure leaped into the air. The massive black scythe dissolved into streams of dark mist, and upon reforming, it had become a 3-pronged halberd. With netherworld karmic fire burning on its tips, Yi Yu descended, the halberd instantly piercing the monster's body and pinning it firmly to the ground, eliciting a painful shriek. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. In this dim world, the monster's agonizing screams sounded more like a concerto ringing out through the dark night. But this was far from over. The halberd was pulled from the man's back and pierced his body once more, the screams from his mouth growing more and more shrill. Once and then again. The pitch-black Usura mask looked exceptionally terrifying under the blood-red light. To Yi Yu, the monster's agonizing cries beneath him sounded beautiful and soothing. Had one peered beneath that savage mask, they would have seen that the expression on Yi Yu's face was even more maniacal than the man's had been just moments ago. A wild grin spread across his lips, his eyes burning with deep purple light, acting like a mad demon. The thrill of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh was intoxicating and satisfying. Sever his limbs, drain his blood, cut off his head, turn his body into a pulp of meat. A series of insane thoughts bubbled uncontrollably in Yi Yu's mind. The most direct manifestation was the thickening black mist emanating from his body and the blood increasingly staining his hands. Gradually, the purple flames burning on the halberd consumed all the black mist within the monster, and the creature beneath you began to revert to a human form. But the brawny murderer now lay in a mangled heap, limbs severed, his breathing growing shallow and faint, hanging by a thread. Not enough, still far from enough, kill. Blood-red light surged in Yiyu's eyes as he swung the halberd once more, but this time, the target was the man's head. At that critical moment, a sudden jolt like a thunderclap struck Yiyu's mind, the intense shock snapping him back to reality. The purple light faded from his eyes, his gaze slowly clearing, and the halberd in his hand dissipated. What just happened to me? Yiyu stared in disbelief at his own blood-drenched hands, and at the man gasping for breath beneath him, his mangled body riddled with puncture wounds. Hey, Chaimai's figure emerged from the darkness, a smile playing in his blood-red eyes. Yiyu, this is the real you. The truest self you have always refused to face. Early in the morning, a piercing siren wailed through the bustling city. Curious onlookers poked their heads out of windows, peering in the direction the police car had sped off. At a secluded alley in the suburbs, a group of police officers had already gathered, and eye-catching yellow and white caution tape was strung across the entrance. A police car screeched to a halt at the edge of the alley. A middle-aged man in a police uniform stepped out, his expression grave as he asked his arriving subordinates, "What is the situation?" One of the detectives looked troubled. "Sir, the scene is, well, it is quite complex. It would be best if you saw it for yourself." The middle-aged officer frowned at these words and stepped into the narrow alley ahead. No sooner had he entered the alley than a pungent smell of blood hit him. He furrowed his brow and instinctively covered his nose. In all his years on the force, he had never smelled such a thick, overwhelming stench of blood. Taking a few more steps forward, the officer stopped dead in his tracks, as if struck by lightning. Blood! The ground was drenched in blood. Blood splattered the walls like a fountain, resembling grotesque graffiti of a demon. The concrete floor looked as if it had been doused in paint, with dark red stains everywhere he looked. Lying on the ground was a mangled corpse, and beside it sat a bulging burlap sack. Inside, it looked as if there were chunks of bloody human remains. Several rookie officers, unable to handle such a gory sight, ran to a nearby corner to vomit. Even the middle-aged officer was shocked by what he saw. He had never encountered such a brutal scene in his life. Sir, a veteran forensic officer, rushed over to brief him on the details of the case. The male victim is Iwazaki Fumi, a butcher from a nearby slaughterhouse. The female victim is his wife, Matsui Ayaha. The scene was discovered by a middle-aged woman returning from the morning market. When mentioning the female victim, the officer clearly hesitated, his eyes drifting toward the pile of remains in the burlap sack. Based on the scene, it appears Iwazaki killed his wife for some reason, dismembered her in a cruel manner, and intended to dispose of her here. However, he was then attacked by an unknown assailant who severed his limbs and pierced his chest with a sharp object. The killer's methods were extremely brutal. Even after Iwazaki was incapacitated, the perpetrator continued to inflict multiple puncture wounds. We cannot rule out a violent vendetta. The veteran officer's analysis was seasoned. He had reconstructed the sequence of events in just a few moments. After a moment of thought, he added, the ultimate cause of Iwazaki's death was blood loss. Blood loss. The middle-aged officer looked at the large spray of blood on the wall and then at the dismembered corpse in the pool of blood, remaining silent for a long time. If Iwazaki was a twisted murderer who dismembered his victims, then the person who killed him was several times more savage than the former. Watching Iwazaki slowly bleed to death, was the killer enjoying the sensation of life slipping away? Can you determine what the weapon was? The officer asked. We can only speculate that it was some kind of sharp, pointed weapon, likely different from what was used to sever the limbs. The veteran officer listed his deductions one by one, then suddenly paused. There is just one thing that has been puzzling me. He looked toward the depths of the alley at the severed arms and legs. His tone was perplexed. The victim died last night, so why are the remains found here so severely decomposed? The severed limbs were already rotting and infested with maggots, the flesh having nearly vanished, leaving behind only sickening, dark blue decaying meat. Just as everyone was deep in thought, the sound of an engine roared at the mouth of the alley. An SUV ignored the police cordon and stopped at the alley entrance, and the middle-aged officer rushed over to investigate. As the car doors opened, several figures in professional suits stepped out. At first glance, one might mistake them for security personnel from a high-end firm. Leading them was a sharp-looking woman with short hair. As she and her team approached the yellow and white cordon, the middle-aged officer stepped forward. "Ma'am, this is a crime scene. Unauthorized personnel." Before the officer could finish, the short-haired woman pulled a document from her jacket and held it open before him. The officer was stunned for a moment, then a look of shock flashed in his eyes as he looked up at the woman. "We are taking full control of this scene now." The woman's gaze was piercing, making one instinctively feel a sense of dread. The middle-aged officer nodded solemnly, quickly briefing her on what he knew before telling his men. "Let us move out." "But sir..." His officers were confused, but the short-haired woman had already led her team deep into the alley. "Let us go, this case." The officer's expression darkened. He turned to stare back at the alley, where the faint, pungent scent of blood still lingered. "It is no longer something we can handle." Meanwhile, the short-haired woman in a professional outfit led her team to the scene, although she showed surprise at the blood and remains. Her reaction was more one of awe and a strange, undefined excitement, far removed from the horror or nausea a normal person would feel. "Wow, this is quite a masterpiece. It looks like our theory was pretty close to the mark," a curly-haired man exclaimed as he took in the sight, placing a hand on his forehead in mock wonder and clicking his tongue. "Looks like we have run into a big fish this time." The woman signaled for a bespectacled man and her team to step forward and examine the body, while the others began their investigation. The bespectacled man's method of examination was bizarre. He walked up to the body, produced a sharp scalpel, and expertly plunged it into the barely intact heart of the corpse. Splurt! As blood sprayed, a thumb-sized diamond-shaped crystal appeared in the man's hand. The surface of the crystal was smooth, with a texture like glass, but its interior was dim and cloudy, as if it had lost its luster. The man held the blood-stained crystal and walked over to the woman, whispering, "It is confirmed. The deceased was a demon who had been infected by the virus." The woman looked at the crystal and nodded, not surprised. "Type." The man hesitated for a moment. "Based on the situation here, it appears to be a deviant demon." He looked at the wall punctured by a fist and added, "The danger level is likely high C class. Whoever killed him must be at least B class." "B class?" The woman's expression shifted. Having a demon of that rank hiding in District 11 was already a significant threat. "We must find and contain them as soon as possible." Just then, the curly-haired man's voice came from the depths of the alley. "Boss, look what I found." He was squatting on the ground, picking up the severed arm without hesitation. Despite the fact that maggots were crawling over the dark, rotting flesh, the man looked delighted. The others looked at the spot he was pointing to, where a charred burn mark from flames was visible on the clean cut of the severed limb. "What is this?" Hearing this, everyone crowded around the curly-haired man, staring at the severed arm in his hand. The cut was clean, obviously made instantly by some sharp weapon, and the edges still bore traces of scorching from flames. A demon with flame abilities. This is getting tricky. Demons with such elemental powers are several levels more destructive and dangerous than ordinary ones. They looked at each other, realizing they had run into a tough opponent this time. "Boss, I found something interesting." The man with glasses, who had just removed the crystal from the corpse's heart, walked up to the short-haired woman. "The energy inside this magic core has been drained." "What?" The short-haired woman frowned. Her gaze flickered between the crystal in the man's hand and the severed arm nearby, and she addressed her subordinates. "Set this demon's threat level to be everyone. Pay close attention to the surrounding area and the city. Report immediately if you find anything." "Yes," the subordinates replied in unison. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a touch of moisture on her head. She held out her hand, and a crystal-clear raindrop fell into it. "Is it raining?" Drip drop. Clouds gathered in the sky, and under the overcast gloom, a light drizzle began to fall over the city. As the rain intensified, it washed the streets. Pedestrians hurried away, vehicles sped past, and in the blink of an eye, the streets were empty. In the cool drizzle, only one figure strolled along the street corner, walking slowly, in stark contrast to the busy pedestrians. The figure was wearing a deep black hoodie, with the hood pulled low over his forehead, obscuring his face. What was puzzling was that this strange figure was holding a terrifying-looking demon mask in his hand. "Chime," Yiyu muttered under his hood. "Honorable demon lord, what can I do for you?" Invisible black energy gathered at his side, and the figure of Chime appeared before Yiyu. "What exactly happened last night?" Chime looked stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Obviously, you killed that man." Chime's tone was nonchalant, as if he had just crushed an ant. "You do not need to blame yourself for your mistakes. After all, he was a hopeless murderer anyway. You actually did the public a favor." Yiyu stopped in his tracks and slowly raised his head. His eyes under the hood were as gloomy as deep water. "You know, that is not what I mean." He looked down at the Asura mask in his hand. Under its hideous exterior, it seemed as if a devil from hell was looking back at him mockingly. Once he put this mask on, he could not control the thirst for slaughter in his heart, itching to tear everything in front of him into pieces. "This mask, it is trying to control me." What a fierce expression. Chime's body dissolved into black mist that circled Yiyu, his voice as strange as ever. "I told you before, the Asura mask not only hides your aura, but also pushes your potential to the limit." However, with lantern-like eyes fixed on Yiyu, he revealed the shocking truth. While it brings you power, it also unleashes your most primal nature, the instinct to plunder. Yiyu recalled the twisted serial killer from last night and looked at the mask in his hand. To be dominated by the urge to kill, how is that any different from those monsters? Humans are always constantly plundering. Chime sneered, whispering like a demon by his ear. A person's whole life is spent fighting and plundering. Plundering time, plundering power, plundering money, and even plundering life. That man was the same. He took the lives of others, and now you have taken his. That is only natural, is not it? Chime's tone was exceptionally gentle. He was trying to persuade Yiyu to accept the power of the Asura mask. "Come now, wear this mask. It will grant you unimaginable power, turning you into a true Asura, reigning over both the human and demon realms, and taking the throne of the 10th generation demon lord." Yiyu stood where he was, head bowed, as the falling rain formed a mirror on the ground in front of him. In the reflection formed by the rain, he saw his own face slowly becoming twisted and hideous, eventually turning into the face of a fierce Asura. Deep down, it felt as if an invisible arm was guiding Yiyu to put on this mask that symbolized the devil. Is he to surrender to the desire for slaughter, or follow the choice of his own heart? "Thanks for your concern." Yiyu's lips curled up slightly. He lowered his raised arm and said in a calm tone, "But I will walk my own path, and I will not be swayed by anyone. As for this mask." Yiyu held the Asura mask to his chest, and with a flash of ghostly light, the box of phantoms swallowed it inside. "Let it sleep in the abyss forever." Chime's mouth hung open. He had anticipated countless reactions from Yiyu: confusion, anger, despair, submission. But he had never expected Yiyu to be so indifferent, remaining unmoved even under the temptation of the Asura mask. Seeing Chime speechless, Yiyu felt much better and began to walk forward. But suddenly, he heard rapid footsteps behind him. He turned around to see a graceful silhouette walking quickly toward him. The young woman had a refined appearance, wore pale blue glasses, and held a transparent umbrella. It was the intellectual goddess of their class, Chiyo Reigetsu. Lin Reigetsu walked up to Yiyu, held the umbrella over both their heads, and asked, "Yiyu, I saw you standing here from afar. Are you thinking about something?" Yiyu smiled, glanced at Chime floating beside him, and replied with a light smile, I was just thinking about how to save the world." Chiyo Reigetsu's expression froze, clearly stunned by Yiyu's unserious answer. Chime floated in place, watching Yiyu and Chiyo Reigetsu walk away under the umbrella, his mouth stretching into an unnatural arc. "Walk your own path, huh? You really are an interesting person, Yiyu." For some reason, the rain falling from the sky seemed to gradually ease up. What Yiyu did not notice was that as he and Chiyo Reigetsu left, a pair of eyes was watching them closely. Inside a luxury sedan parked on the roadside, the driver watched the two move away from the street corner and said to the person in the back seat, "Young master, we have confirmed it. That person is indeed Yiyu." "Yiyu?" The man in the back seat slowly raised his head. His expression was gloomy, and his voice suppressed a hint of rage. "He is still alive." On a sunny afternoon, a group of energetic young boys and girls were sweating it out on the playground, fully embracing their youth. Girls in the prime of their youth ran past the edge of the field, giggling and laughing with voices as clear as silver bells. Naturally, the boys would not miss such a beautiful scene. wantonly admiring the girls' firm waists soaked in sweat and their smooth, slender legs under tight sports shorts, fully displaying their youthful vitality. But the most eye-catching of them all was a beautiful figure on the field, drawing the attention of many. She was a girl with a sky-blue ponytail, her bangs neatly trimmed, with a high-bridged nose and a beautiful face. The girl wore square-rimmed glasses, which only added to her intellectual charm, while her tight sportswear perfectly accentuated her curvy and shapely figure. And so, she naturally became the focus of many eyes on the field. Not only the predatory gazes of the boys nearby, but even many girls looked at her with admiration. Chiyo Reigetsu, a prominent figure at Dongdu Private High School. With a refined appearance, excellent academic achievements, and a kind personality, she was not just the class representative, but also the club president, the perfect goddess many boys fantasized about dating. Whoosh! As the referee blew the whistle, Chiyo Reigetsu arched her waist, her deep eyes as clear as a mountain stream, and with her fair, delicate arms, she heaved the shot put, sending it through the sky in a perfect arc. Cheers of admiration erupted from the boys and girls around. They were all captivated by this near-perfect campus goddess. Of course, not everyone was attracted by Chiyo Reigetsu's heroic pose. In the crowd, several students near Yi were discussing something intensely, but the content of their conversation made Yi lose his focus. Hey, have you all seen the news today? That case about the perverted serial killer being mysteriously murdered in an alley. Huh, really? How could it be such a coincidence? Oh, it is true. My uncle works at the police station, and he said that perverted killer who dismembered people was mysteriously murdered while dumping the bodies. They still have not found the murderer. A girl put her finger to her lips, looking thoughtful. Does that mean the killer is actually a good guy? Good guy my foot, you idiot. Her companion immediately shut down the idea, scolding her. Anyone who can kill a perverted serial killer must be even more depraved than the killer himself. Besides, the killer died a miserable death. I heard his limbs were severed and a huge hole was dug into his chest. The twisted killer would love a delicate girl like you. Watch out, or you will get caught by those perverts and skinned alive. The companion spread her arms to scare her, and the girl trembled like a frightened rabbit. But Japan has been really chaotic lately. I heard District 13 is also. The students' conversation grew deeper, full of bloody and twisted cases, scaring off the timid students nearby. Hearing every word of their conversation, Yiyu's expression changed, and he froze on the spot. Was I discovered so quickly? Did they find out that man was a monster, infected by demonic energy? Has my identity been exposed? No, that place was very secluded, and I was wearing the Shura mask at the time. No one should have discovered my identity. Besides, a series of possibilities flashed through Yiyu's mind, only to be dismissed one by one, and his thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. What he was really worried about was the exposure of the box of phantoms. If that happened, he would face the wrath of the entire world. Yiyu. It was not until a somewhat urgent call came from behind that Yiyu, who had been hanging his head, suddenly looked up and realized that it was Zhu Feng urging him. Turning around, he found himself standing in the middle of the field with a solid shot put in his hand, and the referee nearby was looking at him impatiently, clearly having waited for a long time. Oh, sorry. Yu instinctively lifted the shot put, his mind a mess, and he threw it casually with one hand. To his surprise, a sharp, sonic-breaking sound boomed the moment the shot put left his palm. The heavy ball shot out like a cannonball, crossing half the field in an instant and slamming into the tennis net on the other side like a falling meteorite, burying itself into the ground along with the net. Across half the playground, everyone could hear the dull thud of the shot put hitting the ground. In an instant, the whole field went silent. You could hear a pin drop. Countless eyes stared at Yiyu in shock, and some boys even had their mouths wide open, enough to fit an egg. How long has this guy been training his arms to pull off something like that? Yiyu was equally incredulous, looking at his own arm, which did not seem particularly muscular, in a daze. Do not be so surprised, young man. At that moment, Chaimai, wreathed in black mist, floated in front of Yiyu and patiently explained. This is the core ability of the Hungry Ghost Path, deprivation. While draining demonic energy, it also strips away some of the target's attributes and feeds them back to you to strengthen yourself. Your power now is several times greater than before. Yiyu recalled the muscular, perverted killer whose demonic power allowed him to punch through walls. Does this mean he had absorbed some of that strength? He remembered Shan Yuan, who had demons erupting from his body. Why did not he have such a significant effect the first time he absorbed demonic energy? As if reading Yi Yu's thoughts, Chai Mai gave a wicked smile. Have not you noticed? Since you first absorbed demonic energy, you have been having more morning wood than ever before. That time, it was your kidney function that got reinforced. You should be happy, kid. Yi Yu. Stiffly turning his head, Yi Yu said to the bewildered referee, should that be enough? The referee gulped and nodded with a complicated expression. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yi Yu quietly walked back into the throng. He had never forgotten his mission to hide his identity. Low-key, he had to keep it low-key. Honestly, how much have you been practicing your arms in private? Is throwing it that far something humans can actually do? Inside the school building, Yi Yu, having hastily escaped, walked with Zhu Feng through the sparsely populated corridor. Zhu Feng looked at Yi Yu in astonishment. The latter had once again refreshed his worldview. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he gave a far-fetched explanation. People's potential always bursts out at some point. That was just a coincidence. I always feel like you have been acting weird lately. While they were talking, a few figures walked toward them from afar. One of them brushed past Yi Yu, stopped suddenly, and said in a provocative tone, "Oh, is not this student Yi Yu? I heard you were critically ill a while ago. It is really surprising that you survived, it is just." The figure turned his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Something I find regrettable." Suddenly, Yi Yu stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the man behind him. The man was dressed in a luxurious black suit and appeared to be in his 20s. If you ignored his somewhat gloomy, triangular eyes, he would have looked quite handsome. But at this moment, those eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, staring fixedly at Yi Yu's face, as if trying to discern something from his expression. Seeing the man's hostile gaze, Yi Yu first frowned, then asked in confusion, "Who the hell are you? Get lost." The man clearly meant no good, so Yi Yu naturally did not feel the need to greet him with a smile. Yi Yu had lost many memories after that kidnapping case, and he truly could not remember who this man with the triangular eyes was. HMPH. Yi Yu's indifference was taken as a provocation by the man. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with irrepressible anger. "I hope that ordeal did not use up all your luck. Otherwise, you will find out what happens when you cross me." After leaving behind this cryptic, threatening remark, the man with triangular eyes turned and walked away with several followers who looked like his subordinates. Who the heck is that guy? Yi Yu watched the man's retreating figure, feeling completely puzzled. He had never seen such a weirdo wearing a suit at school before. When Yi Yu looked at Zhu Feng beside him, the latter showed a look of astonishment and hesitated. You really do not remember him." "What is with that expression?" Yi Yu frowned. Zhu Feng scratched his head. "I thought you would not forget him. After all, he is the guy you personally taught a lesson to." Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Zhu Feng explained to Yi Yu. "That guy with the triangular eyes is called Yasuda Masahiko, and he is quite a prominent figure in the school. I heard his family is one of the famous conglomerates in Japan. He is a true rich kid, and because he is fairly handsome, he was praised by many girls at the start. But as time went by, his arrogant and overbearing nature gradually revealed itself. Not only did he lord it over others at school, he also colluded with gangsters from outside. He soon became a school bully whom no one dared to provoke, suppressing classmates and bullying girls. Even the teachers at school kept their distance from him. Just a student, is he really that terrifying?" Zhu Feng leaned in and whispered to Yi Yu. "I heard that his family is a major shareholder of our school." Hearing this, Yi Yu finally realized, it turns out this kid has the power of money. Until one day, a legendary hero appeared in the school and shattered the pride that Yasuda had built up for so long. Zhu Feng shook his finger with a mysterious look, his eyes smiling as he looked at Yi Yu. "Can you guess who this great hero was?" Yi Yu pointed to himself. "You do not mean me, do you?" "Exactly." Zhu Feng nodded heavily, looked up, and described the scene from that day to Yi Yu. It is a very cliché story. It goes something like this. The rich young master tried to molest a pure girl, and at the critical moment, Yi Yu made a grand entrance, played the hero, and saved the girl from Yasuda's bunch of minions. It is said that Yi Yu also gave Yasuda a brutal beating at the time, then dragged the pathetic Yasuda all the way to school and publicly exposed his embarrassing deeds, staging a public shaming that made him lose all face. Tusk, high school student heroically saves pure girl from being molested by a bully. This sensation even made it into the news back then. Our young Master Yi became a legendary figure at the Dodo Private High School because of this. After saying all this, Zhu Feng put his arm around Yi Yu's shoulder and laughed. How about it? Did our hero remember anything? It is just a pity that you were hospitalized shortly after that. Otherwise, you would have been a campus heartthrob who made thousands of girls swoon, just like yours truly. Zhu Feng reached out to prop up his bangs and put on a distressed pose. Yi Yu looked at the self-absorbed Zhu Feng and said incredulously, "All these things were done by me." After getting a firm answer, the look of shock in Yi Yu's eyes still had not dissipated. If all of this was true, why did he have absolutely no impression of it in his mind? Black mist gathered around, and Chai Mai appeared beside him with a playful smile in its eyes. "You have a pretty strong sense of justice, do not you, our hero Yi Yu?" Late at night, the sky was dotted with stars. Searchlights circled the towers in the distance. The lights of the surrounding high-rises gradually went out, and there were only a few cars driving on the streets. Apart from the sound of construction from distant sites and the engines of passing cars, there was a faint sound of wind in the air, like the shrieking of a beast. Compared to the bustling day, the 11th district under the cover of night had an extra layer of eerie silence. Wearing an old hoodie, Yi Yu was walking along the midnight street, his head lowered and his black hood obscuring his face. It was hard to even notice his presence if you did not look closely. And in Yi Yu's eyes, wisps of black energy seeped out from the box of wangliang on his chest, gradually gathering into a pitch-black map. Daily task: please reach the target location within the specified time to collect magical energy. Task reward: gain 1 chance to open the box of wangliang. The map formed by black energy was like an electronic screen, guiding him in a certain direction. "Chai Mai, are you sure this is the location?" Finally, guided by the box of wangliang, Yi Yu stopped at a bustling block. Before him was a late-night bar and restaurant with soft lights still on, and customers occasionally entering and exiting. Yi Yu's look was a bit strange. It was hard to believe the box of wangliang would bring him here. It was late at night, and Yi Yu, who should have been sound asleep, had been abruptly woken up by Chai Mai, only to receive a new task from the box of wangliang: to collect magical energy at the destination under its guidance. Do not be impatient, the box of wangliang never makes mistakes. Chai Mai curled into a ball and giggled beside Yi Yu. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, but still followed the high-tech black map, walked around the restaurant, and arrived at an alley entrance in the back. The dim alley was filled with the heavy smell of cooking fumes from the restaurant, and there were several trash bins parked by the side of the road. This was where the kitchen disposed of food waste. However, right next to the trash bins piled with kitchen waste, a bloated figure sat on the ground, stuffing something into its mouth, with chewing sounds constantly coming from its mouth. Seen from afar, it looked like a mountain of flesh heaped there. The fat was bursting the clothes, and it gave off a stench like rotten garbage, making one feel nauseous. Yu walked silently behind this mountain of meat, only to find that the fat guy was not eating severed limbs as he had imagined, but food scraps discarded by the restaurant. If you ignored the wisps of black energy radiating from the person, a passerby might just think it was a hungry, homeless person. Yu relaxed slightly. It seemed the person was not as hopeless as the perverted murderer from before. Heh, you might as well open your eyes of reincarnation and take another look. Chai Mai suddenly laughed eerily from the side. Understanding the implication in Wang Liang's words, Yu slowly closed his eyes, sensing a mysterious power surging into his chest. When he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with a ghostly purple glow. A pitch-black hexagram pattern emerged deep within his pupils, and a deep red Tamo mark unfolded in one of the corners. The Eye of Samsara. In Yi Yu's sight, the obese man before him had transformed into a giant monster covered in greasy fat, with decaying flesh rotting beneath the skin and foul-smelling slime oozing everywhere. Even so, the monster remained insatiable, frantically devouring food scraps from the trash can and shoving everything in sight into its mouth without a second of pause. Looking closer, one could see the fat man's face looking ghastly, his eyes pitch black, his mouth stretched to an unimaginable width, with saliva dripping from his chin, continuing to eat despite his stomach being about to burst. Hungry. So hungry. The fat man's brain was completely consumed by the sense of void in his stomach, ignoring the clear sound of footsteps behind him, his grease-stained hands relentlessly scavenging for food scraps in the trash. consumed by the desire of hunger, are you? Yu stood behind the mountain-like figure of the fat man. Black tattoos pulsed on his arm, dark energy swirled around his fingertips, finally forming a pitch-black halberd with ghostly purple flames burning at its tip. Thud! The black halberd pierced through the fat man's body in an instant. As blood poured out, the demonic energy within the man was completely devoured by the netherworld karma fire and channeled into the Wangliang box on Yi Yu's chest. The fat man's massive body shrank visibly in size. Without even a scream, the fat man's eyes rolled back and he collapsed forward, hitting the stone floor with a dull thud as the food in his hands fell to the ground. Watching the man fainted on the ground, Yi Yu retracted the halberd wreathed in hellfire, his expression unreadable. Compared to that perverted murderer, dealing with this fat man was much easier. He could have subdued him effortlessly, even without the help of the Asura mask. Yu did not take the man's life. He only extracted the demonic energy from within him, though a period of severe injury and unconsciousness was unavoidable. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty maniac, and mindless killing in a modern city like this would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Yu hated such trouble the most right now. Well, I suggest you do not harbor any pity for such creatures. At that moment, Kai Mei's voice suddenly came from his ear, and looking at the fallen body of the fat man, it continued slowly. Those who can be attached to by demonic energy are all psychologically twisted people with intense desires. This guy you see is still in the early stages of corruption, yet even so, he has already devolved into a beast crazily feeding on his own hunger. Yu glanced at the partially emptied trash can, the ghostly light in his eyes gradually fading. Do you know what would happen if you let him go on like this? Kai Mei's tone shifted, chuckling insidiously. He would eventually lose his appetite for ordinary food and start trying more grotesque things, raw meat, rotten meat, and human flesh. Once he develops a hunger for human flesh, the danger he poses will be far greater than it is now. Yu suddenly looked up, meeting Kai Mei's lantern-like eyes, and retorted, "Are you implying something?" Kai Mei, as if its hidden agenda had been exposed, coughed lightly and hurried to say, "Why no, not at all." Feeling guilty, Kai Mei took one look at Yi Yu before shrinking into a cloud of smoke and returning to the Wangliang box on Yi Yu's chest. Watching the Wangliang box settle down after absorbing the demonic energy, Yi Yu's gaze grew deep. He knew that as the spirit of the Wangliang box, Kai Mei was always trying to bait him into committing more murders, hoping his heart would be overtaken by bloodlust and that he would turn into a true monster. But Yi Yu had no interest in the so-called throne of the demon lord. Everything he did was merely to save his own life. Besides, if he were completely consumed by the desire for slaughter, would he still be himself? Standing at the street corner, Yi Yu slowly looked up, the moon in the sky shining white and spotless. By the time Yi Yu returned home, hooded and stealthy, it was already past midnight. Only a few hours remained until the sun rose and the next day began. Suppressing his sleepiness, Yi Yu was just about to turn the corner when he suddenly spotted a figure lurking outside his own house. Seeing this figure, Yi Yu's expression changed abruptly, and his footsteps came to a sudden halt. Why is Xiao Ying here? Yi Yu looked closely, and the figure lurking like a thief in front of his door was none other than his sister from another mother, Gu Beiying. At this moment, Gu Beiying was dressed in light sportswear, wearing sunglasses to hide her face in the dead of night, with her wooden sword slung over her back and a little white cat following close behind. Gu Beiying first looked around. Seeing that the lights on the first and second floors were out, she patted her chest in relief, leaped over the wall, and climbed stealthily along the wall toward the second floor window. Judging by her familiar movements, this was clearly not the first time she had done such a thing. It seems your sister has returned from a hunt just like you. Kai Mei's figure appeared beside Yi Yu again, snickering. Her aura has become even more stable. Yi Yu watched as Gu Beiying skillfully opened the second floor window and returned to her room, making absolutely no sound throughout the process. No wonder this girl looked so listless during the day. She was actually serving as a vigilante, exorcising demons every night. Shaking his head, Yi Yu prepared to end his own absurd task for the night. But suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his head in another direction. Ever since absorbing demonic energy several times, Yi Yu's attributes, including his perception, had improved significantly. Down the street, a car sat quietly parked below the Yi residence, with several figures in black suits inside, watching a room on the second floor. Not until Gu Beiying's figure had completely vanished into the room on the second floor did these gazes retract. And with the sound of an engine starting, the car disappeared at the end of the block. Only after the car left did Yi Yu slowly peek out from the street corner, his eyes filled with suspicion. Who are they? Yi Yu watched the car disappear into the deep night, his gaze filled with hidden vigilance. Lurking under his own apartment building in the dead of night, this was clearly no ordinary visitor. Just as I told you before, those humans infected by magic energy who are wreaking havoc in the city have long since attracted the attention of the authorities. Chaimai watched the departing vehicle with a playful look and sneered. It is quite obvious that your cute little sister has already been targeted by the human higher-ups. Sakura, Yi Yu's expression changed instantly, and he looked up at his sister's room on the second floor. Well, there is no need for you to worry about your sister's safety. Her abilities are a major restraint against those humans who possess magic energy. I believe the human elite have seen this as well. They are probably dying to see your sister grow up quickly, so she can become the savior who saves the world. Chaimai said, then suddenly looked at the conflicted Yi Yu. You should be more worried about your own safety, young man. Yi Yu nodded. He knew that once Sakura was noticed by the authorities, everyone around her would fall under scrutiny. As Gu Beiying's brother, Yi Yu would naturally also be listed as a target for investigation. If his identity as the Demon Lord were accidentally exposed, he would face a manhunt from all of humanity. At that point, everything he possessed would be stripped away. Family, friendship, even the very right to exist as a human would vanish into thin air. At this thought, Yi Yu lowered his head and picked up the dark purple, Rubik's cube-like box hanging from his neck. As if sensing Yi Yu's gaze, the blood-red eye on the box pulsated slowly like a beating heart. Since he did not want to face such a situation, he had only one choice left. And that is to keep getting stronger, until he is so powerful that no one dares to offend him. Seeming to perceive the change in Yi Yu's mindset, a smile appeared in Chaimai's eyes. The weak submit to the strong. This is the eternal law of all living things. But before that, you should figure out how to get back inside first. Yi Yu looked at the locked front door and twitched his mouth. He shook his arms, said nothing more, and followed his sister's example, stealthily climbing up the wall of his own house. It was his first time climbing a window like this, so Yi Yu was a bit clumsy. After slipping down a few times, he relied on his strong physical constitution to finally reach his room's windowsill. Once back in his room, Yi Yu finally relaxed, the exhaustion of the late-night ordeal settling in. Yet suddenly, he picked up the box of phantoms hanging from his chest. The dark purple box seemed to respond, slowly floating into the air. Oh, are you going to start a draw? Every time he completed a task for the box of phantoms and infused it with magic energy, he would earn a chance to draw a treasure from it. Including the magic energy extracted from the psychopathic killer and the fat man from tonight, Yi Yu now had 2 chances to draw after completing 2 tasks. The reason he had not drawn immediately was his wariness toward the Asura mask he obtained in the first draw. He was worried about getting another demonic item that could manipulate his mind. However, tonight's experience served as a wake-up call. If he did not grow stronger quickly, his fate would be to either fall to human execution or be consumed by those demonic monsters. Are you really not going to consider saving them up for a 10-pole? Chaimai teased from the side. Yi Yu placed his hand on the single blood-red eye on the box. In an instant, the box flared with intense red light, with streaks of crimson energy intertwining. Faint wails of ghosts from the underworld echoed in his ears. Soon after, with a flash of red light, 2 pale blue spheres emerged, revealing 2 items that looked far from ordinary. One was a thick book half the size of a tabletop, made of what looked like some kind of beast hide, with a dark purple skull on the cover. Unfortunately, Yi Yu could not read the cryptic, talisman-like characters. On the other side of the book was a strange 3-leafed clover, glowing with an eerie blue light, with vein-like patterns visible on every leaf. As Yi Yu gazed at the 2 items, streams of black mist coiled out from the box of phantoms, forming dark characters before him. Evernight Codex. Quality, blue. Crafted from the hide and bone of an unknown magic beast. It records various anecdotes, observations of magic beasts, and historical lore of the demon realm. You can find it all in the Evernight Codex. 3-leaved mist flower. Quality, blue. A mutated plant grown in the caves of mist serpents, nourished by their saliva. Consuming its petals allows the user to hide their aura and gain invisibility for half an hour. The functions of the two items echoed in Yi Yu's ears, read aloud by Chima. Yi Yu first flipped through the thick book. Even the pages were made of high-quality parchment. It did indeed contain pictures of various monsters, but Yi Yu's expression only grew more rigid. Not to mention he could not read a single word. He was currently in the human world and had no intention of opening a portal to let these monsters out. Then, what the hell was the use of this encyclopedia of the demon realm? Seeming to notice the change in Yi Yu's expression, Chimai chuckled. I told you beforehand, the box of phantoms stores items left by previous owners. Do not be surprised no matter what you get, Tilda. The Evernight Codex was rather useless to Yi Yu, so he just took a few glances and returned it to the box. Now, as for the other item. Yi Yu turned his attention to the second item, the three-leafed plant with the eerie blue glow, his eyes filled with surprise. According to the description, consuming one petal granted 30 minutes of invisibility. This ability alone was the perfect tool for intelligence gathering or escaping a life-or-death situation. It was just a pity that this item was a consumable and could only be used 3 times. Otherwise, Yi Yu would have loved to fulfill some of the dreams he had once fantasized about but never achieved. With this invisibility herb, he had gained an extra means of self-preservation. After all, there was no guarantee he would not run into some troublesome monsters or be targeted by the human elite. When his life was on the line, Yi Yu did not dare to be arrogant. After carefully putting away the 3-petaled plant, Yi Yu could no longer suppress the wave of sleepiness and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Whoosh! The autumn breeze blew in through the window gap, dispersing some of the black mist in the room. Chimai looked at the fast-asleep Yi Yu, a slight smirk playing on its lips. Get some rest, young man. Your trial has only just begun. As the final words fell, Chimai's form gradually dissipated into wisps of black mist, returning to the box of phantoms on the table. The entire room fell into silence. Yet Yi Yu on the bed suddenly squinted his eyes, his brows knitting together. Between dreaming and waking, blurred images flashed through his mind. In the vision, he was in a dark space, his limbs bound by heavy chains. He leaned against a wall, his clothes tattered, his torso bare and covered in mottled blood and crisscrossing wounds. His head hung low, and only the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the vast darkness, coming from far away, getting closer until they stopped right in front of him. Yi Yu struggled to lift his head, his matted, blood-stained hair obscuring his sight. In the blur, a dagger glinting with a cold light was held out before him. Then, a voice filled with temptation whispered in his ear. Yukun, let us play a game. Do you choose to kill them, or kill yourself? Chirp, chirp. A light breeze blew by. A sparrow flapped its wings and landed in a nest built on a tree branch, carrying a straw in its beak to weave its cozy little home, while a few chicks chirped inside the nest. The wind seems a bit restless today. Inside the classroom, Yi Yu leaned habitually against the window, resting his chin on one hand, staring blankly at the scenery outside with a dazed expression. He remembered having a strange dream last night, but forgot what happened. He only vaguely recalled being in a dark room and a dagger flickering with a cold glint in the darkness. Indistinctly, he felt as if he had seen a pitch-black face. Yi Yu, please stand up and answer this question. Yi Yu's thoughts were instantly pulled back to reality by the shout. He turned his head to see the teacher on the podium pushing up her glasses with a look of indignation, and the entire class had their eyes fixed on him. The female teacher looked at Yi Yu's stunned expression and gave a cold sneer in her heart. She was already well-versed in dealing with students who daydreamed in class, and combined with Yi Yu's open truancy a few days ago, she was determined to make this kid look like a fool in front of everyone. Hearing the question, Yi Yu was indeed stunned for a moment, but in the next second, he stood up and walked to the podium without hesitation under the gaze of many. He grabbed a piece of chalk, wrote a string of numbers on the blackboard with bold strokes, then tossed the chalk away, turned around dashingly without even looking back, and returned to his seat, leaving a cool silhouette for the classmates. The whole movement was done in one go. Many students who were waiting to see a show had not even reacted before Yi Yu had already returned to his seat. The teacher on the podium was dumbfounded. After repeatedly confirming the numbers on the blackboard, she spoke in surprise. Though the answer is correct. How is that possible? Is this kid cheating? That is a difficult problem from the national competition. The students in the class were filled with disbelief, and even Chio Lingyu, the class monitor, looked at Yiyu with a gaze of astonishment. Yiyu, however, was resting his chin on his hand again, looking out the window with his head tilted at 45 degrees, looking calm and melancholy like a protagonist. Whoosh! Black mist, invisible to others, swirled around Yiyu. The figure of Chaimai emerged from the mist and chuckled wickedly at Yiyu. How was that? My performance was not bad, right? Yiyu moved his lips slightly and said in a voice only he could hear, "Stop talking, I am trying to look cool here." Yiyu was certainly no self-taught genius. The reason he could act so cool in front of everyone was entirely because Chaimai had been peeking at the teacher's answer key from the side. Chaimai's form was invisible to ordinary people, making it the perfect helper for cheating and peeking. The sun hanging in the sky slowly began to set. With the sound of a crisp bell, it signaled the end of another busy and ordinary day for the students. A crowd of students wearing the Tokyo private high school uniforms ran excitedly out of the campus, merging into the crowded streets, and disappeared from sight. Yiyu carried his bag over his shoulder, accompanied by a refined-looking young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Yiyu kids." Zhuge Feng, walking in front of Yiyu, suddenly turned around, grabbed Yiyu by the collar, and roared with tears in his eyes. "Tell me, did you do something to Goddess Chio behind my back?" Yiyu was confused by Zhuge Feng's sudden outburst. The next second, he saw Zhuge Feng wailing at him. "Goddess Chio looked at you 8 times today, 8 whole times." Zhuge Feng's eyes were full of jealousy as he looked at Yiyu. "She only looked at me twice." Yiyu twitched his mouth and took a few steps back, intending to distance himself from this madman. Do not let Zhuge Feng's refined appearance fool you. On the inside, he is a total loser. The two bantered back and forth, looking just like ordinary high school students heading home after school. Although, in fact, that was exactly what they were. Eventually, at a crossroad, Zhuge Feng waved his hand and parted ways with Yiyu, leaving behind a dashing figure that walked further and further away. What a spirited young man indeed. Chaimai sighed with an old-fashioned tone beside Yiyu. By now, Yiyu was used to the black ball monster, popping out from time to time, and remained non-committal to Chaimai's teasing. Aside from showing off occasionally, he still wanted to be a low-key, ordinary person. After all, if Yiyu wanted to, he could easily sweep the first prize in any national competition. I am curious what the previous users of the box of miasma were like to be able to put up with a chatterbox like you, Yiyu said as he walked down the street, looking like he was talking to himself to passers-by. Well, after staying inside for so long, one naturally wants to come out and breathe some fresh air. Chaimai did not answer Yiyu's question directly, but instead paused, a flash of sharpness in its eyes. But speaking of which, you should have noticed it too, right? Yeah. Yiyu nodded imperceptibly, his expression remaining completely calm on the outside. Back then, he had already noticed several figures quietly following him. After parting with Zhuge Feng, he realized that there were even more people tailing him in the shadows. After absorbing demonic energy several times using the power of the Hungry Ghost Path, all of Yiyu's attributes had improved, making it very easy for him to detect the prying eyes. Who exactly was monitoring him in the dark? Could it be that the clues to the perverted serial killer case were discovered, or had his identity as the Demon Lord been exposed? In an instant, Yiyu thought of several possibilities, but his face remained as calm as ever. He knew that he had to stay calm at a time like this, and must not show any signs of abnormality. That said, Yiyu quietly changed his route, detouring to a secluded alley, but the figures behind him remained hot on his heels. Until he stepped into a dark alley, Yiyu suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned slowly to look at the entrance. The figures following him clearly did not expect Yiyu to stop suddenly, and caught off guard, they froze on the spot. It was only then that Yiyu saw what his trackers looked like. They were young men in their 20s, dressed in flashy ripped jackets like hoodlums, some even having tattoos. Why are you following me? The group did not look like investigating police officers, which made Yiyu quietly heave a sigh of relief, but he did not lower his guard. Those who keep following someone must have ill intentions. Seeing that their tailing had been discovered, the hoodlums did not intend to hide it any longer. With wicked smiles on their faces, one of them clapped his hands. A dozen more hoodlums dressed similarly walked out from the alley entrance in front of Yiyu, holding weapons like wooden clubs, looking at him with fierce expressions. More men dressed as thugs slowly emerged from the mouth of the alley. Together, there were over a dozen of them, all wielding clubs and completely blocking Yiyu's path of retreat. It seems you have gotten yourself into some trouble, have not you? Chimai did not forget to tease you even at a time like this. Only then did Yi Yu realize that these people had been following him with premeditated intent. In the narrow alley, a dozen fierce-looking thugs had Yi Yu tightly surrounded. In the next second, the clubs in their hands were already swinging down toward his head. Ding-ling! The front door was pushed open from the outside, and the wind chime at the entrance gave a crisp ring. A pot-bellied, middle-aged man in a police uniform walked into the house, carrying a folder. He hung his brimmed cap on the rack by the door and habitually changed his shoes at the entryway. The dim light shone through the doorway onto the man's face, failing to hide the slight fatigue in his eyes. At this moment, Zhu Feng, who was still in the kitchen, heard the noise and poked his head out. Just happening to see the middle-aged man, he smiled and said, "Welcome home, Dad." After a simple greeting, Zhu Feng untied his apron and took the rice balls out of the box in front of him, placing them on a plate. The middle-aged man, unable to withstand his hunger, sat down at the dining table before even taking off his police uniform. When Zhu Chen walked out from the kitchen with the rice balls, he saw his old man was already sitting at the table. He put the sushi on the table and asked, "Do you have any more missions later?" The middle-aged man picked up a rice ball, took a bite, and replied with the sound of chewing, "Well, you know that District 11 has not been very peaceful lately." The man went on talking aimlessly about the bizarre cases happening in District 11 lately. Evidently, these cases had been giving him a headache for a long time. The more he spoke, the more depressed he became. Not wanting to talk about work any further, he turned to Zhu Feng and asked, "The rice balls taste a bit different today." Zhu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I was delayed on the way back with you just now, so I bought these at the convenience store on the corner." Yi Yu. Upon hearing this name, the middle-aged man suddenly put down his food. That kid just got discharged from the hospital, right? He is already back at school so soon. Judging by his tone, the middle-aged man seemed to have some knowledge about Yi Yu as well. Zhu Feng smiled. He did not just go back, he is full of energy too. As he spoke, Zhu Feng stood up and walked to the side, picking up a glass to pour water for his dad. The middle-aged man remained silent for a few seconds before turning to Zhao Feng and saying, "Tell that kid to be careful. District 11 is not very safe lately, and the leader of the gang that kidnapped him is still on the run. There is no telling what those vicious lunatics might have in mind for him next." The man frowned and let out a heavy sigh. After all, he is the only survivor of that case. Zhu Feng stopped pouring the water. As if thinking of something, he shrugged nonchalantly. If it is Yi Yu, he should be fine. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and a sharp glint flashed behind the lenses. That guy is actually quite good at fighting. As twilight set in, office workers who had been busy all day dragged their weary bodies back home, and the flow of people on the street had noticeably dwindled. Inside the dim alley, an intense battle was also drawing to a close. A dozen thugs lay on the ground, wailing and crying, clutching their stomachs and rolling back and forth. Broken wooden clubs were scattered on the ground, and the arrogance and ferocity on their faces had been replaced by painful, grimacing expressions. Bang! In the middle of the narrow alley, accompanied by a dull thud, Yi Yu grabbed a thug by the head and slammed him hard against the wall. The man's face instantly broke out in blood, his eyes rolled back, and several of his teeth were snapped off, his body going limp. "Don't come over here." At that moment, the only one standing, a man with dyed yellow hair, tremblingly pulled a short knife from his chest, but his body subconsciously backed away. Yi Yu looked up at the yellow-haired man, and a blood-red glint flashed in his icy eyes. Having once personally taken down a perverted killer who committed dismemberment, a hint of murderous intent had already emerged in Yi Yu's eyes. "No, do not come over." Stared down by Yi Yu's piercing gaze, and having witnessed his ferocity firsthand, the yellow-haired man collapsed to the ground in terror, and the short knife fell from his hand. "Hey, I told you earlier that the milk tea at Mizu's is super good." Give me a break. Walking such a long way has worn me out." Well, but hard work always has its rewards. I will take you again next time." Just then, the sound of girls chatting came from the alley entrance, getting closer until they reached the mouth of the alley where Yi Yu was. "But having said that, are you really planning to adopt that little kid? Your family?" Two girls in JK uniforms and stylish outfits appeared, holding milk tea, seemingly just passing by after school. "Xiao Ying, do you hear that noise?" One of the girls heard the wailing coming from the alley, and her companion looked toward the sound. The narrow alley was filled with the painful screams of the thugs, and over a dozen of them were scattered on the ground. Yu stood amidst the bodies, his hand still gripping one of the thugs' heads, while the yellow-haired man beneath him was shaking and begging for mercy. He rolled his stiff neck, and a series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds echoed. Just as Yu was about to reach for the yellow-haired man on the ground, a sound of something falling to the floor came from behind him. Yu turned his head at the sound, a hint of lingering, chilling, murderous intent still in his eyes. But in the next second, the expression on his face instantly went stiff. Xiao Ying. At the mouth of the dim alley, two girls were watching the scene with shock. One of the girls had dropped her milk tea on the ground and was staring at Yu's figure in a daze. The girl in front of him was none other than Gu Beiying, Yu's stepsister. As their eyes met, both saw the look of shock in each other's gaze. Yu loosened his grip, and the thug in his hand slumped to the ground. Yo, this is going to be troublesome. I did not see anything. Gu Beiying blinked, speaking before Yu could. She raised both hands to cover her eyes, and shifting her feet, she quickly dragged her companion away and out of Yu's view. Hey. Yu reached out as if to explain something, but hesitated and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the yellow-haired man collapsed on the ground, his murderous intent noticeably thickening. Speak, who sent you here? The yellow-haired thug felt as if he were being watched by a beast ready to sink its fangs into him at any moment, and he replied in a panic. The Matsuyama gang. We are from the Matsuyama gang. The Matsuyama gang. Hearing this name, Yu frowned and then asked the yellow-haired man a few more questions. The yellow-haired thug had long since been scared out of his wits by Yu, answering everything he was asked, almost volunteering his entire life story. Looking at the trembling guy at his feet, Yu suddenly felt he did not even have the urge to discipline him anymore. These people were just underlings sent from above, and they had no clue who was really behind it. Tell your boss if they want to make trouble for me. They had better be prepared to die. When saying these final words, Yu channeled a bit of magic energy, which immediately terrified the thug, making him scramble away and disappear from Yu's sight. Matsuyama gang. Yu murmured the name, lost in thought. The Matsuyama gang seemed to be a large local criminal organization, and their underlings were all just good-for-nothing thugs. But why would they suddenly come after him, and what was their motive behind it? Let us put that matter aside for now. Chaimai saw through Yu's thoughts and said in a playful, leisurely tone, How are you going to explain today's events to your sister? Yu looked at the empty alley, patted his forehead, and felt completely helpless. Swish! The futuristic white mechanical door slid open, and a man in a white lab coat with glasses, clutching a file, walked into the conference room. In the center of the expansive conference room stood a massive table, surrounded by several figures. A projection screen hung from the wall behind the table. They were all wearing identical white uniforms. Their expressions varied. Some looked worried, others frowned, and some were yawning out of boredom. At the head of the table sat a woman with short hair, also in a white uniform. Seeing the man with glasses enter, she nodded and spoke to her colleagues beside her. We can begin. The short-haired woman was efficient and acted with no hesitation. At her words, the man with glasses clicked a remote, and a beam of light shone from above, casting a projection onto the screen in the room. The image showed a dark, secluded alley. What was chilling was that the walls were covered in blood-soaked graffiti, and a mangled corpse lay on the ground. The victim's limbs had been cleanly severed at the base, and their chest was riddled with holes from a sharp weapon. The expression on the face was one of extreme pain and struggle, looking like a hideous demon crawling out of hell. The deceased is Iwasaki Fumi. According to our investigation, this man had severe violent tendencies. He had repeatedly abused his wife while he was alive. He was a total piece of scum. As he spoke, the man clicked his remote, and the screen flashed through photos of the man while he was alive and various gruesome details of the corpse. If Yu were here, he would surely recognize that corpse as the perverted serial killer he had personally slaughtered. The deceased's inner demon type is confirmed as an aberration, but other than killing his wife and dismembering her, there was never any sign that his inner demon had manifested. Even our analysis of the corpse's demonized traits indicates that Iwasaki Fumi only reached a C-rank danger level. The man pushed up his glasses and laid out all the findings from the investigation. So the culprit we are hunting is actually a good guy delivering justice. At the conference table, a young man with curly hair sat with his legs crossed, smirking. HMPH, how could there be a good person among those brutal demons? They are all just social refuse hiding in the shadows. A brawny man let out a cold snort, his words filled with murderous intent toward the demons. Now, let us not say that, Akita. At this, a chubby man sitting next to the curly-haired guy tried to smooth things over with a chuckle. After all, our mission is to eliminate those monsters hiding among the people. Enough, stop arguing. As soon as the woman with short hair spoke, the room instantly fell silent. The man with glasses glanced at her before continuing, but currently, there is one more suspicious point about this case. The screen changed again, showing a black crystal the size of a thumb. Looking at the dull black crystal, the man whispered, before we could extract the demon core from the deceased, the energy inside it had already vanished. The energy in the demon core is gone. How is that possible? As soon as he said this, everyone in the room froze, expressions of shock appearing on their faces. The man clicked his remote, and the screen changed once more to show a video clip. In the video, a frail-looking man was strapped to a chair, his expression frantic and deranged. He was drooling uncontrollably, his body twitching, losing control of his bladder, and mumbling something incessantly. The person in the video is a demon we recently captured, a student living in District 11 named Yamahara. When we found him, he was already unconscious on the ground. But after subsequent physical examinations, we found that the demonic energy in this boy had mysteriously disappeared, which means this boy has turned back from a demon into a human. What? How could that virus just disappear into thin air? This time, the look on everyone's faces was even more horrified, and some even jumped out of their seats in agitation. They all knew exactly what this discovery meant. 8 years ago, after that mysterious virus outbreak, countless humans were infected. After gaining powerful abilities, the desires in their hearts also grew, turning them into monsters hidden among society. According to professional analysis by researchers, the changes in infected humans were entirely irreversible, and the unknown virus itself had yet to be fully deciphered. They could only watch as these humans gradually turned into demons that satisfied their own desires, eventually being consumed by their inner urges and meeting a dead end. Their organization was founded precisely for this reason, to maintain social order by containing and controlling these monsters before the public discovered them. When necessary, they even eliminated high-danger demons. And now, this discovery meant that demons infected by the virus might have a chance at redemption. How could they not be shocked? We observed Yamahara for some time and found that, aside from irreversible mental trauma, there were no signs of his inner demon recurring. A sharp glint flashed behind the man's glasses. Combined with the Iwasaki Fumi case, we hypothesized that someone is artificially stripping or cleansing their demonic energy. The people present gasped. This kind of uncanny ability was something they had never heard of. But one thing was certain. Demons possessed of demonic energy now had the possibility of being saved. This discovery is of great significance. I have already reported it to headquarters. The woman with short hair tapped her fingers on the table, a chilling glint in her eyes. The directive from headquarters is to spare no cost, identify the perpetrator as soon as possible, and use special measures if necessary. The group at the table had not yet recovered from the shock when the man with glasses continued, "Boss, our previous discovery has played a role." On the screen, an arm that had been cleanly cut off by a sharp weapon appeared, with charred marks still lingering on the stump. Based on the autopsy and scene investigation, the body had multiple burns, and the walls and floor of the scene also had scorching marks. The perpetrator is likely a demon with flame-based abilities. Flame abilities, huh? The short-haired woman closed her eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, she opened them suddenly. Group A and Group B search District 11 thoroughly for recent activity. Verify if any demons with flame abilities have appeared. Coordinate with the District 11 police and leave no stone unturned. Yes. The two men at the table immediately accepted the order, their demeanor toward the woman extremely respectful. She looked up at the charred, severed arm on the screen again and said coldly, "Set the preliminary danger rating to be for now. We shall codename this demon Flame Ghost." The strategic meeting concluded in a hurry. Everyone left the conference room with complex and grave expressions, clearly preoccupied with heavy thoughts. The amount of information revealed in today's meeting was simply overwhelming. Beyond the initial shock, many were plunged into deep contemplation. If the content discussed today is verified, it would mean that infected Magin actually have a chance at a cure. That would undoubtedly be a revolutionary shift for the entire world. As the others filed out of the room, the woman with short hair kept her gaze fixed on the screen ahead, a sharp glint flashing in her icy eyes. Just then, a man in military uniform walked in from outside and spoke. More corpses had been discovered near the flower town of District 11. As the man spoke, he placed several photographs in front of the woman. The short-haired woman's attention was captured by the photos, and the expression in her eyes shifted instantly. The photos showed several ghastly corpses. Their state was bizarre. Every drop of blood seemed to have been drained from their bodies, leaving them as literal dried husks. The victims died in different ways, with signs of mutilation on various parts of their bodies. Their faces were twisted in horror. It was hard to imagine the utter despair they experienced before death. These victims were found in different locations, with vast differences in identity, age, gender, and even cause of death. The only common thread was that all their blood had been drained while they were still alive, turning them into these terrifying mummified husks. Is it the Scythe cult? These guys are getting more and more brazen. The short-haired woman seemed to recognize the culprit's handiwork. Her brows furrowed, and a cold, icy chill gradually emerged in her eyes. Any findings at the scene? The man in uniform shook his head. Just like before, they left no trace behind. Even the surveillance cameras in the surrounding areas did not capture anyone suspicious. Furthermore, the methods used to kill these victims varied. There must be more than one killer. Our preliminary assessment is that these are newly recruited cultists of the Scythe group. We cannot let this evil cult continue to grow. Order Group A to identify the Scythe stronghold as soon as possible. The current situation in District 11 cannot withstand any further turmoil. Yes, sir. Sakura, that is not allowed. At night, the residential area of District 11 was brightly lit. From inside one of the two-story houses, Gu Han's slightly displeased voice rang out. Beside the dining table on the first floor, the usually gentle Gu Han showed her strict side, her brows slightly furrowed and her expression annoyed. In front of Gu Han, Gu Beiying sat with her legs together, eyes cast downward, clutching a small, pure white cat in her arms. We already agreed before that no more pets are allowed in this house. Gu Han looked at the weak and pitiful white cat in her daughter's arms. She pushed down the sympathy she felt, remaining firm in her opposition to her daughter's request. However, Gu Beiying showed an unusual stubbornness, hugging the cat tightly. Her cherry lips pouted, and a misty film began to form in her eyes, but it has been wandering outside for a long time. As she spoke, the kitten's pupils seemed to glow with a human-like intelligence. It jumped out of Gu Beiying's arms and went to Gu Han's feet, affectionately rubbing against her pant leg. Seeing how obedient and clever the cat was, Gu Han felt the softest part of her heart being touched. Her expression softened, and she knelt down to stroke the kitten's fur. Seeing her mother do this, Gu Beiying thought she had a chance. A smile already tugged at the corners of her mouth, and all traces of her tearful expression vanished, though she still pretended to be distressed. This little cat has been wandering around our door for days. It is so pitiful, let us keep it. Meow, the white cat chirped in agreement, lifting its little head with an expression full of innocence and cuteness. The cat's soft, whimpering sound instantly awakened Gu Han's maternal instincts. She looked at the cat gently. But look, Sakura, this kitten is so clean, and its personality is so well-behaved and cute. It must be a lost pet. Why do not we try to find its owner together? Gu Beiying's mouth twitched. She did not expect her mother to be so resolute about keeping a pet. Meanwhile, the white cat at Gu Han's feet turned its head, narrowing its eyes, and looked at Gu Beiying with a rather speechless, human-like gaze. Did not you say dealing with your family would be easy? Seeing the mother and daughter arguing endlessly, Yi Jingbai, sitting on the sofa, simply picked up his newspaper to shield his eyes, deciding to ignore the situation. The white cat also gave up on the plan and started thinking of a different approach, moving with small, delicate steps toward the door. Just then, a slender figure descended the staircase, gently picking up the white cat and cradling it in his arms. The little white cat was held in the man's arms, looking completely bewildered. Yi Yu stroked the cat's head, looked at the arguing mother and daughter, and smiled. What is going on? Seeing Yi Yu appear, Gu Han's expression relaxed significantly. She explained to him that Gu Beiying wanted to keep the white cat. I see. After listening to Gu Han's account, Yiyu nodded in sudden realization. I did see this white cat wandering around our house a while ago. Stroking the cat's head, Yiyu smiled and said, since that is the case, why do not we just adopt this kitten? Gu Beiying let out a startled sound, her expression turning into one of pure shock. She never expected Yiyu to step up and speak for her at this moment. Seeing this little cat actually made me feel a bit happier. Yiyu looked down at the cat in his arms. Realizing what was happening, the cat rubbed its head against his chest, acting all cute and affectionate. Seeing that Yiyu had put it this way, and thinking back to his recent kidnapping ordeal, Gu Han could only sigh. Since Xiaoyu says so, let us keep this kitten for now. Pets can indeed heal the soul. Gu Han hoped that this white cat would be beneficial for Yiyu's recovery, or so she thought. Yay! Meow! Gu Beiying and the cat in Yiyu's arms chirped with joy at the same time, leaving Gu Han feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Yiyu smiled and handed the white cat over to Gu Beiying. Gu Beiying froze for a moment, then a subtle blush crept across her face. Thank you, big brother. As she said the final word, her head lowered involuntarily. They had only known each other for a year, so their sibling bond was naturally a bit distant, but for Gu Beiying to call Yi big brother was already a huge step forward. Yiyu nodded with a smile, looking every bit the affectionate big brother. Yi Jingbai and Gu Han exchanged a look on the sofa, both seeing the relief and gratification in each other's eyes. The white cat in Gu Beiying's arms watched this with a flash of intelligence in its feline eyes, then lowered its head to lick its fur. No one noticed that behind Yiyu, ribbons of black mist gathered, and a pair of sinister crimson eyes slowly opened, watching the silhouettes of Yiyu and Gu Beiying with mockery. Night fell. In the bedroom on the second floor of the residence, Gu Beiying, having just taken a bath, lay on the edge of her bed wearing adorable cartoon pajamas. Beside her, a petite and cute white cat licked its paws. Yan, that was so close. I almost thought our plan was going to fail. Gu Beiying stuck out her tongue, hugging a plush toy. She never expected that the person most strongly opposed to adopting the white cat would be her own mother, Gu Han. The white cat stretched, opened its mouth to reveal tiny fangs, and spoke in human language. I thought we were done for two. I just did not expect that the one to save the day for us would be your brother. The cat turned to the girl and asked, does your brother really like small animals that much? It could not help but recall how the man named Yiyu held it in his arms tonight, his face filled with such gentleness and doting smiles. Under normal circumstances, the white cat absolutely despised being touched by others, yet today, in that man's arms, it had rarely reacted at all. Even it could not say for sure whether it was just a psychological effect or being forced by the situation. My brother. Gu Beiying tilted her head, placed a finger on her lips, and puzzled, I do not really seem to have any impression of that. Come to think of it, the siblings had never truly known each other. They were more like passers-by from two parallel universes, with no intersection, yet they had been forcibly pulled onto the same line by an invisible causality. I have been observing your brother, and I get the feeling he has been different lately compared to how he used to be. The white cat said this while licking its fur. It had come into contact with Gu Beiying long before Yiyu was kidnapped by the criminal gang. In fact, the reason the latter was able to quickly master these skills was inextricably linked to the cat. Gu Beiying did not think much of the cat's casual remark. Since they had returned from the hospital, they had indeed noticed some slight changes in Yiyu. But the criminal gang that kidnapped Yiyu consisted of vicious thugs. Usually, their victims were either brutally dismembered or had their organs harvested. It was already a miracle that Yiyu had survived at all. Yawning, a bored Gu Beiying started scrolling through the messages on her phone. But as her fingertips kept sliding up the screen, the expression on her face became increasingly strange. Serial murders reappear in District 11. Victims turn into mummified corpses, cause of death remains a mystery, perpetrator still at large. Shocking, paranormal incident at the Tokyo Medical University affiliated hospital. Over a dozen corpses mysteriously stolen in the dead of night. 13-year-old boy claims to possess supernatural powers. Investigative teams dispatched to probe. Mountaineering team discovers humanoid creature in an eastern village of District 13. Suspected new species. Gu Beiying browsed the news on her phone, her expression becoming increasingly bizarre, and she turned to the white cat. Yan, are these all the work of the demons? From bank vaults being robbed to serial murders occurring one after another, these incidents all shared one common point. They all involved supernatural phenomena that ordinary people simply could not achieve. Most of them, I suppose. The white cat gazed at the images on Gu Beiying's screen and said gloomily, "Are there really so many demons now?" Gu Beiying frowned. Every so often, she would sneak out at night under the cat's guidance to hunt down demons, but the various paranormal phenomena occurring in District 11 showed no signs of decreasing. The number of demons is far greater than you imagine. A flash of sharp light suddenly glinted in the cat's eyes, and that is exactly why I have remained by your side, Xiao Ying. Gu Beiying looked at the white cat with some confusion. The cat leaped onto the windowsill nearby, its tone becoming much more solemn. "Xiao Ying, you have been targeted." "How can that be?" Gu Beiying opened her mouth, feeling completely bewildered. Ever since the demons appeared 8 years ago, they have been suppressed by the relevant authorities. Although organizations have been working to clear out and contain them, countless infected demons are still hiding in human society. Gradually, these demons, who possess extraordinary powers, have started to resist the high-level organizations. Some powerful demons have even joined forces to form extremist groups, launching terrorist activities in various regions. Gu Beiying suddenly associated this with the news in recent years, where terrorist attacks across various regions of the country were indeed occurring one after another. And in our District 11, the largest demon organization is called the Deities Cult. Deities Cult, Gu Beiying whispered the name. She had never heard of it before. Indeed, this organization emerged in District 11 several years ago and began aggressively recruiting demons. To join them, the first requirement is to kill innocent humans in various cruel ways to incite the desire for slaughter within these demons. Rather than a demon organization, the Deities Cult is more like a terrorist cult that incites murder. The white cat seemed quite familiar with this cult. After saying this, it turned to Gu Beiying and said, "Because of your actions during this period, you have very likely been targeted by the Deities Cult." Gu Beiying's expression changed instantly. Nobody would want to be targeted by such maniacal desperados. Perhaps they have not discovered your true identity yet, but there is no guarantee that some demons with special abilities will not be able to track you down through small clues or even threaten the safety of your family. And that is precisely why I must stay by your side. As its cat eyes shimmered with human-like intelligence, the white cat revealed its reasons and purpose for staying with the Yi family, helping Gu Beiying understand the gravity of the situation. Gu Beiying sat up straight as she listened. Seeing this, the white cat sighed, "I am sorry. It is my fault that you have been dragged into something so dangerous." Understanding what the cat was about to say, Gu Beiying shook her head firmly and said softly, "It was Yan who saved me in the first place, and it was thanks to Yan's intelligence that my brother was rescued in time. If possible, I want to become stronger to protect the people around me." Gu Beiying stretched out her hand, and golden light emerged from her fair, slender palms. Even her eyes began to shimmer with a golden glow. "Silly girl, those monsters are fundamentally different from the demons you have been clearing out." The cat's eyes held a bitter smile. Dealing with a terrorist organization that even the relevant authorities had not managed to root out was still way too early for a high school student like Gu Beiying. Immediately after, Gu Beiying said with a smile, "As long as I keep clearing out demons, my strength will continue to grow. And besides, with Yan's assistance from the side, I am sure those guys will not be my match for long." Having said that, Gu Beiying pretended to wave her pink fists, making the white cat laugh and sigh at the same time. But the next second, Gu Beiying pounced forward and hugged the cat's petite body, rubbing her small face against its head, and giggled, "But thank you for your kind intentions, Yan. From today on, you are part of our family." "Family, you say?" Upon hearing this, the white cat suddenly felt a sense of strangeness, and its body stiffened. It slowly raised its head to look through the window at the full moon obscured by clouds and mist in the night sky. Shaking its head with a bitter smile, it said something that made no sense. Monsters like us were never worthy of anything so precious. The full moon was veiled by mist, and the night breeze swept across the sky of District 11, bringing with it a touch of chill. As the night deepened, the lights flickering in the city's skyscrapers gradually extinguished, and the bustling metropolis fell into a brief slumber, broken only by the occasional blare of a horn warning passers-by. "Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed through the air, then darted between the high-rises like a bolt of lightning. The shadow moved with incredible speed. Even if anyone caught a glimpse of it, they would only mistake it for a stray cat and think nothing more of it. Even Yi Yu had not expected that absorbing magic energy would bring such significant enhancements to his body. Not only had his strength grown manifold, but his speed had also far surpassed that of an ordinary person. For instance, Yu paused slightly by a wall, then bent his knees and leaped, clearing the wall of several meters with such ease that it would leave professional parkour athletes in awe. Yet he was still not satisfied. His figure flickered repeatedly, and within moments, he was bounding across the rooftops of several tall buildings. Looking up, he could see the hazy full moon, and the whistling wind rushed past his ears. At this moment, even the gale trailed behind Yi Yu, becoming nothing more than his backdrop. Weaving through the skyscrapers, Yi Yu kept his gaze fixed ahead. In his vision, streaks of black mist converged to form an electronic, screen-like map. A black dot representing himself pulsed on the map, moving toward a specific direction. Clearly, this was another daily task to extract magic energy issued by the box of phantoms. At this moment, the gentle smile had vanished from Yi Yu's face, replaced by an expression of indifference. "Chaima, I am here, my magic lord." Following Yi Yu's call, strands of black mist beside him transformed into a pitch-black tadpole, from which a pair of blood-red eyes emerged. Like the most loyal servant, whenever he heard Yi Yu's call, Chaimai would appear punctually by his side. Can animals also be infected with magic energy? Yi Yu was referring to the white cat he had adopted that day. He had previously heard with his own ears that the cat could speak human language. Connecting this to the mysterious figure who had been monitoring his apartment building, Yi Yu guessed that his sister had already caught the attention of the authorities, and that the white cat was likely a mole sent by them. Hearing Yi Yu's inquiry, Chaimai pondered for a moment before replying eerily. The possibility of ordinary animals being inhabited by magic energy is extremely slim, but it is not impossible. Why? Yi Yu had observed the occasionally human-like expressions on the cat. Clearly, its intelligence was no less than that of a human. Because... Chaimai paused, then let out a sinister, ill-intentioned laugh. Because the desires of animals are pure, far less complex than human desires. Magic energy takes the host's desires as an embryo and uses despair and pain as nourishment. The stronger and more complex the evil in the host's heart, the more powerful the magic energy that grows from it. By the way, you humans seem to call these creatures inhabited by magic energy as demon humans. Zhang made no effort to hide its appreciation for humans. Such complex beings were the perfect breeding ground for magic energy. Hearing Chaimai's explanation, Yi Yu did not respond, only quickening his pace. If his family, himself included, were under the surveillance of the authorities, any attempt to evade them would be futile and might only bring more trouble upon himself through suspicious behavior. In that case, he might as well play along and keep the white cat, potentially gathering intelligence while putting the others off guard. With this thought, Yi Yu moved even faster, a mere black blur barely visible under the hazy moonlight. Before unknown dangers arrived, the only thing he could do was to keep getting stronger, strong enough that even those monsters would not dare to encroach upon him at all. Deep in the night, the last subway train arrived at the station. As a few figures stepped out, the entire station fell silent after a short while. Clack, clack, clack. A young girl dressed in light clothing walked out of the subway station, humming a cheerful tune as she strolled down the empty street. However, the girl did not notice that a figure was quietly following behind her. It was a short, pale-faced man wearing an old leather jacket, his eyes filled with undisguised, lecherous intent as he stared at the girl's back. The short man had been following the girl from the station into the secluded street without making a sound. His bloodshot eyes were strained, and his teeth clicked together rhythmically as if chewing. He could not wait to get his hands on this young body, to want and play with it, torture it, and finally tear apart this fragile ragdoll and cast it aside. As the desires in his mind escalated, black mist began to rise from his body. Beyond the lechery, his scarlet eyes burned with an increasingly intense, murderous intent. He slowly pulled a sharp dagger from his jacket, extended his tongue, and gave the blade a gentle lick. The man followed the girl around a street corner, getting closer and closer until he was nearly touching her fair, delicate back. He slowly raised the dagger in his hand. The hazy moonlight shone on the blade, reflecting a cold, chilling gleam. Clang! The expected scream of the woman did not come. Instead, a piercing, harrowing shriek from the man echoed through the night. The man's face twisted in pain as he clutched his wrist and wailed violently, his dagger falling to the ground. His extended left hand was suddenly engulfed in purple-black flames, the searing fire causing him to shriek in agony. In front of the short man, a mysterious figure in a black hoodie appeared. Only then was the young girl startled by the man's screams. She turned, saw the scene, let out a shriek, and fled into the distance. The short man looked at his charred wrist, then at the girl fleeing. His murderous intent was ignited to its peak. Black mist billowed from his body as his bloated evil thoughts caused him to completely lose his sanity. Kill you. The man's arm transformed into a giant blood-red axe, and he charged at the black-hooded figure with pure, unbridled killing intent. Yu stood there with his head lowered. In the instant the man charged, the words Chaimai had spoken flashed through his mind. Hidden in everyone's heart is a caged beast called desire. The box of phantoms on his chest began to glow with an excited crimson light. Yu reached out, and black sigils floated along his arm like swimming fish. Slowly opening his eyes, a ghostly light flickered within his pupils, while a pitch-black hexagram rotated alongside blood-red Tamo patterns. Under his hood, Yiyu's expression turned utterly indifferent, and he muttered to himself, "Let me see what kind of beast is imprisoned within your heart. I will kill you." The short man, having completely lost his sanity, saw his entire arm transform into a sharp axe blade as he lunged straight toward Yiyu's chest. Yet, through Yiyu's samsara eye, he saw a giant axe wrapped in black mist deep within the man's body, gradually manifesting a hideous face that was controlling the man to pounce on him. Yu swayed his body to dodge the strike, but the axe blade formed from the man's arm suddenly changed direction, hacking toward Yiyu's chest while glowing with a cold, piercing light. Too fast. A sharp glint flashed in Yiyu's eyes as he narrowly dodged the fatal blow, a newfound caution growing in his gaze toward the man. Among all the demons he had encountered, this short man was the fastest one yet. "If you're careless, you really will die," a voice whispered in Yiyu's ear. At the same time, black mist rose from the delirious man's body as he launched several more lunging attacks at Yiyu, the sound of heavy air-piercing strikes echoing through the quiet night. Yiyu rolled away to evade the strikes, his samsara eye activated, allowing him to see the opponent's movements with much greater clarity. He looked down at his torn clothes from the struggle and saw a strange blood-red light flickering from the box of illusions on his chest, as if hearing the demonic whispers emerging from it, while a ghastly silhouette slowly surfaced amidst the black mist. "Usura mask." A seductive voice echoed in Yu's ears, tempting him to accept its power, to tear the monster before him to shreds and unleash a massacre. Yu's gaze grew cold, ignoring the mask's invitation. Instead, he slowly spread his arms, the magatama representing the hungry ghost path rotating within his pupils. Pitch-black incantations slithered across Yu's arms like snakes, eventually condensing into a massive, jet-black scythe. Yama! Whoosh! As Yu's lips parted, the black scythe in his hand suddenly burst into flames of eerie purple. Almost the instant the purple flames erupted, the demonically crazed man ahead seemed to sense something instinctively and let out a sudden scream, his blood-red eyes filled with terror. Just then, Yu, brandishing the scythe burning with violet fire, turned into a black shadow and launched a counterattack. In the pitch-black night, a mass of boiling purple flames mixed with a deep, blood-red light flashed across. District 11, inside a remote warehouse. Bang! A man dressed like a thug was kicked violently to the ground, tumbling like a rolling gourd before his face smashed into the floor, knocking him unconscious. Number 4. Dozens of thugs in the warehouse looked on with indignation as their brother was kicked down, but they dared not act. Some even unconsciously took steps backward. Standing right before them were a few young figures. These youths looked no older than 20, some even wearing Tokyo private high school uniforms. Yet their arrogant expressions easily intimidated this group of street thugs who usually ran rampant. Leading them was a young man in a black suit with gloomy, triangular eyes and an arrogant demeanor. The man lifted his leather shoe and stepped heavily on the head of the thug on the ground, looking up with disdain. What a bunch of useless trash. You. Hearing the man's insults, the thugs were instantly incensed. Some hot-headed brutes were about to charge out of the crowd to teach him a lesson, but were suddenly stopped by a voice. Everyone shut the hell up. At the sound of a grumpy voice from the crowd, the thugs ready to fight immediately stopped. A bald brute covered in tattoos walked out from the crowd. Upon seeing him, the surrounding thugs bowed respectfully. Boss. The bald brute, who had a ferocious face with a centipede-like scar on his eye, completely changed his expression as he reached the front, fawning over the young man in the suit. Is not this Master Yasuda? What brings you all the way out here? Masahiko Yasuda glanced at the bald man and, showing no respect, immediately started questioning him. If I recall correctly, the Shihanacho area is under your jurisdiction. How can you not even catch one person? The bald brute quickly explained. Master Yasuda, we did not expect that kid to be such a tough nut. Over a dozen of my brothers attacked together and still could not take him down. Enough nonsense. If you cannot even handle something like this, is my Yasuda family raising a pack of garbage? The thugs around the brute all wore indignant expressions. The Matsuyama Syndicate ruled over all the gangs in District 11, and they had always been arrogant. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Young master, you know there has been a lot going on in the streets lately, and we could not spare many men, otherwise we definitely would have. The bald brute wore a bitter smile. He was just a low-level boss in the Matsuyama Syndicate, managing hundreds of thugs, while the conglomerate owned by Matsuhiko's family was the financial backer behind the syndicate. Not long ago, the bald brute suddenly received orders from Masahiko Yasuda to send men to deal with a high school student. He had not taken it seriously and sent over a dozen men to teach the guy a lesson. But he never expected the kid named Yi Yu to be so ferocious that he single-handedly put them all in the dirt. That is not the explanation I want to hear. A vicious, resentful light erupted in Masahiko Yasuda's eyes as he spoke ruthlessly. To think that even under the hands of the Raven, you managed to escape and somehow come back alive. Yi Yu. Masahiko Yasuda gritted his teeth as he spoke the name he hated so much, saying gloomily, investigate the whereabouts of his family. Since he is hard to deal with, we will go after the people around him. The thugs around the bald brute exchanged glances. They had not expected this spoiled rich kid to be so ruthless. Even in the underworld, unless absolutely necessary, people do not go after each other's families. That was an unspoken rule. Seeing the hesitation on the thugs' faces, Masahiko Yasuda sneered. Do not forget who is feeding you scumbags. If you do not complete the task I have given you, I will have to have a personal talk with your president. Hearing Masahiko Yasuda mention the president, the bald brute's pupils shrank, and his burly body began to tremble slightly. After a few seconds, as if finally compromising, the bald brute let out a sigh and replied, I understand. Only then did a weird, evil smirk appear on the corner of Masahiko Yasuda's mouth, as he chuckled sinisterly. Yi Yu, I will make you see what happens when you offend me. Yan. Early in the morning, amidst the bustling crowd, Yi Yu and Zhuge Feng were walking toward the classroom building with their backpacks, surrounded by students in Dongdu Private High School uniforms, chatting and laughing. Hey, Zhuge Feng glanced at Yi Yu, who was walking beside him listlessly, and asked, Yi Yu, are you okay? Yi Yu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, felt his eyelids struggling to stay open. He replied weakly with his eyes cast down. I am fine. That guy last night was truly tough to deal with. It was only with the power of the Eye of Reincarnation and the Hellfire that he had managed to barely defeat him. By the time he dragged his exhausted body home, the sky was already beginning to bright. Yu finally understood why his sister, Gu Beiying, always looked half asleep. He could not handle such non-stop day and night torment either. Zhuge Feng, however, seemed to see right through him. He draped an arm over Yi Yu's shoulder and smirked lecherously. Remember to show some restraint at night. Too much indulgence is not good for your health, you know. Yi Yu glared at Zhuge Feng and said coldly, I am an emissary of justice saving the world at night. Yeah. Zhuge Feng shrugged to show he understood, but that wicked grin never left his face. Seeing that Zhuge Feng did not believe him at all, Yi Yu could only shake his head and sigh. True heroes are always hidden in the shadows, misunderstood by others. Even though his identity seemed to be that of the Demon King, who stands in opposition to them. Just as they were talking, a sudden commotion broke out in the crowd ahead. What is going on? The two walked forward and looked up to see a luxury car blocking the entrance to the classroom building amidst the noisy crowd. As the door opened, a young man in a suit stepped out. He was handsome, holding a bouquet of flowers, and seemed to be wearing light makeup, forming a sharp contrast with the students in uniforms nearby. "It is that kid Yasuda." Zhu Feng looked at the man in the suit stepping out of the luxury car with a grim expression. That man was none other than the public enemy of all the boys at Dongdu Private High School, Yasuda Masahiko. Even though some of his scandals had been exposed, his handsome appearance and his status as a rich kid still won him the favor of quite a few girls. Sure enough, the moment Yasuda Masahiko got out of the car with the bouquet, it drew gasps from a group of fangirls nearby. But Yasuda Masahiko just tossed his hair, surrounded by a group of lackeys, and turned to walk toward a certain direction in front of the building. Everyone focused their eyes, and Yasuda Masahiko finally stopped in front of a beautiful figure, a charming smile on his face. He then bent down on one knee to present the bouquet to the beautiful girl before him. And the girl in front of Yasuda Masahiko happened to be someone Yu recognized, the school's perfect goddess, Chiyo Lin. Damn it, this guy is actually targeting goddess Chiyo. Zhu Feng looked like an angry cat with his fur standing on end at this sight. If looks could kill, Yasuda would have died 100 times over by now. That bastard Yasuda. Watching Zhu Feng grit his teeth, Yu could not help but feel amused. You could consider changing your style. It seems girls prefer the playboy type. Zhu Feng pouted and said indignantly, "Goddess Chiyo would not be so shallow." Yu smiled and said nothing, just followed everyone's gaze. Today, Chiyo Reigetsu was wearing a light blue school uniform, which matched her waterfall-like sky blue hair, looking like a graceful peony in full bloom. Clearly, Chiyo Reigetsu had not expected Yasuda Masahiko to confess to her in front of everyone. Her expression shifted, and gripping the straps of her backpack, she shook her head and politely declined. "Sorry, it is almost time for class." "Reigetsu, Yasuda Masahiko's expression changed instantly, and he leaned in again to say something, but Chiyo Reigetsu agilely dodged him and disappeared into the classroom building. Publicly rejected, Yasuda Masahiko pushed away the lackey trying to help him, tugged at his tie, and threw the roses on the ground. As he slowly stood up, the smile on his face had vanished. His triangular eyes looked somewhat sinister as he glared at the back of the retreating Chiyo Reigetsu with a dark, gloomy gaze. "See, I told you Goddess Chiyo would not fall for a scumbag like him." Zhu Feng laughed happily at the sight of Yasuda getting shut down. Yu, on the other hand, let out a bored yawn. He was so sleepy he could die and had no interest in such cheesy soap opera drama. He just wanted to go to class and take a nap. But just as they walked in front of Yasuda Masahiko, the latter turned his gaze toward Yu. The irritation in his heart had not subsided yet, and seeing Yu safe and sound made the anger in Yasuda Masahiko's heart climb to its peak. He looked at the approaching Yu and suddenly sneered, "Our hero Yu is really in good health. Recovering from a major illness does not seem to stop your studies at all." Facing Chen Masahiko's sarcasm, Yu glanced at him and chose to ignore it. He no longer felt it worth arguing with such a small-time punk. Yu's indifferent gaze made Yasuda Masahiko feel as if he had just punched a cotton ball. He gritted his teeth, and the moment they brushed past each other, Yasuda Masahiko suddenly sneered, "It is just a shame if your family does not have a body as healthy as yours. I heard you have a cute little sister at home." Before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in Yu's eyes. Whoosh! Before Yasuda Masahiko could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of wind whipped past his ear, and his entire body was sent flying like a gourd, slamming instantly into the car door behind him. The surrounding crowd broke into an uproar, and countless shocked eyes focused on Yu. Yu retracted his fist, the bloody glint in his eyes still lingering, and ignoring the shocked and terrified stares of the onlookers, he indifferently turned and walked into the building. Invisibly dark energy swirled around him as a demon poked its head out of the black mist and chuckled, "You were impulsive, kid." Young Master Yasuda. His lackeys finally reacted and rushed forward to help the fallen Yasuda Masahiko up. "Get lost." Yasuda Masahiko pulled his hand away, covering his red swollen cheek, and leaned against the car door with a gloomy face. "Notify the people from the Songshan gang. Within 3 days, I want what I came for." Near one of the busiest subway stations in District 11, the crowd was bustling with noise. Passengers passing through the subway peered curiously out of the windows, while the streets in the distance had already been cordoned off by layers of police tape. Deep within the cordoned-off area, a group of figures in white uniforms were gathered around a street corner. Lying on the ground before them was a gruesome corpse, its head severed from its body. The body had met a miserable end. There were deep, crisscrossing gashes cut by a sharp weapon on its chest, and scorched burn marks were visible all over, with some areas charred beyond recognition. A hideous head lay discarded on the other side of the road. Half of the head's face was severely scorched, and the remaining pupil was filled with terror and despair. It is hard to imagine what kind of torture this body endured before death. "Sir, the test results are in." At that moment, a man wearing glasses hurried out of a nearby police car, holding a stack of test reports in his hand. Hearing the man's shout, the short-haired woman standing before the corpse slowly turned around, listening as the man reported. Although time was tight, based on the fingerprint comparison from the remains, this corpse should be the C-rank demon, Mad Axe, who has been active in District 11 recently. An alien demon. The short-haired woman looked at the wretched, headless corpse on the ground, where clear signs of a struggle could still be seen. To be able to kill such a demon and cause this level of destruction, it is clear that the killer is also a demon. But what concerned the short-haired woman most were the scorched marks on the wounds of the corpse. "Boss, I found it." A curly-haired young man rummaged through the corpse and pulled a thumb-sized black crystal from the shoulder of the remains. The curly-haired man wiped the blood off the crystal and looked at the dull, lusterless object with an as-expected expression. "The energy in the magic core is gone. It cannot be wrong." Upon hearing this, the short-haired woman's expression became solemn. Combined with the intelligence gathered at the scene, the identity of the culprit was becoming obvious. It is the Flame Ghost. As this name left the short-haired woman's lips, the expressions of those around her shifted sharply. It is the Flame Ghost. Is he already this active? Judging by his combat techniques, the Flame Ghost is getting stronger and stronger. Can we really catch this guy? As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the curly-haired man noticed something. Have you noticed that all the targets the Flame Ghost kills are demons? Whether it was Shan Yunyi found at the school, the perverted killer from last time, or this Mad Axe, without exception, the Flame Ghost's targets are all demons. A demon that hunts other demons, the short-haired woman murmured, looking down at the corpse. "Did you find any clues in the surveillance footage?" The bespectacled man took a photo from the documents. The other party was very cautious. Only this one set of photos was captured at the scene. The short-haired woman took the photo. The surroundings were extremely dark, showing a slender figure in black, their face obscured and hidden beneath a hood. Apart from deducing that the person might be a man based on their build, the surveillance provided no other useful information. The short-haired woman stared at the black figure in the photo, as if trying to pierce through the hood to see the mysterious face hidden underneath. "Boss, what about the orders from headquarters?" the curly-haired man reminded her. The short-haired woman snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes becoming sharp once more. "Notify the District 11 police station to send more patrols. Do not miss any leads. We must find the whereabouts of the Flame Ghost as soon as possible." After she finished speaking, the woman suddenly turned her gaze toward the distant sky. It was getting late. The dim twilight gradually obscured the sky. In a little while, night would fall, and those demons hidden in the darkness would also begin to stir. "Wait, so you're saying that person the other day was really Sakura's brother?" Under the setting sun, Gu Beiying was walking home after school with her best friend. The dim sunlight cast long shadows of the two slender figures in school uniforms. Her friend looked at Gu Beiying in disbelief, shock evident in her eyes. Gu Beiying twitched her mouth, showing an awkward expression, but finally nodded. "My brother, he is not usually like that. Gu Beiying tried to defend you." "That is so cool. Is Sakura's brother a member of a criminal organization? He actually took down so many people by himself." But the girl beside her seemed not to hear her at all, her eyes shimmering with strange excitement. Girls in their prime are always curious about such novel things. Seeing her friend leaning closer, Gu Beiying hugged the white cat in her arms for protection and hurried backward a few steps. Seeing Gu Beiying's embarrassed look, the friend put aside her teasing tone and asked curiously, "Come to think of it, I rarely hear Sakura mention her family situation." If it were not for what she saw in the alley that day, the girl really would not have known that Gu Beiying had an older brother. Gu Beiying opened her mouth, but did not know how to start. After all, her family situation was a bit special, and she had never mentioned it to her friends. "Meow." The white cat in Gu Beiying's arms meowed, a lazy look in its feline eyes. She had no interest in this kind of chatter between young girls. Just then, the sound of revving engines suddenly erupted from the overpass in the distance. A dozen punk motorcycles raced off the bridge, driven by a group of street thugs in strange clothing. Dozens of motorcycles zipped along the riverbank like cheetahs in a jungle, quickly surrounding Gu Beiying and her friend. What is going on? The short-haired girl instinctively grabbed Gu Beiying to shield her, her face filled with alarm. At that moment, a car drove up from the distance, blocking the two girls' retreat. A tattooed brute got out of the car, stared straight at Gu Beiying, and grinned maliciously. "You must be Yi Yu's little sister, right? Come with us, our young master has been waiting for you for a long time." As the man finished speaking, the thugs on their bikes stared at the two, all of them letting out lecherous laughs. Gu Beiying bit her lower lip instinctively, stepped back a few paces, and reached for the wooden sword on her back. "I am home." As the front door opened, Yi Yu stepped inside, having just returned from school. "Oh, welcome back, Xiao Yu." Gu Han, the housewife who was still busy making dinner, poked her head out from the kitchen and smiled at Yi Yu. "You're back quite early today. Did you see Xiao Ying on your way home?" Yi Yu let out a yawn, with dark circles still faintly visible around his eyes. He stretched lazily and replied listlessly, "Xiao Ying? Is she not back yet?" The sound of chopping on the cutting board suddenly stopped. Gu Han looked up in confusion. "That is strange. Xiao Ying has not come back yet either." Gu Han gave a helpless, wry smile. "That child, I really do not know what to do with her." Yi Yu's mind could not help but conjure up an image of Gu Beiying wielding a golden long blade, unleashing a brilliant sword aura to eradicate a demon possessed by magical energy. Could that girl have gone off hunting again somewhere? On second thought, he realized he did not really need to worry about this girl's strength. Even Yi Yu, who had awakened the hungry ghost path and possessed the box of goblins, could not guarantee he could fully defeat her. After all, he had only obtained the box half a month ago. He shook his head to cast such unrealistic thoughts aside, and after a moment, decided to cover for her. "By the way, Xiao Ying mentioned to me that there was a club activity today, so she might be back a bit late." "I see, dinner is kimbap tonight. Go back to your room and wait a little while, Xiao Yu." Gu Han did not think much of it, and just told Yi Yu to go back to his room to rest. After saying goodbye to Gu Han, Yi Yu picked up his school bag and returned to his room on the second floor. He opened the door and dove onto his bed, his face showing unmistakable exhaustion. He had barely slept at all today, and he felt as though his body was severely overloaded. He checked the time on his phone, intending to take a nap, but a message on his screen caught his attention. It was from the same netizen named Fei Nao. His memory of this person was extremely hazy. Since Yi Yu lost his memory, he had forgotten many things, and he had no idea what the origin of this Fei Nao was. The other party, however, seemed unaware of Yi Yu's condition, sending him another message after a week-long silence. "Are you still there?" The tone was calm, yet it seemed as if they had deliberated for a moment before following up with another message 2 minutes later. "I have not heard from you in a long time. Are you all right lately?" Yi Yu scrolled through their past chat history and found that their conversations were mostly about daily trifles. This Fei Nao seemed to be an office worker who often complained to Yi Yu about the frustrations of life. And Yi Yu would also share some of his troubles and difficulties. Their relationship seemed to be nothing more than that of ordinary online friends. Yi Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually replied, "I am all right. I was in the hospital for a while recently, but I have been discharged now." After sending this, Yi Yu turned off the phone screen, buried his head in the pillow, and prepared to get some good sleep. Ding! Just then, the notification sound from his phone rang again. Thinking it was another message from that netizen, Yi Yu turned his head to look at the phone, only to discover an email from an unknown sender. He opened the email instinctively, but in the next second, he sat up in shock. His pupils shrank, the fatigue on his face vanished in an instant, and his eyes were fixed intently on the content of the message. The email contained a blurry photo showing two schoolgirls tied up with ropes in a dim corner, their faces filled with terror. And what made Yi Yu find it truly unbelievable was that one of the girls with a grave expression was his own sister, Gu Beiying. Below the photo was a short note. "Yi Yu, if you do not want anything to happen to your sister, come to the Siana warehouse in front of Shihua Town Station before 8 tonight. Of course, you could also choose to call the police if you still want to see your sister in one piece." The tone of the email was extremely calm, as if they were not worried at all that Yi Yu might contact the authorities. Zhao, how is this possible? Yu stared in horror at the photo on his phone. He never expected that someone could kidnap Zhao, given her abilities. Oh, it seems your dear sister has run into some trouble. At that moment, the figure of Chaimai appeared beside him, watching Yu with a mocking tone as he kept his head bowed. You have probably already guessed who they are, have not you? Yu slowly raised his head, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes as he muttered. Yasuda-chan. His identity as the Demon Lord had not been exposed, so among his known enemies, the only one capable of such a stunt was that wealthy heir whose dignity he had once trampled upon, Yasuda Masahiko. Without a second thought, Yu grabbed his coat and ran downstairs. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Han, who was still cooking on the first floor, heard the hurried footsteps on the stairs. She turned around to see Yu, already in his coat, rushing quickly toward the door. Oh, are you heading out, Zhao? Dinner is almost ready. Hearing this, Yu stopped in his tracks, slowly turned to look at Guhan, and gave a smile. Zhao Ying's club activity is just about to end, so I'm going to pick her up. With that, he opened the door and stepped out. Goodness, the relationship between these two siblings is getting better and better. Guhan gave a gentle smile, the corners of her eyes curving like crescent moons. Bang! As the door closed, the expression on Yu's face changed instantly. The smile vanished from his lips, and his face turned deathly cold. Meow! A white cat walked slowly by the door, purring affectionately as if it wanted to rub against Yu's pant leg. But Yu merely glanced at the cat coldly, his indifferent gaze piercing through it like an arrow. The cat froze under his frigid gaze, a hint of human-like composure flickering in its eyes. It did not try to block his path further, but instead watched Yu's back as he walked away. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to call the police? Chaimai asked with a laugh, looking back at the stunned cat before turning to Yu. Chaimai. Hemo. If I kill that guy Yasuda, I will be able to save Zhao Ying, right? Yu's tone was unexpectedly calm, though a faint, bloody gleam flashed in his eyes as he looked at Chaimai. Even Yu himself had not realized that his first reaction upon learning of the situation was to kill the person responsible. Oh, are you talking about the Matsuyamakai? Zhu Feng poured the boiling soup into a bowl, tilting his head to hold the phone between his shoulder and ear, while Yu's voice came through from the other end. The Matsuyamakai, the Kaiwei-kai, and the Kitamichi League have all been Yakuza organizations entrenched in District 11 for the past 20 years. They have committed countless evils in the region for a long time. Although these three gangs have officially cleaned up their acts, they are still involved in quite a bit of black market business behind the scenes. Because they always clean up their messes so thoroughly, these Yakuza groups have become a huge headache for the police. Zhu Feng seemed quite knowledgeable about these major Yakuza groups. He took off his apron, set the bowl and dishes on the table, picked up his phone, and continued. However, they have not had it easy under the crackdown in recent years. The Matsuyamakai is doing relatively better. It seems they are funded by some consortium and usually engage in violent criminal activities. Saying this, Zhu Feng suddenly joked to Yu on the other end of the line. Why, do not tell me you have gotten yourself involved with this gang. Those inside are all vicious, heartless scum. You had better not provoke them lightly. Upon hearing Zhu Feng's explanation, Yu replied with a simple I understand and hung up, his expression cold and indifferent. Zhu Feng's father is a department chief at the Metropolitan Police Department, so he knows much more about the underworld than Yu does. He had suspected Yasuda Masahiko was behind things ever since he was followed and attacked by those Matsuyamakai thugs, and now that Gu Beiying had been kidnapped, he was certain those thugs were acting under Yasuda's orders. The enemy had gone as far as kidnapping Zhao Ying just to lure Yu out. All that awaited Yu would be a trap. On the street as dusk approached, Yu walked briskly in a certain direction. His expression appeared quite calm, but deep within his eyes, a faint, eerie purple light flickered. Main mission, kill a child of destiny and absorb their heavenly Tao luck. Upon success, gain 10 opportunities to open the Box of Wonders. Amidst swirls of black mist, the Box of Wonders suddenly sent a mission alert to Yu, but there was not the slightest reaction on his face. Just then, a beautiful figure walked out of a convenience store by the road, carrying several bags of groceries as she walked along the street. Chidai Regetsu, wearing a white kendo uniform, had just stepped out of the store when she saw Yu heading towards her. A smile appeared on Chidai Regetsu's face as she was about to greet him. but she saw a trace of deeply hidden killing intent in his eyes, and her smile instantly froze. Although he hid it well, she had actually felt a wisp of killing intent in Yuyu's gaze. That cold killing intent made Chidai Raigetsu freeze in place instantly. Watching Yuyu's departing back, she muttered in disbelief. How could it be such powerful killing intent? Yu also saw Chidai Raigetsu, but he was too busy to pay her any mind. A nameless rage spread within his heart, and Chaimai laughed beside him. Is this really a good idea? Risking the exposure of your identity just to save your sister? Yu did not speak. He walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. The driver was a bald man. After hearing his destination, even the driver looked at Yu in astonishment. Young man, the Shino warehouse was abandoned years ago. Now it is occupied by a bunch of thugs from violent gangs. Are you sure you want to go there? The driver saw that Yu looked refined and did not seem like a Yakuza thug, so he kindly warned him. Thanks for the warning, but that is exactly where I am going. Through the rearview mirror, the driver saw the young man in the back seat smile, but his voice sounded cold. For some reason, that smile struck him as incredibly eerie. In a remote warehouse, a tattooed brute looked conflicted as he faced the man in the suit sitting before him. Young Master Yasuda, do we really need to make such a big scene for a kid like this? As he spoke, the tattooed brute glanced toward the depths of the warehouse, a strange expression on his face. That was where the two schoolgirls were being held. Although the Matsuyama-kai was no stranger to kidnapping and robbery, making such a big fuss over a school squabble seemed quite embarrassing if word got out. You do not know a damn thing. Yasuda Masahiko's expression changed instantly. He stood up with a whoosh, grabbed the tattooed brute by the collar, and said grimly, You only need to know that my Yasuda family did not spend all that money just to support a bunch of losers like you. The tattooed brute, scolded by Yasuda, did not dare to talk back even though he was several times larger than the scrawny Yasuda. He replied tremblingly, Yes, I understand. He was just a small-time boss in the gang and had no ability to stand up to the scion of a consortium that funded his organization. Yasuda Masahiko released the brute's collar, his triangular eyes full of gloom. He tightened his tie and looked toward the warehouse behind him, ordering, Send men to watch those two girls, call all your people over. I want to see just how tough this Yu really is. As Yasuda's voice faded, a light breeze blew, causing a newspaper on the table to fall to the ground. The newspaper was already wrinkled, and at the top, a striking headline read, Yasuda Consortium's second young master attempts to molest a minor. Century-old family reputation may be ruined. Yasuda Masahiko looked down at the eye-catching headline, his fury no longer concealable, and he stomped the newspaper into shreds. Yu. Yasuda Masahiko spoke the name through gritted teeth, harboring a deep hatred for Yu. If it were not for Yu's meddling, his affairs would not have become public knowledge. Through the machinations of those interested, his scandal had spread within the family, directly leading to his loss of face. The century-old Yasuda family had always prioritized their reputation and guarded their image. As a direct descendant, his scandal had brought disgrace upon the entire clan. Because of this, the older generation was deeply disappointed in him, and relatives who had originally supported him had turned against him, effectively stripping him of his eligibility to compete for the position of heir. Since the crow could not take you out, I will do it myself. Bloodshot eyes appeared in Yasuda Masahiko's gaze. He was going to let the world know the price of crossing the Yasuda family. Deep inside a dim, abandoned warehouse, two girls in high school uniforms were tied up with their hands behind their backs. One of the girls with short hair struggled incessantly, her face full of terror and tears welling up in her eyes, but with duct tape over her mouth, she could only let out muffled whimpers. Stay still. One of the thugs guarding the warehouse roared impatiently at the girl. He flicked out a sharp blade, and the girl struggling on the ground was so terrified she froze, though her body continued to tremble involuntarily. Compared to the short-haired girl, the girl beside her appeared much calmer, her eyes revealing more confusion than fear. Gu Beiying still had no idea who had kidnapped them and brought them here. If she were to use her abilities, these dozen or so thugs would naturally be no match for her, but she had let herself be captured on purpose to find out who was behind it all. Gu Beiying had assumed this was revenge from the demons she had defeated. But judging by the current situation, these people did not seem like the demons she usually hunted. Gu Beiying glanced at her companion, realizing it would be difficult to escape without exposing her true strength. Just in front of the two girls, several gaudily dressed thugs were chatting while looking at the tied-up captives. What is the boss thinking? Why did he call all of us here just to deal with a few brats? Tisk, this is a direct order from the second young master of the Yasuda family. If you have got a problem with it, go complain to him yourself. Him again? Are we seriously expected to keep cleaning up the messes made by that little punk from the Yasuda family? Shut it, I heard the target this time is a tough nut to crack. Last time, more than a dozen of the hounds went after her together and could not even win. As the conversation between the thugs deepened, Gu Beiying watched their movements while quietly rubbing at the ropes binding her hands. Just then, one of the thugs wearing sunglasses finished speaking and walked toward the back of the warehouse, leering at the two girls. But I gotta say, Master Yasuda really has good taste. These two chicks are rare gems. His companion caught on to his intentions and warned him. They have already been claimed by Master Yasuda. You would better keep your hands to yourself. The thug gave a lewd smile, completely unbothered. What is the harm? Touching them a couple of times will not kill them. I have been sick of those old hags in the red light district for a long time. Let us see, who should I start with? As he spoke, he reached toward the girl's chest, causing the short-haired girl beside her to let out frantic, muffled cries. Gu Beiying's eyes sharpened as a faint golden light appeared in their depths, her shoulders trembling slightly. However, before she could act, the sunglass-wearing thug's hand was blocked by another thug at the critical moment. Hound, stop ruining my fun. The thug with sunglasses shoved off the arm grabbing him and reached for Gu Beiying's chest again. Pow! In the next second, a fist slammed into the sunglass wearer's face, instantly knocking his shades off and sending him crashing to the floor. Gu Beiying took a closer look and realized the attacker was a guy with bleached blonde hair dressed like a thug, wearing ripped clothes and an earring. Hound, are you asking for a death wish? The man with sunglasses stood up, ready to fight the blonde, but was held back by the other thugs. Quit your whining. The blonde thug glanced at Gu Beiying on the ground and shouted sternly. The boss said we are to behave until that Yiyu gets here. Do not give me that. Were not you the one wetting yourself in fear of Yiyu not too long ago, and now you are taking his sister's side? The man with sunglasses rubbed his swollen cheek, and as if a thought occurred to him, he looked at the blonde and sneered. Oh, I get it now. You are thinking about that sister of yours in the hospital, and you have started feeling pity for this little girl, have not you? The blonde's expression shifted instantly, rage rising in his eyes. You want to die? I will help you with that. As a brawl was about to break out, the surrounding thugs quickly intervened to stop the impulsive pair. At that moment, another thug pushed open the warehouse doors and ran toward the group, panting. That Yiyu has arrived. The boss wants all the brothers to get over there. Hearing this, the anger on the blonde's face subsided. He gave the guy in sunglasses a look before turning and leaving the dark warehouse. Boss's orders, let us go. The many thugs in the warehouse scrambled outside, leaving only two lackeys behind to keep watch. Before leaving, the man with sunglasses cast one last spiteful look at Gu Beiying on the ground and smirked. What a shame, I do not get to taste such a fresh little thing. Little girl, do not blame us. Blame your unlucky brother. Brother? Gu Beiying finally understood that the thugs had kidnapped her to get to Yiyu, her brother in everything but blood. Her expression became somewhat unreadable. Night fell outside the Shino warehouse. Yiyu stepped out of a taxi, a faint glint of red light emerging in his hollow eyes as he walked slowly toward the abandoned warehouse ahead. Two thugs from the Matsuyama syndicate stood in front of the warehouse. Seeing Yiyu, they smiled, as if prepared for his arrival. You must be Yiyu, right? Master Yasuda has been waiting for you for a long time. As they spoke, the two thugs pulled down the rusted iron chain on the door. The heavy, corroded warehouse doors opened with a shrill, piercing groan. Inside the warehouse lay a deep, dark expanse, like the gaping maw of a beast waiting to swallow anything living whole. Yiyu said nothing and simply followed the two thugs into the warehouse. The humid warehouse remained silent, so quiet that even the dripping water from the pipes could be heard clearly. The two thugs walked into the darkness, but they disappeared after turning a corner, causing Yiyu to stop in his tracks. Snap! Suddenly, blinding floodlights turned on overhead. Yiyu noticed the change and looked up, spotting a somber-looking man in a suit standing on the steel framework above. Around the man stood a group of vicious-looking street thugs, shoulders carrying clubs and weapons, grinning down at him. You finally made it, Yi. The man in the suit looked down at Yi from his high vantage point and clapped with a mocking expression. Yi looked up at the man in the suit, his eyes sharp, and spoke each word clearly. Yasuda Masahiko. Masahiko Yasuda appeared in the warehouse with a group of Matsuyama thugs, looking down condescendingly at the figure focused under the spotlight. Their eyes met, and in an instant, the entire abandoned warehouse fell into a pin-drop silence. We meet again, Yeyu. Looking at Yeyu, who was within arm's reach, Masahiko Yasuda's murky, triangular eyes were filled with undisguised malice. It was this brat before him who had ruined his reputation and even cost him his status as the heir to his family. His family honor, his prominent status, his endless wealth, all of it had vanished into thin air overnight. The harsh drop to rock bottom had kept him tossing and turning for countless nights, and he swore he would make Yu pay in blood. Where is Sun Feng Yang? Yu gave a cold sweep of his gaze over Masahiko Yasuda and the thugs beside him, asking straight to the point. Tusk, what a caring big brother you are. Masahiko Yasuda suppressed his tone as he suddenly looked toward the back of the warehouse. If you're talking about that pretty little girl, she is still alive and well. However, Masahiko Yasuda licked his lips and sneered. I cannot guarantee that this lovely little girl will still be in one piece after tonight. Seeing the anger on Yuyu's face, Masahiko Yasuda felt even more gratified. If you had told me earlier that you had such a beautiful sister, you would not have had to suffer so much. Just like that dead girl Shin. For some reason, as Masahiko Yasuda shouted the name Shin, it felt like a thunderclap exploding in Yuyu's mind. Shin. Hidden memories flashed like film reels, and scene after scene echoed in the depths of Yu's mind like a rewinding tape. A pitch-black prison cell, trembling chains, deep and mocking pupils, blades flashing with cold light in the dark, and blood spattering over a floor covered in corpses. Various images he had never recalled before intertwined and overlapped in Yu's memory, as if they were going to tear his brain apart. Vaguely, a petite figure flashed through Yu's mind, accompanied by an ethereal voice. Brother. In an instant, this voice, both familiar and completely foreign, pulled Yu's thoughts back to reality. He subconsciously clutched his head, sweat beads already forming on his forehead, and muttered, What on earth is this? He did not understand where the memories suddenly flooding his mind came from, nor the source of that familiar voice. Even Yu did not notice that his previously deep pupils were gradually tinged with a faint blood-red glow after he bowed his head. What a touching display of sibling affection. Seeing Yu's reaction, Masahiko Yasuda, who was standing not far away, thought he could not handle the blow and started clapping with a sinister smile in his murky eyes. That is right, he wanted Yu to experience the pain of losing what he cherished most. Let me see, shall I break one of your legs first, or? Killing someone would be a bit of a hassle, but for him, leaving someone crippled and in agony was as simple as could be. As he spoke, a group of hoodlums around Masahiko Yasuda picked up their weapons and slowly closed in on Yu. More and more thugs emerged from the depths of the warehouse. Looking around, hundreds of fierce and malicious men had gathered in the massive space. These thugs were the elite of the Matsuyama, men who usually engaged in violence in the city and were known for their ruthlessness, serving as hired muscle under Masahiko Yasuda's orders. Hey, the situation does not look too good now, Chaimai's voice reminded him in his ear, pulling Yu back to reality. With hundreds of Yakuza hoodlums together, it was indeed something no ordinary person could handle. Chaimai acted as if watching a show, glancing toward the depths of the warehouse. But your cute sister is in there, and she is extremely sensitive to fluctuations in magical energy. Hearing Chaimai's playful voice, Yu slowly lifted his head and scanned the numerous thugs closing in. The dark purple light in his eyes gradually faded, and even the box of calamity trembling on his chest calmed down. Yu's lips curled, and he said coldly, So you mean as long as I do not use that power, it will be fine, right? Oh, Chaimai's tone showed some surprise as its scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. Masahiko Yasuda, standing not far away, wore a twisted grin of excitement. A tattooed brute stepped forward, trying to tackle Yu, only to be dodged by the latter with a quick sidestep. Yu's figure flickered with cold light in his eyes. He threw a punch with his elbow, the sound of the air being ripped apart following as he slammed it directly into the tattooed man's temple. Bang! The brute's massive body was instantly slammed into the ground by a tremendous force, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the sturdy concrete floor. At that moment, the surrounding thugs were shocked, looking in disbelief at the figure trapped in the crowd. Masahiko Yasuda's expression changed as he urged, "What are you all staring at? I do not believe so many of you cannot take him down. All of you, go up there and kill him for me." At Masahiko Yasuda's urging, the hundreds of thugs raised their weapons and charged at Yu in unison. Masahiko Yasuda gritted his teeth, watching Yu's figure gradually get submerged by the crowd, his gaze growing ever darker. Meanwhile, in another warehouse just one wall away from the others, Gu Beiying and a girl with short hair were still being held captive. Most of the men had run off to deal with Yu, leaving only 2 guards behind, who were bored and playing cards. Gu Beiying checked the position of the 2 guards, her hands constantly feeling around behind her back. Since she had confirmed that this kidnapping had nothing to do with magic users, she had to prepare to escape as soon as possible. Click! At that moment, a noise suddenly came from the window in the distance, startling the guards playing cards. "Who is there?" "Meow." One thug pulled out a small knife from his waist and shouted toward the window, only to see that the source of the sound was just a white stray cat. "Haha, you got scared like that by a cat? You really are a coward." Seeing his companion jump like a startled bird, the other thug laughed out loud. Hearing his companion's ridicule, the thug blushed, chased the cat away, and then sat down indignantly to take a deep swig of his beer. Gu Beiying also heard the commotion and quickly stopped what she was doing. "Xiaoying." Just then, a familiar female voice suddenly reached Gu Beiying's ears. She turned her head and saw a small, pure white cat standing behind her, a pair of human-like cat eyes looking right at her. Seeing this white cat, Gu Beiying's face instantly lit up with joy. The white cat leaped over to Gu Beiying's side, and with a quick swipe of its paw, ripped the tape off her mouth. "Yan, you are here." The moment the girl saw the white cat, her eyes lit up with joy, and she lowered her head to whisper a greeting. "Xiaoying, are you okay?" Surprisingly, the white cat spoke in a human voice, its feline eyes reflecting a distinctly human emotion. Gu Beiying first shook her head, then turned to look at the thugs playing cards not far away. "Who are they?" The white cat turned its gaze toward the 2 guards, and when it spoke, it was with a woman's voice. "These guys are muscle for the Matsuyama clan." Matsuyama clan? Gu Beiying looked puzzled. She remembered the Matsuyama clan as a major criminal organization in the area, but could not understand why they would target her. "Looks like this trouble was brought on by your brother." Recalling how Yu looked when he left, the white cat realized Gu Beiying had been caught in the crossfire. Knowing that this incident had nothing to do with any demons, Jinghong Beiying secretly let out a sigh of relief. Glancing sideways at her companion who was quietly sobbing, Gu Beiying asked in a low voice, "So what do we do now?" Escaping herself would be easy, but getting her companion out without using her powers would be difficult. "Do not worry about that, I have already called the police." "Huh?" Yan Beiying blinked at the cat, stunned for a moment. She had always handled those vicious demons on her own, so she had almost forgot that she could call the police for help. The white cat reminded her, "Instead of that, you should be worried about your brother." "Be brother?" "Yes, it seems those guys grabbed you to lure your brother here. I saw him enter the warehouse, and he should be fighting the gangsters by now." The white cat licked its paw and said, sounding lighthearted, "It looks like they gathered every gangster in the area, specifically to target your brother." Hearing this, Yan Beiying's expression changed, and she frowned. "It sounds like a pretty big fight. I hope your brother can hold out until the police arrive." Gu Beiying bit her lip, looking through the thick wall toward the other warehouse, then turned her pleading gaze to the white cat. The white cat could not take her gaze and could no longer remain calm. Spreading its paws, it sighed, "Honestly, it looks like I am the one who has to clean up your mess in the end." With the white cat's permission, Gu Beiying's eyes became intense again. She nodded heavily, and a golden glow began to flicker in her eyes. The ropes binding her slipped away as she slowly stood up, a faint light emanating from her body. The short-haired girl next to her stared in shock, but Gu Beiying spoke up. "Xiao Yi, there is no time now. I will explain everything later." Whoosh! A brilliant golden light flashed through the dim warehouse, and the glare instantly startled the 2 thugs on guard. "Who is there?" The 2 men exclaimed in panic, looking toward the source of the light. Deep in the warehouse, a girl stood bathed in a soft golden glow, holding a wooden sword that shimmered with a brilliant radiance. Meanwhile, in the other warehouse, a chaotic brawl involving over 100 men was drawing to a close. Boom! With a dull thud, one thug was sent flying back like a bowling ball. The man crashed into the iron racks behind him, groaned, and fell unconscious, his steel pipe rolling onto the floor. Around him lay a large number of severely injured thugs, their bodies twisted as they let out painful moans. One of the less injured thugs stumbled back on the floor, his body shaking uncontrollably, pointing forward in terror as he screamed, "Monster!" And deep in the warehouse where the man pointed, a slender figure stood tall, grabbing a bloodied thug by the head with a palm-down grip. Yu kept his head low, his bangs stained with blood veiling his eyes so no expression could be seen. With a swing of his arm, he tossed the thug aside, who fell to the ground motionless. At Yu's feet already lay a pile of unconscious gangsters. Tusk, it seems your physical stamina has leveled up further. Chaimai appeared beside Yu, surveying the corpses scattered on the ground. With the hungry ghost path ability, every time he hunted a demon and absorbed its energy, a portion of its attributes was transferred to Yu. It is no exaggeration to say that Yu's current constitution is worlds apart from what it was half a month ago. Up on a steel beam nearby, Yasuda Masahiko stared at Yu, his shock evident. How is this possible? Is this guy a monster? To defeat over 100 Matsuyama clan thugs all by himself, is that even humanly possible? However, Yasuda Masahiko's shock did not last long, for he was watching Yu slowly walking toward him. Stay back. With beads of cold sweat on his forehead, Yasuda Masahiko felt a chill run down his spine, stepping back in a panic as he addressed Yu. Yu, let us call it even, all right? I will not ever bother you again, as long as you. But Yasuda's pleas did not make Yu stop for a second. He looked around subconsciously and realized all his thugs were defeated, and he was backed against a cold wall. With Yu closing in, he finally began to panic. I can give you anything you want, money, name your price, my family is. Before Yasuda could finish, he felt his head gripped like a vice. Yu's calm voice reached his ears. Where is Xiaoying? In the back warehouse. I did not lay a finger on her. If you do not believe me, you can. Yu grabbed Yasuda's hair, forcing him to meet his eyes. I told you, I would make you understand what true despair is. A deep, dark light shot from Yu's eyes, and a wave of invisible killing intent pierced Yasuda's mind like a sword. In Yasuda's eyes, Yu's face had transformed into a ferocious, malevolent demon. Demon, it is a demon. Yasuda screamed in madness as orange urine began to stream down his pant leg. Boom! A massive force struck him from above, slamming Yasuda's head into the concrete floor. Blood and shattered teeth sprayed out, and he went completely silent. Not bad, not bad. You have become much more decisive now. Chaimai narrowed its lantern-sized eyes, looking behind Yu. A giant thug had sneaked up behind Yu and, with a shout, threw himself at Yu to tackle him to the ground. At the critical moment, Yu spun around and delivered a heavy punch to the thug's gut, causing him to double over in pain. Crack! Taking the opportunity, Yu followed up with a brutal elbow strike to the man's face. After a crisp sound of bone breaking, the thug collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. Just then, the door at the back of the warehouse was opened from the other compartment. Amidst the flashing lights, two girls stepped out. Two girls approached the warehouse door slowly. One of them, a girl with short hair, walked with a sluggish pace, the lingering look of shock still evident in her eyes. The short-haired girl was holding a small, snowy white cat, while beside her stood a girl in a school uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail. What was truly astonishing was that the ponytail girl was wielding a long sword that radiated a brilliant light, casting a faint golden glow over her entire body. Sakura, maybe? Should not we just call the police? The short-haired girl hesitated as she stared at the rusted warehouse door. Gu Beiying shook her head. Shedding her usual playful demeanor, her expression turned solemn under the shroud of the golden light. Facing the locked door, Gu Beiying stepped back half a pace, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. She rested her hand on the sword hilt and opened her eyes again, a glint of gold flashing through her clear gaze. Whoosh! With two brilliant flashes of light, the heavy warehouse door instantly collapsed, sliced clean in two. This scene left the short-haired girl completely stunned, but as Gu Beiying peered into the gloomy depths of the warehouse, her expression remained grave. She knew that an even more dangerous enemy lay inside. "You stay right behind me and do not wander off." After cautioning her companion, Gu Beiying raised her sword and walked into the dark depths of the warehouse. However, as soon as she stepped deeper into the building, the harsh glare of the overhead floodlights forced her to cover her eyes instinctively. Sakura, look, he warned in a trembling voice. Gu Beiying looked up, shocked to see the floor covered with the curled-up bodies of thugs. Scattered weapons littered the ground, and everywhere she looked, burly men were lying prone, groaning and wailing in pain. Some had already passed out, though they still subconsciously let out painful murmurs. It was hard to imagine the fierce battle that had just taken place here. Under the glare of the lights, a sturdy figure stood alone in the center of the warehouse. It was a muscular man with a bare chest, standing tall and showing off his well-defined physique. The man held one arm outstretched, clutching a miserable, half-dead individual, while the rest of the thugs lay moaning and writhing at his feet. Just then, the only man standing in the warehouse sensed the intruders behind him and slowly turned his head to glance over his shoulder. His cold, dark eyes were so deep and abyss-like that he resembled an Asura from the underworld, making anyone who looked at him feel an involuntary sense of dread. "Be brother." Gu Beiying's voice turned to one of pure astonishment, for the person before her was none other than her brother, Yi Yu. Realizing who it was, Gu Beiying's pupils widened. The golden glow around her body dissipated, and the radiance on her wooden sword vanished instantly. "Sakura." Seeing his younger sister, the terrifying aura Yi Yu radiated shifted instantly, and the coldness in his eyes flickered out. Gu Beiying then realized that a massive pile of thugs lay at Yi Yu's feet, and from start to finish, no one else had been seen. This meant that every single elite thug from the Songshan society had been taken down by Yi Yu alone. It was unbelievable. How could Yi Yu have managed to defeat over 100 elite thugs on his own? As she stepped closer and her vision cleared, Gu Beiying's eyes widened further, and she covered her lips in shock. Yi Yu's shirt had been shredded in the fray, and his bare torso was covered in blood, though it was impossible to tell if it was his own or from the thugs. But what truly stunned her were the horrific scars crisscrossing his body. Some were fresh lacerations from sharp blades, still bleeding, making him look like a man soaked in blood. Yet even more were old, interwoven scars, winding across his body like centipedes. Seeing them up close was truly terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture and agony he had endured to be left with such gruesome, permanent scars. "Sakura, are you all right?" Only then did a faint smile appear on Yi Yu's face as he walked up to Gu Beiying and asked with concern. As he drew closer, a faint, metallic scent of blood washed over her. Gu Beiying glanced at the moaning thugs on the floor before fixing her gaze on Yi Yu. Did this all happen during that time? She knew Yi Yu had been kidnapped recently, but she had not realized he had suffered such inhuman abuse. Seeing Gu Beiying staring at his scars, Yi Yu smiled and said, "These do not matter at all. The important thing is that you are safe." Hearing Yi Yu's dismissive tone, Gu Beiying fell uncharacteristically silent. Though she did not know the full details, these wounds were clearly the price he had paid to save her. Thank you." The girl lowered her head and bit her lip, her voice sounding hoarse. If not for his mission to rescue her, Yi Yu would never have suffered such severe injuries. But the next second, she felt a warmth on her head, followed by Yi Yu's gentle words. "Silly girl, a brother protecting his sister is only natural, is not it?" Yi Yu patted her hair, smiling as if he did not even feel the blood still trickling from his wounds. Gu Beiying looked up and met a pair of tender, doting eyes. For some reason, looking at this face, which suddenly felt so unfamiliar, a warm current rose in her heart and her eyes welled up involuntarily. To be able to cast everything aside and protect someone without a second thought. Perhaps that is the true meaning of family. Suddenly, Gu Beiying felt a weight on her shoulder. She turned to see Yi Yu resting his arm there. "Then, could you please help me get home?" Yi Yu winked at Gu Beiying, though clear signs of fatigue had set in. He was not pretending. Although his physical strength had been pushed to a new limit, taking down this group without using his abilities had stretched his body to the breaking point. "Yeah," Gu Beiying beamed and nodded firmly. The short-haired girl behind them scooped up the white cat and followed closely. However, they had barely taken a few steps before the frantic sound of sirens erupted outside the warehouse. "The police." Yi Yu cast a questioning look at Gu Beiying. She smiled awkwardly, glanced at the cat, and explained, "I called them while I was escaping." Yi Yu nodded without a word. But as they limped together toward the door, they both stopped in their tracks at the same time. "Hey, about that." They spoke in unison, each seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes. "Can we keep tonight a secret from Mom and Dad? Gu Beiying asked dryly. For the sake of safety, she did not want to expose her abilities, even to their closest family. A glint flashed in Yu's eyes as he smiled. Let us make this our little secret then. Their thoughts were in perfect sync. Smiles touched their faces, even as the sound of the sirens grew louder. Hes, he was right. You really are a model brother. Yet, unnoticed by any of them, wisps of black energy began to condense behind their backs. Watching Yu's back, the entity with blood-red eyes revealed an evil, wicked smile. I just wonder, one day, will your so-called family become the obstacle on your path to the throne? My respected demon lord. Huffy huff. In the abandoned and gloomy apartment complex, a gaunt figure scrambled desperately through the stairwell. Close behind, several police officers in uniform were in hot pursuit of the thin man in the leather jacket. Within moments, the officers had chased the figure up to the rooftop. As they burst through the rooftop door, they saw the gaunt man in the leather jacket standing dazed at the edge, his lowered eyes glowing with a faint, blood-red hue. Ikami Ryukai, you are a suspect in multiple major bank robberies. Come with us now, a policeman wielding a baton shouted sternly. Why? The gaunt man stood on the rooftop, his face deathly pale, swaying as he whispered. Why cannot you people just leave me alone? Seeing the man trembling, an officer spoke up. We have already confirmed your identity. Stop this pointless resistance. If that is the case, then all of you, just die. The gaunt man suddenly yelled as black mist spread from his body. His outstretched arms transformed into tentacle-like vines that whipped through the air. Whoosh! What is that? The three officers recoiled in instinctive terror. But in a flash, the intertwined vines shot forward and instantly pierced through the officers' skulls. Thud! With a heavy sound, the headless bodies collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from their necks. The blood-stained vines twitched uncontrollably in the air, as if trying to paint the sky red, before finally losing their strength and retracting into the man's body, returning to the form of blood-soaked arms. The man knelt on the ground, clutching his head tightly. On the verge of a mental breakdown, he shrieked, "It was not me, it was not me. You all forced me to do this." But just then, a bizarre voice echoed from behind him. Ikami-kun, you have done very well. Black feathers drifted down like willow catkins as a long, bony hand gently caressed the top of the gaunt man's head. Look, you possess such immense power, so why are you content to live like a sewer rat? A black shadow appeared silently behind the gaunt man, its seductive voice whispering into his ear. The shadow gently turned the man's head, forcing his gaze onto the three headless corpses lying in a pool of blood. Look how weak and pathetic these humans are before you, as insignificant as ants. The irony is that you were willing to let these ants push you around. The man stared intensely at the headless corpses in the pool of blood, muttering in a frenzied state. Ants, they're all just ants. The shadow lowered its head and whispered into the man's ear, feeble ants are worthless. You are a being far superior to them. With scarlet blood vessels visible in his eyes and his body trembling slightly, thick black mist began to emanate from the man, and his arms once again transformed into intertwined, blood-red vines. Seeing the man's reaction, the shadow curled its lips into a smile, while black feathers fell like snowflakes around it. Just like that, I believe you will soon become a human off the new world. Ka. Just then, the hoarse, mournful cry of a crow echoed through the distant sky. A jet-black crow landed on the shadow's shoulder, its round eyes darting about as it let out a series of calls. Oh, did something happen to the kid from the Yasuda family? The shadow shook its head, seemingly uninterested, until the crow let out a few more strange cries. A flash of brilliance suddenly sparkled in the shadow's eyes. Is it Yukun? Mentioning that name, the shadow's tone turned instantly excited. As expected of the greatest Chen have ever created, I knew you would not disappoint me. The mentally unstable man before him instantly became worthless in the shadow's eyes. It looked up at the full moon obscured by clouds, licked its lips, and a blood-red light flickered in its gaze. I am really looking forward to our next meeting, Yukun. Swish. In the darkness, a pair of ink-black wings unfurled behind the shadow, their slight flutter shielding the full moon in the sky. The shadow turned its head abruptly toward a spot behind it, laughing in a voice that felt almost suppressed. You want to see Yukun too, do not you, Shin? As the shadow's voice faded, a faint sound suddenly emerged from the shadowy corner deep on the rooftop. Vaguely, it sounded as if a dark tide was surging in the dim corner. Under the deep night sky, a flash of blood-red light suddenly shimmered on the second floor of a residence in Ward 11. Sunmother resonance insect. Quality, purple. A demonic insect born in the sound-dampening swamps of the demon realm. They are gentle by nature, possess extreme stealth capabilities, and feed on demonic energy. The offspring and the parent share a sensory connection. It can transmit sounds heard by the offspring to the parent, with the duration of transmission depending on the amount of demonic energy provided. Inside the room, strands of black energy condensed into a line of crooked text before Yiyu, and then a black beetle the size of a ladybug appeared in his palm. This was an item he obtained after using his last mission draw. What Yiyu did not expect was that living creatures actually existed within the box of monsters. The box of monsters is a sacred relic only those who have held the throne of the demon lord can touch. It contains countless evil spirits and ghosts. These low-level insects are nothing but plankton in a vast ocean. Chaimai transformed into a cloud of black mist floating beside Yiyu, explaining with blood-red eyes. Yiyu looked at the ladybug in his hand, which was barely the size of a fingernail. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it was carrying an even smaller larva. Sunmother resonance. Yiyu stared at the insect in his palm with a curious look. Is not this just a high-end, biological wiretap? The Sunmother resonance insects live long lives. They only need a little demonic energy periodically to survive and have incredible stealth abilities. Human technology would not be able to detect them. You actually got a bargain, you know. Yiyu silently put away the two insects, which were no bigger than a fingernail. Indeed, as Chaimai said, having these two insects was like gaining an extra pair of eavesdropping ears. Seeming to see through Yiyu's thoughts, Chaimai suddenly bared its white fangs, grinning. You are not thinking of using these as wiretaps on your sister, are you? You really are a brother with a twisted possessive streak. Yiyu was already used to Chaimai's sharp tongue, so he ignored the insult and unbuttoned his shirt collar. As his white shirt slowly slid off, his well-proportioned muscles were exposed to Chaimai's view. Hey Yiyu, looking at the fair skin before it, Chaimai could not help but marvel. Unfortunately, the once fair skin was covered in gruesome, crisscrossing scars that coiled like centipedes across Yiyu's body, with some unhealed wounds still visible. The drama of sibling affection last night was truly moving, getting covered in wounds just to protect your sister. That guy named Yasuda was right, you really are a dedicated good brother. I think you might have a misunderstanding. Changing into a navy blue open front robe, Yiyu remained calm. I was just worried about my own secrets being exposed. With Xiao Ying's abilities, she did not need me to rescue her. Furthermore, a flash of brilliance crossed Yiyu's eyes. That guy Yasuda must know something. From his conversation with Gu, Yiyu had already sensed that the man definitely had something to do with the kidnapping a while ago. Shin, Yiyu muttered to himself. For some reason, every time Yasuda Masahiko mentioned that name, Yiyu's memories would suddenly become chaotic, and strange fragments of memory would flood his mind, as if they were going to split his brain open. What on earth happened during the time he was kidnapped? Yiyu wanted to get more clues about his kidnapping from Yan Masahiko, but the latter had been taken away by the police since last night and was currently lying in the hospital due to heavy injuries. Although Yiyu's abilities were now beyond those of a mortal, he did not dare to openly confront the police force. After all, an official organization had already set its sights on Gu Beiying, so he still needed to keep a low profile. Thinking of this, Yiyu took a fluorescent clover from the box of monsters, his eyes flickering. This was a prop he obtained in his last draw, a mist cloak flower that could turn the user invisible. Yasuda Masahiko had committed a taboo by going after the people around him, and Yiyu would never leave such a danger lurking. It is just that killing Yasuda now would only point fingers at him. Yiyu was still waiting for the right moment. A moment where he could eliminate Yasuda Masahiko. The blood-red light in his eyes grew more intense. Even Yiyu himself did not notice that he was becoming increasingly indifferent toward the act of ending a life. Chaimai watched all of this from the side and nodded in satisfaction. Late at night, at the Tudu Medical University Hospital. The hospital corridor was deserted, with only the flickering light at the far end of the passageway casting a dim glow, leaving the entire hallway feeling exceptionally quiet and gloomy. Outside a patient room on the upper floor of the hospital, two middle-aged men in police uniforms yawned in boredom and looked at each other. One of the officers shrugged and sighed helplessly. I say, do we really have to keep watching this guy? The higher-ups gave strict orders for us to keep an eye on him. I heard he is the son of some corporate tycoon. How did he end up beaten into such a state? Tisk, you have no idea how miserable he looked when he was brought in. At that time, the two officers whispered outside the door. While inside, the ward was separated from the outside world by only a single wall. Various advanced medical instruments were placed in the room, and the quiet ward echoed with the sounds of their operation. A strangely shaped figure lay flat on the bed. The body was tightly wrapped from head to toe in plaster and bandages, with only a pair of eyes exposed, looking just like a newly unearthed mummy. The liquid from the foredrip flowed continuously into the man's body through the plastic tube, yet the man on the bed seemed to be having a nightmare, his body trembling intermittently. Whoosh! A chilly evening breeze blew past the window, and the dim light outside vaguely illuminated a shadow as dark as ink. Under the cover of the night, the dark silhouette surged quietly along the ward wall like a tide, and within seconds, the hospital bed was covered in a pitch-black shadow. Almost without hesitation, a cold gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloomy room. Puff! A splash of scarlet blood sprayed out, and the man on the bed instinctively opened his eyes due to the intense pain. His widened triangular eyes were filled with terror, and he struggled violently. But because his entire body was bound in plaster, he went completely still after only a few seconds of struggling. The shadow by the bed lingered for a moment, and only after seeing the man die in an expression of pain and despair did it melt back into the wall, vanishing into the darkness like a drop of ink. Tick. The blood gushing out dripped from the bed onto the floor, forming a pool, and the heart rate monitor beside the bed stopped beating after a single beep. A faint ray of light from outside the window flashed by, illuminating a corner of the medical record card, where 4 large characters clearly displayed the patient's name. Yasuda Masahiko. The following day at dusk, in the kendo club of the To-Do private high school, a beautiful young girl stood on the wooden platform, wearing a white kendo uniform with her dark twin tails swaying in the breeze, holding a wooden sword in both hands with intense focus. Standing before her was a tall girl, holding the hilt of her sword in one hand, wearing round-framed glasses, and exuding an elegant temperament. 2 women in white kendo uniforms stood facing each other, gripping their wooden swords and holding their breath, a suffocating atmosphere seemingly flowing through the air. Huh? Finally, in the next second, the slightly more youthful girl's expression sharpened. She gave a sudden shout and thrust her wooden sword toward the tall woman in front. For a moment, the sound of wooden swords clashing echoed repeatedly on the platform, and dense streaks of sword light flashed frequently in midair. The pretty girl's offensive was exceptionally fierce, her hands moving so quickly that her wooden sword turned into blurred afterimages before her. Under the girl's series of intense attacks, the tall woman in front retreated, but her aura remained steady, and each swing of her sword skillfully blocked the girl's attacks. After a short while, the girl felt exhausted, fine cold sweat soaking her fair forehead as her chest heaved slightly. Meanwhile, the group of students watching below began to cheer enthusiastically, their admiring gazes fixed on the 2 women on the platform. The duels between the 2 beauties of the kendo club had always been a major attraction. After all, seeing 2 school goddess-level beauties competing on the same stage was a rare sight. Sakura, you have improved a lot lately. On the platform, the tall woman in the white kendo uniform lowered her sword and smiled at the pretty girl. Gu Beiying shrugged somewhat dejectedly. Even so, I still cannot beat you, senior. The tall woman comforted her. Your talent for kendo is top tier among everyone I have met. I believe it will not be long before you surpass me. Senior is so amazing, how could anyone possibly surpass you? Gu Beiying pouted in denial. Sakura. Gu Beiying turned to look and saw a handsome man in a white shirt waving and calling out to her among the crowd of students. Brother. Seeing that tall figure, a look of joy appeared on Gu Beiying's face. She excitedly jumped off the platform and ran over to Yu, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Brother, you are here. Yu smiled and nodded. Sakura, it is time to go home. Seeing Gu Beiying standing intimately next to Yu, some of the boys who did not know the truth immediately cast jealous glares toward him. Yu ignored the jealous glares from those around him, keeping a calm smile on his face throughout. Ever since Gu Beiying was kidnapped by Yan Masahiko's men, even though the latter had been beaten into critical condition by Yu and was under police guard at the hospital, given that guy's vindictive nature, one could never be too sure what he might do next. To prevent similar things from happening, Yu decided to personally escort Gu Beiying home after school until he could completely eliminate the threat of Yasuda Masahiko. Even though it was highly likely, she would not even need his help given her own true strength. It seems that Yu and his younger sister have a very close relationship. A familiar voice came from behind. Yu turned his head and happened to see the elegant, tall woman stepping down from the platform. The woman wore a pristine white kendo uniform, her long sky blue hair tied into a high ponytail, making her look as fresh and refined as a lotus flower emerging from water. But what truly made Yu pay attention was that he recognized her. She was the class representative of his class, a goddess-level figure considered the dream girl by countless boys, Chiyo Reigetsu. Seeing the tall beauty walking toward him, Yu was slightly taken aback, then responded. "So you are the senior Sakura was talking about, class rep Chiyo." Chiyo Reigetsu was not only a high-achieving, admired class representative, but also the president of the To-Do Private High School Kendo Club. For such a multi-talented goddess who was skilled in both arts and sports, it was no wonder she was the object of admiration for so many in school. While Yu was contemplating, Chiyo Reigetsu was also eyeing him up and down, especially when she saw the bright smile on his face, looking just like an easygoing sunshine boy, with absolutely no trace of the boiling murderous intent hidden deep in his eyes. Strange. A flash of doubt crossed Chiyo Reigetsu's eyes. The man in front of her was like a completely different person compared to the Yu she had seen on the street that day. "What is wrong? Is there something on my face?" Seeing Chiyo Reigetsu staring at his face in a daze, Yu asked with a smile. "No, nothing at all." Chiyo Reigetsu withdrew her hesitant gaze, transforming back into the gentle, admired goddess. "Come to think of it, I saw Yu near Shimecho the other day, but you seemed to be in a hurry, so I did not get a chance to greet you." Yu knew she was talking about the day Gu Beiying was kidnapped. He had indeed run into Chiyo Reigetsu on his way to the meeting point. "I did have some things to take care of that day." Yu chatted calmly with Chiyo Reigetsu. Throughout the interaction, Chiyo Reigetsu's demeanor was like that of a well-bred young lady from a prestigious family, making one feel no aversion at all. Instead, one would subconsciously want to get closer to her. "It is getting late, I should be heading back too." After a brief chat, Chiyo Reigetsu looked at Gu Beiying and smiled. "Sakura, see you tomorrow." With that, Chiyo Reigetsu turned and walked toward the exit of the kendo club. Along the way, many fans with glowing eyes greeted her enthusiastically, and Chiyo Reigetsu responded with warm smiles and waves, showing no air of superiority. You could not help but marvel at what kind of distinguished family could raise such an outstanding woman. Staring at Chiyo Reigetsu's back, a flash of blood-red light appeared in Yu's eyes subconsciously, and a six-pointed star pattern slowly emerged in the depths of his pupils. Damn! Driven by curiosity, Yu had uncontrollably activated the Samsara Eye. The eerie light in Yu's eyes flashed and disappeared, and the six-pointed star, representing the six paths of reincarnation, faded along with it. Gu Beiying, who was beside him, seemed to notice something. She looked up at Yu in confusion. "Brother, what is wrong?" "Nothing, I might have just seen something wrong." Yu smiled slightly, his gaze lingering intentionally or unintentionally on Chiyo Reigetsu's receding figure. "I do not know if it was an illusion, but the moment I activated the Samsara Eye, I seemed to see a floating blood-colored blade inside Chiyo Reigetsu's body." As twilight deepened, the shadows of the setting sun stretched across the street, while a few withered maple leaves drifted slowly downward along the light. At the far end of the street, Chiyo Reigetsu, dressed in a white kendo uniform, walked in a certain direction with a sword bag bearing the emblem of Todo Private High School slung over her back. The number of passers-by grew increasingly scarce as the dim sunlight illuminated Chiyo Reigetsu's delicate face, eventually leading her to the foot of a mountain on the city outskirts. At the base of the mountain stood a traditional Japanese shrine, its vermilion pillars appearing solemn and dignified. Two mighty stone lions stood guard before the main gate, and the plaque above featured the bold, powerful calligraphy of Chiyo Dojo. Looking up at the plaque for a moment, Chiyo Reigetsu walked slowly through the open gates of the dojo. Stepping into the dojo, one was met with a vast courtyard where dozens of students in plain cloth outfits, wooden swords in hand, were sparring in pairs, while a few men dressed as instructors observed and provided guidance from the corners. For a moment, The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed throughout the courtyard, and the students' faces were covered in beads of sweat. As soon as Chiyo Reigetsu appeared in the courtyard, many students lowered their wooden swords, stopped their sparring, and smiled at her. "Young miss, you are back." A soft smile appeared on Chiyo Reigetsu's face as she returned the greetings of each student. Even the instructors on both sides came forward respectfully and bowed their heads. "Young miss." Chiyo Reigetsu nodded silently, then headed toward the residence deep within the dojo. Tucked away in the depths of the dojo was a row of traditional Japanese houses, with a circle of plants outside that muffled the noise of the dojo. Pushing open the door, Chiyo Reigetsu entered one of the rooms. "Sister, you are back." A gentle female voice came from the room, and through the screen, one could faintly see a woman lying on the bed. Hearing this, the expression on Chiyo Reigetsu's face softened, and she said in a low voice, "I am back, Kyoru." With that, Chiyo Reigetsu set the sword bag aside and reached out to untie her belt. Amidst the sound of rustling fabric, the white kendo uniform slipped down by her legs, and a full, graceful silhouette was cast onto the semi-transparent screen. "Grandfather told me the hydrangeas in the garden have bloomed, but this year's blooming season is so late. Early this morning, I heard birds chirping on the eaves. They sounded like chickadees." With Chiyo Reigetsu's arrival, the gentle voice behind the screen began to talk endlessly about the day's experiences. Separated by the screen, the sisters began chatting back and forth. The conversation consisted of trivial daily matters, with the gentle voice behind the screen doing most of the talking, while Chiyo Reigetsu softly responded. "I really want to go outside and see the hydrangeas in full bloom with my own eyes." Hearing this, Chiyo Reigetsu paused and reminded her, "Kyoru, do not forget to receive your treatment on time." The voice behind the screen hesitated, the excitement of sharing stories now gone from her tone. "Sister, I do not want to go to the hospital anymore." "What?" Chiyo Reigetsu frowned, a rare sight, and said sternly, "Do not say such foolish things. How can you continue to put off your condition?" As she spoke, the voice behind the screen fell silent, and the entire room sank into quietude. Seeing this, Chiyo Reigetsu could only sigh helplessly and said nothing more. She took a white bandage from somewhere, wrapped it around her chest, and turned to take a white trench coat from a nearby hanger. Just then, a deep male voice came from outside the door. "Commander, the students outside have all dispersed." Chiyo Reigetsu did not respond, but simply threw the trench coat over her shoulders. The white bandage bound her chest tightly, leaving only her flat, smooth midriff exposed. Taking off her glasses, the look in Chiyo Reigetsu's eyes changed in an instant, her once gentle gaze turning incredibly sharp. She walked to a corner of the room, where a katana forged from fine steel rested on a rack. Swish! As Chiyo Reigetsu drew the katana from the table, the cold blade flashed with a chilling gleam in the dark room. Grasping the blade, the aura around her shifted sharply, making her appear as keen as an unsheathed weapon. Glancing back at the screen behind her, Chiyo Reigetsu pushed open the door. Dozens of sturdy men had gathered outside, and they bowed in unison as Chiyo Reigetsu stepped out. "At your command, Commander." One man approached Chiyo Reigetsu. "Commander, according to reports, the Matsuyamakai stronghold near Yomachi has been cleared by the police. This is the perfect opportunity for us to strike." Standing on the steps, Chiyo Reigetsu looked down at her restless, eager followers, who seemed to have gone a long time without such a major action. Chiyo Reigetsu nodded slightly, her expression cool and detached, a completely different person from before. Holding the hilt in her left hand, she brushed her right hand through her high ponytail, letting her sky-blue hair fall down to her waist, and her crisp voice echoed in the courtyard. "Inform everyone, we move out immediately. Our objective." "Seizatsubacho." "Yes." Hearing their shouts, Chiyo Reigetsu marched toward the courtyard exit without hesitation, followed by dozens of men. Whoosh! A breeze stirred her sky-blue hair and the hem of her trench coat, revealing 3 bold characters inked onto the back of the white coat. Kaiwei Kai. "I am home." As the door opened from the outside, a pleasant female voice drifted from the entryway. The scent of fried eggs filled the air, and Gu Han, who was still chopping vegetables in the kitchen, leaned out and replied with a smile. "Welcome home." At the entrance, Gu Beiying carried her bag in one hand and swapped her shoes with the other, while Yiyu closed the door behind them. Seeing the siblings return together, Gu Han, the mother of the household, covered her face, looked toward the living room, and smiled with satisfaction. "Look, the relationship between these two is getting better and better. Yi Jingbai, who was reading a newspaper on the sofa, looked up toward the entrance and nodded. As a stiff and serious professor, he was always poker-faced, only showing a rare smile when facing Gu Han and their daughter. Yi Yu and Gu Beiying looked at each other and shared a mutual smile. Both hid secrets they could not reveal, and they had reached a silent understanding not to speak of what happened at the warehouse that day. Because they both kept the same secret, much of the distance between the siblings had naturally faded. Seeing the siblings getting along so well, Gu Han's mood lifted. Humming a happy tune, a fragrant steam rose from the kitchen, and before long, a rich dinner was spread across the table. The family of 4 sat around the dinner table. Even the white cat that Yi Yu called Ziobai had somehow settled onto its own dedicated cushion. Gu Beiying excitedly told her family about her day at school. Yi Yu responded with a smile from time to time. Yi Jingbai sipped tea imported from the great Oriental nation, and Gu Han watched them all with a look of pure contentment. On the nearby television, the news played, reporting on a case where a pickpocket had mysteriously vanished after killing several officers in pursuit. Watching the harmonious family, the white cat in the corner yawned, bored. It had never truly adapted to this peaceful life. If it were not for the need to protect the savior, Gu Beiying, it might still be fighting to the death with demons in some dark corner. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a series of violent knocks rang out at the front door. The knocking, mixed with the doorbell, instantly caught the family's attention, and Gu Han went to the entryway to open the door. Several police officers in uniform stood outside, and the leading officer held up an ID card. Is this the Yi residence? Hearing the unusual disturbance, Yi Yu and the others hurried to the door, just in time to hear. Are Yi Yu and Gu Beiying here? We suspect they are involved in a major criminal case, so please come with us. Snap! As the blinding white floodlights flickered on in the cramped room, the previously dim space became as bright as day in an instant. Inside the interrogation room, Yi Yu gazed at the stark white ceiling above, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Ever since the kidnapping case that left him with amnesia, he had visited the police station once before, back then as a victim. He just had not expected that when he returned, his status would have shifted from victim to suspect. Do you recognize this person in the photo? Sitting across from Yi Yu was a young man in a police uniform, with a square table separating the two of them. Yi Yu sat on a metal chair. He was practically just a pair of silver handcuffs away from being the kind of criminal seen on television. Yi Yu took the photo from the officer and saw a young man in a suit, head held high, a look of arrogance in his gloomy, triangular eyes. This was a face Yi Yu remembered vividly, having even taught the guy a lesson not long ago. Masahiko Yasuda. The young officer watched Yi Yu's confused reaction and nodded. That is correct. Just last night, the second young master of the Yasuda group was murdered in the intensive care unit of the Tokyo Medical University Hospital, despite being under heavy police guard. What? Yi Yu frowned, his tone laced with genuine surprise. When the police first came for him, he thought his true identity had been exposed and had already been contemplating how to escape. But he never imagined they were looking for him because of Masahiko Yasuda. Upon hearing the news, Yi Yu's first thought was that someone was framing him. Although he had harbored thoughts of getting rid of Yasuda, he would never have done it at a time like this. Someone else had killed Masahiko Yasuda. Where were you after 8 o'clock last night? The young officer stared intently at Yi Yu's face, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. After 8, I should have been home by then. My family can verify that for me. Realizing the police were only involved because of Masahiko Yasuda, Yi Yu felt a sense of relief. While being suspected of murder was not ideal, it was far better than having his true identity exposed. Thinking of this, his anxious heart immediately calmed down. What is your relationship with Masahiko Yasuda? The officer asked again, while the other officer nearby typed away at a computer. Relationship, huh? Yi Yu thought for a moment and answered truthfully. If you have to put a label on it, I suppose we were enemies. Enemies? That is right. Not long ago, Masahiko Yasuda kidnapped my younger sister and used her to threaten me. I ended up putting him in the hospital and called the police. I believe you can check that in your police department's records. Yi Yu calmly recounted the recent events as they were. At this point, there was no need for him to hide anything. Hearing this, the young officer frowned. Then, why were you and Masahiko Yasuda enemies in the first place? As for that, Yi Yu shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. He pointed to his forehead. "I suffered a head injury during a kidnapping case and lost my memory. Surely the police are aware of that." The words left the officer sitting across from him in silence. What Yu said matched exactly what they knew. But if they just accepted amnesia as an excuse, their few leads would come to a dead end. Looking at the stern-faced officer, Yu suddenly laughed. "Although I do not know who killed Yasuda, it definitely was not me. I am the one who had the conflict with him, and I am the one who beat him into the hospital. Even if I were stupid, I would not kill him at a time like this and invite trouble upon myself, right?" That was what Yu had thought from the start. The young officer asked Yu several more questions, and Yu answered every detail without the slightest bit of concealment. However, in the corner of the interrogation room, a security camera was recording everything that was happening. In another room, not far from the interrogation room, a large screen was broadcasting the events inside. Several figures in police uniforms sat around the monitor, led by a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Seeing the scene, the middle-aged officer spoke up. "I know a bit about Yu's situation. He was the sole survivor of that kidnapping case, and after he was rescued, he lost most of his memories." As the middle-aged officer spoke, his eyes involuntarily drifted toward the person behind him. Sure enough, as he finished, a clear, sharp female voice came from behind. "Yu, is he the older brother of Gu Beiyang?" The middle-aged man turned around to see a tall, short-haired woman staring at the screen. But he is not her biological brother." The pot-bellied officer began to explain, only to notice the woman staring intently at Yu's face on the screen. Sensing something, the officer's tone stiffened. What is it?" The woman looked away from Yu's face and asked, "Do not you think he is acting a bit too normal?" The officer caught the implication in her words, froze, and then, as if realizing something, threw his gaze back at the screen. In the video, Yu was answering every question fluently, smiling and looking as calm and composed as ever, not at all like a teenage high school student. Something was wrong. Prompted by the woman, the officer also noticed it. How could a normal person, being a prime suspect in a police investigation, be this calm, and to spill every detail of the day without hesitation? The officer had only seen this kind of composed demeanor on the faces of insane criminal geniuses. People like that are usually either incredibly mentally tough or completely fearless. Could it be? The middle-aged officer was about to say something when the door behind them opened suddenly. A man in a white coat and glasses walked in, not even bothering to glance at the officer sitting there. The man with glasses walked straight up to the woman and held out a file. "Ma'am, the investigation results are in. Masahiko Yasuda died from a single blade slash to the throat. It was fatal and over in seconds. Neither the surveillance nor the guards on duty showed any signs of tampering." After saying this, he glanced at the officers behind him and whispered, "Even though the culprit hid their trail carefully, we still detected traces of residual magic energy on the hospital walls. We can conclude that those monsters were the ones who killed Masahiko Yasuda." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes narrowed, her gaze turning chillingly cold. She tightened the collar of her jacket, and a strange, gemstone-like ring on her slender finger flashed with an eerie light. "I understand." The woman said it calmly, then turned and walked toward the door. As the officers stood there, stunned and looking at each other, the woman's cold voice echoed back. "This Yu, I will interrogate him personally." Just as the crowd outside was watching the monitor and whispering, the atmosphere in the interrogation room suddenly reached a stalemate. The detective asked over a dozen questions in a row, but Yu's answers were flawless, showing no trace of panic or deception. Looking at the calm and delicate face across from him, even a veteran officer who had handled many cases began to feel at a loss. "Any other questions, officer?" Yu looked up at the officer with a smile, resting his hands casually on the table, tapping his fingers as if he were a customer ordering food in a restaurant. For some reason, meeting those deep, dark pupils, cold sweat broke out on the officer's forehead. Just then, another officer sitting at the computer walked over to the young detective and whispered something in his ear. The detective's pupils constricted sharply. He took a long, deep look at Yu before standing up and walking out with his colleague without a word. Bang! With the dull sound of the door closing, the smile on Yu's face slowly faded, his expression turning thoughtful. Who exactly killed Lin Masahiko, and what was their motive? Was it to frame him? Was it simply an enemy of the Yasuda family, or perhaps? Just as Yiyu was lost in thought, the door to the interrogation room opened again from the outside. He looked up instinctively, only to see that the person entering was not the young detective from before, but a short-haired woman dressed in professional office attire. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with a pretty face, a tall figure, and a sharp, capable-looking black business suit. On her chest, she wore a white badge with a cross pattern. The short-haired woman walked straight up to Yiyu, leaned over, extended her hand, and smiled slightly. "Nice to meet you. My name is Aso AI, and I am a special consultant hired by the police department." Although the short-haired woman was smiling, Yiyu felt as if her gaze were a sharp sword, as if she might pierce right through him the next second. Yiyu was slightly taken aback, then reached out to shake her hand, their contact lasting only a brief moment. The woman who called herself Aso AI pulled out a chair, sat down, and asked as if by chance, "Gu Beiying, is your sister right?" Hearing the mention of Gu Beiying's name, a glint flashed in Yiyu's eyes. He had already vaguely guessed the purpose of her visit. With this in mind, Yiyu put on a flustered look and hurriedly said to the woman, "Zio Ying, she has nothing to do with this. She was only kidnapped by that Yasuda guy because of me." It seemed that after mentioning his sister's name, Yiyu finally became like a normal high school student, as if his previous composure had just been a facade. Observing Yiyu's reaction, Aso AI suddenly smiled and changed the subject. "I heard that you showed great courage after your sister was kidnapped, taking down dozens of thugs from the Matsuyama syndicate by yourself, and even beating Yasuda Masahiko into the hospital." Aso AI noticed that Yiyu's build was not particularly robust. In fact, his loose shirt made him look quite thin. It was hard to imagine such an ordinary-looking high school student could handle dozens of gang members alone. Well, maybe my physique is naturally a bit different, and I work out regularly. Dealing with a few low-life thugs is not that much of a problem." Yiyu chuckled sheepishly, scratched his head, and appeared completely harmless. Just then, wisps of invisible black mist gathered beside Yiyu, and the figure of Chaimai appeared, laughing wickedly. "Looks like you are being suspected." "Oh." So AI looked at Yiyu with a knowing smile, naturally propping her hands on the table, where a gemstone-like ring on her finger gleamed with an unusual luster. Rubbing the surface of the ring with her finger, Aso AI whispered, "One last question. What is your relationship with the demon who killed Yasuda Masahiko?" As Aso AI finished speaking, a pink light suddenly burst from the ring on her finger. As the pink beam flashed before his eyes, Yiyu's gaze turned vacant, and Aso AI's voice echoed in his ears like a hypnotic lullaby. Yiyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something. At that critical moment, the box of Wangliang hanging on his chest began to sway slightly, emitting a flash of blood-red light. In the depths of his mind, a ferocious demonic face seemed to appear, letting out a low roar that instantly cleared Yiyu's senses. "This is the Asura mask. I do not know what you're talking about." After Yiyu said this in a dull tone, he bowed his head and said nothing more. Glancing at the ring worn by the woman, he could almost see wisps of pink mist floating above it. What on earth is that ring to be able to bewitch his mind? Hearing Yiyu's mechanical reply, Aso AI seemed surprised. She stared at him blankly for a moment, and then Yiyu seemed to wake from a dream, lifting his head abruptly and asking blankly, Did you just ask something?" Aso AI gave Yiyu a deep look, then stood up and walked toward the door. "It seems you really have nothing to do with this matter." Only after the short-haired woman left did you let out a soft breath of relief, looking down at the deep purple box on his chest with lingering fear. He had not expected the Asura mask, hidden inside the box of Wangliang, to save his life at the critical moment. Tusk, I told you, never underestimate the artifacts of the first demon lord." Chaimai laughed in Yiyu's ear. To think that even they were mobilized. Watching the direction the short-haired woman had left, Yiyu's gaze grew profound. Yiyu had originally thought Yasuda Masahiko's death was just an ordinary revenge killing, but it appeared far less simple than he had imagined. That strange, mind-altering ring, and the fact that she mentioned Gu Beiying's name the moment she arrived. There was no mistake. She must be connected to that official organization that tracks demons. This was Yiyu's first contact with people from that organization. Upon realizing this, he had restrained himself, trying his best to appear harmless, yet he had still nearly fallen into their trap. Capable of opposing demons who had already transcended ordinary humans, this organization must have their own unique methods. Glancing toward the security camera in the corner, A cold glint flashed in Yi Yue's eyes. It seems he has already caught their attention. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed through the bright corridor, drawing closer and closer as two figures, one large and one small, walked slowly toward the depths of the passage. Excuse me, where exactly are we going? Gu Beiying looked at the short-haired woman in front of her, hesitating for a moment before speaking up. She had just been in a police interrogation room when this woman inexplicably pulled her out, and she was still completely bewildered. So AI stopped at these words, turned around to meet Gu Beiying's gaze, and to her surprise, a trace of a smile appeared in her eyes. You will know soon enough. Gu Beiying was left confused, but she followed the woman nonetheless. After a short while, the two arrived in front of a large white mechanical door. After so, AI raised her hand to scan her palm print. The door slowly slid open. As soon as the door opened, Gu Beiying instinctively closed her eyes against the piercing glare of the light. When she opened them, she saw a spacious conference room where a dozen people were seated around a table, with a giant screen covering the entire front wall. Yo, boss, you are late this time. A curly-haired man sitting cross-legged on his chair looked up and gave So AI a bright smile. The man looked quite young, with dyed yellow hair and a cheerful grin. Akita, the boss, went to handle official business. She is not as idle as you. A muscular man next to him scolded. At this moment, the curly-haired man noticed Gu Beiying following So AI. He froze for a second before his eyes lit up with delight. Is not this little Ying Chan? The boss finally decided to bring you over. The curly-haired man acted like they were old friends, but Gu Beiying had never met him before. Still, she twitched her lips and, feeling a bit unsure, reached out to greet him. Hello. For a moment, a dozen pairs of eyes in the conference room turned to look at Gu Beiying. The expressions in their eyes were varied: shock, confusion, jealousy, and even a hint of envy. Little Yangs, you are here. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Gu Beiying's ears. She turned her head and saw a small, snowy white cat standing on the conference table, its human-like eyes fixed steadily on her. Sister Yan. Seeing the white cat, Gu Beiying finally felt completely at ease. The short-haired woman beside her bowed her head and said to Gu Beiying, "You should go find a seat first." Seeing the white cat present, Gu Beiying felt much relieved. Under everyone's gaze, she walked to the seat next to the cat and whispered, "Sister Yan, what is this all about?" Before she could finish, the white cat interrupted, "Just watch for now. This will be your mission in the future." Mission. At the same time, So AI sat in the head chair, her face returning to the serious expression she wore during the interrogation. She only needed to scan the room once for no one to dare utter another word. "We can begin now," So AI said calmly. "You got it." The curly-haired man named Akita grinned and pressed the remote control in his hand. With a swish, the screen covering the wall flashed, and several images appeared in the center. When Gu Beiying looked at the screen, not knowing what to expect, her pupils constricted sharply and she gasped. The photos showed nothing but corpses in gruesome states. These bodies were in an eerie condition, as if all their flesh and blood had been drained away, leaving behind withered, shriveled husks. The expressions on their faces were frozen in extreme terror, as if they had experienced something truly horrific before they died. "Sorry, did I scare you?" Noticing Gu Beiying's reaction, the curly-haired man smiled and scratched the back of his head, then stood up to address the room. "These are the corpses discovered in District 11 recently. Aside from slight differences in the method of death, the state of the bodies is identical to the ones found earlier. We can basically confirm that these people were all killed by those guys from the God-worshipping sect." God-worshipping sect? Gu Beiying instinctively looked at the white cat beside her. The last time she heard of the God-worshipping sect was from the white cat. She only knew it was a large organization of demons active in District 11. Ever since the God-worshipping sect appeared, these demons in District 11 have become more and more rampant. Those scumbags in District 11, one day, I am going to wipe them all out. The muscular man from before slammed the table and clenched his fists, his expression full of rage. Meanwhile, So AI, whom everyone regarded as the leader, remained exceptionally calm and asked, "What about Team C? Have you found any clues regarding the God-worshipping sect's hideout?" At this point, a man in a white lab coat sitting in the corner adjusted his glasses. The God-worshipping sect is always secretive. The clues we currently have are very limited, but it is not as if we have nothing. As he spoke, the screen displayed the face of a gaunt man. He looked to be in his 40s, unshaven and haggard, as if he had been drained by alcohol and vice. Ikigami Takashi, originally a pickpocket active in the Yamadamachi area, but he mutated into a demon during his arrest. He lost his trail after killing several police officers who were pursuing him. We have received reports that Ikigami Takashi is suspected of forming a terrorist group with several other demons, carrying out retaliatory killings in District 11. The blood of the humans they kill is also drained away completely. Photos of several mummified corpses flashed on the screen, their state of death identical to the previous ones. In other words, the demon group led by Ikigami Takashi has some connection to the god-worshipping sect. So AI thought for a moment, a flash of insight in her eyes, and she immediately ordered. Mobilize the police force, conduct a full-scale search for Ikigami Takashi's tracks in the surrounding area, and have teams A and B on standby for elimination duties. Yes. The group gathered in the conference room stood up one after another in agreement, startling Gu Beiying into standing up as well. The meeting ended abruptly with Gu Beiying participating, but many eyes remained fixed on her. Gu Beiying looked at the white cat, completely confused. The latter flicked its tail. "Little Ying, do you remember what I told you before?" At that moment, the short-haired woman, Aso AI, who had brought Gu Beiying in, stepped in front of her with a faint smile. "As you can see, this is our job." 8 years ago, a terrifying mutated virus began to break out in Japan. Infected humans would turn into monsters prone to violence, just like demons, which is what we commonly refer to as demons. To maintain social order and stability, the authorities established a department specifically responsible for purging these demons. This department operates in the shadows, unknown to the public. Its goal is to eliminate demons within its jurisdiction to the greatest extent possible and prevent the further spread of the mutated virus. The curly-haired young man pointed at himself, flashing a bright smile. "That is right, we are the department dedicated to handling these demons." The full name of the organization is the Anti-Demon Special Strategic Deployment Headquarters. Of course, if you find that a mouthful, you can also use our official short name. Dawn. Dawn. For some reason, upon hearing that name, Gu Beiying's eyes narrowed. She stared blankly ahead, and the dozen or so figures gathered around the conference table were all looking at her as well. She suddenly realized that from the moment she stepped into this conference room, she had keenly sensed that everyone here possessed an aura that was far from ordinary. "Is this the special department, sister? Yan mentioned that deals with monsters." While Gu Beiying was lost in thought, no one noticed that a beetle, not even the size of a thumb, was quietly resting on the edge of her collar. Meanwhile, in the police interrogation room, Yu sat alone on a cold chair. There was no one else in front of him, only a surveillance camera in the corner keeping watch over him. Yu kept his head low, while a beetle, small enough to be overlooked, emitted a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Dawn, is it?" In the shadows hidden from the camera, Yu slightly opened his lips and slowly uttered these two words. The dim lighting made it impossible to discern any expression on his face. "We have seen your abilities with our own eyes, and you have passed the assessments we set for you these past few days perfectly." The curly-haired man wiggled his fingers with a bright smile on his face. "Assessments?" Gu Beiying looked at the white cat beside her in shock. Could it be that the monsters she had defeated over these past few days were all just a test? "You possess a powerful ability to restrain demonic energy, which is exactly the kind of person we have been looking for." Maso AI looked at the shocked girl with twin tails and said solemnly, "Gu Beiying, on behalf of the Dawn District 11 branch, I formally invite you to join us in maintaining the civil order of human society, purging monsters, and becoming a dawn that brings salvation to the world." Gu Beiying looked at the outstretched hand, turned her head to look at the white cat beside her, and with a golden glimmer in her eyes, she nodded firmly. Was not all the effort she had made so far just to use this power to save more people? "Then congratulations, little Ying, on becoming a member of our Dawn." The curly-haired man named Akita clapped his hands, not at all surprised by Gu Beiying's choice. Or rather, they had already thoroughly investigated Gu Beiying's background and roughly understood her personality, which was why they had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch. The others also stepped forward to welcome Gu Beiying, their new colleague. Do I need to do anything?" Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Gu Beiying's cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked a bit overwhelmed. "Oh, do not you worry about that. We will naturally find you when it is time to execute a mission." The curly-haired man revealed his fangs, wiggled his fingers, and smiled. It is worth mentioning that due to the sensitive nature of our work, the existence of Dawn and the missions we carry out are strictly confidential from ordinary people. Do not go telling anyone about this, not even your relatives. This is also the first ironclad rule issued by the Dawn General Headquarters. Gu Beiying nodded. She had already learned about all of this from the White Cat. Then, several Dawn members stepped forward to enthusiastically explain matters regarding the organization, leaving the high school girl completely bewildered. "We will soon be carrying out an operation to clear out monsters in District 11. I believe you will have a deeper understanding of us then." As Maso AI spoke, the noise around them suddenly died down. After giving Gu Beiying a few more instructions, Maso AI watched as the White Cat led her away. "Chief, is such a brat really worth us making such a big fuss?" As Gu Beiying left, a muscular man approached Maso AI and asked. He truly did not believe that such a little brat had the potential to save the world. Maso AI just cast him a cold glance and said lightly, "You should know what that power signifies." At this, the curly-haired man licked his lips and excitedly reminded him. Tusk, a 1 in a million stigmata user is not someone for us to discuss lightly." Upon hearing the term stigmata user, the muscular man choked on his words and could not say anything further. Not long after Gu Wuji left, about 15 minutes later, Yi Yu, who was sitting in the interrogation room, was also cleared of suspicion and released. When he walked out of the police station, the sky had already turned a dusky yellow. Looking up at the sunset, a sense of doubt arose in Yi Yu's heart. Who exactly beat him to it and took out Masahiko Yasuda? Dawn! Yi Yu muttered the name. Clearly, this was the organization established by Japan to deal with monsters, and this organization had already set its sights on him. He shook his head. More than anything else, he needed to consider how to clear his name completely, or at least stop the people from Dawn from focusing their attention on him. Thinking to himself that he should be more low-profile in his future actions, Yi Yu had only walked a few steps from the police station when he suddenly froze in his tracks. He saw Yi Jingbai and Gu Han sitting on a bench not far away. The housewife, usually so composed, was sobbing with worry, tears still lingering on her cheeks. Yi Jingbai was comforting her, but as a rigid professor, his attempts were ineffective, and he soon frowned. It seemed the two had been waiting for a long time. And standing in front of the bench was a refined-looking young man. Zhu Feng. Yu immediately recognized the young man as his good friend from school, Zhu Feng. The three by the bench turned toward the sound, and upon discovering it was Yi Yu, they excitedly surrounded him. When Gu Han saw Yi Yu walk out unharmed, her eyes filled with tears of excitement, and the heavy weight was finally lifted from her heart. Zhu Feng smiled from the side. "Uncle Yi, Aunt Gu, I told you, did not I? It was just a routine inquiry by the police. There was no need to worry so much." Yi Jingbai patted Yi Yu on the shoulder and said indifferently, "It is good that you are fine." "What are you all doing?" Yi Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Seeing his parents waiting there specially for him, he did not know how to explain it for a moment. Yi Yu turned his head to look at the man in glasses. Why was that kid Zhu Feng here too? Before Yi Yu could say anything, two more figures walked out of the police station. One was tall, and one was short. The tall one was a pot-bellied, middle-aged man in a police uniform. The petite one was a cute girl with twin tails, cradling an adorable white cat in her arms. "Little Ying." Wang Han rushed over to hug Gu Kao's, her concern evident in her eyes. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Gu Beiying, Zhu Feng quickly grabbed Yi Yu's shoulder and asked in astonishment, "Is it true, you really went and provoked the Matsuyama Association?" Seeing Yi Yu nod, Zhu Feng gasped. He glanced cautiously at the people nearby and hurriedly said, "Those guys in the Matsuyama Association are not even easy for the police to mess with. Are not you just asking for death?" But Yi Yu just smiled faintly and shrugged dismissively. "How would I know if I do not try?" With that, Yi Yu walked up under Zhu Feng's stunned gaze and greeted the pot-bellied middle-aged officer. "Uncle Zhu, sorry for the trouble today." The middle-aged man turned to Yi Yu and smiled. "It was just standard procedure. You should be the ones to understand us." The middle-aged officer in front of them was none other than Zhu Feng's father, Zhu Pingyun, the head of the Public Security Department at the Metropolitan Police Department. The fact that Yi Yu and Gu Beiying could walk out of the police station meant that both had been cleared of suspicion. Besides, little Ying's father back then. All right, say no more. Zhu Pingyun looked at Gu Beiying and was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by Gu Han. Seeing Gu Han fall silent, Zhu Pingyun immediately apologized. I am sorry. Judging from Zhu Pingyun's tone, he had known about Gu Han and her daughter for a long time. Yi Jingbai grabbed Gu Han's shoulders. She wiped her tears and gave a small smile. It is all right, I reacted a bit too intensely. We owe you for everything today. Why do not you come over to our place for a meal? After regaining her composure, Chen Han became that gentle and virtuous housewife again. Yay, it has been a long time since I have had Aunt Gu's miso soup. Before Zhu Pingyun could even speak, Zhu Feng was already raising his fingers behind him, looking very excited. Gu Beiying smiled from the side. You are welcome to visit our home, Uncle Zhu. Even the usually reticent Yi Jingbai declared he would cook personally, drawing disgusted looks from the mother and daughter. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhu Pingyun sighed. In that case, I will humbly accept. Meow, the white cat in Gu Beiying's arms, let out a bored yawn. And just like that, the group of 6 chatted and laughed as they headed toward the Yi residence in a harmonious atmosphere. However, Yi Yu remained silent and distracted throughout the journey. Because he had keenly noticed that on Gu Beiying's chest, where she held the white cat, there was now an inconspicuous white badge with a cross pattern. The news of Masahiko Yasuda's death caused quite a stir at Todo Private High School. Perhaps because the cause of death was such a mystery, the police kept the impact of the incident to a minimum. Most people just assumed that the arrogant rich kid had gotten bored with this school and transferred elsewhere. Meanwhile, the police were still working day and night to find the murderer, but unfortunately, there have been no leads so far. Yu had been temporarily cleared of suspicion because of his sister, but even so, he had stopped his hunting activities during this time. Because he understood that the organization known as Dawn had already made contact with Sakura, and his loved ones, including his family, were now exposed to their sights. Yu knew well that his strength was not yet enough to go up against such a massive organization, so he began to keep a low profile. The afternoon bell at Todo Private High School rang right on time, and as students filed out of the gates, the once bustling campus gradually fell silent. In the kendo hall beside the sports field, 2 graceful figures were locked in a fierce duel on the wooden stage, their wooden swords clashing and whipping through the air. Before long, the girl with pigtails was exhausted and raised her hands in surrender, saying, I give up, I give up. Your swordsmanship is still as exceptional as ever, senior. Across from her, Raigetsu Chiyo also lowered her wooden sword and smiled. It is your strength, Sakura, that has been improving at such a startling rate. That was not just comfort. In the process of sparring with Gu Beiying, she was surprised to find that the girl's skill grew with each passing day, to the point where even she found it increasingly difficult to parry. It was hard to imagine that the girl before her had such extraordinary talent, which made even her, the president of the Kendo Club, feel a bit ashamed. Sakura, it is time to head back. Yi Yu, who had been waiting for a while, walked to the edge of the stage and smiled at Raigetsu Chiyo. Thank you for sparring with Sakura for so long, Class President Chiyo. Raigetsu Chiyo gave a slight shake of her head, her demeanor polite and graceful. It was just a regular practice session. Besides, I learned a lot from Sakura myself. As she spoke, Raigetsu Chiyo lifted her hand to put the wooden sword back into its bag. But Yi Yu, looking through her sleeve, keenly noticed a long, thin cut on Raigetsu Chiyo's fair arm. It looked like she had been scratched by some kind of sharp object, and there were faint traces of fresh blood on the wound. Your hand, are you all right? Noticing Yi Yu's gaze, Raigetsu Chiyo's expression flickered, and she hurriedly covered the wound with her sleeve. No, I am fine. I accidentally got hurt while sparring with a friend at the dojo. Raigetsu Chiyo's tone sounded a bit forced, and she did not intend to offer any more explanation before hurriedly saying goodbye to Yi Yu and his sister. Gu Beiying seemed to admire her senior quite a bit, and as she watched Raigetsu Chiyo leave, she sighed, I wonder what kind of man such an excellent girl will marry one day. Yu turned around, rubbed Gu Beiying's head, and chuckled, our Sakura is not half bad either. Although Masahiko Yasuda had been mysteriously assassinated, and Gu Beiying's strength meant she did not really need Yu to protect her closely. He still insisted on walking her home every day to maintain his image as a good brother in front of the people from Dawn, and to completely clear his name. As the siblings walked down the street, the rush hour had already passed, and there were far fewer pedestrians around. The twilight illuminated the entire street, with students cycling past the corner, office workers rushing home, and couples snuggling by the roadside. Everyone seemed to have a happy smile on their face. Ding! Accompanied by the rolling sound of wheels, a tram passed by them, and Gu Beiying suddenly stopped in her tracks. What is it? Yu turned his head, only to see Gu Beiying hanging her head and refusing to move forward. The girl looked up and blinked at Yu. I suddenly remembered that Xiao Yi invited me over to her place this morning, so I will not be going home just yet. Is that so? Yu noticed Gu Beiying's eyes darting around, then shifted his gaze toward the badge on her chest. A beam of red light seemed to flicker across the white badge with the cross pattern. Since tomorrow is the weekend, I will not be back tonight. Please remember to tell Mom for me. Please, brother. Gu Beiying tilted her head, cast a look of trust at Yu with her lively eyes, and then turned and ran off to the other side of the street without looking back. Tusk, it looks like your little sister is gradually getting on the right track. A plume of black mist rose up, and Chaimai appeared by Yu's side, grinning with her usual sharp-tongued wit. Yu, having grown accustomed to Chaimai's sudden appearances, did not respond, but silently took out his phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, Gu Han's familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Mom, Sakura and I are staying at a friend's place tonight, so you do not need to prepare dinner for us. After a brief explanation, Yu hung up the phone, and the smile on his face slowly faded. The box of myriad demons on his chest pulsed with an eerie red glow, and in the next second, a clover with a faint blue fluorescent light appeared in Yu's hand. This was the item he had drawn from the box of myriad demons, the fog cloak clover, which grants invisibility after consumption. Watching his sister's departing figure, Yu slowly plucked the first leaf and put it into his mouth. The tram's shadow stretched long under the sunset, and as the last late-shift tram left the station, a crowd of people poured out from the exit. Gu Beiying avoided the noisy crowd, holding a slip of paper and carefully following the directions on it. After about 15 minutes, Gu Beiying finally stopped at a crossroads, and a familiar Metropolitan Police Department building appeared before her. After all that wandering, she had actually arrived back in front of the Metropolitan Police Department in District 11. But that clearly was not Gu Beiying's destination. She checked the address in her hand and turned to face a Western-style restaurant across from the police station. The name of the restaurant was simple, Dawn, and beneath it was a fancy English inscription, Light Up the Dark Dawn. Looking at the luxurious facade, Gu Beiying hesitated for a moment before gently pushing open the door. Jingle! A crisp bell chime rang out, and a sweet woman's voice reached her ears. Welcome! As soon as she walked into the Western restaurant, the wind chime on the door jingled crisply, and Gu Beiying instinctively scanned the interior. Just like other upscale restaurants, the decor here was quite elegant. Gray-white carpets covered the floor, the pillars on the walls were carved with exquisite patterns, and the gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling refracted a dazzling light. With its magnificent European-style round tables, a small and delicate bar counter, and soft background music playing, it was like an elegant sanctuary for the elite. However, what was puzzling was that despite it being nearly evening, there were hardly any customers. Business seemed unusually bleak. Welcome! A sweet female voice drifted over. Gu Beiying turned to look and saw a beautiful woman in a uniform with a tight-fitting skirt walking toward her. The woman had golden wavy hair and a stunning face. Her ample bosom seemed ready to burst from her clothes as she walked over gracefully, holding a menu in her arms. Looking at the luxurious surroundings, Gu Beiying hesitated for a moment before tentatively showing the white badge on her chest. Aso-san asked me to come. Are you little Sakura? Upon seeing Gu Beiying confirm her identity, the woman immediately dropped the menu and excitedly pulled Gu Beiying into a hug. Gu Beiying felt her entire face buried in a soft mass, and the woman's ample chest nearly suffocated her. Only then did the woman seem to realize something was wrong. She quickly let go of Gu Beiying, bent over with an apologetic smile, and said, I am so sorry. Good grief, Shasha, you are pranking the newbie again. Be careful, or the boss will dock your pay if he finds out. A familiar voice came from the corner. Gu Beiying poked her head over and saw a curly-haired young man in a white uniform wiping a table with a rag. Noticing Gu Beiying's gaze, the curly-haired youth looked up and grinned, revealing a pair of sharp canines, and said brightly, Hello, beautiful, we meet again. Gu Beiying had met this curly-haired man before. He seemed to go by the name Akita. As she scanned the restaurant, she found that there were barely any people to be seen. A refined man with glasses stood at the bar, meticulously wiping a glass, and looked up to offer Gu Beiying a faint smile. Gu Beiying had also seen this man before at the Dawn base, where he wore a lab coat and looked like a researcher. But now, the man was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt. He looked handsome and carried a relaxed aura. One might mistake this place for an upscale host club if they did not know better. The curly-haired man walked up to Gu Beiying and said with a familiar grin, "We have been waiting a long time for you. Would you like something to drink?" "And no, thank you." Gu Beiying glanced at the menu on a nearby table and gasped. The prices here were several times higher than those outside. It was no wonder that business was so bleak during peak hours, with not a single customer in sight. "Where is this?" Gu Beiying asked, looking around with a puzzled expression. She could not believe that this was the base headquarters for cleaning up demons in District 11. "Oh, you mean this place?" The curly-haired man held up a finger to his lips, shushing her. "It is a disguise." As he spoke, the well-endowed woman beside him clapped her hands cheerfully. "Shift's over, time to go." The blonde woman lazily stretched, her chest nearly popping her shirt buttons open, leaving her beautiful curves on full display. "I think I have been doing all the work today, have not I?" The curly-haired man curled his lip, looking unimpressed by her display of exhaustion. With that, the two locked the restaurant door from the inside and led Gu Beiying toward the back of the building. The bespectacled man at the bar placed the cleaned glass on the shelf, but seemingly sensing something, he suddenly turned to look at a nearby table. He could not tell if it was just his imagination, but out of the corner of his eye, the menu on the table seemed to move. He shook his head. It seemed the recent work pressure had given him hallucinations. The three of them led Gu Beiying to the staff lounge at the deepest part of the restaurant. Surprisingly, the door in front of them actually required a fingerprint scan. Seeing Gu Beiying's confused look, the curly-haired man explained, "You know our work is very specialized and cannot be known by the public, so we need to use some camouflage in our daily routines." The man placed his hand on the identification screen, and the door to the staff lounge slowly opened, revealing an elevator inside. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Akita Shukaku, a B-rank executive of the District 11 Dawn Department," he said, showing his signature canine teeth with a smile. "That big-breasted, empty-headed woman is named Shasha, and the guy next to her, who looks like a geek, is Wataru Hakuba, an annoying science fanatic." Akita pointed to the two of them to introduce them to Gu Beiying. Shasha put her hands on her hips and retorted angrily, "Who are you calling big-breasted and empty-headed?" Amidst the squabbling, the four stepped into the elevator. Akita pressed a button, and the entire space gave a crisp tremor. A sensation of weightlessness washed over them. A few seconds later, the door ahead gave a clicking sound and slowly opened, revealing the familiar white corridor to Gu Beiying. Looking at the high-tech hallway, Gu Beiying recalled that this was the very same passage AI Aso had taken her through when she brought her out of the police station. Who would have thought that such a massive underground base was hidden beneath this Western restaurant? However, as the four of them talked, no one noticed that the elevator door behind them only just began to close. "So this is the Dawn base of District 11. You carefully followed behind them without making a sound, yet the people ahead had absolutely no idea that a transparent figure had joined them. After consuming a petal of the hidden mist flower, he had entered a state of temporary invisibility, with his body temperature and physical footprint removed from the human spectrum, making him undetectable even by the most precise scientific instruments. Is not it asking for trouble to follow them so blatantly? Chaimai's voice echoed in Yi Yua's ear. Did not you say that the effects of the hidden mist flower are beyond the detection of even the best human technology? Yi Yu glanced at the black sphere beside him and fixed his eyes forward. Besides, he needed to see for himself just what kind of methods this Dawn organization, which fought against demons, actually possessed. My, Sakura, you are actually quite lucky. You just joined and already you have stumbled into a major operation. Shasha put her hands behind her head, a mysterious smile suddenly appearing on her face. Just as Gu Beiying was feeling puzzled, Akita spoke up excitedly. "Remember that group of demons we talked about before? We got word they are planning something big tonight." During their conversation, the group arrived at a heavy mechanical door. After Wataru Hakuba verified the iris scan, the massive door groaned open. Once the door opened, an exceptionally spacious hall appeared before Gu Beiying. A group of figures in white uniforms were scattered in various corners of the hall, each in different postures. Their expressions were mixed, and they held all kinds of bizarre-looking weapons and gear in their hands. Some were sprawled lazily on chairs, yawning in boredom. Others were hidden in corners, silently wiping their firearms. Still others were reviewing documents with serious expressions to scout the enemy. Guns, curved blades, iron hammers, pistols, and even strange equipment like frying pans appeared in the hands of these people. Had it not been for the uniform white suits they wore, Gu Beiying would have thought she had arrived at a cosplay convention. Yo, you guys are finally here. As the mechanical door opened, all eyes in the room converged on Gu Beiying and the others. Gu Beiying counted the people present. There were dozens of them. Just then, a figure slowly walked out from the crowd. A black professional OL suit accentuated her graceful curves. She looked every bit like a stylish city woman. Ai Aso walked to the front of the group, gave a slight nod to Gu Beiying and the others, turned around and said calmly, "Everyone's here, right?" The atmosphere in the room turned silent instantly. Those who were sitting stood up, those hidden in the shadows stepped out, and the corners of some people's mouths began to curl into smiles. The next second, Ai Aso took a deep breath, her expression stern, and ordered everyone, "Operation start." As night fell, a sudden blast erupted in front of the largest Tokyo bank in the heart of District 11. Boom! The sound of the explosion instantly startled passers-by, sending them scrambling in panic with their heads in their hands. Cars honked and collided in the chaos, and the entire street descended into total disarray. Amidst the pandemonium, a dozen figures suddenly darted through the crowded street and charged into the bank. After a jarring alarm started blaring, several security guards rushed out wielding electric batons and shouted, "Who is there?" Bang! Before the uniformed guard could finish his sentence, the back of his head burst in a spray of blood, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground as a large pool of blood seeped out. You guys." As the other guards backed away in panic, attempting to flee, a few more decisive gunshots rang out, and they instantly fell into a pool of blood. The dozen figures entered the bank. They were armed, yet they wore cartoon animal masks, looking like absurd dolls from an amusement park. With the guards down, the dozen or so assailants swarmed into the bank vault and began looting frantically, completely ignoring the piercing alarm above. The leader of the group, wearing a goat mask, coolly directed his men to pack heavy gold bars into sacks. "Hurry up, the police will be here soon." The goat suddenly felt a tug on his leg. Looking down, he saw a guard who was not quite dead, yet clinging to his pant leg. The guard was young, struggling to lift his eyelids, yet his eyes shone with a look of firm resolve. That kind of look is really annoying. The goat narrowed his eyes and was about to kick the guard away, but after a moment of hesitation, he turned and looked behind him. "Hound, you take care of him." "Meme." The one called out, wearing a dog mask, dropped the sack he was holding. He walked over to the guard tremblingly, clutching a short blade in his hand, but he could not bring himself to strike. Seeing this, the goat's eyes flashed with cold indifference, and he said coldly, "You came from the Matsuyama Syndicate, right? You have not killed anyone since joining us. You should know that we do not keep dead weight around here." The hound gripped the short blade tightly, swallowing hard without a word. "I remember you are desperate for money to save your little sister." At the mention of his sister, the hound's eyes turned red, and the arm holding the blade shook violently. But in the end, the hound slumped, collapsing to the ground, and the short blade fell from his hand. I cannot do it," the hound cried out, clutching his head. "Useless trash." The goat raised his eyes, just about to execute the guard himself, when a flurry of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the vault. A team of dozens of officers in bulletproof vests rushed in, pointing their weapons at the criminals. "Do not move, you are surrounded." At the same time, the piercing sound of sirens filled the air outside, and a large crowd of police could be seen surrounding the bank. But the animal-masked criminals around the vault showed no signs of panic. Some even dropped their loot, twisted their necks, and shuffled their feet, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The goat turned to the hound and sneered, "Remember, we are beings of the new world. These people are nothing but the lowest scum in front of us. Everyone put your hands on your heads. Do not make any sudden moves," an officer commanded, pointing toward the corner of the vault. The goat, the leader of the gang, moved forward slowly, and the officers raised their guns in tension. Whoosh! Suddenly, the goat's sleeve ballooned, and several intertwining, blood-colored vines surged out like poisonous pythons, piercing through the heads of the officers in the front row. The blood-red vines danced in the air, dripping with fresh blood. This horrific scene completely shattered the officers' grasp on reality. What is that? Monster, shoot, hurry up and shoot. The officers opened fire in terror, and a hail of bullets flew from dozens of gun barrels. Facing the rain of gunfire, the goat flicked his arm, maneuvering the vines into a shield in front of him, and the barrage of bullets was blocked entirely. The officers emptied their magazines, but after several seconds, the shield of blood-red vines only had a few holes in it, while the criminals behind remained unharmed. At the same time, a strange cry rang out from the back of the vault, audible even over the intense gunfire. One of the criminals suddenly threw his head back and crawled on all fours. His head ballooned to twice its size, bursting the mask, and his jaw unhinged to an impossible degree. The man stretched his neck and opened his hands. Sharp, needle-like fangs erupted from his palms. In the next second, he lunged into the crowd like a cheetah. With a mouth several times the size of a human's, he bit the head clean off an officer. Instantly, the police force was thrown into chaos. Blood sprayed like a fountain on everyone, and the gunfire became continuous. Before the officers could recover from their shock, the surrounding air grew chillingly cold. Beside the vault across from them, plumes of black mist began to emerge from the bodies of the dozen masked criminals. As the black mist slowly rose, the criminals' bodies underwent bizarre and terrifying changes. Dozens of blood-red eyes glared at the officers. They were murderous, like demons from another world. "We are the rulers of the new world." In the next second, heart-wrenching screams erupted from inside the bank, mingled with the sound of spraying blood, spreading out into the night. Outside the bank, the street was mostly empty. Dozens of police cars with sirens blaring surrounded the building, while waves of officers continued to charge inside. No one noticed a jet-black crow perched on a nearby utility pole. Caw! With a hoarse cry, it shook its ink-colored feathers and stared unblinkingly at the bank with its round, dark eyes. The chaos at the Toto Bank is intensifying. The frantic sound of gunfire and the shouts of police echo through the entire street. In front of a shop at the end of the street, a man with curly hair sits on the steps with his legs crossed, humming leisurely while swinging a yo-yo in each hand. Should not we go up and help? Hearing the volleys of gunfire coming from ahead, Gu Beiying asks, puzzled. Akita Shukyujaku turns his head and grins, revealing two fangs. "Oh, our people are already there. As for us, our mission is just to hold this place down." Several other figures stand nearby. Besides Akita Shukyujaku and Sasha, whom Gu Beiying has already met, there is a muscular man with a fierce face and a bloated, heavy-set man standing beside him. "Seriously, how did I get stuck in a group with you guys again?" Sasha looks at her companions with a look of disdain and resentment. "Does not that just prove we're fated to be together, Sasha?" The oily fat man mumbles, chomping on a chicken drumstick. "Shut it, you fat slob. Who wants to be fated with you?" Sasha rolls her eyes at him, her ample chest bouncing in a way that makes people's mouths water. Tian Shukyujaku, with his curly hair, plays lazily with his two yo-yos, spinning them into all sorts of intricate tricks. And the muscular man is even more outrageous, carrying a massive iron axe forged from some unknown metal, the blade glinting coldly in the night. With such a terrifying weapon and his rugged appearance, he would easily be mistaken for some deranged serial killer if he walked down the street in broad daylight. Looking at them, Gu Beiying finds it hard to believe that these are the guardians of dawn who secretly eliminate monsters and protect the safety of the people. As they chat, a loud explosion suddenly erupts from deep within the street ahead. A police car blows up, flames spreading everywhere as if some terrifying entity has charged through. Here it comes. Akita Shukyujaku suddenly leaps from the steps, brushes the dust off his clothes and stretches. Gu Beiying looks closely, only to see a massive humanoid monster charging out from the smoke. It is called a humanoid monster because its body resembles a human's, yet it crawls rapidly across the ground on all fours. It is 3 times the size of a normal person, with a pair of massive bull horns on its head, still stained with fresh, scarlet blood. Sharp spikes are even visible on its limbs. It looks just like a giant bull-headed monster. The bull monster exudes faint wisps of black mist, a truly terrifying sight. "Geez, and I thought I could get off work early tonight." Akita Shukyujaku mutters to himself, but his form suddenly explodes with speed as he charges toward the terrifying bull monster. Just as the pair of sharp horns are about to pierce Akita's body, he swings his arms, and the yo-yos in his hands suddenly emit 2 bursts of white light. With a whistle, dozens of silvery white threads shoot out from the yo-yos, wrapping around the bull monster's body until its massive frame crashes to the ground. 1,000 threads, 100 blades. Akita lands gracefully, clenching his fists. The dense web of threads behind him pulls tight, and the monster's body is instantly sliced with countless wounds as blood splatters everywhere. At the same time, the muscular man leaps up with his giant axe. The heavy iron weapon grows larger in midair, and a ball of flames bursts across the blade. With a sharp shout, the flaming axe slams into the monster, creating a deafening thud as it hits the ground. Large clouds of smoke disperse, and after one final, piercing cry, the monster falls silent. The entire process takes less than a moment. This terrifying bull monster has been defeated by the joint efforts of Akita and the muscular man. What was that? Gu Beiying stares in astonishment at the weapons in their hands. Such means are beyond ordinary, yet she clearly felt no aura of a monster from either of them. Surprised, are you? The proud Sasha looks at Gu Beiying and smiles. To deal with these devil-like monsters, how could we not have some means of fighting back? Every infected monster generates a core that stores energy within its body. This is the source of their power and the end of their lives. But precisely because these cores exist, we ordinary people have the opportunity to indirectly use their abilities. Our researchers use the cores taken from these monsters, combined with their cellular tissue and top-tier technology, to develop one-of-a-kind strategic weapons. Sasha looks at the threads on Akita's hands and the flaming axe, her eyes sparkling. By activating the cores within these weapons, users can unleash incomparable, devastating power, even strong enough to rival the monsters themselves. We call these weapons crafted from monster cores. Devil arms. Gu Beiying's expression goes somewhat blank. Ordinary people can actually wield power as great as a monster's. On the other side, Akita and the giant axe man watch as the monster they defeated falls. Akita twists his neck and spits, muttering, "What a waste of time, it was just a lesser demon." Akita stamps his foot on the monster's massive carcass, clearly frustrated by not landing a bigger catch. Lesser demon. Gu Beiying turns her puzzled gaze towards Sasha, who explains patiently. After studying these monsters, the Dawn headquarters has categorized them into 3 types based on their abilities. The one you see before you is a common type. It undergoes physical mutations due to its core, which is what we generally call a lesser demon. The second type is quite special. Their physical mutations are not as obvious, but when they riot, the cores within them manifest into various weapons based on the host's desires. We call these blade demons. Sasha points to the whip at her waist. Some of the inspiration and key materials for the devil arms developed by Dawn actually come from blade demons. Gu Beiying is deeply shocked. She had previously only defeated monsters appearing around her based on the white cat's hints, not knowing there were such detailed classifications. The final type is the most special and the most difficult to deal with. Their abilities are not independently categorized. Besides potential physical mutations, each possesses supernatural powers beyond human imagination. Breathing fire, controlling water, turning invisible, telekinesis, manifesting as ghosts. Each of these is extremely powerful, and they are much harder to control than the first 2. Once they grow, they become a threat to all humanity. These nightmarish monsters are collectively known as nightmare demons. Hearing Sasha's explanation, Gu Beiying feels as if a door to a new world has been opened for her. After a few moments, the black mist on the fallen bull monster dissipates, and its massive body slowly transforms back into a man covered in scars. Just then, a hurried siren echoes from behind, and an armored police vehicle speeds in from the end of the street. "Officer!" A team of armored officers steps out, salutes Akita and the others, and then loads the dying man onto the vehicle. Akita waves to the officers, "Hard work, guys." Before he can finish, the communication device at his waist chimes. He skillfully picks it up to hear AI's calm voice. Akita replies with a smirk, "Boss, we only caught a small fry on this end. How are things on your side?" After the brief exchange, Akita puts away the comms, turns to his group and says, "Let us go, guys. New mission incoming." As expected, those guys cannot handle it without me. After that, he winks at Gu Beiying. "Looks like your beginner tutorial is not over yet, Sakura." Under Akita's command, the group rushes toward the spreading flames deeper in the street, and the corner returns to silence. A few seconds later, Yu steps out from the shadows. His face is somber as he watches the officers load the dying man onto the armored car. Like Gu Beiying, this is his first time learning about monsters from the Dawn organization. The emergence of devil arms and the types of monsters were all things he had never heard of before. He cannot help but recall the eerie, mind-altering ring he saw in So Ai's possession at the police station. Clearly, Dawn's research on monsters is profound, and they already have countermeasures in place. Watching the direction they left in, where flames sprawl and smoke fills the air, faint gunshots and shouts can still be heard. After a moment of hesitation, Yu takes a fluorescent green plant from the box at his chest. With a flash of red light, a strange plant appears in his hand. The three-leaf clover at once had his down to a single leaf, glowing with a soft light in the dim shadows. While tailing Sakura, Yu has already consumed 2 leaves of the mist-hiding clover. This means he now has only one chance left to use its stealth effect. Intelligence is incorrect. The original plan has deviated. Takami Ikegami's threat level is now reclassified as B rank, codename Bloodvine. The target has broken through our defensive line and is currently fleeing deep into the 2nd district. Team Ob, follow me in pursuit. All other teams, intercept with full force. We must minimize the impact of this incident. AI Aso's voice came through the communicator, sounding somewhat urgent, accompanied by the whistling of a strong wind and sounds of chaos. On the dark and empty street, Gu Beiying and the others were speeding in a certain direction. Hearing AI Aso's order through her communicator, Gu Beiying turned her gaze toward Sasha beside her. The latter immediately understood and explained tirelessly. Just like the ranks of us executors, demons are also classified into several levels based on their threat, as we call them. Generally speaking, demon ranks range from S to D, from highest to lowest. Anything higher than that is not something I would easily encounter. Sasha gave Gu Beiying a meaningful look. Typically, a demon is a cut above an executor of the same rank. After all, the magical equipment we use is just high-tech gear powered by magic cores, and the physique of an average human is far inferior to that of a demon. And for an average executor, the most direct and effective way to be promoted is to solo kill a demon of a higher rank. You can imagine how difficult that is. Sasha paused her steps, and her chest bounced slightly. A threat level like the one just announced means that this kind of demon is the cream of the crop among its own rank, making it even harder to deal with. Nearby, Akita Shukyujaku retracted his yo-yo. Looking at the marked position on his communicator screen, he grinned and said, "A B-rank threat has appeared. It seems things are not going very smoothly for the boss over there." Boom! A violent explosion echoed under the night sky. A police car in pursuit suddenly blew up from behind. Smoke and flames billowed continuously, followed by the relentless wail of sirens. Several massive silhouettes charged out from the smoke generated by the explosion in the countryside. As the smoke dissipated, their terrifying forms were revealed. These hulking figures were like living demons. Some were humanoid monsters with sharp fangs and claws crawling on all fours. As they streaked through the air, one of them swallowed a passerby's head in a single bite. Others had bodies bloated like masses of tumors. Any human they collided with would be stained and fused into their viscous flesh, while the size of the tumor continued to expand. Some had human-like postures, but stood several meters tall, their arms transformed into coiled blood veins. These vines acted like fierce vipers or giant pythons, knocking a roadside utility pole into the air with a single strike. Beside these monsters, there were several humanoid figures, but their bodies were also strangely mutated, no longer resembling ordinary people. Dozens of meters behind these monsters, several heavily armored vehicles were in hot pursuit. Inside one of the armored vehicles, AI So, wearing a white uniform, watched the monsters fleeing for their lives ahead. Seeing them about to break into the downtown area, her expression tightened, and she turned to look at the back of the vehicle. In the back seat sat a gentleman with a mohawk, also wearing a white, suit-like uniform, sporting a handlebar mustache. After receiving a signal from AI So, the man gave a gentlemanly bow and said in a standard British accent, "Okay, ma'am." The man rolled down the window, produced a solid silver billiard cue from nowhere, and aimed at the position directly ahead. He tossed a glowing black billiard ball into the air with his right hand, and with his left, he thrust the cue forward to strike it. Black 8 final kill. In an instant, the surface of the black ball flickered with crisscrossing arcs of electricity. The blue-white light was blinding in the night. The electrical arcs intertwined like a giant net, wrapping around the ball as it pierced instantly into the body of the tumor monster. Poof! The monster's massive body exploded instantly under the stimulation of the electric arcs. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and even the surrounding road was corroded by the rotting matter. The nearby blood-vein monster was also hit by the aftershock of the electricity, leaving charred marks on its body. The monster let out a shriek, waving its arm-turned vines to pierce a car parked on the roadside and smash it backward. Oh no! The car collided with one of the pursuing armored vehicles, causing another loud explosion. The blast wave even affected the vehicle carrying AI Aso and her team. AI Aso and the gentleman rolled out of the armored vehicle sideways, barely dodging the fatal blast. AI Aso's gaze was icy. She drew a delicate, bright blue pistol from her waist and aimed at the blood-vein monster. She pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a bullet as brilliant as a crystal shot through the air. The bullet suddenly burst in midair, turning into mirror-like fragments that embedded themselves into the massive vines. The tangled, blood-red vines were instantly frozen into ice. They shattered on the spot with several cracking sounds, and large amounts of blood gushed out from the parts extending to the shoulders. The blood-vein monster shrieked again and changed direction, leading its companions toward another part of the countryside. Seeing the demons moving away from the downtown area, AI Aso breathed a sigh of relief. Raising her gun, she ordered her subordinates, "Continue the pursuit." What was that? Just as AI Aso and the others were in hot pursuit, a couple on a bench by the riverbank watched the backs of the fleeing monsters in disbelief, hugging each other and trembling. They were just ordinary people taking a walk after dinner, never expecting to see such a scene that shattered their perception of reality. But just as they were still in shock, the man suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. He and his girlfriend turned around instinctively to see a strange man in glasses standing behind the bench. "Excuse me." This man was wearing a white lab coat and looked like a doctor who had just finished his shift at the hospital. He took a pocket watch from his coat and swung it in front of the terrified couple. "Forget everything that just happened. You did not see anything tonight." As he spoke, a strange, eerie glow rippled from the face of the pocket watch, shooting directly into their eyes like sound waves. "Did not see anything." The expressions of the couple turned vacant and dull. They stared at the patterns on the watch, their minds twisted as they echoed him blankly. With a crisp snap off fingers, the two felt a moment of dizziness and slumped limply onto the bench. At that moment, another armored vehicle arrived and pulled over to the side of the road, and several Special Forces soldiers stepped out, carrying a stretcher. "Take them to the nearest hospital." "Yes, sir." Watanabe Hakuba instructed the soldiers to lift the couple onto the stretcher and silently put away his pocket watch. He looked toward the quiet countryside in front, pushed up his glasses, and a sharp gleam flashed under his lenses. In District 11, a dark and remote stretch of wilderness was suddenly shaken by a loud thud. Immediately after, a humanoid monster standing 3 meters tall burst out from the weeds, fleeing in a panic. The creature was covered in wounds, showing bullet holes and charred burn marks. Its eyes were blood-red, dark energy emanated from its body, and its arms had mutated into writhing, blood-colored vines that churned incessantly. Whoosh! 2 more dark shapes flashed by as 2 monsters, with equally hideous faces, lunged out of the bushes. One monster was covered in sharp teeth, its human-like mouth stretched open to an unthinkable width, scurrying across the ground like a lizard. Beside it, the other shadow had a human face, but its arms had transformed into 2 razor-sharp scimitars. The blades sparked against the ground, still stained with blood. Not far behind the 3 monsters, one could faintly hear the piercing wail of police sirens and the sounds of officers evacuating civilians. These 3 were the very group of mutants that had robbed the vault and were now being hunted by the Dawn organization. Due to a calculated trap set by Dawn in District 11, their original crew of over a dozen mutants had been whittled down to just these 3. The 3 mutants looked horrific and crazed, dark energy billowing from their bodies. Clearly, they were on the verge of losing all control. The leader, the Bloodvine mutant, was incredibly fast. Blood vines grew frantically from the broken stumps of its arms as it fled toward an abandoned, unfinished building ahead, with the other 2 mutants following close behind. In the pitch-black wilderness, The unfinished building seemed long deserted, surrounded by overgrown weeds and appearing eerily ominous under the cover of night. Whoosh! With a few lashes of the blood vines, the rusty gate was easily broken open, and the three massive figures burst inside. In the silent, pitch-black floor, the three mutants could only hear each other's heavy, labored breathing. Even so, they did not stop for a second, bolting forward as fast as they could. But at that moment, several silver beams of light flashed through the darkness, streaking by with lethal intent. Arg! The mutant, covered in sharp teeth, running in the back, let out a shrill scream as one of its legs was sliced off by a thin wire cutting through the air. The two remaining mutants skidded to a halt. From behind a support pillar to their side, a curly-haired youth walked out, spinning a yo-yo. I was just worried about lacking a performance record, did not expect to have such big fish take the bait. Akita Shukyujaku played with the yo-yo as thin silver wires shot out from the toy and coiled around his fingertips. In the dark shadows ahead, several more figures stepped out to block their path. It was the Dawn Squad led by Gu Beiying that had been in hot pursuit. Sasha snapped her whip and held up her Dawn General Headquarters ID badge, declaring sternly, "Ikigami Ryu, codenamed Bloodvine, you are officially wanted by the Dawn General Headquarters as a B-class danger. Surrender now." Hearing his real name, Ikigami Ryu froze for a moment, then distorted his face and growled, "Why? Why will not you people just let me go?" Dark energy surged from his body, and in the next second, Ikigami Ryu swung his Bloodvine arms and charged at the Dawn Squad alongside the other two mutants. Finish them off quickly. They exchanged looks, knowing that Ikigami and his crew were already at the end of their rope. Taking down a B-class danger would definitely be a major achievement. The burly, heavyset man raised a massive axe, its blade erupting in searing flames as he swung toward the mutant with blade arms. Sasha let out a sharp cry and flicked her soft whip. The thin weapon suddenly took on a metallic, razor-sharp luster, weaving through the air like a snake under her command. Akita Shukyujaku laced his fingers together, and countless silver wires shot from his fingertips, slicing bloody gashes into all three mutants. The three mutants were already battered from the joint pursuit of the police and Dawn, and fighting people like Akita now only sped up their demise. In less than a moment of battle, the blade-armed mutant was impaled through the chest by the burly man's flaming axe and ripped in two with a sickening tear. The other mutant, covered in teeth, already missing a leg, had its remaining arm severed by Sasha's whip and collapsed in the distance, gasping for breath. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. This brutal display of combat stunned Gu Beiying, who stood nearby gripping her wooden sword. She was only a high school student after all. She had relied on her abilities to defeat mutants before, but she had never witnessed such a gruesome battle scene. After downing two mutants, the group did not let their guard down, keeping their focus entirely on Ikigami Ryu. Seeing his companions fall, Ikigami Ryu's eyes rolled back with bloodshot intensity. He swatted away the burly axe wielder and lunged toward the deeper end of the building. But at that moment, the portly man who had been waiting in the shadows stepped out to block his path. Hell-howsy. The fat man gave a lecherous grin and suddenly raised his arm. A metallic gauntlet on his forearm flashed with a bloody light, absorbing a mass of strange flesh that rapidly expanded. In a blink, the metal fused with the flesh into a giant shield. As Ikigami Ryu slammed into it, the shield sprouted several spikes, impaling his arms. Severely wounded, Ikigami Ryu staggered backward, his face twisting even more, his bloodshot eyes trembling. "Impossible. I am the new human destined to rule the world. You are the ants. You." Ikigami Ryu's body began to shake violently, and the black energy rising from him grew even thicker. Then the terrifying happened. Swish! Ikigami Ryu's limbs morphed into writhing blood vines. His face became withered and wrinkled, no longer human, and a horrific aura emanated from him. Oh no! Akita Shukyujaku's heart skipped a beat. Ikigami Ryu had lost all reason, transforming into a killing monster driven solely by desire. He tried to attack, but was swatted away by a thick blood vine, slamming into a support pillar behind him. Even the giant shield held by the fat man was knocked aside by sheer force. Ikigami Ryu, his eyes blazing red with bloodlust, charged in one direction. And standing directly in front of Ikigami Ryu was a petite figure holding a wooden sword, her face filled with panic. It was Gu Beiying, who had just joined the Dawn and was performing her first mission. Oh no, he has entered a berserk state. Akita Shukyujaku watched as the black aura surrounding Ikigami Taki grew thicker. Having lost his sanity and mutated completely into a monster, Akita could not help but shriek in alarm. Having hunted demons for many years, he knew all too well that Ikigami Taki had now fully succumbed to darkness. When a demon loses all reason and is driven entirely by desire, that is exactly when they are at their most powerful. The blood vine monster that Ikigami had become sent the shield-bearing fat man flying with a single blow, while massive tumors began to sprout all over its body. It let out a beastly roar, and those tumors burst open, transforming into thick, bloody vines that surged toward Gu Beiying nearby. The speed of the blood vine monster was incredible. In the blink of an eye, it had dashed to within a few meters of Gu Beiying, leaving her no time to react. However, at that very moment, Sasa, who had been standing beside her, flashed forward and shielded Gu Beiying. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, as the bloody vine pierced instantly through Sasa's chest. Sasa was left suspended on the tentacle-like vine, with a massive splash of blood gushing from her chest and dripping down the thick, pulsing growth. Sister Sasa. Seeing her companion give her life to block the strike, Gu Beiying's pupils constricted and her body trembled uncontrollably. In some mysterious way, a latent power within her was ignited, dispelling the fear in her heart. Gu Beiying bit her lower lip, gripped her wooden sword tight, and snapped her head up as a flicker of golden light climbed deep within her eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, a burst of radiant golden light erupted from within her, and the girl's body was quickly coated in a golden glow. Her eyes, her hair, and even the wooden sword in her hand were plated in a layer of golden light. The next moment, Gu Beiying leaped into the air and slashed toward the blood vine monster before her. The deranged blood vine monster let out a low roar in the air, its eyes burning blood red as its arms, covered in thick, viscous vines, crossed and struck out at the petite figure in midair. Gu Beiying remained calm, her body moving with agility in the air as she slipped through the gaps in the vine's assault, waving her wooden sword to carve a golden arc through the air. The moment the golden-lit wooden sword touched the vines, a violent hissing sound erupted from their surface. SSS. Like ice cubes dropped into boiling water, the flesh on the surface of the vines began to dissolve and slew off upon contact with the golden light, while the black aura rose and vanished as if encountering its natural predator. Ikigami Taki let out a miserable wail as the arm covered in vines was instantly severed by the wooden sword. Following that, Gu Beiying unleashed several more slashes, cutting down multiple thick vines, and Ikigami Taki's wails grew even more intense. Is this the power of a stigmata user? Akita Shukyujaku, having been knocked away, struggled to stand up from the corner clutching his arm. He muttered to himself while watching the brilliant sword light that almost illuminated the darkness, along with the girl bathed in golden radiance. Finally, as all his limbs were being dissolved by the golden light, Ikigami Taki completely lost his mind. Ignoring his broken limbs, he opened his mouth like a wild beast and lunged to bite Gu Beiying. Gu Beiying's gaze was sharp, the memories of her sword training flashing through her mind. She dodged the monstrous maw, gripped the hilt with one hand, and shoved the butt of the sword with the other. The glowing wooden sword shot out like an arrow released from a bow. In the darkness, the shadow of a long blade, cast by the golden light, pierced into the monster's chest. Bang! The floor's door was suddenly smashed open from the other side, and a dozen figures rushed in. They wore identical white uniforms with white cross-patterned badges on their chests, carrying various weapons that glowed with strange light. Led by a So AI, who held a magnificent crystalline blue handgun, they hurried over with a group of Dawn Organization subordinates. But upon bursting inside, the expression on her face changed abruptly, and she raised a hand to stop her subordinates from rushing forward. The dim floor was lit by a lingering golden glow. Sasa lay in a pool of blood, the others were covered in wounds, and two corpses that had transformed into monsters could be seen nearby. In the center of the floor, a massive blood vine monster knelt on the ground, its body hunched over, with a wooden sword emitting a faint golden light embedded in its chest. And beneath the monster stood a petite, twin-tailed girl. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Drip, drip. Fresh red blood dripped onto her smooth, fair forehead. The golden light enveloping her slowly faded, and Gu Beiying gradually returned to her senses. Feeling the wet sensation on her forehead, Gu Beiying looked up, her pupils shrinking as her face turned deathly pale. In her eyes, the wooden sword, the symbol of her pride in swordsmanship, was buried deep in the monster's vital chest. Blood continuously slid down the blade, staining her hands. The monster's face had slowly returned to normal, revealing the appearance of an unremarkable, gaunt man who would go unnoticed in a crowd. Gods of the New World. Blood bubbled from the corner of his mouth as his eyes stared intently at Gu Beiying. Within those human eyes were confusion, anger, frustration, and unwillingness. Gu Beiying's pupils trembled, and her body began to shake involuntarily. She had killed someone. This face, these eyes, were no different from any passerby she saw every day, yet now she could clearly feel the life slipping away before her eyes. This person had been killed by her own hands. Gu Beiying's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, her face ghostly pale and her expression fluttering in distress. Target neutralized, danger averted. In the distance, Aso AI raised her comms device and spoke, just about to step forward to comfort the girl slumped on the ground. But at that moment, Akita Shukyujaku suddenly shouted, "Look out!" So Chen was startled and whirled around. A black shadow suddenly leaped from the ceiling above, darting past everyone in the blink of an eye and appearing right beside Gu Beiying. However, the shadow did not even glance at Gu Beiying, instead reaching out with a hand like a hawk's talon to clamp firmly onto Ikamitaka's neck. A scorching heat erupted from its palm, and Ikamitaka's mutated form instantly reverted to that of a normal human. The hand on his neck squeezed hard. There was the sound of snapping bone as Ikamitaka's neck was ripped apart and his head fell off. His body split in two, and at that, Ikamitaka finally drew his last breath. The entire process took only seconds. Before the people present could react, they saw the shadow turn into a blur in the darkness, crash through a window on the other side, and flee. "Who is that?" So AI rushed forward to inspect Ikamitaka's corpse, finding that his body had indeed returned to a normal human state. And on the severed neck, charred burn marks from flames were clearly visible. Then Hecuba Watanabe, wearing a lab coat, stepped forward, a string of strange numbers flashing across his glasses. The magic energy in his body is gone. What? So AI was shocked. She looked at the burn marks on the corpse and immediately made a connection. The leader of the District 11 Dawn organization took a deep breath, pulled out her comms device, and gave an order to the other side. Notify all nodes, the operation is not cancelled. Target parameters have changed, raising mission level to rank 3. So AI glanced at the broken window, her cold gaze flashing with a stern chill. Emergency operation. Track and capture the B-rank demon that has recently appeared in District 11, codenamed Flame Demon. Under the cover of night, on the rooftop of a skyscraper in District 11, the cool evening breeze ruffled the hair on his forehead. The hood of his hoodie perfectly obscured his face, and the box of monsters on his chest emitted a faint, eerie glow. Yi Yu, dressed in black, stood on the high platform, gazing out at the bustling nightscape in the distance. From here, he had a perfect view of the East Capitol Tower in the city center, which was brilliantly lit, its neon glow shimmering even in the dead of night. You did not say you were just coming to take a look, did you? A mass of black energy condensed beside him, and a large black orb emerged from the mist, its scarlet eyes filled with a playful grin. Clearly, Yi Yu's sudden move had caught it off guard as well. Stepping in at this moment is definitely not a wise move. Do not get the wrong idea. Yi Yu's deep eyes turned toward the distant lighthouse as he said calmly, "I am only here to seize the magic energy within that devil. After all, a B-rank devil is a rare find." "Oh, is that so? But most of the magic energy in that guy was already erased by your sister's holy light, was not it? There is no mission reward for hunting him down, and that little bit of energy is not worth risking exposure." "Or is it?" The Kai Mei rolled its eyes, its mouth curling into a grin as it ruthlessly exposed him. Someone is afraid that their high school sister cannot handle the shadow of killing, so they have to bear the sin for her instead. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Yi Yu reached out and grabbed the Kai Mei's wide mouth, causing it to shriek repeatedly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The Kai Mei covered its sausage-like mouth with its round little hands, which looked like Doraemon's, and it took quite a while for it to recover. "I was just joking. Besides, it is time you got in touch with these human factions anyway. But you better be prepared to be hunted down just like those devils," the Kai Mei said with a meaningful tone. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something cutting through the air came from the darkness behind him, and a flash of cold light struck toward Yiyu's back. Sensing it, Yiyu stepped back, perfectly dodging the assassination from the shadows. It was a long, thin dart. Having missed Yiyu, it swirled through the air and flew toward the passage behind the rooftop. Several figures in white uniforms rushed out from the stairwell. One person retrieved the dart and spoke into their walkie-talkie. Target spotted, on the rooftop. See, did not they come just as expected? The Kai Mei glanced in their direction and spoke as if no one else was there. In fact, besides Yiyu, the master of the box of monsters, no one could see the Kai Mei, the weapon spirit. Seeing one of the men contacting his teammates, Yiyu did not stop him. Instead, he pulled the brim of his hood lower, stood at the edge of the roof, bent his knees, and leaped, clearing a distance of over 10 meters and disappearing into the low bushes below. Target is heading toward Group B, came a frantic shout from behind. As Yiyu continued moving toward the secluded suburbs, the sounds of sirens and the beams of searchlights behind him grew more intense. He could even clearly hear the sound of footsteps closing in behind him. In an instant, the guards and members of Dawn who were originally chasing Aikigami Ryuji and the others shifted their pursuit to Yiyu. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind Yiyu, but he seemed to have anticipated it, turning his body to dodge the shot. Following that, more gunshots began to ring out. Yiyu narrowed his eyes and took cover in the night, slipping to the side of the street, narrowly escaping a hail of bullets. Target spotted, moving toward Group C. Group B, keep following. He is too fast, our bullets cannot keep up with him. Damn it, is this guy a speed-type devil? Damn it, we are losing him, where are the others? In the secluded suburbs, a blurry black figure darted through the alleyways, pursued relentlessly by dozens of Special Forces soldiers in tactical gear. Bullets whizzed by at the figure's feet, some striking the walls and sparking violently. The black figure used agile movements to shake off his pursuers, and the sounds of the chase grew increasingly distant. Just as the figure crossed an alley and was about to disappear into the darkness, an unexpected change occurred. Swish! Dozens of silvery white threads shot out from midair, flashing with an eerie cold light in the dark. The threads expanded into sharp steel wires, weaving together into a massive spider web that blocked the alley entrance. The running figure came to a halt. Hey, you run pretty fast. A light chuckle came from behind. Akita Sujaku, swinging his yo-yos, stood behind the black figure, threads constantly spooling out from the yo-yos. Several figures in white uniforms emerged from behind. It was Aso AI and her team who had arrived in pursuit. Flame Demon, we suspect you are involved in multiple homicide cases. In accordance with Article 4 of the Anti-Devil Act, we are arresting you in the name of the Dawn General Bureau. Aso AI held a crystalline blue, magnificent-looking handgun, its streamlined frame pulsing with blue light. With the path ahead blocked by the spider web of steel wires, the black figure standing with his back to them slowly turned around. He wore a plain black hoodie, his face largely obscured by the hood, leaving only a well-defined chin visible. Flame Demon. A low, raspy voice emanated from the black figure's throat. Facing the members of Dawn who held magic weapons, the devil known as Flame Demon slowly extended his arm, flipped his palm, and beckoned with his fingers in a gesture of provocation. HMPH, arrogant fool. Akita Sujaku hissed under his breath. He had never seen such an arrogant devil. Take him down. Aso AI's expression darkened, and she gave the command. A bronze-skinned giant behind them charged forward with a massive axe, shouting as flames erupted from the weapon. Wielding the blazing axe, the giant leaped into the air to strike at the black figure's shoulder, moving with the fierce power of a tiger hunting its prey. A single hit from that axe could leave even a mutated devil severely wounded. Yet the black figure swayed, nimbly dodging the giant's strikes, and even evaded the darts thrown by an executive. In the confined space, the figure leaped and bounded off the walls, dodging every lethal blow with precision. At one moment, the figure found an opening, dodged the giant's axe, and slammed a fist into the latter's abdomen. The muscular giant was instantly sent flying into the wall by the immense force, collapsing to the ground as he vomited blood. That level of power, is he a hazard-class entity? Aso AI and the other executives exchanged a glance and attacked simultaneously. With a blue glow gathering at the muzzle, Aso AI aimed at the black figure and pulled the trigger. A crisp gunshot rang out as a crystalline blue orb surged forth, shattering in midair into a dozen ice-like bullets. A gentleman in a suit discarded several billiard balls, using his other hand to strike them with a pool cue in midair. Electric sparks danced across the balls, forming a white electric net that seemed destined to trap the devil. Akira Sujaku clasped his hands together, his steel-like threads crisscrossing in the air with a grin. Let us see you dodge this now. Faced with such an offensive, even a B-rank devil would have no path of escape and would be forced to surrender. However, in the next moment, Akira Sujaku's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. What? Whoosh! A scorching purple flame erupted in midair, engulfing all the incoming ice bullets. Purple flames. As everyone watched the fire erupt from the figure, a sudden chill washed over them. The black figure they were surrounding slowly lifted his head and whispered, "Yama." Pitch black incantations appeared on his outstretched arm, coiling and sliding across his skin like snakes. Eventually, the black streams of energy converged in his hand, forming a massive, pitch-black scythe. The enormous blade severed the steel wires, and the violet flames consumed the electric net, burning it to ash. The figure stood tall holding the scythe, the weapon slung across his back. Beneath the hood, a pair of ghostly purple eyes were faintly visible. A shroud of violet flame swirled around him, creeping up onto the black scythe, its edge flickering with an eerie light. From afar, it looked as if he were possessed by an evil spirit from hell. In the gloomy, unfinished building, a few insects scurried across the damp darkness. The floor was pitch black, with only a faint, dim moonlight filtering through the shattered windows. The sound of police sirens outside faded into the distance as more Dawn members rushed to apprehend the demon known as the Flame Ghost. The others who were incapacitated stayed behind to rest, waiting for the ambulances to arrive. Gu Beiying sat slumped on the floor, her face pale, staring blankly at the blood covering her hands. Killing someone with her own hands was something she had never imagined, and it secretly threatened to shatter her entire worldview. Generally speaking, such things require a process of acceptance, even if for this teenage girl, that process might be a very long one. The fatty nearby, seeing this, wanted to step forward to comfort her. "Xiao Ying, do not be too sad. You only did it to protect everyone." However, no sooner had he spoken than he seemed to hear something, and he suddenly glanced toward the window to the side. "Who is there?" At the same time, he pulled the armband on his arm, and a mass of flesh and blood swelled from his steel gauntlet, weaving with the metal to form a 2-meter-high giant shield. A black shadow flashed by the window, moving with the swiftness of a falcon. Bang! A tremendous force instantly sent the fatty and his giant shield flying into the wall behind, where his body was deeply embedded, falling still. What is going on? Several officers left in the building to clear the battlefield rushed forward, but suddenly, several streaks of black light shot out from the air, piercing straight into their bodies as blood splattered and they collapsed to the ground. Sensing that something was wrong, Gu Beiying quickly grabbed the wooden sword from the ground, retreated a few steps, and held the sword before her. Tap tap. Crisp footsteps echoed through the building as the mysterious black shadow walked up to the corpses of several demons. It slowly bent down and extended a slender arm. What a waste of perfectly good masterpieces. The voice was low, yet possessed a strangely sharp edge. As the black shadow touched the demon corpses, several finger-sized earthworms crawled out from its arm. These worms attached themselves to the skin of the corpses like parasites, frantically sucking the blood within. In mere seconds, the corpses withered at a visible rate, turning into dried husks as if they had been air-dried for years. Meanwhile, the bodies of the worms grew, instantly transforming into palm-sized, disgusting maggots. The satiated insects wiggled back into the black shadow's hand, and after retracting them, the figure slowly stood up, its wings unfurling in the darkness. By the moonlight outside the window, Gu Beiying caught a glimpse of the shadow's true form. It was a slender figure with a bird's head and a human body, its face resembling a pitch-black crow, and long, narrow black wings sprouted from its back. The crow's deep, hollow pupils stared at Gu Beiying, and it said coldly, "So you are the newly born stigma user. You are indeed as remarkable as the rumors say. But unfortunately, this is as far as you go." The next instant, the monster shook its wings, and individual black feathers shot out like arrows. Gu Beiying's pupils contracted as she gripped the wooden sword, a layer of dim golden light once again coating the blade. As she brandished the blade, she managed to deflect the incoming feathers, but a few sharp ones grazed her, leaving several bloody gashes on her arms. Just then, the shadow flashed, appearing before Gu Beiying in the blink of an eye, and its wings whipped forward like agile tentacles. Gu Beiying felt the sword vibrate, and the blade, reinforced by the golden light, was shattered by the immense force. So strong. With the sword knocked out of her hand, Gu Beiying fell to the floor, horror filling her eyes as a chilling sensation crept over her. The pressure this demon exerted was far more intense than that of the bloodvine monster from before. The demon obviously would not give her a chance to react, firing more sharp feathers, this time aiming for Gu Beiying's head. Watching the murderous black light grow larger in her pupils, Gu Beiying found that she could not summon a shred of strength left in her body. At the critical moment, a ghostly white figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Beiying. Clack! The black feathers midair were sliced in two and fell, and upon seeing the white figure, a flicker of joy appeared in Gu Beiying's eyes. Sister Yan. Appearing before Gu Beiying was a ghostly white cat, the very same white cat she had raised at home. Unlike before, the cat's body had grown several times in size, its claws extended, looking like a majestic, towering white lion. The cat glanced back at Gu Beiying before fixing its sharp, feline gaze on the black shadow ahead. A crow of the sacrifice cult. I never expected such a high-level expert to be hiding in District 11. The crow, having its identity revealed, remained unperturbed, instead taking its time to size up the white cat. Are you a demon too? I do not seem to recall seeing you before. The white cat did not respond, its fur standing on end as it extended its claws in a threatening posture. Just then, the urgent sound of ambulance sirens suddenly rang out from outside the window. Hearing the commotion, the crow shrugged. What a pity, time's up. Then, let us end today's performance here. With that, the crow's wings shuddered, and its slender body literally burst apart in midair, scattering into black feathers that vanished into the ground. Gazing at the black feathers still drifting through the air, Gu Beiying asked in surprise, Sister Yan, who was that? The giant cat in front of her suddenly buckled, and several deep gouges became visible on its front paws. The cat looked at Gu Beiying with an unprecedented gravity. Xiao Ying, call the Dawn members back immediately. Elsewhere, in a dark corner of the suburbs, blade light flashed as bursts of purple flames illuminated the street, accompanied by frequent sounds of violent clashes and explosions. A black figure wreathed in purple fire, wielding a massive scythe, stood at the street corner, locked in a fierce battle with Mibu AI and other Dawn executives. Orbs crackling with electric arcs were fired off, only to be reduced to ash in an instant by the seething purple flames. Magnetic flying darts whizzed through the air, but the black figure dodged them nimbly every time. Orita Shukume moved her 10 fingers, sending steel-like wires forming a crossing web that shifted constantly in the narrow space. But before they could touch the black figure, the sharp wires were severed by the giant scythe. What was even more terrifying was that the purple flames on the blade clung to the steel wires like parasites, as if eager to devour anything that approached. Terrified, Orita Shukume hastily cut off the entire entanglement of wires, fearing to get any closer. In the narrow alleyway, sheltered by the night, the figure with the giant scythe moved like a blur. Electric arcs, wires, darts, and bullets could not touch the figure at all, and the purple flames swirling around it emanated an intense pressure, like a ghost. This guy is even more terrifying than we imagined. Orita Shukume wiped sweat from her forehead, finally realizing the sheer terror of their opponent. Flame Ghost. Mibu AI fired her last ice bullet, only to see it deflected by the black scythe. She stared at the shadow currently locked in combat with a hulking brute holding a giant axe, her eyes wide with shock. Immense power, astonishing speed, black mist that could take the form of a scythe, and that suffocating, terrifying purple flame. This demon was completely overturning everything they had ever known. Bang! Another loud crash rang out, and with a crisp sound, a corner of the hulking brute's flaming giant axe shattered, and the flames burning on it were swallowed by even fiercer purple fire. A look of shock crossed the brute's eyes, and then the black figure followed up with a powerful roundhouse kick, sending the man's massive body flying dozens of meters into the shop opposite. The flame ghost, having sent the man flying, stood tall, slinging the giant scythe behind its back, and turned to face Mibu AI and the others, its blood-red eyes flickering with eerie light beneath its hood. The others retreated, for a moment not daring to meet its edge. At that moment, more footsteps sounded from behind the street corner, followed by the bright glare of searchlights. The black figure noticed this and shifted, its black scythe dispersing into trails of black mist as it leaped, jumping off the walls to reach the top of a high-rise building. With a flash, it disappeared completely into the cover of night. Officer, more Dawn members arrived with special forces, only to find Mibu Ai and the others staring blankly at the rooftop, their expressions unreadable. It seems District 11 is in for some bigger trouble from now on. Mibu Ai rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on as she looked in the direction the flame ghost had vanished. Whoosh! A dark shadow swept through the night, moving like a passing breeze, leaving behind only elusive afterimages. With a black hood masking his face, the shadow flickered through the night sky, leaping across rooftops to evade the police cars patrolling below. After cutting through several streets, he arrived at a residence in the city center within moments. The shadow moved with light, silent steps, scaling the wall and reaching a second-floor balcony in just a few breaths. Pushing open the balcony window and stepping inside, Yu took off his blood-stained black hoodie. Who? A dark violet nether flame ignited in his palm, instantly reducing the bloody clothes to ash, which scattered into the cold wind blowing from the window. Dawn! Murmuring to himself, the violet glow in Yiyu's eyes began to fade. Moonlight spilled in through the balcony, revealing several fresh, crimson gashes on his bare torso. Blood continued to seep from the wounds on his chest and arms, yet there was no trace of pain on Yiyu's face. Against the backdrop of his battle-scarred body, these new wounds were barely noticeable, yet they served as proof that the power of Dawn was beyond his imagination. Bullets that could unleash ice, threads manipulated by will, battle axes that erupted with flames, billiard balls crackling with electricity. Magic weapons. Weapons crafted from demons, allowing ordinary users to wield extraordinary power. And that was the very foundation of how Dawn could stand against the demons. Tonight, the combined effort of just a few of their operatives was enough to push him to his limits, and that was likely only the tip of the iceberg for the Dawn organization. Looking at the old and new scars covering his body, Yu let out a quiet sigh. Chaimai. Enveloped in a swirl of black mist by his side, Chaimai emerged. I am here, my dear demon lord. Besides the hungry ghost path, what are the other abilities of the Eye of Reincarnation? Tonight's initial clash had made you realize just how terrifying the Dawn organization truly was. Once his identity was exposed, not only would he have to deal with the pursuit of other demons, but he would also have to guard against being captured by Dawn for dissection and study. To avoid such an ending, all he could do was continuously improve his strength. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the box of Wangliang at his chest began to tremble, as if sensing his intent, and a terrifying aura spread forth. Amidst a flare of bloody light, the faint phantom of a sinister mask slowly emerged. The Shura mask of the first demon lord. Yiyu's expression shifted, and he controlled the box of Wangliang to seal the Shura mask once more. Even if he desired power, Yiyu would never accept the Shura mask and turn into a bloodthirsty monster that had lost its reason. Seeing Yiyu refuse the invitation of the box of Wangliang once again, Chaimai just grinned. What, finally starting to face the power within you? The ability of the hungry ghost path is called deprivation. Its manifestation is the release of nether flames from the underworld to consume and strip the demonic energy from demons, bestowing a portion of their attributes onto yourself. And this is the most potent offensive capability of the Eye of Reincarnation. Compared to the hungry ghost path, the other 5 paths also possess their own abilities, though your current strength has not yet awakened them. Hearing this, Yiyu looked into the mirror. A warmth radiated from his eyes, and through the glass, he could see a 6-pointed star pattern branded in his iris. At one of the points of the hexagram, a blood-red magatama slowly manifested. That represented one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hungry ghost path. There are 2 ways to awaken the other abilities of the Eye of Reincarnation. The first is to use the deprivation ability of the hungry ghost path to consume enough demonic energy, using the feedback from the box of Wangliang to forcibly break through the barrier and further evolve your Eye of Reincarnation. Yiyu frowned. Just maintaining the state of the box of Wangliang already cost him enough demonic energy to be a major headache. If he added the massive amount of energy needed to evolve the eye, he would not be able to bear the cost. The other method is to rely on external stimuli to help you recover the memories of your previous reincarnations, allowing you to master the abilities of all 6 paths completely. Memories of reincarnation, Yiyu asked, confused. Indeed, as one who possesses the body of 6 paths, you have long experienced the cycle of reincarnation without being bound by its rules. That is why you are able to bring the power you held in the 6 paths into the human world. In reality, you have always possessed the abilities of the 6 paths, but you lost them throughout your countless cycles of reincarnation. As long as you can recall the memories experienced in those paths, you can naturally regain your power. Chaimai gave you a cryptic look before continuing. I advise you not to pin your hopes on this method. The pain you would have to endure is beyond what you could imagine. Under the moonlight, Yiyu stared at his scarred reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. Ka-ka. The cry of a crow echoed in the night sky, while the sounds of police sirens and ambulances continued to drone from the city below. Noisy commotion filled the ruined streets, accompanied by the glare of flickering neon lights. This was the street destroyed by the demon group earlier, and cleanup efforts were now in full swing. A shadow streaked across the sky and landed on a high platform, leaving a few pitch-black feathers drifting in the moonlight. Looks like your work was a failure, though causing such a huge scene is quite an improvement over the last one. As the crow landed, an effeminate, girlish voice drifted into its ear. Standing on the high platform were several silhouettes of varying sizes, all quietly watching the scene below. Watching the bustling crowd below, the crow stretched out a pitch-black hand, clutching a wriggling maggot in its claw-like fingertips, and responded dismissively. If a toy breaks, you just make another one. However, I just discovered something more interesting. A new stigmata user has appeared. At these words, a sharp intake of breath circled the group, followed by a sudden silence. Are you saying a new generation stigmata user has appeared in District 11? The effeminate voice asked uncertainly. The crow did not answer, but instead watched the leech in its hand that had just absorbed blood. The worm's body was translucent, allowing the blood threads flowing inside to be seen clearly. HMPH, just a newly born stigmata user. Look at you all, terrified like that, how pathetic. A large shadow in the corner shifted slightly, followed by crisp chewing sounds as if it were gnawing on something, and a thick, bloody scent filled the air. Regardless, the appearance of a stigmata user in District 11 warrants our attention. Another voice spoke up. Let us send someone to test the waters. We cannot let her grow under our very noses. After all, District 11 is our territory, the Shinshigun. Hell-housey. The crow suddenly lifted its head as the blood-red leech crawled up its arm. Looking at the moon above, which seemed stained with a touch of blood, it murmured, what can a single stigmata user really change? How could mere insignificant humans comprehend the greatness of our existence? After all, the path before us lies in divine miracles. Recently, a large robbery gang that has been on a crime spree in the 11th district was caught in a fierce standoff with police near Kyuhashicho. The battle was brutal, and in the end, over a dozen terrorists from the criminal group were executed on the spot by the police. Thanks to the police's timely evacuation efforts, there were no mass casualties among the civilians at the scene. The reporter's voice came through the television, while the large screen broadcasted photos and videos captured from the scene. More than half the street had been affected. Shops on both sides were riddled with bullet holes, and faint scorch marks from explosions could still be seen on the ground, a testament to how intense the fighting had been. A reporter held a microphone toward an eyewitness at the scene, who was giving a vivid and dramatic account of the fierce gun battle between the police and the militants. In the Yi family's living room, Yiyu turned his gaze away from the TV screen. He knew that the so-called suppression of violent terrorists was merely a pretext used by the Dawn organization to cover up their cleanup of the Majin. In reality, even the live reporting was incomplete. The actual battlefield was far more gruesome than the news suggested, and the level of destruction was something that mere gunmen could never achieve. But it had to be said that with the assistance of certain official powers, the Dawn General Bureau had kept the news about the Majin well hidden. At the very least, society in Japan remained stable on the surface. Yi Jingbai, who was sitting at the dining table reading a newspaper, could not help but sigh upon hearing the news report. Japan has really been restless lately. As a university professor, he had heard whispers of the various incidents occurring lately. Yu echoed with a knowing tone, yeah, let us just hope it does not continue to fall into chaos. Gu Han, wearing an apron, brought a steaming pot of curry to the table. She took off her gloves and said with worry, Zio Ying and Zio Yu, you two need to be more careful from now on. The kidnapping incident that Yi Yu had experienced some time ago had truly terrified this mother. Yu smiled to comfort Guhan, but the TV continued its broadcast. It is reported that the leader of the violent gang has been identified as Takashi Aikyu, a resident of the 11th district who is unemployed. Immediately, the screen showed the face of a gaunt, middle-aged man with dull eyes and a disheveled appearance. Clatter! The sound of a spoon hitting the floor echoed, and everyone turned to look at Gu Beiying, who was sitting at the table. The young girl stared blankly at the middle-aged man on the screen, her face pale and her shoulders trembling unconsciously. Memories flooded back. The man's twisted face before he died felt as if it were right before her eyes, and the bright red blood dripping from his body continued to assault her senses. Xiaoying, Xiaoying. Gu Han's voice snapped Gu Beiying out of her dark memories. She lowered her head, afraid to face the television again, and remained silent. What is wrong with this child today? Gu Han frowned, assuming Gu Beiying was upset because of some trouble at school. Only Yiyu, who knew the truth, flickered his gaze and sighed to himself. Although he had landed the killing blow on Takashi Aikyu, the man's life had already been forfeit at Gu Beiying's hands before that. Even if he had not stepped in, Takashi Aikyu was already destined to die, beyond anyone's salvation. The loss of that life had happened right before Gu Beiying's eyes, and she was vaguely aware that he had died by her hand. No matter how strong she was, Gu Beiying was ultimately just a 16-year-old girl, and she still held a measure of fear toward the act of killing. Passing this hurdle would depend on Gu Beiying's own mindset. The help Yiyu could offer was limited, especially since this concerned future life and death stakes. There was no room for error. Watching the blank-faced girl, the white cat lying in the corner let out an indistinct meow. She knew that her role as a guardian would likely have to continue for some time longer. The sound of messy footsteps echoed through the late-night streets as a group of identically dressed, burly men carrying long sticks and blades ran past, staging a street chase. The dozen or so men were filled with murderous intent, their faces fierce and bodies covered in intimidating tattoos, causing passersby to scatter in fear, unwilling to get involved with such vicious gangsters. The burly men moved in a hurry, as if on a mission, relentlessly pursuing several figures running ahead. The ones being chased were running forward without looking back. A closer look would reveal that they were all wounded and clutching weapons like iron pipes and long swords. The passers-by suddenly realized that this was a confrontation between two gang organizations. Realizing this, the onlookers scattered even further, afraid to get caught in the middle of a gang war. Damn it, did not they say the base near Shimokucho had been cleared by the police? How did those guys from the Matsuyama Association get here so fast? What about the others? Have they all scattered? Run, they are catching up. The fleeing figures scrambled in panic. They had received intelligence that the Matsuyama Association's base in Shimokucho had been raided by the police, so they had hoped to seize the territory while they had the chance. They had not expected the Matsuyama Association to launch a counterattack with their men so quickly, catching them completely off guard tonight. Their original group of dozens had scattered, leaving only these few being hunted by the Matsuyama Association's thugs. They kept running, gradually veering away from the downtown area. Passers-by became increasingly sparse, leaving only the sound of pursuing footsteps and shouting growing ever closer. Finally, at the entrance of a dim alley, one of the figures suddenly stopped, causing their companions to look on in alarm. "You go on ahead, I will cover the rear," a cold, clear voice commanded. "Kai, Chief." "Boss." The burly men paused, looks of astonishment appearing on their faces. "Get out of here." Her white robe billowed, and her long sky-blue hair fluttered along with the hem of the robe. The figure turned slightly with her back toward them, her clear eyes staring coldly with a tone that was firm and beyond questioning. The men bowed their heads in reluctance, but obeyed the order, sprinting deeper into the alley. Just then, the group of burly men in pursuit caught up, their footsteps gradually settling. But when they reached the alley entrance, their expressions turned to shock at what they saw. Standing in the alley was a woman in robes, her white garment stained with blood. A tight band wrapped firmly around her chest, leaving her flat, smooth abdomen exposed. The girl stood with a long blade held upright, the edge facing the numerous thugs, her eyes cold as a flower blooming by a frozen pool. Yet, faced with the girl blocking their path, the expressions of the burly men grew vicious. "You death-seeking brat, finish her off first." The men brandished their shining blades, forks, and clubs as they crowded into the alley with malicious intent. They were seasoned gangsters, They would not show pity or drop their guard just because their opponent was a woman. The thugs swung their weapons aggressively, failing to notice the faint, eerie black mist radiating from the girl. Chidai Reigetsu slowly raised her head, her clear eyes stained with traces of blood, reflecting the blood that had dyed her clothes. Black mist surged from her palms, and blood-red rose thorns broke through, interweaving and wrapping around the sword hilt to transform it into a blood-devouring thorn blade. Amidst the fierce shouting, the girl's robes fluttered, and the 3 characters for Jiayinkai on her back seemed to be reddened by the bloodlight. Hey, Yiyu, how come a handsome and dashing guy like me has no girls chasing after him? It was noon, on a rooftop at the Tokyo Private High School. Zhuge Feng chewed on his rice, casually picked up a leaf of vegetable, and watched the pairs of boys and girls walking by below, chatting and laughing. He could not help but grumble with resentment. Young and beautiful girls are simply rare treasures bestowed upon the world by nature. Zhuge Feng took a deep breath, clenched his fist in front of him, and sparks seemed to be burning in the depths of his eyes. Yi Yu, who was sitting cross-legged to the side, saw this and used his chopsticks to pick up the last piece of roast meat from his lunchbox, swallowing it along with the rice at the bottom of the bowl. Wiping the rice grains from the corner of his mouth, Yi Yu pretended to think and said, maybe, "Girls just do not like lecherous stares." Zhuge Feng quickly averted his gaze from the legs of the girls below and coughed twice. "You are the lecherous one. I am just purely appreciating, do not you get it?" Yi Yu curled his lips in understanding and did not say anything more. Actually, Zhuge Feng did not look bad at all. His tall figure paired with a well-defined face, plus the gold-rimmed glasses he wore, gave him quite a bit of an intellectual rogue vibe. Of course, he was still far behind compared to himself. It is just a pity that he always inadvertently showed that lecherous expression, staring straight at certain gentlemanly parts, which greatly damaged the impression he made on girls. After reprimanding him, Zhuge Feng was about to pick up more food, only to find the roast meat in his box had vanished. He immediately reacted and glared at Yi Yu. Unfortunately, the latter looked elsewhere as if no one were around, completely ignoring him. "You jerk!" Zhuge Feng gritted his teeth as he finished the rice in his bowl, cleaned up the empty boxes scattered on the ground, and said irritably, "Let us be clear, I am in a hurry to deliver food to the police station lately. We are going our separate ways after school, so do not get in my way." "Oh, has something happened recently?" Yi Yu asked casually. He knew that Zhuge Feng's dad was an officer at the Metropolitan Police Department, specifically handling troublesome cases. "Oh, you know, that case about the gang and police shootout recently. The old man is being worked to death dealing with the aftermath." Zhuge Feng scratched the back of his head, looking distressed. "It is crazy. I heard half the street was destroyed and several criminals escaped in the chaos. Recently, there have even been gangs openly fighting on the streets, and it is driving the old man crazy every day. They are such a troublesome bunch." Zhuge Feng popped the last piece of sushi into his mouth, clasped his hands behind his head, and sighed meaningfully. "Troubled times, these are indeed troubled times." Yi Yu nodded without saying much. "Then I will go back with Zioing after school." Just as the words fell, Zhuge Feng suddenly leaned toward Yi Yu with a suspicious expression. "Strange, how did you and your sister get so close?" Zhuge Feng considered himself quite knowledgeable about Yi Yu's family situation. His dad, who worked at the police department, used to be a colleague of Gu Beiying's biological father, and one could even say he watched Gu Beiying grow up. Seemingly thinking of a possibility, Zhuge Feng tilted his head and looked at Yi Yu with an unfriendly expression. "You kid would not be having any ideas about your cute little sister, would you?" After all, Yi Yu and Gu Beiying had absolutely no blood relation. With such a dainty and cute sister suddenly entering his life, it would not be impossible for Yi Yu to have some bad ideas. Feeling chilled by Zhuge Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Yu pushed him away and said speechless, "What on earth is going through your head?" Zhuge Feng narrowed his eyes and responded with skepticism, "You better hope not." After all, Gu Beiying was someone he watched grow up. She was like a half-sister to him. Zhuge Feng secretly made up his mind to keep an eye on Yi Yu from now on, to prevent the latter from doing anything beastly. This scene was witnessed by the chimera floating in midair, which wore a sinister grin and echoed Zhuge Feng in a bizarre tone, "You better hope not." Aside from the interlude during lunch with Zhuge Feng, the tedious school day soon ended. The scorching sun in the sky gradually turned dim yellow, sinking below the horizon. The melodious final bell rang, and as expected, Zhuge Feng was the first to rush out of the classroom, eager to get home and cook dinner to take to his dad. Yi Yu, however, mingled with the bustling crowd and walked out slowly. He had to go to the kendo club next to the playground to pick up his sister. In fact, with people from the dawn protecting her in the shadows, Yi Yu did not need to worry about anything. But he still tried his best to play the role of a good brother to dispel the dawn's suspicions. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest place. As the sun set, the surrounding scenery was bathed in a hazy glow in the twilight. In front of the kendo club, a dainty, cute girl with twin tails had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Yi Yu, she immediately waved with a joyful smile on her face. The girl was wearing a white kendo uniform, and 2 dimples were visible when she smiled on her delicate face, with beads of sweat from training still lingering on her smooth forehead. Gu Beiying seemed to have walked out of her previous trauma. She chatted and laughed with Yi Yu all the way, showing full youthful vitality, and occasionally wore a cunning smile like a lively little cat. But Yi Yu could see the deeply hidden unease in the girl's eyes. He shook his head secretly. Perhaps from the moment Xiaoying decided to join the Dawn, her former peaceful life had ceased to exist. By the way, brother, do you know what Chidai-senpai has been doing lately? She has not been to the kendo club for a while. Gu Beiying stared at Yi Yu with her clear, watery eyes and asked, Chidai Regetsu? A beautiful figure with a high ponytail emerged in Yi Yu's mind, and he shook his head slowly. Not really sure, maybe Chidai class monitor has some things going on at home. For this goddess-level figure who was famous throughout Tokyo Private High School, Yi Yu knew very little. Oh, Gu Beiying pouted, unable to hide the disappointment in her eyes. Chidai-senpai was not only the president of the kendo club, but also its top sword expert. Without Chidai Regetsu as an opponent, Gu Beiying felt she had lost the challenge. While talking, Yi Yu watched the buildings on both sides change and was surprised to find a magnificent building standing in the distance. It was the Metropolitan Police Department built in the center of District 11. Unknowingly, he had been led off his original route by this girl. And Gu Beiying stopped as expected, eyeing a luxurious Western restaurant across the street. Yi Yu followed Gu Beiying's gaze, glanced implicitly at the white badge on her chest, and preemptively smiled. Why do you have plans with Xiaoye? Xiaoye was the name of Gu Beiying's close friend. Yes, that is right. Gu Beiying tugged at the corner of her mouth stiffly. Using her friend as a shield every time made her a bit ashamed, but she still put her hands together and pleaded. I will be home a bit late today. Please tell Mom and Dad for me, brother. As she said that, she pointed to the Western restaurant opposite. I will treat you to coffee when I get the chance. This girl. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Yi Yu sighed helplessly. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a tiny beetle lay quietly on his fingertip. Walking through the bustling streets, Gu Beiying stepped quickly toward the Western restaurant named Dawn and pushed open the door with anticipation in her eyes. Welcome. A familiar sweet voice greeted her, and Gu Beiying saw a tall woman in a white uniform appearing before her, holding a menu. Sister Sasha. Seeing the woman, Gu Beiying felt her eyes well up with tears and lunged forward, hugging her waist like a koala. Hiss. Then Gu Beiying heard the woman gasp in pain. Looking down past her collar, she realized the woman's chest was wrapped in layers of bandages. I am so sorry. Gu Beiying quickly let go. During the last mission to wipe out Ike no Yu Ryu's gang, it was Sasha who had taken the fatal blow for her, leaving her severely injured. Seeing that Sasha was safe and sound now, Gu Beiying finally felt the heavy weight lift from her heart. You silly girl, you almost crushed my waist. Sasha clutched her still healing abdomen in pain. The bandages around her upper body made her chest look even fuller, like 2 heavy papayas. Why, our beautiful Sasha actually has moments where she is caught off guard. A teasing voice came from behind. Akita Shujaku, dressed like a host, walked over to them carrying tableware. Setting a cup of coffee on the table, Akita smiled at Gu Beiying. Try our shop's new item. Gu Beiying said thanks and looked around, only to find the restaurant was still deserted. The floor was spotless, obviously having not seen a customer for a long time. Besides Akita Shujaku and Sasha, there were a few new faces working as staff. The bartender at the counter was no longer Hakuba Watanabe, but a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, wearing a crisp suit. He noticed Gu Beiying's gaze and gave a faint smile. Gu Beiying held the coffee and glanced at the expensive prices on the menu in Sasha's hand. Clicking her tongue, will you really get any customers like this? That is not quite how you should put it. As officers of Dawn, our true purpose has always been to clear out the demons hiding in this city. This restaurant is merely a cover for the Dawn base located underground." Then he pointed to the busy staff in the shop. "The staff here are all Dawn officers taking shifts in their free time. You are welcome to work part-time here after school, Sakura." Gu Beiying blinked, watching Akita Shujaku, who had not finished his sentence, being dragged away by his ear by Sasha to sweep the floor. She decided she might need to reconsider the whole working here thing. "Here, these are the merit points you earned after the last mission. Keep them safe, Sakura." In the Dawn base beneath the restaurant, Akita Shujaku placed a white badge on a machine, and a number flashed across its surface. Akita handed the white badge to Gu Beiying and reminded her. "The merit points here serve as the salary for us officers. Of course, after each mission, merit points are also distributed based on individual contributions." Gu Beiying looked at the white badge with the cross pattern in her palm, her eyes filled with curiosity. This unassuming badge was the identification mark for the Dawn General Bureau and could even be used for communication. Judging by Akita's tone, it had even more uses. Seeming to notice Sakura's confusion, Akita explained. "You can think of merit points as a virtual currency circulating within Dawn. Money, items, and even the rare demon weapons we use most often. You can buy all of those with these." Akita Shujaku twirled a string around his fingers, making a yo-yo move up and down. The silvery white string cut through the air with a sharp edge. Gu Beiying remembered that in the last battle, Akita Shujaku used that string to cut a powerful demon to pieces, rendering it completely unable to fight. According to Sister Sasha, the demon weapons they carry are made from demon cores and substances extracted from demons. Looking around, they were currently in a laboratory within the Dawn base. It was filled with large, sophisticated instruments in operation. It was hard to imagine this was beneath District 11. In fact, even now, she did not know how large the Dawn base in District 11 truly was, only that one of the passages leading here was the staff break room of the Dawn restaurant. Having finished, Akita stretched and walked toward the door. "Let us go. The meeting is starting and the boss should be waiting for us." Led by Akita Shujaku, Gu Beiying walked through a mechanized corridor and arrived in a conference room. The high-tech conference room was filled with figures in white uniforms, each wearing a white badge with a cross pattern on their chest. These were all Dawn officers. People like Hecuba Watanabe, Sister Sasha, and the chubby guy she had met before were all among them. As expected, sitting at the head of the table was Ai Aso, the leader of the Dawn base in District 11, with her signature short, capable hair and cold expression. After Akita Shujaku and Gu Beiying took their seats, Ai Aso nodded. "We can begin." Hecuba Watanabe understood, pressed a button, and the big screen displayed a series of photos. In the center was a gaunt middle-aged man. It was Aiknoyu Ryuo, who had been killed by Gu Beiying herself. Seeing that face again, Sakura's pupils contracted, as if she had recalled a certain memory. Regarding the demon group led by Aiknoyu Ryuo, several demons managed to escape after the battle ended. Through a systematic search of the surrounding areas, we have captured a few of the stragglers. Hecuba Watanabe adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Unfortunately, according to later interrogations, these demons were all summoned by Aiknoyu Ryuo and did not know each other's identities. It is still difficult to capture the remaining demons, but we have contacted the police department to carry out corresponding investigations. The repair work at the battle site and the memory erasure of the public are also nearing completion." As the aftermath of the last incident was briefly explained, the expressions on the faces of the officers remained unchanged. They seemed long accustomed to the cleanup after a battle. Ai Aso then added, "That is the current situation, but these are not the most important things." As she spoke, the screen flickered, and two photos appeared before everyone. One of the photos showed a strange demon with wings growing from its back, standing on a high building against the backdrop of deep moonlight. Though its body was still in human form, its head was that of a crow with blood-red eyes, sharp claws, and massive wings that blocked the moon behind it. Upon seeing the figure of this demon, Gu Beiying's face changed instantly. An executive of the Shrine sect, a crow known as the Fallen Guide. Looking at the slender figure on the screen, Ai Aso spoke slowly. Based on intelligence, its inner demon is classified as an exotic type, an A-rank danger level. Its main abilities include flight, sharp blades-like claws, keen speed, and the ability to create illusions. Sakurako-gu listened to AI Aso's introduction in a daze, as memories of that day flooded her mind once more. On the night she killed Ryu-aikyu, it was this monster who appeared at the last moment and crushed her with overwhelming power, almost killing her. Shrine Sect. Sakurako-gu had heard this name from the White Cat. It is the largest organization of monsters in the entire 11th Ward. The Crow's codename is the Fallen Guide, and his favorite twisted hobby is to beat us to finding monsters hiding among the people, igniting the desires within them, and further leading them into darkness to become puppets of inner demons, falling into a hell of slaughter. The Crow was also present on the night we cleared out Ryu-aikyu's monster group. It is confirmed that Aikyu and the others were seduced by the Crow to become believers of the Shrine Sect. AI Aso's words were understated, yet they struck like a heavy hammer against everyone's hearts. This means the Crow was the real mastermind behind the terrorist attacks led by Ryu-aikyu and the others, and what they spent the whole night clearing were just puppets seduced by him. Someone sighed helplessly, "We got played by these guys again." Bang! The burly man, who was once on the same team as Sakurako-gu, slammed the table and shouted, "These rats in the sewers only dare to hide in the dark and play tricks. They never dare to fight us head-on. One day, I will clear this scum out of the 11th Ward completely." The man gritted his teeth, his words filled with intense murderous intent toward the monster organization, but the investigators sitting around the conference table fell into silence. Clearly, the Shrine Sect has caused them more than just one or two bouts of trouble. It can be said that the shadow of the Shrine Sect can be seen in one way or another in most monster incidents that have occurred in the 11th Ward. Although they loathe this monster organization and wish they could root it out entirely. However, due to the enemy's vast power, their deep concealment in the city, and their numerous members, every action taken by Dawn has failed to eradicate them completely, instead allowing them to grow even stronger, becoming a malignant tumor hidden in the 11th Ward. Are these monsters acting so crazily because they are driven by the Crow? They have been so active lately. What on earth are those lunatics from the Shrine Sect trying to do? For a moment, the investigators present had their own theories, all speculating on what this evil cult, masked as monsters, was really up to. AI Aso looked at Wataru Bema, who was sitting to the side, and the latter adjusted his glasses. "We are currently investigating the recent movements of the monsters under the Shrine Sect, and I believe we will be able to grasp some leads before long." Hearing the discussion, Sakurako-gu could not help but be secretly shocked as she recalled the immense strength of the Crow she had encountered that day. If the White Cat had not arrived in time, she probably would have died at the Crow's hands. That feeling of being on the brink of death still makes her heart tremble whenever she recalls it. Besides the Crow, there is someone else worth our attention. Hearing AI Aso's words, everyone stopped talking, and another figure appeared on the screen. It was a mysterious figure in a black hoodie, with a dark hood hiding their face, leaving only a sharp chin and a subtle, elusive smile on the lips visible. Behind this figure stood a giant scythe as tall as a man, its ink-black blade wrapped in ghostly purple flames that coiled around it like eerie, netherworldly pythons. Another monster appeared in the 11th Ward recently, the Flame Ghost. Their origin and identity are unknown. They have killed several monsters wandering near the 11th Ward, and this person's figure was spotted again during the operation to clear out Ryu-aikyu and the others. According to current intelligence, the Flame Ghost's inner demon type is a blade demon. Their demonstrated abilities include a giant scythe manifested from demonic energy and purple flames attached to it. And most importantly, this person has the ability to extract demonic energy from monsters' bodies. At this point, AI Aso clearly paused. Furthermore, this person's strength and speed far exceed those of an ordinary monster. For now, the Flame Ghost is classified as a B-rank danger, but the possibility of them having a rank strength cannot be ruled out. Flame Ghost. Sakurako-gu's eyes flickered as she looked at the dark shadow on the screen. Even from afar, the pressure the shadow exuded was no less than that of the Crow. Could this also be an executive of the Shrine Sect? She looked around and saw that the people nearby were also showing solemn expressions, especially the investigators who had fought the Flame Ghost that night. They knew all too well how terrifying this monster was. In a coffee shop on the street, Yiyu sprayed the coffee in his mouth out, a complicated expression on his face. Flame Ghost. This codename is really the sound synchronizing goo at his ear was transmitting the voices from the Dawn base to him in real time. Although he was prepared, he could not help but spit it out when he heard the official title he had been given. Immediately after, he heard the voice of the short-haired woman from the subgoo. In the final stage of the last operation, the flame ghost killed Ryu Aikyu and fled the scene, and the demonic energy in Aikyu's body has been detected to have disappeared as well. There is currently no evidence that the flame ghost is unrelated to the Shrine sect, and the General Bureau takes the flame ghost very seriously, demanding we find leads quickly and capture the flame ghost alive. Hearing this, Yiyu's expression changed as he stroked his chin, listening to the intelligence relayed from Sakurako Gu's side. To Yiyu's slight disappointment, the rest of the meeting was primarily about the cleaning of monsters in the 11th Ward and the deployment of investigators. A while later, when the demonic energy injected into the goo was exhausted, the sound from the Dawn base came to an abrupt end. Yiyu put the mother goo away with a sigh. Although this sound-synchronizing goo could act as a listening device, it had a defect. It needed intermittent injections of demonic energy to maintain its vitality. Clearly, the energy in the subgoo was drained, and he would have to find an opportunity to recharge soon. He stood up and stretched. Through the glass door, he saw that the sky in the distance was growing dim. Yiyu knew it was about time to head back. Yiyu had long expected the Dawn General Bureau's attitude. After all, the ability to absorb demonic energy was relevant to monster research, and the organization would never pass up this opportunity. There would certainly be more tactics used against him in the future, but unfortunately, the result would leave those coveting his power disappointed. Absorbing demonic energy stems from his deprivation ability in the Hungry Ghost realm, and monsters who have their energy absorbed suffer damaged minds at best, and at worst, die on the spot, just like Ryu Aikyu and the others. Thinking of this, Yiyu could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. To avoid being used for scientific experiments by Dawn later, he needed to be cautious and increase his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was not sure if Sakura alone could protect him. He walked slowly out of the coffee shop. The streets were sparse, and in the distance, a tram sped past, letting out a long, resonant whistle. Seeing that the Western restaurant across the street had already closed early, Yiyu curled his lips. No wonder business is so terrible. Suddenly, Yiyu stopped as if he had noticed something, turning his head to look at a spot across the street. A pitch-black shadow flashed before his eyes, and as dark wings spread, he thought he caught a glimpse of a pair of blood-red eyes. Is this? Yiyu's gaze narrowed, his nerves tightened, and he was just about to focus on it. Toot! A sharp humming sound came to his ears. The distant tram sped past in front of Yiyu, blocking his line of sight. When he regained his focus, the tram had already sped away, and the black shadow across the street had strangely vanished. Passers-by did not notice anything unusual. Yiyu looked intently, following his line of sight. Only a few pitch-black feathers were floating down slowly in midair. Todo University Hospital. Strange, the EEG shows that the damaged parts of your brain have almost fully recovered. A middle-aged, balding doctor in a white coat looked at the instrument next to him with a confused expression, then asked Yiyu, who was sitting in front of him, "Have your memories still not fully returned?" Yiyu shook his head blankly. Ever since he was rescued from that kidnapping case, he had lost some of his memories. Sometimes, fragmented memories would linger in his mind like shards, but they never connected, which left him feeling deeply puzzled. What exactly happened during the time he was kidnapped? Gu Beiying, who had been standing to the side for a long time, asked anxiously, "So, will these things have any effect on my brother?" The balding doctor rubbed his chin and replied, "Oh, not at all. Your brother's body is like a monster. I have never seen someone who could still be so lively after sustaining so many injuries." Gu Beiying could not help but recall the scene at the warehouse that day, where she saw Yiyu fighting off hundreds of thugs alone, shirtless. Those new and old scars on his body were still fresh in her mind. Noticing his sister's gaze, Yiyu waved his hands repeatedly to explain. "It is not that exaggerated. Maybe this is just what people call a natural gift." Under the doctor's bewildered gaze, Yiyu insisted on undergoing a full-body checkup, and only after the results confirmed his exceptional physical condition was he discharged. "See, I told you there was nothing wrong with my body. Coming to the hospital for a checkup was completely unnecessary." In the hospital hallway, Yiyu rubbed his slightly sore lower back, feeling speechless about the awestruck doctor from just moments ago. He felt that if he had stayed a moment longer, he would have had to sacrifice himself for the sake of medical science and be dissected by the doctor to study his internal structure. No way. Gu Beiying, who was walking in front, stopped when she heard this, turned around with a long, drawn-out sound, and leaned forward. She crossed her arms in front of her chest to form a large X, then pouted and said, "Mom told me specifically that I had to bring brother to the hospital for a follow-up. Honestly, how can brother be so irresponsible with his own health?" Seeing his sister frowning with her little brows and looking so indignant, Yu could not help but laugh. He reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, saying, Hi, then thanks to you and Mom for caring so much." As for Yi Jingbai, who was always taciturn, well, Yu believed that a father's love was silent. Being patted on the head by Yu, a flush quickly rose on Gu Beiying's pretty face, and she quickly pulled away. "Do not mess up my hair, I will not grow taller." Hi, Yu smiled with his eyes narrowed, completely ignoring the speechless look from Chaimai by his side. The siblings chatted and laughed for a while before walking towards the downstairs of the hospital. Just then, the phone at Gu Beiying's waist rang suddenly. She glanced at the name on the caller ID, then looked up at Yu cautiously. I am going to take this call. Wait a moment for me. Is it another mission dispatched by Dawn?" Watching the girl run towards the corner, looking as cautious as a cat sneaking a treat, a smile appeared at the corner of Yu's mouth. "Looks like your cute little sister has received another mission. Do not you plan on following her to check it out?" Chaimai stirred up trouble from the side. Yu just stretched and said, "The little girl has to grow up eventually. I cannot protect her by my side forever." The monsters appearing all over the place are just the tip of the iceberg. Yu could not even guarantee his own safety, let alone his sister's as a savior. There was also a more major reason. The Dawn organization had already set its sights on the Flame Demon. In the shadows, there was still the powerful and secretive group known as the Deicide sect, and he did not intend to put himself in the spotlight at such a critical moment. It is just a pity that his resonance parasite had not finished charging yet. Otherwise, he could have gathered some information while he was at it. Well, Yu felt that as a responsible brother, he should still keep an eye on his sister's physical and mental well-being. Just as Yu was hesitating about whether to keep a low profile for a while, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Chiyo Raigetsu, why is she here?" At the corner of the street opposite the hospital, a tall girl in a school uniform was walking absent-mindedly, carrying a lunchbox in her hand. Yu recognized at a glance that the girl in front of him was none other than the goddess of their school, Chiyo Raigetsu, the president of the Kendo Club. Unlike the ladylike image she displayed on weekdays, Chiyo Raigetsu had a worried look between her brows and was walking listlessly, completely unaware of Yu not far across from her. But what truly moved Yu was the faint, familiar aura wafting from her, and the box of wraith hanging on his chest like an ornament began to flicker with an unusual light. This is the aura of magic energy. Yu's pupils trembled. Thinking of the long sword he had seen inside Chiyo Raigetsu a while ago, a terrifying speculation formed in his heart. This is a sign that magic energy is about to erupt. What a delicious scent, Chaimai sniffed, looking as if it had found a delicacy. Watching his sister's back disappear from view, Yu hesitated for a moment, but to verify the speculation in his heart, he quietly followed behind Chiyo Raigetsu. On the other side, Gu Beiying walked quickly to a corner of the hospital, confirmed that her brother was not following, and gently answered the call on the screen. And the name on the caller ID was none other than Zhuge Pingyan. The girl's cherry lips parted slightly, and she said softly, "Uncle Zhuge. Little Ying, I have already found some clues about what you asked me to investigate last time." "Really?" Gu Beiying's eyes shifted. She exclaimed excitedly, then alertly covered her mouth. Inside the office of the chief of the 11th District Police Department, Zhuge Pingyan sat in his chair with a heavy air, holding a document in his hand. "Yes, strictly speaking, this kind of information is classified by the police, but since you are the victim's sister, our superiors have also taken care of you too, so it is fine to reveal a little." Looking at the document in his hand, Zhuge Pingyan said with a stern expression, "We have already made some preliminary progress on the case of your brother's kidnapping." The expression on Gu Beiying's face became unusually grave as she listened quietly to the news from the other end of the phone. Recently, another murder case occurred in the 11th district. The modus operandi is very similar to the kidnapping and robbery rings from a while ago. The victim's blood was drained, and the state of the body was tragic. We captured the perpetrator and interrogated him. The criminal's mental state is very unstable, like an extreme madman claiming that his actions were guided by God. We suspect there is a mentor behind this person who directs the crimes, and this was confirmed in subsequent interrogations. The culprit claimed that as long as he completed the assigned quota of murders, he could join the ideal kingdom of God, and the so-called killings were referred to as sacrifices in his words. At this point, even Zhuge Pingyun, who had years of experience in case handling, could not help but look grave, his voice faltering. This meant there was a more terrifying criminal hidden in the 11th district, guiding ordinary people onto a path of crime. According to the culprit's confession, the guy who ordered him to kill is called the Raven. The sound of a phone falling to the ground suddenly came from the other side of the call, and Zhuge Pingyun asked a few times in confusion, but there was no response. Gu Beiying's pupils shrank, her shoulders trembled slightly, and she did not even notice the phone had fallen to the floor. Her cherry-like mouth was slightly agape, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be? The one who kidnapped brother was actually the deicide sect. Your sister's condition is very grim. Conservatively speaking, she may only have a year left. I am sorry, Miss Chiyo, there is nothing more we can do. Chiyo Regetsu walked down the street, looking dejected. The doctor's words echoed in her mind, leaving her unable to find any peace. Kyoru. As a chilly evening breeze blew by, Chiyo looked toward the hospital in the distance, the sorrow in her eyes deepening. The night air wrapped around her slight frame, causing her to instinctively pull her coat tighter. Just as she was walking toward the hospital with a lunchbox in hand, the fallen leaves on the side of the road were stirred up by the wind. Seeming to sense something, Chiyo suddenly glanced in a certain direction with alert eyes. Years of disciplined training had made her senses extremely sharp. She knew her gut feeling could not be wrong. Was she being followed? Glancing at the passers-by, she bit her lower lip and continued walking, pretending not to notice anything, though her pace was noticeably faster. But just as she rounded the corner into a dark alley, she came to an abrupt halt as several tall figures blocked her path. They were muscular men in vests, looking as if they had been waiting there for a long time, wielding knives and clubs with sinister grins on their faces. Chiyo Regetsu, president of the Kaiweikai, we have been waiting here for you for quite a while. Footsteps sounded behind her as more muscular men quietly surrounded her. Are you with the Matsuyamakai? Chiyo stepped back slowly, her voice cold and a mysterious, eerie gleam flashing in her eyes. The leader of the thugs gave a cold snort and sneered, You have got several of our brothers killed. You did not really think you could get away that easily, did you? Before he could finish his sentence, Chiyo acted first. She kicked a rack at the corner of the street, sending it tumbling over, forcing the thugs in her path to scramble out of the way in surprise. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chiyo kicked one of the men down and dashed through the gap left by the fallen rack to escape. Catch her! The Matsuyamakai thugs finally reacted and gave chase immediately. As the group chased each other into the depths of the night, Yiyu, dressed in a long black coat, stepped out from the other side of the corner. President of the Kaiweikai, Yiyu frowned slightly, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. He knew that the Kaiweikai, like the Matsuyamakai, was one of the 3 major Yakuza syndicates ruling the 11th district, a name that struck terror into ordinary people. He just never expected that Chiyo, who always acted like a perfect, well-behaved schoolgirl, was actually the boss of the Kaiweikai. Tusk, this is something else. The beautiful class beauty is actually a gang boss. Chimmy began to marvel. No, that is not the main point. The eerie gleam in his eyes faded as he rubbed his aching eyelids. The expression on Yi Yua's face grew more complicated. Just moments ago, driven by curiosity, he had activated his eye of reincarnation to examine Chiyo. As he expected, he saw a strange, demonic katana within her body. The blade looked as if it were stained with blood, the hilt resembling a blooming rose, with thorny, blood-red vines spreading across the blade. The blade itself was shrouded in a thick black mist, a sign of demonic energy manifesting. This Chiyo Regetsu had clearly been infected by demonic energy and had become a demon driven by her own desires. I wonder how Sakura would react if she knew the senior she idolizes has become a monster that she is supposed to eradicate. Yu rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. This was his first time encountering someone he knew turning into a demon. Plus, this seemed to involve the Yakuza. One wrong move, and he would be in deep trouble. Just as he hesitated about whether to turn a blind eye, the box of Morio hanging around his neck suddenly began to glow. Thick black mist coalesced before his eyes, forming familiar text. Subquest: Save the beautiful class president. Follow Chiyo Raigetsu and save her life at the critical moment, ensuring she remembers your kindness and gains her trust. Quest reward: 2 opportunities to open the box of Morio. The box of Morio had to issue a quest at a time like this. Yu looked suspiciously at Chimmy, the black orb beside him, who simply shrugged nonchalantly. Do not look at me like that. The box of Morio issues the most suitable quests based on the situation. Looking in the direction Chiyo had fled, Yu fell into deep thought. Over this time, he had gradually figured out the rules of the box of Morio. He could only receive lottery rewards by completing the quests it issued. The quests were generally divided into 3 levels: main quests, subquests, and daily quests. The rewards varied based on the type and difficulty of the quest. For regular daily quests, they usually involved charging the box by hunting demons, which only granted 1 lottery chance. But this time, it was a subquest, offering 2 chances just for saving her. Could there be other secrets hidden within Chiyo Raigetsu? Yu hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow. After all, 2 lottery chances were hard to come by, and he wanted to know what secrets Chiyo was hiding. The night air was cold. Chiyo panted heavily as she sprinted down the street, her chest heaving with every breath. Yet the gangsters behind her remained in close pursuit, as if leading her toward some preordained abyss. Finally, under a dark bridge, Chiyo came to a stop. It was not because she could not run anymore, but because more thugs had rushed out from the front to block her path. In the next second, she was completely surrounded by the blade-wielding thugs. Run, huh? I want to see where else you can go now, the leader sneered. Chiyo caught her breath and stood her ground, bowing her head slightly instead of running. Wisps of invisible black vapor began to emanate from her body, and an inexplicable, chilling, murderous aura slowly radiated outward. Drops of fresh blood dripped from the girl's palms, solidifying instantly as they fell, turning into thorny, blood-red vines that intertwined around her fingertips. What is this? Chiyo slowly lifted her head, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes, but a clear, blood-red glow emerged from within them. I really do not want to kill anyone else. Under the dim night sky, a few cars honked as they drove across the overpass, their headlights flickering like ghosts. Just below the overpass, a dozen burly men brandishing blades were closing in on a girl in a blue-green school uniform with her hair tied in a high ponytail. Having scouted her out in advance, they knew that Chiyo Raigetsu was the leader of the Gokyuikai and an expert in kendo, so they did not lower their guard just because she appeared to be a delicate girl. One of the brutes let out a roar and charged at her, with the others quickly following suit to surround her. Their orders were to capture her alive if possible, but nothing was said about bringing her back in one piece. Seeing the men rushing toward her, Chiyo Raigetsu narrowed her eyes and sidestepped the bear hug from one of the attackers. She immediately swung her school bag, leaving a bloody red mark across the face of another brute. While he staggered back in agony, Raigetsu kicked him away and landed an elbow strike to the chest of a man charging in from the side. Years of kendo training had given her a sharp sense for danger, and with a quick shift of her gaze, she unleashed a whip kick. A thug trying to sneak up behind her yelped in pain, his grip loosening as the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Chiyo Raigetsu moved with the agility of a leopard cat, engaging all the men at once. Each of her strikes landed with lethal precision on vital pressure points, rendering them unable to fight. Damn it, all of you, jump her at once. Hearing this, the remaining thugs swarmed her with their blades drawn, and even with her agility, she found it hard to fight off so many hands, her movements gradually slowing down. Injuries of varying severity began to appear on her body, but the blood-red gleam in Raigetsu's eyes grew more intense, her chest heaving as if she were suppressing something within. Finally, just as a machete was about to strike her, the blood-red light in her eyes flared violently, and strands of invisible black energy began to spread out. Alia! A man's heart-wrenching scream shattered the night, and an arm severed at the shoulder was sent flying through the air, spraying blood everywhere. The surrounding brutes, as if seeing something truly terrifying, recoiled with expressions of shock. One of the men who had been in the front fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder in agony and weeping, before passing out shortly after. Great pools of blood gushed out uncontrollably, splashing onto the lawn and filling the air with a faint, metallic scent. What was that? The group looked forward in horror, only to see that the seemingly delicate girl was now holding a bizarre and eerie long blade. The blade shimmered with a sinister crimson glow, and blood-red thorns surged from her palm to coil around the sword, while her blue-green school uniform was stained with splattered blood. Ragetsu's eyes were now entirely blood-red. Though the sharp light flickering within showed, she still held onto her reason, desperately suppressing the urge to kill. "There is definitely something wrong with this woman. Finish her off." The leader shouted, and his underlings reacted, though clearly shaken. They charged again, banking on their superior numbers. Sharp blades whistled through the air, strikes that would have felled even the most battle-hardened warriors. Yet eerily, as soon as their blades and bats touched her cursed sword, they melted like ice, easily corroded until they were notched and broken. Several streaks of red light cut through the night, leaving gaping, bloody wounds on the chests of the Matsuyamakai thugs, deep enough to expose the bone. "Moan, monster!" The remaining thugs scrambled back in panic. The blue-clad girl with blood-red eyes and a hint of murderous intent in her gaze held that eerie blade, which pulsed with a bloody glow in the darkness. From a distance, she looked like a Rakshasa demon risen from the underworld. Bang! A second later, a gunshot rang out through the night, and a burst of blood exploded from right in front of Ragetsu. Chiyo Ragetsu let out a muffled groan as she clutched her left shoulder, blood streaming from the wound. If it had not been for her quick reflexes, the shot would have pierced her chest. The leader held a pistol, smoke still curling from the barrel, a cold smirk on his lips. Just as the boss said, "This woman is like a monster." He turned to his men and barked, "What are you all standing around for? If you let this woman get away, the boss will have your heads." The remaining men were terrified, but the thought of their gang's punishments pushed them forward to charge at Ragetsu once more. Ragetsu, blade in hand, was about to counterattack when she heard the piercing crack of a gunshot. Startled, she dodged aside. The bullet grazed her side, gouging several holes into the ground. The searing pain in her shoulder, combined with the blood-red thorns feeding on her life force, made her vision swim. The gunman sneered, "Giving up now will save you from further agony." Ragetsu said nothing, only watching as her thorn-covered blade continued to pulse with a thirsty, bloody light. "Death wish it is." The gunman's expression darkened as his men rushed forward with their weapons raised. "Is this the end?" As the sharp blades loomed closer, Ragetsu wanted to fight back, but she had lost all her strength and slumped to the ground. The thorns in her palm lost their blood supply and faded away, and the blade they had wrapped around dissolved into a puddle of blood. The excruciating pain from her wound tortured her vision growing dimmer by the second, and her consciousness felt like it was sinking into a frozen abyss. A cold, bright blade sliced through the night, and Ragetsu instinctively closed her eyes. Yet the expected agony never came. The world around her seemed to have frozen in place. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes in confusion to witness a truly shocking sight. A tall figure stood before her, his hand firmly gripping the machete that had been swung at her. "Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea who you are messing with? This is the Matsuyamakai." Ragetsu watched, transfixed, as blood trickled down the arm of the young man shielding her, before a familiar voice rang out. "I said, cannot you see I am busy playing the hero here? According to the script, this is usually the part where you guys are supposed to get lost." The next second, the man holding the blade pushed forward with tremendous force, sending the thug sprawling. He followed up with a single punch, sending another brute flying with a bloodied face before he hit the ground, unconscious. This sudden savior was even more terrifying. Blows from clubs and bats hitting his arms produced nothing more than dull thuds. In the blink of an eye, several more thugs were knocked to the floor. "Damn it!" The gunman gritted his teeth and fired several times, but the man dodged every bullet with graceful leaps. Before the man could even register what happened, his savior appeared before him like a ghost and clamped onto his wrist with an iron grip. The gunman felt like his wrist was about to be torn apart, followed by a sickening crunch, and the pistol clattered to the ground. The thug doubled over in pain, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick. The young man said indifferently, "Since I am in a good mood, you would better disappear from my sight right now." The thug gritted his teeth, looking at his severely beaten men, and muttered, "Let us go." Ragetsu watched in a daze as the man led his battered lackeys away, but the pain in her shoulder was so intense that she could not summon the strength to move. Then she saw the man standing in front of her turn around, revealing a handsome, sunny face and waving at her with a gentle smile. "Hi there, beautiful." The The familiar voice echoed in her ears, and she opened her eyes wide in complete astonishment. It's you. You. Chidai Regetsu stared with wide eyes at this familiar face, which still wore a gentle smile on its delicate features. From her perspective, this seemingly slender figure had descended from the sky and defeated over a dozen thugs single-handedly. It was simply inconceivable. Yu, what are you doing here? Chidai Regetsu's tone was somewhat surprised, and even her previously drained spirit felt a sense of relief. I am here for a checkup, of course. Yu stroked his chin and pointed toward the hospital building in the distance. As it happens, I saw Class President Chidai being chased on my way here, so I decided to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Yu spoke in a teasing tone, his gaze catching the faint flash of red in the girl's eyes as it slowly faded away. Thank you. The uncontrollable murderous intent in her heart gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of weakness, as if her body had been hollowed out. Chidai Regetsu's face turned pale, but she still managed to express her gratitude to Yu. If Yu had not appeared, she might have truly been captured by the people from the Matsuyama Syndicate. You would better save your breath for now. Yu walked over to Chidai Regetsu and crouched down to examine her injuries. Fortunately, she had dodged in time, and the bullet had not hit any vital areas. It had only grazed her shoulder. However, blood was still pouring from her shoulder, and she needed urgent treatment at the hospital. Under Yu's scrutiny, a blush appeared on Chidai Regetsu's pale face. She tried her best to stand up, but her weakened body could not muster any strength. Do not push yourself at a time like this. The moment she heard these words, Chidai Regetsu felt her body suddenly lift off the ground as someone picked her up. Wait. Yu scooped his arms under her legs and cradled her in a bridal carry. Seeing the blush climbing up the girl's face, he could not help but find it quite amusing. He had never seen the elegant and mature class president wear such an expression. Compared to the cold and dignified Chidai Regetsu of the past, the girl currently in his arms seemed unexpectedly cute. He shook his head and asked with curiosity, who were those guys anyway? And why did some of them have pistols? Chimai sneered in Yu's ear, pretending you do not know. Chidai Regetsu, already disoriented from being carried by Yu, replied in a nervous, hurried tone. They are rivals in my family's business. I suspect they wanted to kidnap me to pressure our family industry. Family industry? It would not be gangster business, would it? Yu muttered to himself, but he did not show anything on his face. Chidai Regetsu hesitated for a long time before asking, did you happen to see anything just now? As she said this, Chidai Regetsu subconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes. Yu noticed the girl's small action and replied nonchalantly, I only arrived just as I saw that thug pointing a gun at you. Is there a problem? No. Hearing that Yu had not seen what had happened moments before, Chidai Regetsu breathed a secret sigh of relief. She did not want anyone to see her in that monster-like state. Yu saw the words task complete floating on the illusory black screen before him, and he could not help but curl his lips into a smile. Defeating a few small-time thugs could net him 2 draw chances. He hoped for more of these hero-saving-the-damsel missions. Late at night, in front of the Tokyo Medical University Hospital, Gu Beiying paced back and forth, staring at the number on her phone screen that refused to connect, a faint hint of anxiety in her eyes. Zhuge Pingyun's words still lingered in her ears, leaving her restless for a long time. If it really was the sacrifice god sect that kidnapped her brother, what was their motive? Was it to target her? Gu Beiying shuddered at the thought. If her family was harmed because of her, she would never forgive herself. Biting her lip and seeing that Yu still had not appeared, she could not help but look down at the white emblem on her chest. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Gu Beiying looked up abruptly. She saw a figure emerge from the shadows across the street, seemingly carrying someone in their arms. Brother! Seeing the familiar figure, Gu Beiying ran over, her heart finally settling. But when she reached Yu, she realized there was a red gash on his arm, and blood was dripping from his palm onto his clothes. What shocked Gu Beiying even more was that her brother was carrying a pale-faced woman, whose exquisite features were also very familiar to her. She parted her rosy lips and gasped in surprise, Senior. Hiss. Outside the hospital emergency room, Yu hissed in pain as Gu Beiying wrapped layer after layer of bandages around his arm. Do you really need to wrap it so tight? Yu looked at his sister, who was binding his arm like she was wrapping a rice dumpling until it turned purple, and could not help but smile bitterly. His injury was not actually that bad, but Xiao Ying's rough treatment was really hurting him. Serves you right. Gu Beiying rolled her eyes at Yi Yu and complained indignantly. Who told you to run off by yourself without telling me? I saw the situation was critical and did not think much about it. Yi Yu scratched the side of his face, admitting he had forgotten about his sister in his rush to complete the mission. What on earth is going on? Gu Beiying signaled to Yi Yu, her gaze drifting toward the back. Outside the emergency room door, they realized that a group of muscular men had gathered around. These men were wearing blue robes and looked fierce and muscular, whispering among themselves. As if sensing Gu Beiying's gaze, one of the men turned to look, scaring the girl so much that she quickly looked away. Those people are so scary. Well, about that, Yi Yu recounted the events to Gu Beiying, only omitting Chidai Regetsu's gangster background. Even so, it left the little girl shocked, unable to imagine the danger he had faced. No matter what, you must tell me if something like this happens again. Gu Beiying clenched her fists and muttered to herself, I am strong too, you know. Yi Yu smiled, used his other hand to pat the girl's head, and said, yes, our Xiao Ying is the best. Can we keep this a secret from Mom and Dad like last time? Yi Yu held up a finger and wiggled it in a conciliatory gesture. Looking at her brother's sincere expression, Gu Beiying pouted but still held out her finger to pinky promise, do not make it a habit. Just then, the emergency room door opened. A doctor came out and told them the patient's condition had stabilized. Before the siblings could react, the muscular men waiting outside surged forward, crowding into the emergency room. Miss, a group of fierce-looking thugs scrambled into the emergency room, their faces etched with anxiety and concern. Chiyo Regetsu, having received treatment, was leaning against the hospital bed. Although her face was still pale, it was clear she had recovered quite a bit. Her shoulder was also wrapped in a bandage, though the dressing technique was much better than Sakura's. It is such a relief that you are okay, miss. Those bastards from the Matsuyama clan have some nerve. Give us the order, miss, and we will go take revenge for you right now. Miss Boohoo! A swarm of burly men poured in, instantly making the otherwise spacious emergency room feel overcrowded. These giants stood around Chiyo Regetsu's bed, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Their pathetic display of grief formed a strange, ironic contrast with their sturdy builds. When Yi Yu and Gu Beiying walked into the emergency room, this was exactly the scene they saw. Chiyo Regetsu was getting annoyed by the noise her subordinates were making, but she lit up with a smile the moment she saw Gu Beiying enter. Sakura, you are here. Seeing that Chiyo Regetsu's condition was stable, Gu Beiying let out a sigh of relief and joked, it is good that you are okay, senior. I have been waiting for you to get back so we can spar with our swords again. Chiyo Regetsu smiled back, but when Yi Yu followed behind Gu Beiying, a flush of unnatural color rose to the girl's cheeks. The memory of being held in Yi Yu's arms earlier was still fresh in her mind. Being carried by a man like that was a first for her. Pushing those chaotic thoughts aside, Chiyo Regetsu thanked Yi Yu once more. This time, I owe it all to you, Yi Yu-san, for saving me. Yi Yu shook his head with a laugh. I just happened to run into it. I am sure, class, President Chiyo could have handled those guys on her own. However, before he could finish his sentence, several of the burly men nearby suddenly lunged forward and knelt before him, bowing until their heads touched the floor as they shouted. Thank you for saving our miss. More than a dozen other men behind them echoed the cry in unison, scaring a nearby nurse into scurrying away. Young man, since you saved our miss, you are our benefactor. From now on, if you ever need anything, I, Akamoto, will go through fire and water for you, and I will never regret it. Me too, count me in. And me. Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, watching the thugs who had fallen to their knees like wheat being harvested, and was left speechless. Did he just get a nice guy card from the mafia? Excuse me. The doctor, who had been standing outside for a long time, walked in and said hesitantly, the patient's wound looks a bit like a gunshot wound. Are you really sure you do not need to call the police? What did you say? Before the words even faded, one of the thugs had already stood up and crowded the doctor, his face a mask of bulging muscles and murderous intent. I am sorry. Having never encountered such a sight, the doctor found himself staring down a dozen predatory glares. He stumbled as he scrambled out of the room, determined to never meddle in other people's business again. The expressions on the faces of the two, the brother and sister, turned rather awkward. They looked in unison at Chiyo Regetsu on the hospital bed, who explained with embarrassment. They have always been like this. Please do not mind them. Just then, a noisy commotion erupted outside the door again. Miss, you really cannot go in there right now. Rapid footsteps thundered down the hallway, and a slender figure pushed past those trying to stop her and burst into the room. Yu looked toward the sound and found that the person who had rushed in was a girl wearing a hospital gown. So pale. That was Yiyu's first impression upon seeing the girl. The girl in front of him looked young, similar in age to Sakura, with delicate features and porcelain-white skin. However, her face bore an unhealthy pallor, and even her hair was stark white. What was even more strange was that her eyes were covered by a layer of gauze. She was gripping an forepole, instinctively looking into the ward. Big sister. The girl's voice was as frail as she appeared, like a delicate flower that could easily snap. Seeing the girl appear, Chiyo Regetsu's expression shifted. Kaoru, why did you come here? I had a dream. I dreamt something happened to my big sister. The girl seemed out of strength, panting as she clutched her rising and falling chest, sweat beading on her smooth forehead. Before she could finish, the men behind her caught up and bowed to Chiyo Regetsu on the bed. Miss. Chiyo Regetsu cast a cold glance at them. Did not I tell you to watch, Kaoru? Then, ignoring the cold-sweating thugs, she said softly to the white-haired girl, Kaoru, see, I am right here, safe and sound. Do not worry about me. The girl reached out and felt her way to the bed, as if needing reassurance. Only after holding Chiyo Regetsu's warm hand did her complexion soften slightly, though that sickly, deathly pale color never fully faded. Oh, so Chiyo-senpai has a little sister. Gu Beiying's mouth opened slightly. She had never heard the senior mention it before. Chiyo Regetsu stroked her sister's head and introduced her to Yi Yu and the others. This is my sister, Chiyo and Kaoru. She rarely appears in public due to her health. As it turned out, Chiyo Regetsu's parents had passed away in an accident when they were very young, leaving the two sisters to rely solely on each other. Unfortunately, the younger sister had been born with a serious illness that left her blind and physically weak. So Chiyo Regetsu had shouldered the burden of taking care of her family from a very young age. They had come to the hospital this time for Chiyo and Kyoru's treatment, and the people hunting her down were rivals from their family's business. Family business rivals. Hearing this, the corner of Yiyu's mouth twitched again. Could the rivals Chiyo Regetsu spoke of happen to be other Yakuza organizations? If he had not heard the conversation between Chiyo Regetsu and those mobsters with his own ears, he might have actually believed it. Although Chiyo Regetsu's words could not be taken entirely at face value, one thing was undeniable. The person standing in front of him right now was a bona fide Yakuza boss. However, it was clear that Gu Beiying found the senior's story quite convincing, and she looked at the girl on the bed with eyes full of emotion. In her eyes, she saw Chiyo Regetsu as a noble young lady whose parents had died early, leaving her to shoulder the burden of the family, caring for a sick sister while juggling the family business. Most importantly, she was beautiful, and her grades were excellent. She was simply the ideal example of a modern, independent woman. Noticing the look of admiration shining in his sister's eyes as she watched Chiyo Regetsu, Yu let out a quiet sigh in the darkness. My naive sister, this is not the kind of person you should be trying to emulate. Watching Chiyo Regetsu gently stroke her sister's hair with a tender smile, the two of them looked just like a picture of sisterly affection. It was hard to imagine that just a short while ago, Yu had witnessed the young girl expressionlessly sever a thug's arm. However, Gu Beiying was quite taken with the senior's younger sister. The girl's delicate and well-behaved demeanor was endearing, and soon enough, she struck up a conversation with her. Chiyo Kaoru seemed to have been bedridden for a long time, rarely having peers to chat with, and under Zioang's intentional efforts, a smile quickly bloomed on her face. Yet, the girl would cough softly from time to time, making her sickly pale complexion even more pronounced, looking as fragile as a delicate flower that might wither just as it begins to bloom. What kind of illness does class monitor Chiyo's sister have to make her like this? Watching the two girls chatting and laughing nearby, Yu withdrew his gaze and asked Chiyo Regetsu, who was sitting on the hospital bed. Just call me Chiyo. Caught off guard by Yiyu's question, Chiyo Regetsu's pretty face flushed red, and her expression turned somewhat embarrassed. She was reminded of the moment she had been held in Yu's arms just a while ago. Then she turned her head to glance at her sister, not far away, and sighed faintly. That was when Kaoru was still very young. Not long after my parents passed away, Kaoru's eyes strangely lost the ability to see anything at all. Even though I took Kaoru to all the major hospitals across Japan, we were never able to identify the underlying illness, and shortly after, Kaoru's health began to decline day by day. As she said this, Chiyo Regetsu gripped the corner of her blanket tightly and fell silent. If it were not for this strange illness, my sister should be enjoying the beauty of life in her prime, just like an ordinary junior high student, instead of lying on this hospital bed wasting away her life like this. After a moment of silence, Chiyo Regetsu realized she should not be burdening Yiyu with such depressing things, and her gentle smile returned. Let us not talk about that anymore. Is Yiyu-kun's body all right? As she spoke, she gestured toward Yiyu's arm, which was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Yiyu lifted his bandaged arm, glanced toward his sister's direction, and said helplessly, "It was just a minor injury to begin with." Yiyu was not lying. His body was already different from an ordinary person's. Even an injury of this magnitude would heal in no time. Instead, it was his sister's rough bandaging that made his arm feel a throbbing sensation of swelling. Chiyo Regetsu also noticed Gu Beiying's dumpling-style bandaging and could not help but laugh out loud. Looking at the girl with the flower-like smile before him, Yiyu found it difficult to associate her with the gang boss he had in mind. After another brief conversation, Yiyu and Gu Beiying prepared to get up and leave. After all, the purpose of their trip was just for Yiyu's follow-up checkup. If they stayed at the hospital for too long, their parents would worry. Before leaving, Chiyo Kaoru felt a bit reluctant to part with Zioang, the friend she had just made, but she still insisted on standing up and walking toward the two. Brother Yiyu. Thank you for saving my sister. Yiyu turned around to see the white-haired girl looking up at him, holding a folded paper crane in her palms. Even though her eyes were covered by bandages, Yiyu could still feel the girl's sincerity. He took the paper crane and smiled. "You are welcome. You have a good sister, too." He gave Chiyo Regetsu on the hospital bed a meaningful look. "I believe your sister will get better very soon." Leaving the hospital room, the siblings walked through the hospital, but Yiyu clearly sensed that his sister had become much quieter. "What is wrong?" Yiyu asked, noticing his sister's despondency. Gu Beiying shook her head and said in a low voice, "Poor Kaoru is so pitiful, to suffer from illness at such a young age and to have to rely only on her sister." Zioang imagined herself in Chiyo Kaoru's situation, parents gone, blind, and stuck in a hospital bed every day to experience the loneliness. Just thinking about such a life made her shiver. Yiyu nodded thoughtfully and gently ruffled Gu Beiying's hair. Indeed, but at least Kaoru still has a sister who loves her. The burden on class monitor Chiyo's shoulders is no lighter than anyone else's. Yeah, the senior is really amazing too. Gu Beiying nodded vigorously, but then as if realizing something, she quickly pulled away to dodge Yiyu's hand. "Do not touch my hair." Seeing the little girl return to her usual lively self, Yiyu smiled knowingly. Just as the siblings were joking around, a figure hurried past them and headed toward the depths of the hallway. "Hi." Upon seeing this figure, Gu Beiying let out a soft exclamation of surprise, catching Yiyu's attention. It was a young man in a black vest. His hair dyed a rebellious shade of yellow, with an earring in his ear, the very image of a hoodlum. "That guy, I think I have seen him before." Zioang stared at the man's back for a long time, then suddenly realized, "That day at the warehouse, when I was kidnapped, this guy saved me once." She suddenly remembered that, when she was kidnapped by Yasuda Masahiko, the Matsuyamakai henchmen were about to mistreat her, and it was this man who had stopped his companion. Although, with her abilities, she certainly would not have let those thugs take advantage of her. The man's sudden intervention back then had caught her by surprise. Now, with Yasuda Masahiko's mysterious death, she had almost forgotten about the incident. Oh. Hearing Zioang mention it, Yiyu also found this yellow-haired thug familiar. Was not this kid one of the thugs who tried to cause trouble for him last time, but ended up getting beaten up instead? And what left a deep impression on Yiyu was that this yellow-haired guy had actually peed his pants right there on the spot. After a slight hesitation, Yiyu stopped in his tracks, turned to Gu Beiying and said, "I am going to the restroom, wait for me here for a second." Yiyu told his sister to wait where she was, while he quietly followed behind the yellow-haired man. The hospital was crowded, and with Yiyu deliberately slowing his pace, he followed along the hallway without being noticed. The yellow-haired man walked fast, as if he had something urgent to attend to, and soon reached the deeper part of the floor. Yiyu followed, but his attention was caught by a sign on the wall. The sign read Intensive Care Unit. A heavy scent of disinfectant and medicine filled the air, and Yi Yu saw the yellow-haired man walk into one of the ICU rooms. He seemed to be in such a hurry that he did not even have time to close the door. Yi Yu walked up to the door and peeked inside through the gap. The room was indeed an ICU, with various precision instruments emitting steady beeping sounds by the bedside, and liquid from an 4-drip continuously flowing into the patient on the bed. You could vaguely see a young girl lying on the hospital bed, her body thin and frail, wearing an oxygen mask with her eyes tightly shut. And the yellow-haired hoodlum sat down next to the bed and pulled 2 lunch boxes from his coat. He placed one on the table by the bedside, grabbed the other, and began to devour his food ravenously. This was different from what he had expected, and Yi Yu frowned as he fixed his gaze back on the yellow-haired man. A faint blood-red shimmer flickered within his deep pupils, and a flash of profound insight crossed Yi Yu's eyes. In the second-floor bedroom of the Yi family mansion, Yi Yu rubbed his arm, which was numb from the tightness of the bandages. A deep scar on his skin had already begun to scab over. On the way back from the hospital, he had made an excuse about fearing his family would worry if they saw the bandages, and had unwrapped the clumsy, zongzi-like dressings his sister had applied. Despite this, Gu Beiying had insisted on tightly rewrapping Yi Yu as wound with gauze. Thanks to his long sleeves, Yi Jingbai and Gu Han had not noticed anything amiss. Tusk, that was your sister's loving bandage job, and you just tossed it away like that. Chaimai chimed in with a sarcastic remark from the side, but was immediately dispersed by a punch from Yi Yu in the next second. Once the black mist reconstituted into Chaimai's round form, it glared with eyes like red lanterns and scoffed, stingy. Ignoring Chaimai's attempt to steal the spotlight, Yi Yu picked up the purple-black box hanging in front of his chest. Following the upgrade after his first mission, this palm-sized black box had undergone a transformation in form. It had shrunk even further from its original palm size, becoming small enough to look like an insignificant accessory, which nobody would pay attention to while it hung on his chest. As if sensing Yi Yu's presence, the box of Wangliang hummed and floated in midair, emitting a faint, eerie glow. This was his greatest reward tonight, 2 lottery chances after completing the mission. Although he was not sure why the mission objective was to save Chidai Lingyu, the reward for a mid-level side quest was already quite tempting. Whether it was the eavesdropping device, known as the insect of shared sound he had drawn previously, or the 3-leaf mist flower that granted him temporary invisibility, both were invaluable tools for gathering intelligence. As long as it was not something beyond his control, like the Shura mask he had drawn the first time. Yi Yu placed his palm over the blinking blood-red pupil of the box of Wangliang, and the box erupted in a brilliant crimson light that illuminated his entire room. Watching the box of Wangliang vibrate and hum, Yi Yu felt a faint sense of anticipation. What kind of magical treasure would he draw this time? Following the flash of 2 purple orbs of light, 2 small objects appeared before Yi Yu. Seeing the color of the orbs shooting out from the box of Wangliang, Yi Yu's eyes brightened. As far as he knew, the color of the light orbs during each draw was related to the quality of the items obtained. For instance, items from blue orbs were generally ordinary, and most were single-use. Purple quality items were undoubtedly more precious, such as the insect of shared sound he used to spy on Zio Ying. As for anything above purple, Yi Yu had only ever drawn the golden Shura mask, a terrifying item that was already beyond his current control. As the purple light faded, black mist formed subtitles before Yi Yu's eyes. Blood rosemary. Quality purple. Using blood as a guide, construct the shackles of love that bind us together. A perfume made from the secretions of the musk butterfly living in the southern mountains of the demon realm. Adding your own blood triggers the effect, greatly boosting the favorability of the opposite sex nearby. Yi Yu held a strangely shaped incense burner in his hand. It felt like clay, but was designed with a nozzle and had a hollow structure. As he shook it, he could see the pale pink liquid inside. At a glance, it looked like a tacky, eye-catching product from a low-end perfume brand. Yi Yu tried to smell the liquid, but strangely, he could not detect anything at all. Odorless and colorless. Tusk, this is a very popular perfume among the demon realm nobility. Chaimai explained. What is it used for? Yi Yu cut straight to the point. This is usually used by demon realm aristocrats as bedroom items for flirting. It maximizes the favorability of the opposite sex toward you. Yi Yu shot a look of disdain at Chaimai, Why did I draw something like this? Chaimai laughed dryly on the side. You will have to ask the previous owners of the box of Wangliang. They were the ones who put these things in there. The items pulled from the box of Wangliang were bizarre and varied. Even if he drew something useless, Yu had to accept it. Following the instructions, he opened a small circular hole at the top of the clay pot, pricked his fingertip, and dripped blood into the liquid. As the drop of blood mixed in, the liquid inside turned an eerie, vivid crimson. Yu sniffed the liquid again, and this time, a cool sensation hit his nose, immediately followed by a dry, itchy feeling in his throat. Other than that, there was nothing else to feel. Silently setting the perfume aside, it seemed this item would not be of much use to him. With that thought, Yu reached for the item from the other light orb. It was a gemstone emitting a faint purple glow with a matte texture. It felt cold in his hand, and upon closer inspection, shimmering swirls seemed to intertwine within it. Looking at the purple gem, Yu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This is a magic core. Yu had heard of magic cores from the members of the Dawn organization. Except for the color, this stone in his hand was identical to the ones he had seen from them. The magic cores he had seen before were all black, but this one was purple, and the magic energy within it made even Yu feel flustered. What level did the owner of this core reach in their lifetime to make him feel such danger? Was it a rank, S rank, or something even higher than S rank? Yu stared at the purple magic core, but suddenly felt the magic energy within it begin to surge violently. A beam of ghostly light shot out from the core, splitting in two. One part shot into Yu's eyes, and the other streamed directly into the box of Wangliang on his chest. Instantly, a stinging, searing pain flared in Yu's eyes, and he instinctively lowered his head. His vision blurred, and Yu braced himself against the intense pain, doubling over as his eyes shifted into a magnificent, deep violet. Deep within his pupils, a hexagram array was reflected, and a blood-red tamo appeared at one corner of the hexagram. What Yu did not know was that, beside this blood-red tamo, the phantom of another tamo flickered into existence. What is happening to me? As his vision blurred, Yu's consciousness seemed to sink into an endless void. Somewhere in the depths, he seemed to have arrived in a dark space, surrounded by nothing but pitch-black darkness, desolate and silent. Suddenly, pairs of blood-red eyes opened in the void, staring straight at Yu. Under the gaze of these bloodshot red eyes, Yu's figure appeared incredibly thin and insignificant. Yu saw cruelty, resentment, fear, pleading, and agony in those gazes. This black space seemed to have condensed all the negative emotions in the world, venting them through these many pairs of eyes. More importantly, he felt a familiar aura from these eyes. Yu's mind flickered, and a ball of ghostly purple fire erupted from his magnificent violet eyes. The underworld hellfire. The moment the hellfire appeared, those blood-red eyes immediately displayed fear, closing tightly and not daring to show any further offense. As expected, Yu understood and whispered to himself, "Yama." Black incantations suddenly erupted in the pitch-black space, coiling around his arm like snakes, and in an instant, they transformed into a black halberd. Clutching the black halberd, Yu keenly noticed that the pairs of eyes around him had vanished. Opening his eyes once more, the halberd in his hand dissolved into black smoke, and pairs of red eyes slowly opened in the void again. Chaimai once said that the Yama, as the companion weapon of the box of Wangliang, was essentially a collection of evil spirits and blood souls imprisoned within the box, and its form was a reflection of the wielder's state of mind. In other words, the eerie, terrifying eyeballs appearing before him were, in fact, the evil spirits trapped inside the box of Wangliang. How did I end up inside the box? OF Chinese letter. Yu looked at the evil spirits around him, who were filled with fear. He did not disperse the netherworld karmic fire. Originating from the hungry ghost realm, this fire was the ultimate counter to these wicked souls. Under the dim, ghostly light, the surrounding space remained pitch black. Yu followed his intuition and moved forward, as if this space would never end. Occasionally, vague objects wrapped in orbs of light would drift by. These were the items stored in the box OF Chinese letter, aside from the evil spirits themselves. The things Yu had obtained from his previous draws were all here, too, but unfortunately, they were shrouded in darkness, making it impossible for him to see what they were. He did not know how long he had been walking when, sensing something, Yu suddenly looked up. At the edge of his vision, a massive gate constructed of black curse runes had appeared out of nowhere. The archaic gate was carved with bizarre, unseen patterns. Its front was tightly bound by several heavy iron chains, while the rest was obscured by a thick, grayish-white mist. Yu felt as though he had seen this gate in his dreams, though back then it had been quite blurry, with only a faint silhouette visible. But now, standing before him, the gate suddenly loomed several times larger, moving closer and closer to him. Then he saw one of the chains wrapped around the ancient gate suddenly snap. Clack, clack. The sound of the chain breaking echoed in his mind, instantly snapping Yu's consciousness back to reality. Coming to his senses, Yu found his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He clutched his rapidly heaving chest and scanned his surroundings. The pitch-black space was gone, and the pairs of sinister blood-red eyes had vanished. Everything around him was familiar. He was back in his own room. Almost subconsciously, Yu looked down at the ghostly purple box hovering in front of him. Had he just sent his consciousness into the box OF Chinese letter? Looking at Kai Mei, who sat nearby smiling silently, Yu felt a sense of disorientation. If the pairs of eyes he saw in the dark space were the wicked ghosts imprisoned within the box OF Chinese letter, then the ancient gate covered in bizarre runes that appeared at the center of his vision at the end, could it be the barrier gate connecting the human world to the demon realm? Yu clutched one of his stinging eyes as the purple light in them gradually faded. Was this, too, part of your plan? He did not know where that purple demonic core had come from, but clearly, after he drew it, it had caused the barrier gate sealed within the box to activate prematurely. If one chain breaking brings the barrier gate closer, does that mean once all the chains are broken, the seal will be completely lifted and the gate fully opened? You drew it yourself, after all, and no matter what happens, do not forget your mission, my demon lord. Kai Mei's form suddenly turned into a cloud of mist, wrapping around Yu, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes with a chilling tone. Yu understood the subtext of Kai Mei's words. The reason he was chosen by the box OF Chinese letter was to break the seal within, and then unleash the monsters of the demon realm to invade the human world and rule over humanity. Are you reminding me? Yu stood up and turned his head slightly, a faint purple gleam flickering in his eyes. I had no such intention. Kai Mei, sensing the metaphor in Yu's words, dared not tease him further and vanished into the black mist behind him. No longer looking at the blood-red eyes hidden in the dark, Yu put on a deep blue open front robe, fiddling with the now dim box OF Chinese letter while lost in thought. He had no interest in war, much less in becoming the demon lord that Kai Mei kept mentioning. But to avoid being consumed by the box OF Chinese letter, he had to periodically complete the tasks it issued and inject demonic energy into it. It was clear that the opening of the barrier gate was already unstoppable. He was not the type to sacrifice himself for the sake of humanity, nor did he want others to discover his identity and turn him into a public enemy. Besides, even without him, the box OF Chinese letter would simply choose another host. It would just be someone else instead. He could only do his best to delay the opening of the gate within his capacity and protect what he held dear. It was a very selfish, but also a very realistic mindset. As for the rest, it would depend on humanity's own fate. Yu looked up at the dark sky. Under the silent, abyssal heavens, it felt as if a giant beast from the underworld was staring down, about to open its maw and swallow all life below. Shaking his head to clear the noisy thoughts from his mind, he turned on his side and lay down on the bed. There was still a long time before the box OF Chinese letter would truly open. These were not things he needed to worry about right now. Right, time to sleep. The next morning, Yu was woken by birds outside the window, and blinding sunlight streamed through the window frame, illuminating his sight. Just like usual, getting up, changing clothes, folding the quilt, and stretching. While changing, Yu noticed the palm-sized clay pot of perfume sitting on the table. The crimson liquid inside shimmered with a vivid luster in the sunlight. After a moment of hesitation, Yu dabbed a bit on himself and tucked the pot into his shoulder bag. It was something he had obtained from a draw after all, might as well make use of it. During breakfast, Yu kept a close eye on Xiao Ying's reaction. Blood rosemary could increase favorability from the opposite sex, and he was curious if it would have any effect on Xiao Ying, the child of destiny. Seeing that she was completely unaffected and focused entirely on the food, he decided to ask directly, Xiao Ying, do you smell anything on me? Only then did Gu Beiying sniff him belatedly. There seems to be a faint, light fragrance. Brother, what brand of perfume are you using? Recommend it to me. Gu Beiying's eyes lit up, and she became curious about the brand instead. Seeing that the perfume seemed to have no effect, Yi Yu was not surprised. Perhaps items from the demon realm did not work on the children of destiny. Has Xiao Yu started caring about his appearance too? Gu Han, who was carrying a plate to the table, heard their conversation, her eyes dancing with a teasing smile. Could it be that Xiao Yu met a girl he likes at school? No way. Yi Yu's mouth twitched, and he waved his hands repeatedly. But Gu Beiying suddenly thought of something, her eyes sparkling as she said, could it be that brother is in love with senior Chidai? Oh, is the girl Xiao Yu likes named Chidai? Gu Han looked full of gossip. High school students should still focus on their studies. Romance can wait. Yi Jingbai put down his newspaper at this moment and said bluntly. Meow, the white cat on the cushion chimed in. Even Kaimei joined the fun, teasing, Chidai Raigetsu is a decent woman, but she is still not quite good enough for our demon lord. Yu patted his forehead, feeling that the situation was becoming impossible to explain. Good morning, Yi Yu. Good morning. Early in the morning, Yi Yu walked along the school hallway, greeting passing classmates with a gentle smile. It was not until he sat down in the noisy classroom that the smile on Yi Yu's face slowly faded. He set his shoulder bag down and curiously examined the perfume bottle in his hand, which looked like an earthen jar. To test the effects of this blood rosemary, he had purposely sprayed some on himself to observe the reactions of the girls around him. Although that might sound a bit sleazy, this magic potion that boosted favorability with the opposite sex was, after all, something he had obtained by spending one of his lucky draw chances. If used well, it might have unexpected results in certain special situations. Yi Yu. Just then, a voice filled with resentment echoed from behind Yi Yu. Yi Yu turned around instinctively and locked eyes with the grudge-filled gaze of Zhu Feng. I asked you to go buy Yuka-chan's physical album with me last night. Why did not you reply to my messages? Yi Yu paused for a moment. He vaguely remembered that Zhu Feng had indeed sent him messages last night. It was just that he had been busy completing the mission, Hero Saves the Beauty, issued by the Box of Phantoms, and he had forgotten all about it afterward. Sorry, Xiao Ying took me to the hospital for a checkup yesterday, so I forgot to reply to you. You do not look like someone who is sick to me. Zhu Feng stared at Yi Yu for a while, then lifted his chin and pulled a stack of albums featuring some idol from his bag. But I have already snatched the limited edition album with Yuka-chan's autograph, so do not you even think about asking me for one. Who cares about your signed idol album anyway? Watching Zhu Feng clutch the album like a prized treasure, the corner of Yi Yu's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt the urge to use his eyes of samsara to see if this kid's brain was filled with nothing but desires for women. Suppressing the thought, he knew that using the eyes of samsara to peer into someone's heart was extremely draining, and he would not activate it casually. Ding! The melodious class bell rang, and before the teacher even entered, the students whispering around the classroom returned to their seats. At that moment, a series of rapid footsteps sounded outside the door, and a graceful figure pushed the door open just as the bell finished ringing. Seeing this figure, the students in their seats looked bewildered, for the person who had just made it in the nick of time was none other than their class monitor, Chiyo Raigetsu. As a class monitor who topped the grades and was well loved by teachers and students alike, Chiyo Raigetsu always arrived at the classroom early. It was rare for her to cut it this close like today. If the other students' expressions were merely bewildered, the look in Yi Yu's eyes was one of confusion and astonishment. She had just been injured and hospitalized last night, so how could Chiyo Raigetsu show up in class today acting like nothing had happened? Sorry, I am late today. Chiyo Raigetsu bowed slightly to the students, maintaining her usual gentle and elegant demeanor before walking over to take her seat. Yi Yu observed her closely and noticed that Chiyo Raigetsu's face was still somewhat pale. Through her collar, he could faintly see a bandage wrapped around her shoulder. It was clear that Chiyo Raigetsu had not fully recovered. According to the Dawn organization, Chiyo Raigetsu was a blade demon, a type whose demonic core manifests as a weapon. The ability of such demons lies in the weapons transformed from their cores. Their physical fitness is not as high as the variant demons that rely on physical strength. After a moment of thought, a purple glow gradually appeared in the depths of Yi Yu's eyes. As a hexagram faintly reflected in his gaze, he used the eye of Samsara's ability to see through desire on Chiyo Raigetsu. This time, he saw that Chiyo Regetsu's body was shrouded in a mass of black mist, where rays of red light intertwined, and a sharp, blood-colored blade floated in the air. And on the blade, blood-like thorns were intertwined, and drops of blood trickled down the edge. Before the stinging pain in his eyes could worsen, Yiyu closed them. In the next instant, the light faded, and his eyes returned to their normal color. The blade gave him an eerie feeling. The bloody thorns were constantly spreading toward the depths of the blade, as if the entire thing were crafted from blood. Is this the desire hidden deep within Chiyo Regetsu's heart? Seemingly sensing Yiyu's gaze, Chiyo Regetsu looked back and smiled at him. Yiyu returned a gentle smile, but the expression on his face quickly vanished. Now that he knew her true identity, it was hard for him to associate her with the gentle class monitor he once knew. However, since the box of phantoms had issued a mission to save her, Chiyo Regetsu could not be as simple as she appeared. And the barrier gate he saw in the box of phantoms last night still weighed heavily on his mind. As well as the future actions the Dawn organization had planned against him. Caught in a whirl of thoughts, the dull day passed just like that. Afternoon sunlight spilled in, and the final bell rang on time. Students bustled out of the teaching building with youthful smiles on their faces. Yiyu was mixed in the crowd, holding the jar-shaped perfume in his hand with a dazed expression. He had watched for an entire day, and found that the girls around him showed absolutely no reaction. During the day, he even suspected he had not used enough, so he sprayed some more on himself, but it still yielded no results. Could it be that demon world potions do not work on ordinary humans in the mortal world? Yiyu sighed. It seemed he had wasted another lucky draw chance. Yiyu! Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Yiyu turned around and saw Chiyo Regetsu walking toward him. I really must thank you again for what happened last night. Kyoru even said I should invite you and Zayo Ying over as guests when I have time. Chiyo Regetsu bowed slightly and smiled at Yiyu. There is no need to be so formal with thanks. I am just a bit surprised. Should not you be resting instead of coming back to school so soon, class monitor? Yiyu had seen with his own eyes that Chiyo Regetsu's shoulder had been pierced. Although she was lucky not to have broken any bones, any normal person would be bedridden by now, right? Under Yiyu's deep, steady gaze, a flush of red appeared on Chiyo Regetsu's face as she recalled the moment he had carried her in his arms. The national exams are coming up soon, and I do not want my grades to slip so. Is that really not just because you have gang business to attend to? Yiyu thought to himself but did not show it, instead responding with an understanding tone, You really are diligent, class monitor Chiyo. Could I ask you for a favor, Yiyu? Enma, please do not tell anyone about what happened last night. I do not want the other students to have any misunderstandings about me. After saying this, Chiyo Regetsu looked at Yiyu with hopeful eyes. Those clear, water-like pupils made her hard to refuse. She is probably worried that her gang identity will be exposed, right? Yiyu noted to himself. He understood her intentions, she just did not want him to spill her secret. Yiyu had enough on his own plate and certainly had no interest in meddling in others' secrets. He chuckled and was about to answer when a figure suddenly rushed toward them from behind. Yiyu, how come you're running so fast again? Zhu Feng had spotted Yiyu in the crowd a long time ago. Thinking about how the guy had not replied to his messages and was not even walking home with him after school, his resentment grew even stronger. He snuck up behind Yiyu, took a quick step forward, and bumped into his back. Surrounded by classmates passing by, Yiyu never expected to be ambushed in public. He struggled to steady himself after Zhu Feng's collision. But as he stumbled, the clay jar filled with magic potion that he was holding slipped from his hands. Oh no! Yiyu felt a jolt of alarm and reached out frantically to catch the jar. But he ignored the young girl standing right in front of him, leaning forward and falling directly into Chiyo Regetsu. When Chiyo Regetsu saw Yiyu lunging toward her, a flicker of panic flashed across her face. Normally, she could have dodged with her agility, but a sharp, tearing pain in her shoulder made her too slow, and she was knocked down by Yiyu. Crackle! The sound of a breaking jar echoed. The falling clay pot shattered right on top of Chiyo Regetsu. The potion mixed with blood from the jar splashed onto the girl, and a bright red bloom of blood spread across her shoulder. The winding potion soaked through the bandages on her shoulder and seeped into her skin through the unhealed wound. Some of the potion even dripped onto her lips. She subconsciously licked her damp lips, and a wave of cool sensation rushed straight to her brain. Hey, why is class president Chiyo here too? So sorry about that. Only then did Zhu Feng notice the girl behind Yi. Shocked and realizing he had caused trouble, he bowed repeatedly to apologize. I am terribly sorry. Once Yi steadied himself, he did not hesitate to give Zhu Feng a roll of his eyes. Great, the item he pulled was just gone like that. In a word, what a total loss. Suppressing the heartache, Yi reached out to Chiyo Reigetsu, who was sitting on the ground. Sorry, are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Thump is thump. Hearing Yi's gentle voice, Chiyo Reigetsu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt her heart start pounding violently. Irregular heartbeats echoed in her chest, and the girl's breathing grew a bit more rapid. What is happening to me? Chiyo Reigetsu looked up instinctively, meeting Yi's gaze as he looked at her with concern. The twilight cast a dim light, making Yi's facial features stand out clearly. The stray hair on his forehead fluttered in the breeze, and those deep eyes seemed to reflect bright starlight, shimmering with a charming luster. His chiseled face, slightly parted jaw, sexy lips, prominent Adam's apple. Every detail exuded an irresistible masculine charm. His magnetic voice rang in Chiyo Reigetsu's ears, causing a flush to quickly climb up her beautiful face, with faint heart shapes appearing in her eyes. Class President Chiyo, are you all right? Seeing that Chiyo Reigetsu had not responded, Yi frowned and stepped forward to pull her up. But the moment Yi's hand touched her palm, she trembled as if she had been electrocuted and hurriedly pulled her hand back. Heartbeat, it is accelerating. Like a ripe apple, the blush spread to the girl's earlobes, and the heart shapes in her eyes became even clearer. I am fine. Chiyo Reigetsu scrambled to her feet, but this time she did not dare to look at Yi directly, suppressing the palpitation in her heart. I need to go take care of Zio-zun. I will be going now. The girl's voice trembled, her chest heaving unnaturally, and she turned and ran away into the distance before she could even finish her sentence. Are you really okay? Watching Chiyo Reigetsu run off in a panic, and then looking down at the clay pot shards on the ground, Yi had a strange expression on his face. Could the magic potion inside have actually taken effect? Strange, what is wrong with Class President Chiyo today? Zhu Feng, the culprit of it all, straightened his back and scratched his head, looking puzzled. He had never seen the goddess act so out of character. Maybe something happened at home, Yi excused. Really? Zhu Feng looked confused. The two walked together for a while until they reached a crossroads, where Zhu Feng said goodbye to Yi, heading home to prepare dinner for his father, who worked at the Metropolitan Police Department. I am off. I will let you off for standing me up this time, but next time remember to treat me to Yaoko-chan's concert. Watching Zhu Feng leave with a smirk, Yi twitched his lips. Hey, how can it count as standing you up if I never agreed to it? What was up with Chiyo Reigetsu just now? After Zhu Feng left, Yi stood at the intersection and suddenly asked out of the blue. Is not magic potion from the demon realm supposed to be ineffective on humans? If he was not mistaken, there were hearts literally appearing in her eyes. A pair of large, lantern-like red eyes peered out from the invisible black mist. Tusk, blood rosemary is indeed a potion used for flirting by the nobility in the demon realm, but it has never been used on humans before. Yi thought about his experience today. The girls at school today did not have any reaction. Wait. He suddenly realized that if Chiyo Reigetsu was different from other girls, it was only because she had been tainted by magic power and had become a demon, a person with special abilities. That is it. Chime sneered. Although blood rosemary seems ineffective on humans, do not forget that your class president is not like those ordinary humans. Whether it is her body or soul, which has been tainted by magic, a demon is fundamentally different from a normal person. In a sense, these demons are also part of the demon realm. Hearing Chime's explanation, Yi recalled the effect of that magic potion. Even just using it, as perfume could boost favorability with the opposite sex, and he had seen the entire jar splash all over Chiyo Reigetsu. Looking at the situation just now, what will happen to Chiyo Reigetsu? Chime's round body emerged directly from the black mist, shrugged and said, I do not know. Why? Yi frowned. Potions like this are extremely rare in the demon realm. The ingredients are precious, and even some royalty only use them on their wedding day. And when they do use them, they basically just spray a bit on the bed to ignite carnal desire between men and women. There has never been anyone like that girl who took a full body bath in it. Yi's eyes twitched. Is this stuff really that precious? Chime looked at Yi with a look of, oh, this will be a good show. Using that dosage, at best, her favorability toward you will skyrocket, igniting desire. At worst, you will be inseparable, loving you to death. In a severe case, she might want to keep you by her side every moment, or even take you apart piece by piece to become her exclusive item. Yu 0 to 0. He seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter. How long will this effect last? Yu asked the key question. Chime smiled. That depends on her situation. Those with strong willpower might recover after a while. Those with weaker willpower, whose possessiveness explodes, might cling to you for a lifetime, always looking for a chance to make you her own. Dark lines appeared on Yu's forehead. If Sakura found out he had done something like this to her beloved senior, would not she cut him into pieces within minutes? With class president Chiyo's willpower, it should be fine, right? Yu thought to himself, he could only comfort himself this way. On the bustling city streets, dim light casts down, while cars drive by one after another, their horns blaring. Salarymen who have just finished work step off the train, their bodies dragging with exhaustion, while students walk past, laughing and jostling each other. Couples walk out of convenience stores, leaning into each other with sweet smiles, their voices mingling with the crisp ringing of bicycle bells. All the shades of human life play out here. As a train flashes past the street, a figure stumbles toward the most crowded part of the thoroughfare. The figure moves slowly, blending into the dense crowd, yet no one notices anything amiss. MMH. Nobody notices that the man in ragged clothes has his mouth taped shut. His bloodshot eyes are bulging, filled with absolute terror. After moving another few hundred meters, the man stops at a busy intersection. The light turns green, and the waiting cars start honking impatiently, but the man just stands in the middle of the road, unmoving. Are you trying to get yourself killed, you idiot? Get out of the way, a driver shouts, leaning out of the window. MMPH. The man emits anxious, muffled sounds, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. The next second, the man's thin body actually begins to swell in an unnatural way. Like a balloon being inflated, his stomach expands at a visible rate, the skin turning bright red to the point where one can see the veins and organs pulsing inside. Boom! Finally, after the tension of the swelling reaches its limit, the street centered on the man erupts in a deafening explosion, and a massive cloud of dust and fire billows upward. The sounds of people screaming, buildings collapsing, and the roaring wind of the blast spread outward with terrifying momentum. From an overpass not far from the street, several figures gaze down at the violent explosion. Bang! A dark-skinned teenager in overalls sits on the edge of the overpass, framing the center of the blast with his hands and providing sound effects for the scene before him. Oh my, that is truly terrifying. It even blew the cars away. Standing next to the dark-skinned boy is an old woman with graying hair. Strangely, despite her graying temples and wrinkled skin, when she speaks, a soft, feminine, yet unmistakably male voice emerges. Watching the people around the street flee in terror as vehicles collide in chaos, the dark-skinned boy laughs in satisfaction. Whoosh! Dark feathers drift down as a shadowy figure looms over them. Creating such a scene, are you trying to lure those folks from the dawn here? The voice is hoarse, but there is not a hint of fear in its tone. Oh, Raven, when did you become so sentimental? The old woman replies in that soft, masculine voice. Would not it be perfect if they showed up? We can let Brother Raven wipe them all out. The dark-skinned boy grins, completely unbothered. Ignoring the boy's flattery, Raven looks down at the old woman. What is the situation with the stigmata user? The soft, masculine voice replies, grumbling, there does not seem to be anything unusual. I spent so long watching that my skin even got tanned. Raven stares at the exploding block below. The sound of sirens approaches in the distance, and his cold, slit-like pupils shift. Then find an opportunity to test them. Tampo, I will leave this to you. No problem, leave it to me. The dark-skinned boy looks up and gives a mock salute. Raven glances at the old woman, then turns his gaze to a petite shadow standing on the other side. You and Shin can continue investigating the people around the stigmata user. I think Shin would also enjoy this assignment, do not you? The petite figure, who is holding a steaming crepe, stops mid-bite at the sound of her name. Her mouth opens slightly, and after a moment she replies coldly. Oh. Nightfall, Todo Medical University Hospital. Inside the ward, Chion Kaoru, dressed in a hospital gown, leans against the bed, eating a rice ball in small bites. Seeming to notice something, the girl twitches her ears and turns towards someone, asking, Sister. Him. Chiyo Regetsu, sitting by the bed, fumbles with the corner of her clothes. She looks up subconsciously, her face flushing, her eyes dazed. Sister, are you all right? Kyoru's eyes are covered with a veil. Though she cannot see, her keen senses detect her sister's breathing becoming inexplicably rapid. She can sense that her sister is troubled. Numbers, nothing is wrong. Kyoru, why do you ask? Chiyo Regetsu looks at her younger sister's calm face, flustered as if her secret thoughts have been exposed. Her flush deepens. For some reason, she suddenly recalls the scene from last night being held in Yuyua's arms, and his face involuntarily appears in her mind. What is wrong with me? Suppressing the agitation in her heart, she pats her cheeks and tucks the quilt around her sister, saying softly, Kyoru, I have some business to attend to. Akamoto and the others will stay here to look after you. Call them if you need anything. After soothing her uneasy sister and giving instructions to her subordinates waiting outside, Regetsu rushes out of the hospital. A burning sensation fills her chest, and this strange, restless agitation quickly sweeps through her entire body. Regetsu clenches her fists and bites her lip, the loving light in her eyes gradually replaced by a flash of blood red. She feels like she needs to clear her head. Shika Town, a high-end entertainment club. Drunken thugs walk in and out of the club, showing off their tattoos, arms slung around each other's shoulders, shouting and making noise. Strangely, no matter how rowdy they get, no one dares to stir up trouble around the club. Because this is not just a famous red light district in District 11, it is also a stronghold for the Matsuyama-kai in Shika Town. A few thugs with thick necks walk out of the club entrance, holding bottles, their faces showing signs of drunkenness. Suddenly, one of the thugs spots a slender figure walking slowly down the alley across the street. Hidden by the shadows of the night, her face is unclear, but the mere sight of her alluring, curvy silhouette is enough to drive a man wild. Seeing that graceful form approaching, the thug feels his lust stir. He reaches out unconsciously and steps forward to harass her. Since when did we get such a beauty in this club? Let me have a taste. However, before he can finish his sentence, a cold line of blood flashes through the air. Splat! In the pitch-black night, the man's body is sliced in two at the waist by a blade, and bright red blood sprays directly onto the faces of his companions behind him. Before they can even react, a beam of blood-red light grows before their eyes. A blood blade passes through their necks, and seconds later, several heads fly through the air, expressions of shock and bewilderment still frozen on their faces. In a private room in the club, a muscular man with a scar holds a scantily clad woman. Colored lights glow overhead, and the atmosphere is thick with desire. The man is full of lust, about to vent his urges, when he hears the agonizing screams of his men outside. The passion in his lower body is extinguished in an instant. Annoyed at having his mood ruined, the man flies into a rage, grabs a machete by the bed, and slams the door open, furious. Which one of you idiots is trying to trash my place? But strangely, as he opens the door, the noise outside comes to an abrupt stop. The next second, his pupils constrict, and an expression of shock appears on his vicious face. Dozens of dismembered corpses are strewn across the center of the club lobby. Scattered heads lie carelessly on the floor, and their owners are none other than his own subordinates. A few dancers cower in the corner, shaking uncontrollably as blood stains the floor like a carpet. Standing in the midst of the carnage is a tall figure. She has a slender frame, with bandages wrapped around her chest, revealing a flat stomach. It is clear that she is a woman. The woman is drenched in blood, her clothes stained crimson. A layer of bandages is also wrapped around her face, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes visible. Even more terrifyingly, she holds a blood-colored long blade in her hand, and the blood on the floor seems to be drawn to it, undulating toward her. The blood pools on the ground form jagged thorns that coil around the blade, looking bizarre and horrifying, like a supernatural demon. Who are you? The scarred man speaks with a tremble, the scene before him chilling him to the bone. A woman's giggle drifts through the air, echoing in the silent lobby. In the next second, he clearly sees the figure with the blood-stained demon blade, dark mist rising from her body, and blood thorns coiling as she slowly advances toward him. As night fell on the dim streets, a man dressed in black strolled by leisurely. He wore a hood to conceal his face and white earphones tucked under his clothes, looking exactly like an ordinary high school student out for a post-dinner walk while listening to music. His footsteps followed the rhythm of the music, and he hummed a light-hearted tune, with a deep purple pendant hanging at his chest, swaying to the beat. Boo-hoo-hoo. Just as the man in black was about to pass a street corner, a soft, childish sound of weeping suddenly came from the dark alleyway. Hearing the crying, the man paused and looked back with curiosity. In a corner just behind him, a small boy appeared to be squatting and crying. The boy was squatting with his back to the man, revealing only a delicate side profile. Large teardrops rolled down his cheeks like rain, a sight that was heartbreaking to see. The man looked around, seeing only a few distant figures on the street, and could not help but squat down and ask, "Little one, where is your family?" "Boo-hoo-hoo, I cannot find my way home." The boy remained huddled in the corner, his voice sounding weak and helpless as he kept wiping his eyes with his small hands. "Big brother, can you help me find my home?" Seeing the innocent look on the little boy, the man in black softened his tone and said, "How could they let such a young child out alone? Come on, big brother will help you find your mom and dad." With that, the man stood up, turned his back, and reached out his hand to lead the boy away. "Thank you, big brother." The boy stood up while rubbing his tears, but as he looked at the man's back, a faint, imperceptible wicked grin crept onto his lips. "But that will not be necessary, because I have already found it." The boy lunged suddenly from the corner, his blood-red eyes conspicuous in the darkness, as he opened a maw filled with demonic fangs and pounced toward the man's head. Squelch! A spray of blood erupted. The boy hung suspended in midair in a daze, looking down in shock at the long black halberd piercing his chest. How could this be? Clearly sensing his demonic energy being drained by some force, the blood-red color in the boy's eyes faded, leaving behind an expression of disbelief in his final moments. The long black halberd was retracted, and the boy's corpse was tossed to the alley entrance like a piece of old rag. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Ruthlessly killing such a young child, you really are looking more and more like a demon lord, you. Black mist from unknown origins gradually gathered, and the figure of Chaimai emerged from within. Yu turned around, the halberd in his hand dissipating into black energy, while the deep purple light in his pupils flashed and vanished. When it comes to my own life, I naturally will not hold back. Heartless, cold, perverted, Chaimai teased but was ignored by Yu as usual. Yu looked at the boy's cooling body with deep eyes. So even a child this young can be infected by demonic energy and turn into a demon? Has it permeated to this extent? It is because human nature is inherently evil. Whether it is humans or other animals, from the moment they are born, they are constantly preying and growing. Chaimai launched into a long lecture. Yu had no interest in listening. He glanced in a certain direction, pulled down his hood, and turned to leave, leaving only a cold remark behind. Nonsense. Chaimai stopped speaking and followed Yiyu's gaze. There, in the dark corner where the boy had been, lay the corpse of a woman who had long since breathed her last, her entire skull exposed in a gruesome and terrifying sight. Chaimai gave a knowing smile, said nothing more, and followed in Yiyu's footsteps. After passing through a few street corners and deliberately avoiding areas with many security cameras, Yiyu circled back to the vicinity of his own residential area. He tossed his black coat into the box of Wangliang, sniffed to ensure there was no obvious scent of blood on him, and then used his key to open the front door. Although the items sealed inside the box of Wangliang must be obtained by Yiyu through lottery draws, there are no restrictions on placing small, miscellaneous items inside. It is extremely convenient to use as a storage space, a perfect tool for a killer on the move. Just as he pushed open the door, Yiyu heard the mournful weeping of a woman coming from inside. "You do not love me at all, just go find that homewrecker." "You are lying, we promise to be together forever." "Go away, just go, I do not want to see you again." Yiyu walked into the living room only to find Guhan sitting on the sofa alone, her head lowered and face buried in her hands, sobbing softly. The evening soap opera was playing on the television not far from the dining table. Seeing this, the corner of Yiyu's mouth twitched. Come to think of it, with his old-fashioned father's personality, there is no way such a dramatic family conflict could ever happen here. Yi Jingbai, wearing an apron, poked his head out from the kitchen while cleaning dishes and said in a deep voice, "You are back." Yiyu nodded, and Guhan, sitting on the sofa, looked up upon hearing his voice. "Oh, little Yu is back. Are you tired after your late-night walk? Would you like some dessert?" "I ate a bit too much at dinner, so a walk was good for digestion." Noticing Guhan was still wiping tears from her eyes, Yi Yu responded with a wry smile and moved toward the stairs to the second floor. No need for dessert, I still have homework to do, so I am heading to my room. Yu returned to his room with a relaxed smile on his face, but the moment the door closed, his smile vanished instantly. After ruthlessly hunting down a demon, he now had to act like an innocent, obedient student at home. The role reversal was quite extreme. Perhaps even the Dawn organization would not link the ruthless flame ghost to an ordinary high schooler. Putting his concerns aside, Yu picked up the deep purple pendant hanging at his chest. Driven by demonic energy, the deep purple box grew larger in front of Yu, floating in midair and flashing with an eerie blood-red light. Lines of black mist formed text before Yu's eyes, with the words completed appearing under the entry daily mission. Hunt demons to recharge the box of Wangliang. At that moment, the black mist in front of him dispersed and reformed into new text. Demonic energy accumulation has reached the initial stage. Unlocking new feature, Advanced Lottery. Advanced Draw can be generated by accumulating 10 standard draws, guarantees a gold tier item. Advanced Draw 1/10. Yu stared blankly at the black text before him, finally understanding the meaning of this new feature. Simply put, it means trading 10 standard draw chances for one advanced draw. The one appearing now is the standard draw ticket, obtained after completing today's daily tasks. Gold tier Yu murmured to himself. Standard draws only ever yielded blue or purple tier equipment, and most of those were just disposable items. The only item he had pulled so far that reached gold tier was the Shura mask, obtained after completing his first main mission and injecting magic energy into the box of monsters. A hideous masked face could not help but surface in Yu's mind. Even though the Shura mask was constantly tempting him to accept it, trying to turn him into a bloodthirsty Shura monster, Yu felt wary enough to keep it tucked away in the box of monsters, not daring to let it out into the world. But there was no denying that the power the Shura mask granted him was unimaginable. Not to mention the thrill and bloodthirsty frenzy that came with wearing the mask. Its ability to hide his aura and break through illusions had saved his life more times than he could count. Like the time he was being interrogated by Dawn official Ayasu, he had almost fallen for one of her magical artifacts if he had not been careful. It was the Shura mask that had warned him at the critical moment, allowing Yu to snap out of it in time. If it were not for the side effect of losing control, Yu would truly treasure it like a precious jewel. If he could get another piece of gold tier equipment like that, the boost to his strength would certainly be immense. Gazing at the blood-red eye flickering on the surface of the box, Yu hesitated, but in the end, he did not press down. A standard draw might just give him some bizarre item like the blood rosemary, so it would be better to save up for an advanced draw and aim for a one-shot hit. Chaimai poked his round head out from the black mist. For once, he did not speak, but just watched Yu make his choice before a grin spread across his face. Yu sheepishly withdrew his hand. Resisting the urge to pull for a draw was really hard. Ding! Just as Yu felt restless and itching to pull, his phone in his pocket suddenly chimed with a message notification. He opened his phone and saw it was that mysterious netizen with the handle bird. This person's identity was very mysterious. Even their profile picture was just a sparrow spreading its wings to fly. Yu did not even know their gender. The two of them seemed to have chatted often before, treating each other as someone to confide in about their frustrating lives and trivial annoyances. Of course, since his kidnapping and subsequent amnesia, Yu rarely communicated with them, and when he did chat, it was mostly to see if he could trigger any buried memories. My hateful boss made me work overtime again today. I curse him to go bald soon. A thick sense of resentment radiated from the screen. This bird seemed to be a typical corporate slave, mostly complaining about work issues. And he would not let me eat donuts. Once I have money, I will definitely rent out a dessert shop and shove all the donuts into his mouth. Listening to others gossip was occasionally interesting, so Yu patiently watched the complaining text that was about to overflow off the screen, occasionally chiming in with a reply. From the tone of the words, it was not hard to tell that the other person was a young girl, unweariedly pouring out her life's grievances to him. How about you? How are things with your family lately? And your lively, cute younger sister? The other person noticed Yu's lack of interest and asked by typing. Yu frowned. Did the self before amnesia talk to Bird about so many things? It seemed the other person knew his situation quite well. Unfortunately, the chat history was too old and had been deleted, so Yiyu had no way to explore what they had talked about before. Hesitating for a moment, Yiyu typed back, "Not bad, it is just that my sister feels she hurt someone and is feeling a bit guilty." He was, of course, referring to the recent incident where Gu Beiying and the Dawn team raided the magic user group led by Ikigami Ryuji. Although some time had passed, and Gu Beiying acted as if nothing was wrong, Yiyu could still detect the deep-seated fear hidden in the depths of her eyes. The fear of killing. Of course, he could not explicitly say, "My sister killed someone and is scared now." Instead, he metaphorically described the facts, portraying Gu Beiying as a brave soul who caused a criminal grievous harm while acting in justice. Yiyu figured that since the other party was also a young girl, she should be able to offer some advice. As Yiyu expected, the other person replied quickly, her tone righteous and solemn. "Since she caused the criminal grievous harm to protect others, there is no need to feel guilty at all. If anything, the criminal should be the one apologizing to your sister. Heth, the criminal, is already dead and gone. He is so far gone that he would not even be able to catch up to the bridge of helplessness, even if he ran all night." Yiyu was silently poking fun at the situation, but the next thing the other person said made him frown. "Words of comfort probably will not do much. You have to find a way to make your sister learn to face it herself." Face it herself? That is right. Only by learning to face her fears head-on can she remove the thorn in her heart. Keeping this kind of emotional knot inside is very dangerous. You are someone close to her. You should know that if things continue like this, the consequences will be severe, right? Recalling that night when blood dripped onto Gu Beiying's face, the girl's fearful gaze and trembling arms, Yiyu sighed deeply. Good grief, she is still just a little kid. If this continues, how can she shoulder the burden of being a hero who saves the world? In another room on the same floor as Yiyu, Gu Beiying lay in bed covered by a thick quilt, eyes tightly shut, sweat already soaking her smooth forehead. In her hazy consciousness, she felt as if she saw that gaunt man's face again. His face was covered in blood, his eye sockets sunken, and he glared at her with wide, angry eyes. "It was you. You were the one who killed me. I will have my revenge. I will kill everyone you care about, your parents, your relatives, and make you live in eternal suffering." A pair of withered, blood-stained arms reached out toward her. But before they could touch her body, those claw-like hands had already pierced through several familiar figures, splattering blood everywhere. Those were her parents and brother, who she spent every day with. No. Gu Beiying sat bolt upright in bed, face deathly pale, a fine layer of sweat covering her forehead. Clutching the corner of her quilt tightly, she recalled the news she had received from Zhuge Pingyan. Her brother, was he really dragged into a kidnapping case because of her? Gu Beiying bit her lower lip, trying to wrap herself in the blankets, her body trembling instinctively. She was afraid of the feeling of killing, and afraid that her own family would suffer retaliation and harm from the magic users. The next day, the department store in the Four Flowers district of the eastern capital was packed with crowds. Yiyu rubbed his sore legs and feet, watching the people coming and going around him with a slightly sullen look in his eyes. "Brother, what are you looking at? Hurry up and keep up." The girl's irritable voice came from ahead, and Yiyu saw the figure of a girl with twin tails stop in front of him. Gu Beiying was wearing a black and white school uniform with light blue denim shorts, and her twin tails, tied with red ribbons, fully displayed her youthful vitality. Yeah. Yiyu followed helplessly. Having been dragged out by his younger sister early on a weekend morning, he felt his stamina was already exhausted after just a few hours. Sure enough, compared to shopping with girls, he still preferred the excitement and madness of hunting down demons in the dead of night. As soon as this thought crossed Yiyu's mind, the purple pendant hanging on his chest began to flash with a flickering, bloody light. A ferocious demon mask, as sinister as a ghostly specter, and filled with murderous intent and malice, surfaced in Yiyu's mind. The Shura mask. The grim, ghostly face seemed to entice him in a low voice, saying, "Do you want to obtain power? Accept me, and you will gain incomparable power." "No, I do not want to." Yiyu held down the pendant without hesitation, stopping the Shura mask's agitation. Gu Beiying, walking in front, seemed to sense something and turned back to look. "What is wrong?" Nothing. Yiyu ignored the gloating expression of the demon's spirit beside him and took a few steps forward to catch up with his sister. "By the way, we have been shopping for so long. Have you decided what gift to buy for Xiaoxun?" Yiyu looked at his sister. Since they met at the hospital last time, Zioing and Chidai Lingyu's younger sister had hit it off immediately, and this outing was specifically to visit her at the hospital. Not yet. Gu Beiying shook her head. She had visited many shops but still could not decide what to give to that frail, blind girl. Considering both her blindness and the practicality of the gift, it really made things difficult for Gu Beiying. Senior Chidai has been very kind to me in the kendo club, and Zioxun looks so cute. If she has to stay in bed for so long, she must really want friends to visit her. Looking at the distressed Gu Beiying, Yu sighed secretly. The friend you want to get close to is not just a delicate girl, but the eldest daughter of a gang organization. He wanted to warn his sister to keep her distance from the other party, but he did not know how to bring it up. Just then, Gu Beiying's eyes lit up, and she walked towards a gift shop in front. Yu followed helplessly and saw his sister stop in front of an animal-patterned music box. Pressing the button on it, soothing and gentle music played, making one feel inexplicably at peace. As she stroked the pattern on the music box, a happy smile finally appeared on Gu Beiying's face. Zioxun should really like this, right? Yu searched his pocket and pulled out a blue paper crane, smaller than his palm, which Chidai Yuengsun had given him before he left. His gaze swept over many gifts, and he finally chose a half-person tall rabbit doll from the wall. He had never been good at picking gifts for girls, but surely most girls would like a soft, fluffy doll, right? Yu was more satisfied with the subsequent process, quick and efficient wrapping, checking out, and leaving. The siblings walked in front of the department store with gift bags, chatting and laughing about what they should have for lunch. Just then, the purple pendant on Yi Yu's chest suddenly gave off a faint hum. Seeming to notice something, Yi Yu's expression changed, and he turned his head to look at a street corner across the way. On the busy street with heavy traffic, pedestrians and cars passed by as the green light on the crosswalk turned on. His gaze pierced through the dense crowd, and as a few jet black feathers drifted down, he saw a strange figure moving in their direction with the flow of people. It was a woman in shabby clothes, short in stature, with a round, bloated belly that made her look like a pregnant lady. But what really made Yi Yu's expression change was that the woman's eyes and mouth were tightly sewn shut with thin threads, and crawling, blood-red maggots were visible at the corners of her eyes. The woman's face was deathly pale, blood was dripping under her abdomen, and her body trembled slightly, looking like a freak from a horror movie. Vaguely, Yi Yu saw a slender, tall, black figure behind the pregnant woman, a pair of jet-black wings slowly unfolding, and the crimson, blood-colored eyes looking at him with a hint of playful mockery. Yet the surrounding crowd did not seem to notice the pregnant woman's strangeness at all, continuing to hurry past as if nothing were wrong. And that pregnant woman kept getting closer and closer to Yi Yu and his sister, mixed into the crowd. Until Yi Yu saw the pregnant woman's belly bulge high, swelling to an incredible degree, and an indescribable surge of magical energy was rapidly expanding. At this moment, Gu Beiying also sensed the anomaly and turned her head to look towards the street. Strange. Watch out. Yi Yu's pupils constricted as he instinctively grabbed Gu Beiying and ran backward. The next second, when the pregnant woman's belly expanded to an unimaginable extent, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted in front of the department store. Boom! The violent explosion caused surrounding buildings to collapse and scatter, and terrifying smoke and dust billowed out, chasing the humans around like a ferocious giant beast. On the rooftop of a building not far from the department store, a dark-skinned youth with a lollipop in his mouth watched the violent explosion erupting below, his lips curling into a smile as he clapped his hands and laughed. What a brilliant firework! Standing beside the youth was an elderly man with wrinkled skin, leaning on a cane, yet speaking with a soft, feminine man's voice. It looks like it did not hit the target completely. Danpo, your skills have gotten rusty. Watching the smoke and dust below spread rapidly while people fled from the center of the explosion, a bloody light flashed in the dark-skinned youth's eyes. After a moment of silence, he took the lollipop out of his mouth and asked the old man behind him, "Do you want a lollipop?" "Oh my, I definitely do not want something so dangerous." The old man dropped his cane and covered his mouth affectedly with both hands, his facial skin wrinkling as he spoke, appearing completely incongruous. "Forget it then." The dark-skinned youth lost interest after the old man's remark, tossed the comment coldly, and threw the lollipop down from the high building. Boom! The lollipop exploded instantly in midair, blasting a huge hole into the floor below. Are you saying that you sensed something in the split second before the explosion, and that is why you immediately took your sister and ran to the side. In a hospital room at the Tokyo Medical University Hospital, Zhu Pingyun, a pot-bellied police officer in uniform, was questioning Yiyu, who was lying in the hospital bed. That is right. I saw a flash of fire coming from the pregnant woman's stomach. Given the urgent situation, I had no choice but to take Sakura and run. Wearing a blue and white patient gown, Yiyu leaned against the head of the bed with a bandage wrapped around his forehead and replied with a sheepish smile. A faint smile played on Yiyu's delicate face, making him look like a perfectly harmless teenager. Zhu Pingyun nodded, and the accompanying officer immediately started taking notes before turning to look at the doctor standing nearby. Under Zhu Pingyun's stern gaze, the doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead. It is truly fortunate, though. The patient happened to escape to the very edge of the blast radius. Aside from a mild concussion, he only suffered some abrasions on his back. Inside the room, besides the police officers and the doctor taking the routine statement, Yi Jingbai, Gu Han, and Gu Beiying were all listening nervously to the doctor's report. Yu let out an inward wry smile. With Sakura present the moment the explosion occurred, he could not openly use his magical powers. So, Yiyu had no choice but to rely on his own enhanced physique, which had been modified by the Eye of Reincarnation, to carry his sister to safety at the edge of the blast. Even so, he still sustained some minor scrapes, while Sakura was completely unharmed because she was held tightly in his arms. In that case, you should get some good rest now, and I will take my leave. Zhu Pingyun said to Yiyu, then nodded at Yi Jingbai and Gu Han before heading out to interview other victims of the explosion at the hospital. In truth, Zhu Pingyun was secretly feeling miserable. Under normal circumstances, a commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department would not need to handle such menial statement-taking personally. But the impact of this explosion was far too severe. There were dozens of casualties, and the public outcry was already growing deafening. On top of that, it was eerily similar to several other self-detonation cases, which is why he was willing to go to such lengths to get to the bottom of the truth. As they watched Zhu Pingyun and the officers leave, Gu Beiying, who had been quiet the whole time, chased after them to the doorway and whispered something into Zhu Pingyun's ear. The two exchanged a few low-voiced words before Gu Beiying returned to the ward. Yiyu caught every bit of it, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. After the doctor gave a few more instructions, he also turned and left, leaving only the 4 members of the Yi family in the room. Honestly, how does something this dangerous keep happening to you? Just like the kidnapping case last time. Gu Han looked at Yiyu on the bed with concern, her face showing signs of lingering fear. Could it be that you encountered something dangerous? Yiyu twitched his lips. You have not seen anything truly dangerous yet. Yi Jingbai nodded in agreement and said sternly, I will go to Hangai Temple to pray for you all soon. Hangai Temple was the largest temple in the region, known for prayer, warding off evil spirits, and avoiding misfortune. Yiyu. Is his mother sure she has not been watching too many late-night horror shows? But you did a great job protecting your sister this time. Yi Jingbai's expression softened, a rare sight, as he patted Yiyu on the shoulder. As long as you are fine, that is what matters. I will urge Zhu Pingyun to expedite the investigation. I still have work at school to attend to, so I will leave you to your mother and sister's care. Yi Jingbai remained as direct and decisive as ever in his words and actions. He was never one for flowery language, always handling problems in the most rational way possible. After Yi Jingbai left, Gu Han noticed the evening sky darkening and asked the two what they wanted for dinner. I will have curry rice, please. Yiyu raised his hand with a smile. What about you, Sakura? I am fine with anything. Gu Beiying replied with her head slightly bowed, looking rather down. Then please look after your brother for a bit. Gu Han smiled until her eyes crinkled and turned to leave the room. With just the 2 siblings left in the spacious room, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. After a brief moment of silence, the usually lively and bright Gu Beiying suddenly turned quiet. She walked over to Yiyu, eyes cast down, and bit her lower lip. I am sorry. If it were not for me, you would not have been hurt. The explosion was clearly the work of a supernatural being, yet she had failed to sense it in advance, forcing her brother to get hurt just to protect her. And with the time and place of the explosion being so coincidental, the culprit must have been targeting her. The thing she had always feared had finally come to pass. Her family was dragged into her troubles. Regardless of how the event unfolded, she was the cause of all this. Gu Beiying twisted the hem of her shirt. If only she had reacted a bit faster, perhaps. Seeing his sister with her head bowed and looking like she had more to say, Yi Yu understood perfectly. He chuckled and patted her head. Protecting my sister is a brother's duty, after all. Gu Beiying looked up and caught the slanting sunset rays shining onto Yi Yu's smiling profile, making his facial contours look exceptionally gentle. Besides, having the ability to protect one's family is something to be happy about in itself, right? Gu Beiying felt a surge of warmth in her heart as she looked at Yi Yu's smiling face. So once you're strong enough in the future, remember to protect us too, okay? Yi Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a meaningful tone. Meeting his sincere gaze, Gu Beiying felt her cheeks turn red, but she nodded heavily, her gesture feeling more like a promise than a simple answer. I definitely will. She subconsciously touched the white badge on her chest. Only by gaining more power could she protect the people she cared about. She would never let something like this happen ever again. Seeing the expression on his sister's face soften, Yi Yu gave a silent nod of approval. It seemed his efforts to talk her through it were starting to show results. He believed Sakura was a strong girl and would not be defeated by a minor setback. Ultimately, she had to untie her own emotional knots. All Yi Yu could do was offer encouragement and guidance. Yi Yu did indeed hope Sakura would mature quickly, ideally into a savior capable of handling everything on her own. After all, if he ever had no choice but to cross the line and open that gate to another dimension, causing a catastrophe, he would need his sister, the child of destiny, to save the day. That would be a way to save his own hide while leaving a glimmer of hope for the world. Looking at his sister, who still had a hint of childishness on her face, Yi Yu could not help but sigh to himself. My dear sister, the mission of saving the world is now in your hands. Once I see you grow up, I can finally rest easy and go out and have some real fun. The following afternoon, Gu Beiying walked out of a convenience store carrying bags full of food, with a stylish, short-haired girl by her side. Hey, does this mean you will be going back and forth to the hospital to take care of your injured brother for a while? Xiaoying. Her best friend, Xiaoi, who had been shopping with her, could not help but peek at the pile of groceries in Gu Beiying's hands and ask. I would not exactly say that. After all, my brother got hurt because he was protecting me. Gu Beiying simply held the bags tighter and sighed softly. Besides, Mom is at home cooking, so I can only do what I can to help out. It is hard to believe that even your brother, who is as strong as a monster, could end up injured and in the hospital. Xiaoi could not help but recall the heroic scene she witnessed in the warehouse, where Yi Yu fought off 100 people alone, her eyes filled with admiration. But Gu Beiying's expression turned somber. My brother could have easily escaped back then, but... Gu Beiying recounted the situation to her friend, and the short-haired girl could not help but feel terrified after hearing the thrilling details. Is it those serial suicide bombing cases that have been happening lately? That is truly terrifying. I heard that hundreds of people have already died. Xiaoi looked panicked. I heard there is some cult that brainwashes people into strapping on explosives and running into the streets for indiscriminate suicide bombings. It is absolutely horrifying just to think about it. Gu Beiying frowned, knowing in her heart that this was likely another act by the demonic beings. Speaking of which, there have been many bizarre incidents lately. A strange thing happened at my mom's hospital recently. Xiaoi leaned close to Gu Beiying's ear and whispered, nurses on duty have repeatedly claimed they saw corpses in the morgue walking out on their own. How can that be? It is true. Several nurses have fainted from fear, and now nobody at my mom's hospital even dares to work the night shift. As Xiaoi spoke, she shivered, as if she could already see the scene in her mind. And afterward, when they checked the bodies, they often found fresh corpses that had inexplicably turned into mummified remains as if they had been dead for decades, like. It was as if something had drained all the blood out of those bodies. By the end, Xiaoi's face was deathly pale, and she did not dare to say another word. Anyway, it is getting late, so I should head back now. See you tomorrow, Xiaoying. Seeing the evening sky, the short-haired girl waved goodbye to Xiaoying and ran off in the other direction with her groceries. Watching her friends retreating back, Gu Beiying suddenly stopped in her tracks as a thought crossed her mind, and she murmured to herself. If I remember correctly, the hospital where Xiaoi's mom works is the affiliated hospital of East Capital Medical University. Gu Beiying froze as if struck by lightning, her face turning pale as her mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. If she was not mistaken, The bizarre incidents Xiaoi mentioned must be the work of the demonic beings. Could those demonic beings have already extended their reach to the hospital where her brother is staying? Meow, a cat's cry came from behind her, and a small white cat emerged from the corner of the street. Are you worried about your brother? The white cat asked with a woman's voice. Gu Beiying was not surprised by the cat's appearance. Instead, she looked at the white badge on her chest and lowered her gaze. Sister Yan, I would like to request assistance from the Dawn organization. Her brother was right. Only by possessing enough power could she protect the people she wanted to save. Although her own power was not strong enough yet, she could draw upon even greater forces. This time, she would absolutely not let her family get hurt. On top of an iron tower, not far from the affiliated hospital of East Capital Medical University, the 100-meter-tall tower overlooked the surrounding buildings, and the dim, yellowish lights reflected brightly off the high-rises nearby. At the very top, a dark-skinned boy in overalls sat on the railing, carefully placing a blood-red maggot on the metal bar. Watching the blood-red maggots crawling slowly along the red railing like ants, the boy wore a satisfied smile. Oh, Tanpo, how are you still in the mood to play around here? The task Crow gave us has not been finished yet. A soft, feminine male voice drifted over. But unlike before, the person standing next to the boy was a sophisticated woman in a floral dress. And what do you want me to do? Why do not you go finish the target yourself? The boy picked up one of the blood-red maggots to play with. As it writhed, one could see the blood vessels pulsing within its body. Also, could you stop saying such disgusting things while wearing that face? It makes me sick, the boy muttered without even turning his head. Oh, my little Tantan is so mean to me. It is so heartbreaking. The woman in the dress covered her beautiful face, acting as if she had been hurt. But the sharp, feminine male voice coming from her had a deadly sense of dissonance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow cast over the two, and a hoarse voice sent shivers down their spines. You two seem to be having a lot of fun here. Dark feathers drifted down like snowflakes. The boy shivered and turned his head, trembling. Mr. Crow, how did you get here? A dark figure had silently arrived behind them, with huge wings several meters long unfurled, casting a massive shadow over the top of the tower. The dark figure seemed to be wearing a cloak made of black wings, enveloping his tall frame in an ominous air. But above the neck, he had the head of a strange bird. Xian sent word that the Stigmata envoy has already arrived at the hospital, affiliated with East Capital Medical University. Crow did not acknowledge the boy's exclamation, his voice remaining dull and hoarse. The Stigmata envoy is not injured, but her brother has been sent to the hospital, and the Dawn side has not reacted yet. Is not that just perfect? Tanpo waved his hands frantically, looking toward the distant silhouette of the hospital. Then there is nothing to worry about. Taking out a little girl on our home turf is a piece of cake, right? You cannot say it like that, Tanpo, the woman in the dress interrupted. If something happens to the Stigmata envoy, Dawn will definitely notice. It would be very troublesome if they found out it was us. Seeming a bit fearful of Crow, the boy forced a laugh. Is not that guy Kyuksheng already itching for action? If we let him handle it, it should be over quickly, right? Crow hovered in midair, his two pairs of dark wings flapping, his deep, round pupils fixed on the hospital. Since that is the case, I will leave the Stigmata envoy to you. The hospital is running low on fresh blood, so take care of that, and give our friends at Dawn a little surprise, along with the Stigmata envoy. Tanpo, the dark-skinned boy, scooped up the pile of writhing maggots and grinned. With these little guys, Boss Crow, you can rest easy. Looking down at the blood-red maggots in his arms, Tanpo flashed a childlike, innocent smile. This time, I will let you eat your fill. As a veteran hospital established in District 11, the Todo University Hospital has a history of nearly 50 years and holds great authority in the medical field. Its experts include figures from the Kansai region and... Late at night, a man's melodious voice echoed in front of the hospital's inpatient department. A curly-haired man was talking eloquently, introducing the history of the hospital to his companions, seemingly quite knowledgeable about the place. Look, Akita, there is no need to bore us with things that can be found online. Beside the curly-haired man, a stunning woman in athletic compression gear impatiently cut him off. What do you know? This is what I call thorough reconnaissance before a mission, Akita Shujaku retorted. Are we just going to walk straight in like this? Gu Beiying was holding a white cat in her arms, with a wooden practice sword slung over her shoulder. Seeing the two of them arguing, she wore a rather strange expression on her face. Beside her were the teammates from her last operation: Akita Shujaku, Sasha, Fatty, and Hakuba Watanabe, who was wearing a white lab coat. She had originally intended to ask the Dawn organization to investigate who was attacking her, and incidentally look into the supernatural incidents Zayoi mentioned happening at the hospital. Gu Beiying reported the situation to the organization, and Dawn clearly attached great importance to it, sending these people to accompany her to the hospital to investigate. But looking at their demeanor, it had nothing to do with the discreet investigation she had imagined. Instead, they looked more like a gang of Yakuza coming to crash a rival's turf. Akita Shujaku, with his curly hair under a baseball cap, swung 2 yo-yos that made a whistling sound as they cut through the air. Sasha was dressed in leather gear with a long whip tucked at her waist, while Hakuba Watanabe maintained a stern face, his frigid aura seemingly capable of freezing people solid. Fatty was even more exaggerated, wearing a punk-style black vest and carrying a massive baseball bat on his shoulder. Passers-by in the hospital would take one look at them and steer far clear. They might as well have had "I am a bad guy" written on their faces. Seeming to notice the hesitation in Gu Beiying's eyes, Sasha explained, "Do not be surprised. Since there is no concrete evidence linking this hospital to the demons, Dawn cannot take any overt actions." The group strolled swaggeringly into the hospital. By evening, the number of patients had noticeably thinned out. Gu Beiying watched as Akita Shujaku tossed his yo-yos into the air. The shimmering silver strings glinted with a cold light under the lamps. She had seen with her own eyes how those unassuming silver threads could split into thousands of steel wires, shredding a rampaging demon into bloody pieces. So, we need to confirm the specifics about the demons first before we take the next step. We might even catch some big fish, like that guy Ike no Yu Ryu last time. Akita Shujaku put away his yo-yos and rested his hands behind his head, not noticing that Gu Beiying's expression had suddenly shifted. Then was the person who attacked me this time also from the Shijin sect. Gu Beiying recalled that Ike no Yu Ryu was a member of that demon organization called the Shijin sect. Fatty, who had not spoken until now, chimed in while munching on chips from a bag, muttering, "Hard to say. Who knows what goes on inside the heads of those deranged monsters?" Gu Beiying's expression tightened, her mood darkening as she recalled the casualties caused by that suicide blast. Sasha slapped the back of Fatty's head and gave Gu Beiying a friendly wink. "Regardless, let us go check on your brother first. There is no telling if those cunning demons have left any hidden traps behind on him." Gu Beiying nodded instinctively and led the group to the front desk of the inpatient department, where a short-haired girl had been waiting for a while. "Sakura, over here." The short-haired girl was Gu Beiying's best friend, Zayoi. Seeing Gu Beiying, she waved immediately. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Zayoi did not say much about the eccentrically dressed people following Gu Beiying, assuming they were just helpers she had hired. Her mother, the hospital director, had already notified her earlier that specialists would be coming to investigate the supernatural events, though she had not expected her best friend to be among them. When Gu Beiying reached out, Zayoi felt a bit confused, but decided to lead them to investigate the hospital's issues anyway. "We are going to see your brother first, right?" As previously agreed, Zayoi greeted the nurse at the front desk and led everyone to the elevator. Because her mother was the hospital director, Zayoi had practically grown up here. She navigated them familiarly to the hallway on the 3rd floor. Although Zayoi was slightly puzzled by the companions around Sakura. Sakura's brother should be in here, right? Night was falling, and the number of patients coming and going was visibly decreasing, leaving only the lights of the inpatient building burning bright. When Zayoi pushed open the door at the end of the hall, a neat and clean ward came into view. A cool evening breeze drifted in through the slightly opened window, and the light from the ceiling illuminated the porcelain white floor. A black-haired man in a white hospital gown was leaning against the bed, a bandage wrapped around his forehead. He was looking at his phone, the purple pendant on his chest swaying slightly. On the bedside table sat 2 empty lunch boxes, suggesting he had finished eating not long ago. Yu looked up slowly as the door opened, seeing Gu Beiying and her group walking in, and smiled at her. "Sakura, you are here." Since it was the weekend, Gu Beiying had volunteered to stay and take care of her brother, while Gu Han took the opportunity to go home and prepare dinner for Yi Jingbai. At that moment, Yu seemed to notice the group behind Gu Beiying and asked with hesitation, "And these people are? You must be Sakura's brother. We are friends of hers, just stopping by the hospital to visit you. Akita Shujaku, appearing overly familiar, stepped forward with a broad smile to shake Yu's hand, introducing himself. I have not introduced myself yet. I am Akita Shujaku, a student from Todo University. Fatty popped the last chip into his mouth and wiped the grease from his lips. I am Matsui Kenjiro, just call me Fatty like they do. Hakuba Watanabe, who had been silent, pushed his glasses up and said coldly, Hakuba Watanabe. Sasha placed the gift she had bought earlier on the table, leaned in to inspect Yu, and smiled. Just as Sakura said, you are a handsome young guy. You can call me Sasha, cutie. Yu looked at the generous cleavage right in front of his face and gave an awkward smile. Hello. Observing their peculiar attire, Yu gestured with his eyes towards Sakura. Are you sure these people are not here to trash the place? Sakura, holding the white cat, explained flusteredly, they are friends I met at the club. They just happened to be passing by and came to see you. Is that so? Yu smiled knowingly, though a glint of mystery flashed in his eyes. He had personally followed his sister to the Dawn base and participated in their cleanup plan, so he naturally recognized that these individuals were all Dawn enforcement officers. Although he knew who they were, Yu showed no sign of it, instead chatting with them with a friendly smile. By the way, Sakura's brother, it seems you were caught up in that explosion. Did you happen to see what exactly occurred at the time? After some small talk, Akita Shujaku asked Yu this question as if it were a mere afterthought. Here it comes. Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he put on a thoughtful look. The police who came earlier asked the same thing, but the situation was so chaotic that I did not see much clearly. Sasha and the others had not really expected to get any clues from Yu anyway, so they just nodded understandingly. But then, Yu hesitated before saying, but I do not know if it was just my imagination, but behind that woman who exploded, I think I saw a huge black raven. What? You saw a crow behind that woman who blew herself up? Hearing Yu mention the name Crow, Akita Shujaku and the others were visibly shaken and began to question him earnestly. Yu, intending to give the people from Dawn a lead, nodded slowly and said, if I saw it correctly, yes. Crow. Akita Shujaku and the others exchanged looks, all seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Has a monster from the Shishin sect really set its sights on Zio Ying? Of course, I might have been mistaken. How could there be such a giant crow? Noticing the unease on their faces, Yu smiled and scratched his head, looking completely harmless. Suddenly, Chaimai's voice echoed in his ear. You really are a born actor. Akita Shujaku then withdrew the look of concern and smiled. It is getting late. Zio Ying's brother should get some rest. We have things to attend to, so we will be going. Sasha curled her finger at Yu and teased, see you next time, handsome. Gu Beiying, holding her white cat, said to Yu, brother, I am going to see Sasha and the others off. You get some rest. Yu raised his hand and smiled, take care. Bang! As soon as the hospital room door closed, the smile on Yu's face gradually faded. A cool breeze blew in from the window, and as his stray hair fluttered, Yu's expression became as dark as water. Are the people from Dawn here to track down the monster that attacked Zio Ying? With the Shura mask helping to conceal his aura, Yu was confident his identity would not be exposed, which made their presence here very suspicious. Are not you going to follow them and take a look? Chaimai's figure appeared beside Yu. No need. Yu leaned back on the hospital bed, answered calmly, and suddenly extended his hand. On his slender fingers, a beetle the size of a fingernail sat quietly. Is my brother really all right? In the hospital hallway, Gu Beiying turned an inquiring gaze toward her companions. Hakuba Watanabe shook his head, a beam of light flashing behind his glasses. No traces of demonic energy were detected on your brother. Then Hakuba Watanabe suddenly took a white wireless earpiece from his pocket, put it on, and reported coldly to the other end. No traces of the monster found yet. So AI's cold voice came from the other side. Keep searching, do not let your guard down. We have received multiple reports of abnormalities regarding that hospital recently. Report immediately if you find anything. Oh, is it here to help at the hospital again today? Thank you for your hard work. Nurses passing by greeted the short-haired girl from time to time. Clearly, they were used to seeing at the hospital. Gu Beiying observed the expressions of the passing patients and nurses, finding it difficult to imagine that a brutal monster could be hiding among them. Do not be careless, Zio Ying. The white cat in her arms suddenly spoke in a human voice. Do not forget what I told you. A monster could be hiding behind any smiling face. Gu Beiying could not help but think of the monsters she had defeated recently, and she hesitated. Must all monsters be eliminated in the end? Strangely, as soon as Gu Beiying said this, the Dawn members beside her fell into a weird silence, and even Akita Shujaku, who was usually talkative, stopped speaking. Walking in front, clearly noticed the strange atmosphere and slowed her pace unconsciously. Well, not exactly. After a moment, Sasha explained, because of the unpredictability of monsters, except for a very small number, we prioritize containment for most of them. We only eliminate those who have completely transformed and become extremely aggressive. For some reason, Sasha's smile felt forced as she said this. On the corner of Gu Beiying's clothes, an almost invisible beetle lay perfectly still. Back in the ward, Yu held the mother insect to his ear, silently listening to the conversation of the Dawn members. Much of the internal intelligence of Dawn was hard to obtain on his own. He could only get it through his sister. So Xiao Ying, you do not need to hold back when facing dangerous monsters. Letting them off easily would only lead to a greater disaster. The fatty thought Xiao Ying was still sad about killing Ikegami Takashi, so he spoke up to comfort her. The group walked through the hallway and, led by took the elevator to the basement of the hospital. Compared to the bright lights of the inpatient department, the basement was noticeably empty and quiet. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, a dark, gloomy hallway appeared before them. Perhaps it was just their imagination, but as the doors opened, everyone felt a chill of cold air hit their faces. The strong smell of disinfectant filled the air, and the acrid scent of medicine mixed with a hint of decay stung everyone's nostrils. Apart from the morgue, the entire basement was filled with discarded medical equipment. There were rarely any people here in the daytime, and especially so late at night. Only a faint green light shone at the end of the hall. As the cold wind hit, Sasha shivered involuntarily. Are there really monsters here? The fatty started to have second thoughts too. Looking at the eerie, gloomy hallway, his teeth chattered, saying, maybe we should head back and come again during the day. He walked to the elevator door, fumbled for the light switch, and after the light turned on, the unease in everyone's hearts subsided slightly. Akita Shujaku scoffed disdainfully. I cannot believe you are this cowardly after completing so many missions. I do not know who it was that was just shaking from head to toe, unable to even say a word. Sasha countered without hesitation. The bickering helped dispel some of the chill, and led by they arrived in front of a door at the end of the hall. This is the hospital morgue. Apart from the medical staff, hardly anyone ever comes here. But not long ago, someone on duty claimed to have seen dead bodies walking out of it with their own eyes. When finished her sentence, a look of terror appeared on her face as well. After that, corpses stored in the hospital would often disappear mysteriously, and the surveillance footage showed nothing, so rumors of supernatural events began to spread over time. While she was speaking, another gust of cold wind seemed to slip out through the door crack, giving everyone another startle. Hecuba Watanabe looked up at a surveillance camera in the corner, his eyes deep and thoughtful. I think it is just someone playing tricks. Let us go in and take a look. Akita Shujaku forced a smile and pushed open the iron door, while waited outside. Creak! The rusty iron door groaned open, its sound echoing in the empty space like a demon's whisper. As the group walked into the morgue, the massive metal cabinets for storing bodies caught their eyes, standing out clearly in the vast room. In the center of the morgue, there were a few metal gurneys, each draped in white cloth that bulged slightly, clearly covering fresh bodies that had just arrived. Let us get started. Akita Shujaku regained his composure and signaled his companions to begin the search. Hecuba, I am going to have to trouble you again this time. Hecuba Watanabe nodded silently and reached out to press his frames. A light curtain flashed across the lenses, and immediately after, a blue and white holographic screen suddenly expanded before everyone. A blinding light pushed aside the shadows, and invisible sound waves converged in front of Hecuba Watanabe. Gu Beiying was shocked to acutely feel a ripple of magical energy coming from them. Could those glasses be a magic artifact too? Noticing the astonishment in Gu Beiying's eyes, Sasha smiled and explained. These glasses are Hecuba's magic artifact, Demon Sight. It can detect magical energy signatures within a certain range. It is very convenient. By detecting the presence of demons in advance, we can take timely action. Gu Beiying recalled how Hecuba Watanabe had been looking around constantly in the hospital earlier. So he had been tracking down the demons all along. While Hecuba Watanabe used his artifact to search, the others began to investigate the morgue. The Toho Medical University Hospital is one of the top-tier large hospitals in the 11th district, and its morgue is also one of the largest, serving as a storage place for unclaimed bodies. Iron cabinets for storing remains stood throughout the massive room, and a bone-chilling cold permeated the air, seemingly seeping into the very bones of everyone present. The fatty approached one of the cold storage units cautiously, leaning in to listen while tapping gently on the door, but suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. The fatty jumped up in a panic, his flab wobbling as he spun around, only to see Akita Shukujaku standing behind him with a mischievous smirk. "Do not you know you could scare a person to death?" The fatty shouted at the top of his lungs, only to hear Akita Shukujaku's mocking tone. "I have to ask, fatty, how did someone as timid as you become an executor?" Akita Shukujaku pressed his palms together and bowed to the cold storage unit. "Excuse the intrusion." With that, he pulled open the heavy iron door. It was completely empty inside. Could the intelligence be wrong? Are there really demons here? The fatty's teeth chattered. He had never been on such an eerie mission before. Who knows? Akita Shukujaku searched the surrounding cabinets, then let his eyes droop and glanced sideways in frustration. "I say, is it really okay for you all to just watch?" Sasha wrapped her arms around Gu Beiying, who was about to move, and rolled her eyes coquettishly. "I am a wounded patient, and little Sakura is still a rookie intern. Could you please show some gentlemanly manners?" Held in her arms, Gu Beiying felt the weight of Sasha's head, and suddenly remembered how Sasha had been seriously injured saving her during their last operation. Akita Shukujaku clearly did not buy it. "Spare me. Those injuries would be fatal for a normal person, but they are nothing for an executor like Sasha, who has been injected with enhancement serum." Akita Shukujaku gestured toward Gu Beiying and explained, "In Dawn, there are gene enhancement serums specifically for strengthening the human body. They can be redeemed with enough merit points. Though humans injected with the serum cannot match the freakish mutations of demons, their physiques are several times stronger than ordinary people, allowing them to recover from serious wounds in a short time." Exposed, Sasha angrily put her hands on her hips, her chest heaving slightly. "You unromantic man." While they were talking, the fatty took a few steps, stealthily moving away from the area with the storage cabinets. After backing up a few paces, the fatty suddenly felt something poke his lower back. With a stiff neck, he turned around, only to realize a gurney had ended up right behind him. The gurney was covered by a white sheet, and the shape bulging underneath clearly indicated it was a corpse. A thumb-sized maggot crawled along the edge of the gurney and burrowed into the corpse under the sheet. The fatty exhaled, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the corpse on the gurney. The next second, he saw a hand under the white sheet move abruptly. "Hand the hand." The fatty's pupils dilated, and he scrambled back as if running for his life, his heavy body crashing into several metal racks with a loud clatter that drew everyone's attention. "Hey fatty, that kind of trick will not work a second time." Akita Shukujaku watched the terrified fatty with a playful glint in his eyes. It is true. I just saw the corpse on the gurney move its hand." The fatty ran to the others in a panic, pointing toward the gurney. Seeing that they did not believe him, he became even more anxious. "It is real, you have to believe me." Akita Shukujaku was about to mock him again, but his laughter cut off in the next second. Thump thump. A heavy, knocking sound suddenly emanated from the cabinet doors dozens of meters away. The sound was dull yet deeply oppressive, intensifying in their ears as the knocking grew louder and louder. It was as if something was trying to burst out of the storage cabinets. In the dark corners invisible to the others, blood-colored maggots were squirming rapidly. "There is something." At that moment, Hecuba Watanabe, who had been scanning with his magic artifact, suddenly spoke up. Standing in the center of the morgue, his already cold expression became even more serious. In the blue and white holographic screen expanding before his eyes, countless tiny blood-red dots suddenly appeared. These dots were swimming rapidly throughout the morgue, and the most visceral evidence was the way blood-red spots were spreading uncontrollably across Hecuba Watanabe's lenses. Then those blood spots crawled into the cold storage cabinets, coalescing into human shapes. Thump thump. The sound of banging against the metal cabinets erupted from all directions, the chaotic clamor shattering the silence of the morgue. What is happening? Everyone observed the changes occurring around them, and their feet retreated instinctively. But with strange noises coming from every direction, they were forced to retreat to the center of the room. "Look over there," the fatty suddenly shouted, pointing at the earlier gurney. Following his gaze, they saw the bulging shape under the sheet slowly rising to a sitting position. As the white sheet slowly fell away, a corpse that was heavily decomposed, exposing raw crimson flesh, appeared before them. And in the next second, that very corpse stood up right before their eyes. Not only that, the corpses on the surrounding gurneys followed suit. At the same time, all the storage cabinet doors in the morgue were suddenly jerked open by an unknown force. Hiss! Corpses crawled out from the cold storage, chunks of rotting flesh falling from their bodies, their numb, blood-red eyes fixed directly on the group. How is this possible? Inside a hospital room, Yiyu had a fingernail-sized beetle resting on his finger, appearing listless as if its energy had been drained. The voice coming through the goo worm cut off abruptly after that exclamation. He had no idea what kind of emergency was unfolding on the other side. The morgue on the first basement level. Yiyu muttered, seeming to sense something, and suddenly turned to look out the window. His expression shifted instantly. It was late, but outside the hospital window in the dead of night, there was no sign of darkness. Instead, it was all a vast, blinding white. It was as if an invisible white fog had engulfed the entire hospital. Yiyu frowned, stepped down from the hospital bed, and walked to the window. The pitch-black night outside had been obscured by a thick, hazy white mist. This is... His eyes flickered slightly. Yiyu opened the window to look out, and being keen, he immediately sensed something unusual. It is too quiet. His ward was on the 10th floor of the hospital. Standing here, he could usually look out over the bustling night view surrounding the hospital. But now, the upper floors of the entire hospital were shrouded in a thick white mist. He could not see a single light, nor could he hear a single sound. Yiyu tried reaching his hand out into the mist, but it felt like touching nothing but ethereal vapor. The white mist before his eyes showed no sign of dissipating. Heh, looks like you are in trouble, huh? Chimai floated beside Yiyu, looking as if she were watching a show. Yiyu looked at the insect in his palm that had completely stopped moving, turned around, walked to the door of the ward, turned the handle, and slowly opened it. Yiyu walked out of the ward. The hospital corridor was still brightly lit, but the area outside the windows remained shrouded in a sea of white mist. Yiyu's expression remained unchanged, but a look of gravity appeared in his deep eyes. Quiet. Stepping out of the ward, the interior of the hospital was deathly silent as well. There was no one in the hallway, and not a single sound could be heard. Even though it was late at night, the inpatient department of a hospital would never be as silent as the grave like this. Yiyu walked toward the end of the corridor, but after only a few steps, he stopped abruptly. He stood before one of the rooms. The door had been opened at some point, and a strange, rustling sound was coming from inside. Yiyu lowered his footsteps and quietly entered the ward. As soon as he entered, a familiar, pungent smell rushed into his nostrils. The thick, sweet scent of blood churned in Yiyu's throat. His pupils constricted, and he stood frozen at the scene before him. On the hospital bed, a blood-soaked humanoid monster was clutching a man tightly, its mouth, filled with fangs, wide open as it chewed on the man's neck. The man's neck had been bitten clean through, exposing his thick arteries and severed windpipe. The terror and despair of his final moments still lingered in his wide-open eyes. The blue and white patient gown was soaked in blood, which was spreading from the bedsheets down onto the pristine white floor. On the floor where the blood had pooled lay another corpse, already mangled beyond recognition. Mutilated body parts were scattered on the ground, and as if all the blood had been drained from it, the body had become nothing more than a dried-up husk. Judging by the clothing on this husk, it was clearly a hospital nurse. While Yiyu was stunned, the blood-soaked monster finished devouring the man on the bed. The man's skull had been crushed, and his blood drained dry, turning him into a shriveled corpse in an instant. At that moment, the monster seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. Yiyu took the opportunity to see the creature's true form. It was a monster that looked like a human male. Its clothes were stained completely red with blood, and a bloody maggot was embedded in the center of its forehead. The monster's face was deathly pale, its eyes rolled back, and its jaw hung loose, revealing ghastly white bone. One arm was missing, and the flesh on the other had rotted away. Its mouth was open to an unimaginably wide angle, and a tentacle-like tube, resembling that of an octopus, thrashed about from within. Looking into the monster's hollow eyes, Yiyu could not detect a single trace of human consciousness. It was more like a zombie. Sensing Yiyu's presence, the zombie monster opened its bloody maw, the tentacle in its mouth pulsing, and it lunged at Yiyu with a roar. Roar! The creature let out an inhuman howl from its throat. The jagged teeth were about to rip Yiyu's head off. A glint of light flashed in Yiyu's eyes. His combat instincts, honed over many days, caused him to thrust his right arm out instantly. The muscles in his shoulder bulged, and his fingers spread and curled into a claw, gripping the monster's head firmly and suppressing the force of its lunge. Whoosh! A burst of dark purple flames erupted from Yiyu's palm, scorching the monster's body with the hellfire. Burn marks appeared on the zombie's body, yet it continued to struggle, desperately trying to bite Yiyu. A second later, a massive force surged through his arm. Yiyu leaned forward, slamming the rampaging monster's head into the ground. Crack! The brutal force shattered the floor beneath their feet, accompanied by the crisp sound of a skull cracking. The zombie collapsed onto the broken floor. A pool of blood seeped from its crushed skull, and the upper half of its body was charred black by the hellfire. Finally, the rampaging monster was completely still. Yiyu swept his gaze over the monster's body, his eyes stopping on a tag tied to its ankle. Fukushima Taro, 43 years old, cause of death, car accident. There was also small text indicating the time of death and some markings on the tag, which made Yiyu's scalp tingle. He looked back at the monster he had just smashed. Could this creature really be a corpse? As Yiyu was stunned, the bloody parasite on the monster's forehead began to squirm slowly. Yiyu saw his chance and grabbed the parasite. Its maggot-like body suddenly shot out several tentacle-like blood threads directly toward his face. Startled, Yiyu crushed the creature in his hand, causing a large splash of thick, viscous blood to burst out. Damn, it exploded. What kind of hellish thing is this? Looking at the viscous blood on his palm, Yiyu felt a wave of revulsion. Chaimai appeared beside him, looking at the monster's corpse on the ground, and exclaimed in surprise. Amazing, this is actually a dead body. Yiyu! Chaimai withdrew her gaze and smiled at Yiyu. Just kidding. The body is not much, but that bug you crushed had a rather strong aura of demonic energy. Yiyu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sticky blood on his palm. Are you saying that this corpse was being controlled by this blood parasite? You already have the answer in your heart, do not you? Looking over the two dried-up corpses in the ward, Yiyu recalled the sound he had heard through the insect earlier. This zombie monster clearly escaped from the morgue. It is obvious that something has gone wrong on Zhao Ying's end. He looked at the white mist outside the window, and for some reason, a bad feeling suddenly welled up in Yiyu's heart. In the morgue on the hospital's first basement floor. Roar! The vast morgue echoed with low, guttural growls, sounding like the whispers of demons from the abyss. Rotting corpses pushed open the locker doors and stumbled out, trembling. These resurrected bodies had lifeless, bloodless faces, with crimson leeches rooted deep into their skin. Hundreds of zombie monsters surrounded Gu Beiying and her Dawn squad. From their gaping, horrific maws, blood-red veins writhed and reached out, looking truly monstrous. Whoosh! Several silvery white beams of light streaked through the air, slicing through the necks of a few zombies. As blood sprayed, two yo-yos pulled by silver wires spun and flew back. Damn it, what is wrong with these bodies? Akita Shuk retracted his yo-yos, gritted his teeth, and stared at the corpses slumped on the ground. The bodies have come back to life. The coward of the group, the fatty, screamed out, his teeth chattering as he watched the many corpses charging toward them. The scent of blood in the air further fueled the ferocity of the zombies. With deafening roars, hundreds of figures lunged at Gu Beiying and her team all at once. A golden gleam sparked in Gu Beiying's eyes, and the golden light surged down her arm into her wooden sword, making the blade shine with a brilliant luster. The glowing blade struck the incoming zombies. Their chests hissed as if touching a red-hot iron, instantly corroding away. After repelling a few zombies, Gu Beiying stepped back toward her companions. Could these things be demons too? Sasha drew her leather whip, which was covered in sharp, hidden barbs. As she lashed out to knock away the attacking zombies, she lowered her head and said, "No, it is impossible for this many corpses to turn into demons. Someone is controlling them from behind the scenes." Although shocked, the group stayed alert, using their magic weapons to engage in a fierce battle against the resurrected monsters. But the more they fought, the more unsettled they became. While these resurrected corpses lacked the individual strength of the demons they had dealt with before, each one had undergone various strange mutations. Not only did they grow sharp fangs, but they were also incredibly fast, and the veins lashing out from their mouths were highly aggressive. Combined with their mindless, death-defying nature, they continued to attack even after their limbs were severed. They were even more troublesome than demons. As more and more zombies closed in, the Dawn Squad found their maneuvering space increasingly restricted. Gu Beiying swung her blade and severed the arm of a zombie rushing at her, sending blood spraying everywhere. Just then, she heard a girl's scream coming from outside the nearby door. "It is Zaiwei." Gu Beiying felt a chill. Her best friend outside was being attacked too. Hakuba Watanabe raised a peculiarly shaped pistol and pulled the trigger, releasing a beam of deep blue laser light that instantly pierced the forehead of an incoming zombie. "We need to get out of here first," Hakuba Watanabe spoke with a calm, unquestionable tone. The fatty immediately held his arm in front of his chest, and a blood-red light flashed across his metal gauntlet. A mass of flesh suddenly erupted from the gauntlet, rapidly expanding into a hard, giant shield. Holding the shield, which was as tall as a man, the fatty charged forward with his comrades right behind him, barely breaking through the zombies' encirclement. The team pushed open the morgue doors, and Akita Shuk took a moment to lock the doors from the outside. But suddenly, they realized that over a dozen grim-looking zombie monsters were already guarding the hallway. As soon as they rushed out of the morgue, they saw several zombies surrounding a short-haired girl, their mouths agape, ready to pounce. Zaiwei. Seeing her best friend about to die at the hands of the zombies, the golden light in Gu Beiying's eyes intensified. She transformed into a golden blur, instantly flashing to the end of the hallway. The golden glowing blade slashed horizontally through the air. A brilliant sword beam pierced through the bodies of the zombies, and blood splattered everywhere. The powerful sword aura even hit the wall behind, leaving a deep scar splattered with blood. "Zaiwei, are you okay?" Gu Beiying flashed to the side of the short-haired girl, her eyes full of concern. Zaiwei, clearly still shaken from the shock, fell to her knees and hugged Gu Beiying while sobbing. "Hey, you all saw that speed just now, right?" Akita Shuk whispered to his companions, and they all saw the surprise mirrored in each other's eyes. The white cat that had been following them added in a relaxed tone, "This is the terrifying talent of a stigmata user. I believe it will not be long before Ying surpasses you all and is promoted to Inspector of District 11. Facing the cat's words, the Dawn Squad did not dare to object and just laugh sheepishly. "You are absolutely right." Just then, loud, heavy banging began to echo from the iron door behind them. "We need to get out of here. That iron door will not hold for long." With time running out, they hurried into the elevator to go to the upper levels. As the elevator ascended, the group finally caught their breath. The situation on the first basement floor clearly exceeded their expectations. Such an emergency had to be reported to the organization to lock down the area. But as the elevator rose, the expressions on their faces suddenly shifted. Instead of returning to the hospital's first floor, the elevator continued upward until it brought them to the 15th floor, the hospital's top floor. And as the elevator doors opened, several hideous faces rushed at them from the end of the hallway. The calm Hakuba Watanabe reacted first, pulling the trigger. Several blue lasers shot out, precisely exploding the heads of the zombies. What is going on? How could those zombies be on the top floor of the hospital? The group stepped out of the elevator, but after a few paces, the fatty pointed out the window and gasped. "Why you look?" The others followed his gaze outside and saw that their field of vision was shrouded in a thick white mist, making everything outside unclear. It was as if a giant white monster had opened its gaping maw and swallowed the entire hospital. Hakuba Watanabe reached up to touch the wireless headset at his ear and shook his head at the others. "The signal here has been blocked." As soon as he spoke, the elevator doors behind them slammed shut, and the lights inside dimmed rapidly. "Damn it, what the hell is happening?" "It is obvious. We are now trapped in this hospital." Hakuba Watanabe adjusted his glasses and calmly stated the cruel truth. "Someone wants us to stay here forever, along with everyone else in this hospital." How could that be? Gu Beiying stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. Her pupils constricted, and as she realized something, she muttered, "Brother." Her brother, Yiyu, was still in a ward in this hospital. Gu Beiying's eyes flickered, and she instinctively turned to run toward the emergency exit at the end of the hallway. Xiao Ying, what are you doing? Before she could run more than a few steps, Gu Beiying was stopped by a sharp shout from White Cat. Brother, my brother is still in the hospital room. He could be in danger at any moment. Gu Beiying clenched her fists, feeling incredibly remorseful for leaving her brother alone in the room. Do not be reckless. We have fallen into an enemy trap, and you are likely their primary target. You must not act alone right now. White Cat's tone was more serious than ever. His pair of ghostly green cat eyes locked onto hers. Gu Beiying bit her lower lip, but she did not act rashly again. Anyway, let us get out of here first. Watching the path ahead slowly fill with white mist, the group moved deeper into the hallway with vigilance. But as they pushed further, a thick, metallic scent of blood wafted through the white mist. Akita, Shuk, and Fatty grabbed their magical artifacts and kicked open the door to a patient room. What is this? When the scene inside the room came into view, everyone froze in their tracks. The floor was covered in blood, and in the corner lay a mangled, shriveled corpse. Hecuba Watanabe walked over to the corpse, performed a quick inspection, stood up, and said calmly, "The fatal wound is a bite on the neck. All the blood has been drained. This is the handiwork of the Divine Shrine Sect." Upon hearing the name of the Divine Shrine Sect, grave expressions appeared on everyone's faces. They quickly searched the nearby rooms and found that most of the patients and their families had simply passed out. Looks like we already took care of the zombies on this floor. Seeing that the innocent civilians were unharmed, the group let out a sigh of relief. If the patients and their families here had all perished, it would have been major news. Why are these people out cold? We cannot wake them up no matter what. It is an illusion. Hecuba Watanabe interrupted, his calm gaze sweeping across the surrounding white mist. The entire hospital, us included, is shrouded in a special illusory barrier. Ordinary people without resistance to magical energy have fallen into a deep sleep. Recalling the drained corpse in the room, Hecuba Watanabe stated definitively, perhaps their target is not just us, it is everyone in this hospital. How could this be? The group wore looks of horror, and Gu Beiying looked dazed, worried about her brother still in his room. Little Yi, who had been following the group, had no idea what was happening, but she was already terrified out of her wits by the zombie attack. Wait, do you hear that sound? Just then, Sasha noticed a strange whimpering sound coming from the other end of the corridor. Following the hazy mist through the corridor, they discovered the sound was coming from the nurse station in the center of the floor. Under the desk, a woman in a white nurse uniform lay on the floor, her hands bound by rope. She was trembling, her eyes filled with shock and unease. Her mouth was taped shut, and she could only let out vague, choked whimpers. Tomoko. Little Yi recognized the nurse immediately. Fatty and Akita exchanged a look and stepped forward to untie her. Woo woo woo. As the two approached, the nurse's eyes grew even more terrified. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she shook her head uncontrollably. No, wait. Gu Beiying had a bad premonition and immediately called out to stop them. As Akita and Fatty stopped, the nurse's body suddenly shuddered and her bloodshot eyes burst, eyeballs and blood splattering everywhere. Blood began to pour from her orifices, and her seemingly frail body started to swell rapidly. Watch out! Bang! The next second, the nurse's body exploded. Flesh and blood mixed with the force of the terrifying shockwave, blowing a massive hole in the center of the floor. In the nick of time, Fatty raised his arm guard, and an expanded blood-flesh shield blocked the blast. Fatty was sent rolling far back by the shockwave. As he staggered to his feet, he saw a huge crater where the nurse station had been. Good grief, what on earth is going on? Just as Fatty stood there stunned, the group turned their attention to the end of the hallway on the other side of the explosion. As the hazy white mist cleared, a few figures walked slowly out from the end of the hall. I told you, Tampo, your skills are really getting rusty. I do not want to get buried here with a sissy like you because you used too much dosage. As they spoke, the three figures emerged from the mist. My, as expected of the new generation of stigma users, to detect Tampo's bomb so quickly. The speaker was a muscular man in a tank top, but his voice was incredibly feminine. Beside the muscular man stood a hairy humanoid beastman, looking as savage as a grizzly bear, over 2 meters tall, with blood-red eyes and blood still staining his mouth. The bear-like beastman was holding half of a corpse he had been chewing on. As they looked at him, the bear beastman opened his gaping maw, tore a chunk of raw flesh from the corpse's thigh, and chewed. His fierce gaze was like that of a predator looking at trapped prey. Between the two stood a short, dark-skinned boy in overalls, hugging a basketball. Compared to the beastman and the muscular man, he looked utterly unremarkable. The muscular man grinned at Gu Beiying as he spoke. She frowned when she heard the term stigma user. Stigma user? Was he talking about her? Gu Beiying looked at her companions in doubt, only to see heavy, solemn expressions on all their faces. Sasha shielded Gu Beiying behind her and spoke coldly to the trio. "What do you want?" "Do not be so hot-headed, dear Dawn Executive. The game tonight has only just begun." The muscular man wiggled his waist, hugging himself in excitement, but the bear beastman, still chewing on the human leg, could not wait any longer. "Can we start yet? It has been a long time since I have eaten the flesh of an executive." With that, the brown-furred bear licked the blood from his lips, his eyes greedily fixed on the group. "Damn it, why are these monsters here?" Akita gritted his teeth and reached for the magical artifact at his waist. Seeing everyone on high alert, Gu Beiying asked in surprise, "Who are they?" Hakuba Watanabe, who had remained silent, adjusted his glasses, his tone heavy with seriousness. "Divine Shrine Sect Cadre, B-Class Hazard Creature, the Mortician Yaguchi Yu." Divine Shrine Sect Cadre, a class magical human, the Grizzly Bear Tako Takemune. Finally, Hakuba Watanabe looked at the unremarkable dark-skinned boy in the middle, who was still smiling at them. And the A-Class Hazard Creature heavily wanted by the Dawn headquarters, the bomber, Tanpo. Stared at by Hakuba's cold gaze, the muscular man coyly cupped his face. "Oh my, being remembered by Mr. Hakuba, the wise man of Dawn, makes me so shy. It is just a pity, you are not fighting me this time." "Arawu." As the words left his mouth, a series of low, hoarse growls suddenly came from behind the three. From the white mist behind them, dozens of twisted figures emerged, their blank, white eyes fixed dead on Gu Beiying and the others. "Those are the zombies from the morgue. How did they get up here?" Fatty exclaimed first, but no one echoed him. "Clap, clap, clap." The muscular man known as the Mortician clapped his hands excitedly, his voice filled with suppressed agitation. "The game tonight has begun." Deep in the hospital lobby, a dozen floors below the rooftop, a bloody melee was unfolding in silence. In the first-floor hall, over a dozen resurrected zombie monsters bared their fangs and lunged in unison at the figure they had surrounded. Yi Yu, dressed in a blue and white patient gown, stared at the terrifying zombies swarming from all directions without a flicker of emotion. With his shoulder muscles tensed, he reached out a clawed hand, grabbed the skull of the zombie directly in front of him, and slammed it against the wall. The impact was so violent that even a zombie could not react in time. Its skull shattered instantly, and it slumped to the ground. "Error!" Hearing a low growl from behind, Yi Yu's expression turned cold. He raised his arm, revealing the black cursed runes etched upon it. "Enma." The black runes wrapped around his arm levitated and rapidly coalesced, finally forming a massive, pitch-black scythe in Yi Yu's hand. Yi Yu swung the scythe backward, the blade cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. The two zombies sneaking up behind him were instantly decapitated, blood gushing from their necks like fountains. Even with such a ferocious display of strength, the remaining zombies rushed toward him without a moment's hesitation. Manipulated by blood leeches and devoid of all reason, they were nothing more than fearless walking corpses. As the dozen zombies swarmed him, Yi Yu stood his ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! A burst of ghostly violet flame erupted out of thin air, clinging to the giant scythe. The scorching heat waves seemed to burn the very air itself. With the ghostly fire dancing on the blade, Yi Yu became a reaper harvesting souls. Wherever the scythe passed, the bodies of the zombies were instantly impaled. The ferocious zombies did not even get close enough to touch the corner of his clothes before being skewered by the sharp blade. The nether karmic fire clung to them like a parasite, rapidly snaking over their flesh and refusing to die out until their mangled bodies were reduced to charcoal. In less than a moment, a pile of charred corpses lay before Yi Yu. The metallic scent of blood mingled with the acrid stench of burning flesh, filling the air with a nauseating odor. Yi Yu stood amidst the pile of corpses, his expression indifferent as the black scythe and violet flames dissipated. Wisps of black mist gathered before him, and Chaimai emerged from the haze, commenting, "You are becoming more and more decisive." Ignoring Chaimai's mockery, Yi Yu tried to open the lobby door. But as it pushed open, all he saw outside was a vast, blinding expanse of white fog. Observing that the fog outside was even denser than the mist within the hospital, Yu did not venture out rashly. His intuition told him that the depths of that fog were far more dangerous than the hospital. He had previously checked other patient rooms. Aside from those drained of blood by zombies, the rest of the patients were simply unconscious. This proved the enemy did not have many personnel, or they would not need to drive corpses to do their fighting. Yu stood before the lobby doors, hesitating. The Dawn members were still inside the hospital, and the enemy's capabilities remained unknown. Revealing himself now would certainly not be wise. Boom! As he contemplated, a dull, thunderous explosion echoed from above, a sound so violent that it could be heard clearly despite being over a dozen floors away. Sakura, Yu looked up at the ceiling, knowing that the battle up there had already begun. Just then, the box of phantasm on his chest hummed, and amidst the flickering ghostly light, black mist wove together to form text before him. Daily task: escape the hospital. Survive in the perilous hospital and find a chance to escape. Reward: 1 normal draw attempt. Side quest: slay an A-rank demon. Kill an A-rank demon and absorb its demonic energy to empower the box of phantasm. Reward: 1 advanced draw attempt, guaranteed golden quality item. Seeing the floating black text, Yu felt a surge of astonishment followed by deepening gravity. The box of phantasm had issued 2 tasks at once, and one of them even offered an advanced draw with a guaranteed golden item. As a treasure of the demon realm, the box never assigned tasks without a reason. The difficulty of this one could be imagined. Yu's attention remained focused on the side quest. This meant there was at least 1 A-rank demon present in the hospital right now. Slaying an A-rank demon for energy. Your appetite is certainly getting bigger. Yu sighed, knowing that the more the box of phantasm demanded, the faster the gates of the abyss would open. It was like usury. The benefits he gained from the box would eventually have to be paid back in a far more terrifying way. After a moment of thought, Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. Now is clearly not the time to be dwelling on that. Steadying himself, Yu took off the blue and white patient gown and removed the bandages from his forehead. A wisp of gorgeous, nether fire erupted, incinerating anything that could identify him. A blood-red gleam flashed from the box of phantasm, from which he produced a black jacket. He pulled the hood over his head and started toward the upper floors. With the fog swirling about, everything in the hospital seemed veiled in a haze. You never knew what kind of monster might be lurking behind it. In the deathly silence, the flickering incandescent lights cast an eerie atmosphere over the hospital corridors. The elevators were out of commission, so Yu headed up the stairs, deliberately keeping his footsteps light. Even so, he encountered several bloodthirsty zombies wandering the halls, all of which attacked him without hesitation as the only living creature in sight. After disposing of a few more and inspecting rooms containing desiccated corpses, Yu began to notice a pattern. Someone was deliberately spreading these vampire zombies across the floors so they could feed on the blood of the comatose patients. Yu had no time to attend to the unconscious patients, merely clearing out the zombies he happened to encounter on his path. By doing even this while risking exposure, he had already done more than enough. But when he reached a corner on the 6th floor, his steps suddenly halted. He subconsciously clutched his chest, frowning slightly. Just a moment ago, a sharp, palpitating sensation had struck his heart. Yu looked toward the wall ahead, his gaze deep and inscrutable. His intuition told him that something on the other side was calling out to him. In the deep corridor, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were running toward the light at the other end. The incandescent light in the distance became exceptionally blurred against the hazy white fog, and one could even hear the girl's slightly hurried breathing in the lonely corridor. "Sister, what happened?" came the girl's weak voice. Chiyozono Kaoru, wearing blue and white hospital pajamas, was being tugged along at a light run by her sister, Chiyo Reigetsu. Her chest rose and fell slightly, her cherry-like lips parting gently. The girl, whose face was covered with a white cloth, could not see and could only instinctively follow her sister's footsteps in their escape. In her ignorance, she did not even know what was happening. She had just been suddenly pulled away by her sister a short while ago. But being physically frail, she was soon panting for breath, with beads of sweat appearing on her fair forehead. "Kaoru, no matter what happens, you must stay close to me." Chiyo Reigetsu held her sister's hand tightly, her expression holding a gravity never seen before, yet her pace never faltered. Gryla! A low, growling roar came from behind. Chiyo Regetsu looked back to see several stumbling figures emerging from the dense white fog, closing in on them. What on earth are those zombie-like monsters? Chiyo Regetsu had seen with her own eyes those zombies gnawing the patients in the next room down to shriveled husks. Yet, the moment Chiyo Regetsu started running with her sister, she also drew the attention of those zombies. It seemed that compared to those comatose patients, the two sisters were far more attractive to these zombie monsters. Chiyo Regetsu dragged her sister along as they fled, but the zombies behind them stuck to them like relentless, bone-gnawing shadows. The light at the end of the corridor seemed within reach, yet eerily, no matter how they ran, the speck of light at the end of their vision never seemed to grow any larger. It was as if they were trapped in this white fog. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the hospital rooms on both sides were completely swallowed by the white fog, and the speck of light in the distance vanished along with them. Noticing that the surrounding space had turned into a sheet of white fog, Chiyo Regetsu gradually came to a stop. Sister! Sensing the footsteps stop, Chiyozono Kyoru looked toward her sister in confusion. Kyoru! Hearing the increasingly loud roars behind them, Chiyo Regetsu shielded her sister behind her voice growing somewhat calm. No matter what happens, do not leave my side. Sister, Chiyozono Kyoru murmured as she felt her sister's hand slip away. Watching the zombies closing in, Chiyo Regetsu stood her ground, deep crimson glints slowly emerging in the depths of her eyes. Gradually, amidst the hazy white fog, wisps of black energy rose around Chiyo Regetsu's body. She extended her slender arm, palm facing downward, as drops of fresh blood flowed out between her fingers. Threads of blood spread across her palm, weaving together until the blood flowing from her fingers transformed into a strange, blood-red long blade. As she lost blood, Chiyo Regetsu's face turned paler, making her vermilion lips appear even more vivid. Flow of the rainy heart moon. Crimson rain. The blood-red light in the girl's eyes flared, and a bewitching streak of red light was slashed through the air by the sharp blade. The moment the crimson light slashed out, the white fog before her was blown away, and the blade's gleam transformed into a crimson crescent moon, obscuring everything else from view. In an instant, several lunging zombies were cleaved in two. The spraying blood, mixed with broken organs, splattered the white fog into a crimson hue. Surprisingly, the moment the blood splattered across the air, the blood threads wrapped around the red blade in Chiyo Regetsu's hand seemed to come alive. The bright red threads shot out like poisonous snakes, and the instant they touched the blood, they acted like conduits, rapidly sucking the blood dry. After draining the blood, the threads climbed back onto the hilt of the blade. Compared to before, the already vivid blade looked even more sinister and stood out starkly in the hazy white fog. Chiyo Regetsu's face returned to a ruddy complexion, though her eyes remained stained with blood, and an unnatural, sickly look appeared on her face. The remaining zombies chasing behind were stirred into a frenzy by the scent of blood, and charged at Chiyo Regetsu and her sister with wild roars. Seeing the savage zombies lunging toward them with claws outstretched, Chiyo Regetsu instead wore a smile as she gripped the blood-red blade and charged forward. So this is Chiyo Regetsu's true power. It is terrifying. In a corner hidden by the white fog, Yu watched the girl slicing through zombies like cutting vegetables and swallowed hard. Although he already knew she was a Majin, he had still underestimated her strength. In his eyes, this strength was already on par with IQ Ryuji, the B-rank hazard species being hunted by Dawn that day. In other words, Chiyo Regetsu possessed at least the peak power of a B-rank hazard species. Just like the time the punks from the Matsuyama Association caused trouble, if Chiyo Regetsu had shown this kind of power, she would not have had to fear those few pistols at all. However, doubts were now rising in Yiyu's mind, and he subconsciously clutched at the clothes over his chest. Why did he suddenly feel a palpitation just now, when Chiyo Regetsu unleashed her magical energy? It was precisely this strange sensation that guided Yiyu to her location, leading him to witness this astonishing scene. No need to be so surprised. That might be the effect of the rosemary of blood. Chimmy appeared beside Yi in time to offer an explanation. Prompted by Chimmy, Yiyu suddenly recalled that day when he had bumped into Chiyo Regetsu, and his own magical potion, infused with his essence blood, had soaked into her wound. What is going on? Did not you say this stuff had a limited duration? Why, after so many days, had the potion's effect not weakened, and why could he still sense her presence? I am not really sure about that. The rosemary of blood has always been used by demon world nobility. God knows what effect it might have when used on a human infected with magical energy. Chimmy shrugged irresponsibly, its coal-like body puffing up. As for why you can sense her presence, it is likely because your essence blood flowed into her body, so you can sense it whenever she uses her magical energy. Yu rubbed his forehead, speechless. In other words, he had no idea what other strange side effects that bottle of magic potion might have. He turned his gaze back to the slender figure, wrapped in crimson light within the white fog. By now, Chiyo Reigetsu had slaughtered every one of the pursuing zombies. Her methods were brutal, with severed limbs scattered all over, and the sprayed blood mist even obscuring the surrounding fog. Chiyo Reigetsu licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, a twisted smile on her face, her scarlet eyes emitting a fierce, murderous intent like never before. It was a look Yu had seen before, in every Majin he had ever killed. Watching Chiyo Reigetsu descend further into madness, Yu felt a moment of hesitation. He was considering whether to use the Shura Path's power of deprivation to save her. After all, his younger sister held the senior in high regard. Moreover, he had a decent personal relationship with her, and it felt a pity to watch her head down a path of no return. Just as Yu hesitated, Chiyo Reigetsu's one-sided slaughter drew to a close. A flash of crimson light slashed across the zombie's neck. In an instant, the head was severed, and the blood was directly absorbed by the red silk threads coiled around the demon blade. With a dull thud, the last zombie fell, and the white foggy space fell into absolute silence. Only the sound of Chiyo Reigetsu's rapid, excited heartbeat could be heard. Chiyo Reigetsu caressed the blood-soaked hilt, a strange laugh escaping her lips as she slowly turned to face her younger sister behind her. Sister, Chiyo Kaoru could not see anything, but she could smell the thick scent of blood in the air and reached out instinctively toward her sister. Hearing her sister's voice, a look of struggle flickered in Chiyo Reigetsu's eyes as she stood frozen for several seconds. Finally, she bit her lip, and as blood welled up, a hint of clarity returned to her eyes. Kaoru. But at that moment, the white fog surrounding the sisters began to swirl violently. Black feathers drifted silently through the white mist, dancing in the wind like falling flower petals. Who is there? Having regained her senses, Chiyo Reigetsu felt something and suddenly looked up toward the center of the mist nearby. In the center of the swirling fog, a black figure stood suspended in midair. As a pair of massive wings flapped behind it, jet black feathers scattered about. Heh, a raspy laugh echoed, sending a chill down one's spine. Chiyo Reigetsu instinctively looked at the dark shadow, and her pupils constricted in the next second. The face of that dark figure was not human at all. It was the head of a crow. A pair of blood-red eyes were staring directly at her, filled with a human-like playfulness and mockery. That is truly an interesting ability. Would you be interested in joining us? Who are you? Chiyo Reigetsu gripped her crimson demon blade tightly, pointing it at the black crow with a solemn expression. This terrifying pressure, her intuition told her that the pressure this entity exerted was far stronger than all those zombies combined. Who am I? The crow laughed, its voice as hoarse and sharp as before. Black feathers flew everywhere, and the dark figure in the air vanished. The next second, the figure with the crow's head appeared just a few steps away from Chiyo Reigetsu. I am one of your own. The crow turned to scan the corpses littering the ground, sniffing the lingering scent of blood in the air, and said with intoxication, "A delicious scent. Your talent is even more powerful than I imagined." As the crow spoke, it looked at Chiyo Reigetsu standing there with her blade. It is truly a shame to see someone with such a powerful talent hiding among the crowd. What are you talking about? Chiyo Reigetsu frowned, her tone laced with uncertainty. You know exactly what I am talking about, do not you? You have just been afraid to face it. In a blink, the crow flickered before Chiyo Reigetsu, waving a sharp finger with a mocking tone. It must be hard to suppress your true self. Look, is not all of this your own doing? The crow crouched down, dipped a finger into the blood of a corpse on the ground, and brought it to its beak. The taste of blood brings you such extreme satisfaction. Join us, and we can give you everything you desire. Watching the blood on the crow's fingertip, Chiyo Reigetsu's eyes trembled. The crimson light that had just faded from her gaze flickered unsteadily, and she retreated a few steps instinctively. Clearing her mind of distractions, she gripped her blade tightly and shouted sternly, "I am not interested in joining you. If you do not leave now, I will take action." Take action? The crow let out a cold laugh, as if it had just heard a joke. It seems I need to show you our power before you can feel safe becoming one of us. As the words fell, the surrounding white fog suddenly dispersed, and an incredibly terrifying aura surged through the mist. Whoosh! The wings behind the crow flapped, and countless pitch-black feathers shot out like arrows. Chiyo Regetsu's expression hardened. She shielded her sister behind her and swung her blood-forged blade to parry the incoming feathers. Even so, her shoulders and arms were sliced by the sharp feathers, leaving several bleeding wounds. Watching Chiyo Regetsu struggle to resist, the crow tilted its head, then flashed in front of her again, striking out with its elongated, sharp claws. Seeing the claws looming large before her eyes, Chiyo Regetsu felt a jolt of panic and hurriedly swung her blade to block. Clang! The moment the blood blade met the claws, a sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. Chiyo Regetsu felt a massive force transfer through the blade, and she was immediately sent tumbling to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her body was marked with more lacerations from the sharp feathers. Sister! Sensing something was wrong, Chiyo Kaoru cried out in a panic. Disobedient toys really do need a bit of fixing. The crow folded its wings and walked slowly toward the two sisters through the mist. It thoroughly enjoyed the spreading atmosphere of fear, as it gave it a sense of deep gratification. Run! Chiyo Regetsu stumbled to her feet, calling for her sister to leave, while she kept her eyes locked on the figure approaching her. Such a tenacious life, it seems I need to teach you a lesson. An explosion sounded from overhead. The crow grew bored of the game, its scarlet eyes shifting to focus on Chiyo Kaoru, who was being shielded by Regetsu. In an instant, the crow turned into a black blur and flickered behind Chiyo Regetsu. A pitch-black claw, sharp as a curved blade, thrust directly toward Chiyo Kaoru's chest. Kaoru! Hearing a noise behind her, Chiyo Regetsu turned in alarm, just in time to see the claw reaching for her sister's heart. Just as Chiyo Regetsu was paralyzed with horror, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A burst of ghostly purple flame erupted in midair, slamming into the crow's body. The crow let out a muffled grunt, and its tall frame recoiled instinctively. What is this? Chiyo Regetsu gasped, her eyes filled with surprise. A slender figure appeared before her, gathering Chiyo Kaoru into an embrace just as she was about to be pierced by the claws. As the hem of his coat fluttered, ghostly purple flames coiled around his arms like malicious spirits. Burning heat rose into the air, and the temperature around them climbed rapidly. The white mist surrounding the group recoiled, as if avoiding a venomous snake the moment it touched the purple flames. Chidyuan Zun stood frozen, and before she could react, she felt herself being pulled into a warm embrace. Sister, the young girl asked uncertainly, her tone as soft and delicate as cotton. After a long silence with no response, Chidyuan Zun wrinkled her nose, but said nothing more. Not far away, Chidyuan Lingyu stared in a daze at the slender figure that had suddenly appeared before her. The figure wore a black coat with a hood pulled low to the bridge of the nose, obscuring their face, while traces of purple flame still flickered around their arms. Yet for some reason, the moment this figure appeared, a strange sense of palpitation surged deep within Chidyuan Lingyu's heart. Before Chidyuan Lingyu could get a clear look at the stranger's face, they set Chidyuan Zun down, turned around, and waved at the two sisters with their back to them. Thank you. Though filled with doubts, Chidyuan Lingyu knew the situation was critical. She offered a word of thanks and pulled her sister away into the depths of the white mist. Only when the silhouettes of the Chidyuan sisters were completely swallowed by the vast white fog did the hooded Yiyu look up, toward the tall figure in the distance. The towering figure stood over 2 meters tall, draped in a black cloak made from the fur of some unknown beast, with a pair of long, pitch-black wings spread out behind and sharp, blade-like claws flashing with an eerie cold light. Even more terrifying was the fact that the monster's head was that of a sinister crow. Facing this crow-like demon, Yiyu dared not take it lightly. According to intel he had gathered from the Dawn, this demon before him was a key member of the cult known as the God-Serving Crowd, an A-rank danger-level entity nicknamed the Fallen Crow. The crow seemed not to have expected a sneak attack and caught off guard by the flame strike. A charred mark was burned into its shoulder by the hellfire. Tilting its head, the crow ignored the scorched ring on its shoulder, its ink-colored feathers fluttering as it turned to look at Yiyu with a hoarse voice. Interesting, a demon with flame-based abilities. Its round pupils flashed with a murky light. Are you that flame ghost who has been active in District 11 lately. Yiyua's heart skipped a beat. Did this crow actually know about him? To be able to break through my mist illusion, your ability is even more powerful than I imagined, and this intensity of flame. The crow tilted its head to look at the wound on its shoulder, and unexpectedly stuck out a long, narrow tongue to lick the muddy blood. Seeing Yiyu remain silent, the crow continued, "But your name did not seem to be on the guest list for tonight's game, so how did you manage to break in?" The crow spoke slowly, but combined with its eerily hoarse voice, it exerted a unique sense of pressure. Uninvited guests are never welcomed by the host, you know. In the next second, a blood-red glint flashed in the crow's eyes. Black feathers rained down into the fog, and its figure vanished right in front of Yiyu. Whoosh! Under the glow of the incandescent lights, a black shadow loomed over him from behind. So fast. Yiyua's heart sank. This speed alone was faster than any speed-type demon he had ever killed before. Though secretly shocked, Yiyua's reactions were just as sharp. He raised his hand, and black runes rippled across his arm, manifesting into a pitch-black halberd. Yama! Hellfire erupted from his palm, wrapping around the tip of the Yama halberd as he thrust it backward. The pitch-black Yama halberd easily pierced through the crow's chest, and the boiling hellfire spread through the wound like a swarm of ants devouring a heart, incinerating the crow's body. Whoosh! The flames vanished into thin air, and along with them, the crow's towering body dissolved. Sensing something, Yiyu yanked the halberd in his hand, and the pitch-black weapon suddenly transformed into a massive scythe in midair. The colossal, flame-licked blade swung through the air, just as a black shadow struck from his side. The edge of the scythe collided with the sharp claws, creating a crisp sound of clashing metal. In the moment their weapons locked, both felt the immense force vibrating through their blades. Before Yiyu could follow up, the crow in front of him instantly turned into an afterimage, attacking from the other side. Yiyu swung the scythe by pure instinct. In the vast white fog, the purple and black blades crossed repeatedly, and through the crossfire, only the sound of clashing metal could be heard. The crow relied on its ghostly speed to launch raids from all directions, but every attack was blocked by the massive blade of Yiyua's scythe. The crow, noticing the ferocity of the purple flames, used agile and swift claw strikes that moved like poisonous snakes, striking from the jungle or falcons diving on prey. Each strike barely touched the scythe's blade before it turned into an afterimage, attacking again from another direction amidst the flashing sparks. After only a few minutes of fighting, Yiyu felt his stamina being drained rapidly. This was the physical toll of extreme concentration. Swish! Just as the intensity of their clash reached its peak, the crow suddenly leaped into the air, folding its large wings behind it. The swirling white mist around them suddenly transformed into sharp, sleek black feathers, their tips pointed directly at Yiyu. Whoosh! The next instant, thousands of slender black feathers shot out like arrows, creating the effect of a torrential volley hidden within the hazy white fog. Yiyua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He gripped the giant scythe, and wreathed in hellfire, the blade moved like an unfolding fan to deflect the incoming feathered arrows. For a moment, scorched feathers rained down, and flashes of charred red flickered in the mist like falling petals. As the embers dissipated, Yiyu glared toward the crow's position with a freezing, dark light in his eyes. The crow raised its hand, seemingly about to speak, but a series of explosions suddenly echoed from the white mist above. It is a pity. As much as I would like to keep admiring your abilities, we are running out of time. The crow clapped its hands, looking at Yiyu with crimson pupils, its voice still hoarse. Flame Ghost, I look forward to seeing what kind of surprise you have for me next time. The raspy voice faded further and further away, and the crow's figure vanished along with it, eventually sinking into the thick white mist. After the crow left, the mist-filled space that had shrouded him began to dim. The silhouette of the hospital gradually appeared, though a faint layer of white fog still lingered before his eyes. The scythe in his hand dissipated into wisps of black smoke, but Yiyu stood rooted to the spot, motionless. He had intervened partly because of his relationship with the Chidiuan sisters, and partly to test a hypothesis. According to the Dawn's intelligence, the crow's demonic ability was to create illusions, a dream demon that leaves its prey lost in hallucinations. If his guess was correct, this fog illusion enveloping the hospital was the crow's handiwork. And now, there was only one reason that could compel the crow to leave like this. The battle above had reached its boiling point. On the top floor of the hospital, an unprecedented battle between humans and corpses is quietly unfolding. Dozens of zombie monsters, resurrected and emerging from the morgue, have tightly surrounded Gu Beiying and the others. Bizarre, slender blood vessels protrude from their bodies as they lunge toward the group with bared claws. If you look closely, you can see blood-red leeches embedded in the flesh of these deceased corpses. It is these blood leeches embedded within them that are truly controlling them, greedily and desperately craving the fresh blood right before them. Whoosh! Hecuba Watanabe pulls the trigger of the magic laser gun in his hand, and several crystal blue laser beams pierce through the skulls of the zombies. But even so, it cannot stop the charge of the dozens of zombies. Instead, the bloody scent permeating the air only fuels their ferocity. Good grief, what on earth are these monsters? They do not fear death at all. The fatty raises his giant shield to block in front of him, watching as Sasha uses her steel-bladed whip to slice a zombie in half at the waist. Yet even then, the zombie continues to struggle as it crawls up, opening its bloody maw to bite at them. They are already dead people, so why would they fear death? Akita Shuk waves the thousands of silver threads in her hands, turning her head to throw a snide remark at the fatty. In the midst of the conversation, the silver threads dancing at Akita Shuk's fingertips have already decapitated several zombies. Meanwhile, Gu Beiying, Sasha, and the others are simultaneously eliminating zombies attacking from another direction. Although there is a massive number of these living corpses, they are all professional executors trained by Dawn. Furthermore, being equipped with magic weapons makes them similar to magic users in a way, and they do not need to be merciful when dealing with these corpses. Before long, most of these advancing zombies have been cut down by them. However, the group still does not let their guard down. In fact, expressions of gravity and caution are visible on every face, because they know that a greater threat is still to come. Another zombie lunges forward with a low groan, but this time, Gu Beiying, standing in the center of the crowd, suddenly has a premonition and shouts out, "Watch out!" Hecuba Watanabe reacts the fastest, raising his laser gun and firing at that zombie. The moment the laser pierces the zombie, its body begins to crack at a rate visible to the naked eye, and then it starts to expand violently. Boom! In the next second, the zombie explodes right in front of them, the force of the blast mixed with flying gore causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. Hecuba Watanabe, having fired the shot, pushes up his glasses and glares at the dark-skinned youth standing across the hallway watching the show, saying coldly, "A level danger, Danpo. His inner demon is a type of magic bomb. He injects compressed magic energy into the bodies of designated targets and can detonate them at will according to his thoughts, turning them into timed bombs he can control at any moment. He is wanted by Dawn for plotting and carrying out multiple indiscriminate bombing cases." Hearing Hecuba Watanabe's description, Gu Beiying suddenly recalls the suicide bombing she and her brother encountered on the street. Could it be that the culprits behind those bombings are these magic users of the god-worshipping cult? Bingo, that is correct. In the distance, the dark-skinned youth reveals a harmless-looking smile, his voice crisp. "Full marks on the test paper, and your reward is more bombs." As he finishes speaking, several zombie figures suddenly charge out from the white mist behind the dark-skinned youth and the muscular man. Unlike the other zombies, these few are covered in cracks. The deep red fissures on their withered skin contain terrifying energy fluctuations, as if they were made of porcelain that would shatter at the slightest touch. Do not let them get close. Almost before Gu Beiying can warn them, the well-trained Dawn executors have already joined forces to intercept the charging zombies. Akita Shuk's silver threads strike out like steel needles, followed closely by Hecuba Watanabe's laser bullets, Sasha's steel-bladed whip. Boom, boom, boom. A series of blasts ensues. Several rooms hundreds of meters away are instantly shattered, and even the dozen zombies in front of them are caught in the torrent of the explosion, turning into a puddle of mush. Damn it, this really is indiscriminate attacking. The fatty is startled by the violent explosion, quickly bracing his giant flesh shield to block the shockwave. Hecuba Watanabe looks rationally at the huge hole in the center of the explosion. If this continues, the floor will not be able to withstand the shockwaves and will collapse. Bang! At that moment, the beastman beside the dark-skinned youth can no longer restrain his inner impulses, taking a single step to cover 10 meters and leap in front of the group. His blood-red bare eyes are filled with ferocious bestiality, his robust muscles coiled and knotted, and just standing there gives off an extraordinarily powerful sense of oppression. The magic user known as Kyuxing casually grabs a zombie nearby and, without a second thought, opens his bloody maw to start feasting. The sound of tearing flesh rings out as Kyuxing bites off one of the corpse's arms, chewing it loudly along with the bones. This scene stuns everyone, and only after a few moments does Kyuxing swallow the flesh, baring his bloody fangs as he turns to look at the two people behind him, his voice gruff. "According to what we agreed, I can eat anyone here, right?" The muscular man twists his waist and replies in a feminine, delicate tone. Yes, these people are all yours to enjoy." My goodness, the wild aura you exude is becoming more and more charming. I can barely control myself. A wild grin spreads across Kyuxing's face as he turns to look at Gu Beiying and the others, like a beast in the jungle staring down prey delivered to its mouth. A level alien magic user, Kyuxing. His body underwent significant mutation after being infected with magic energy. His physique transformed toward that of a feline, and even his disposition became no different from a beast. He is wanted by Dawn for committing multiple heinous murder cases due to his penchant for human flesh and his violent temper. Hakuba Watanabe lists Kyuxing's information one by one, then turns his gaze toward the affected muscular man. B-level danger, Mortician Yaguni. A blade-type magic user whose inner demon is a scalpel capable of precise dissection of flesh. His specific ability is to peel the faces of victims and turn them into masks, which allow him to disguise himself as the victim and, to a certain extent, gain the dead person's abilities. With Hakuba Watanabe's introduction, the abilities of the three are laid bare. These three are actually three different types of magic users. Gu Beiying is secretly shocked. According to Hakuba Watanabe's description, these three are at least at the B-level danger stage. And last time, the entire squad had to be deployed to subdue Ikegami Ryuji, who is also a B-level danger. Hakuba Watanabe clearly realizes the danger of this battle, turning to look at the white cat that has been following them, saying calmly, "If you do not act now, we will all be left behind here." Everyone cannot help but fix their eyes on the small, unassuming, pure white cat at Gu Beiying's feet. The white cat sighs faintly, taking slow, graceful steps toward the front of the group and speaking in human language. Zioang. It turns its head slightly to look at Zioang, its dark green eyes exceptionally profound. "After I make my move, leave with Zioang immediately. Do not come back under any circumstances." "Sister Yan." Gu Beiying bites her lower lip, worry flashing in her golden eyes. After finishing, the white cat turns to face the hulking giant bear, grinding its teeth and emitting a strange low groan. Ow! Its tail stands up straight, and its fur bristles simultaneously. In the next second, the magic aura around the white cat surges, and even its physical outline begins to swell continuously. Within a few seconds, the white cat has grown into a white giant tiger several meters tall. Extending its sharp claws, which flash with cold light, the white cat's offensive power climbs to its peak. However, before the white cat can launch an attack, a hoarse voice suddenly reaches its ears. "Interesting. It seems we have encountered quite a few interesting opponents today." The hoarse, obscure voice enters the white cat's ears, and it is suddenly shocked, turning to look to its side. There, suspended in the air not far in front of her, dark wings are flapping steadily. A pair of scarlet bird eyes stare at her without blinking, an amused smile visible in them. Looking around, the white cat realizes with a start that she is now in a vast, empty expanse of white mist, and Gu Beiying and the others behind her have vanished without a trace.